Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The Iron Dragon's whispers echoed in her ears. The human princess remained silent for several seconds before finally shaking her head. Lothrian is the crown of the Federation, the heart of nations. Even under the shadow of those behemoth empires, this land still shines with undying radiance. She gazed at the silhouette of the royal capital beyond the window, the towering magic spires and bustling streets reflecting a resolute light in her eyes. The Holy King forged the kingdom's glory, but his departure won't topple these spires. Lothrian's foundations run deeper than you imagine. Alina still held hope for the Lothrian kingdom. In her eyes, though the Holy King had fallen, the kingdom's legacy remained. Once they weathered the pain of losing their sovereign, with centuries of accumulated wealth and resources, the Lothrian kingdom could still dominate the Federation nations. She said to the Iron Dragon, "I understand your meaning. But look, the war hasn't even begun, yet the royal family already anticipates danger, taking the lead in reducing expenditures and redirecting resources toward the military. As long as we don't wait helplessly but actively confront potential threats. I believe with the kingdom's accumulated strength, we can surely navigate this turning point and stride toward an even more glorious future." Lothrian once took pride in the Holy King, but in days to come, the Holy King's spirit will take pride in Lothrian. The Iron Dragon rubbed his rounded belly, muttering, "Reducing expenditures. Does that mean my provisions remain unchanged, except for the moonlight dew?" A single day of his meals could consume decades, even a lifetime of an ordinary person's savings. Cutting expenses, likely just empty words. Alina, as royalty, you know precisely how extravagant the royal family is. My very existence is proof this isn't something that can change overnight. The Iron Dragon cared deeply for this human princess before him. "Don't wait until disaster strikes to regret," he said, voice laced with concern. "Come away with me, Alina. I'll protect you. Never forget my identity. I am a noble and mighty dragon, leader of the Iron Hybrid Dragons. Even in monster-infested wilds, I rank among the apex creatures." Hearing this, Alina stared at the Iron Dragon. Gordon the Iron Dragon had lived in pampered comfort. Years of peaceful luxury had long dulled the savage ferocity inherent to his kind. Yet as he spoke those words, his eyes transformed into cold vertical slits, spines rising sharply across his body as overwhelming draconic pressure radiated from him. A dragon remained a dragon. No change in living conditions could reduce him to some docile house pet. When needed, his claws and fangs could still gleam with deadly edge. Alina showed no fear of his dragon might. Years of companionship and growth had made her regard the Iron Dragon as family rather than mere pet or playmate. Seeing the usually lazy, gluttonous dragon reveal this aspect of himself, she suddenly smiled gently. "Gordon, now you look like a true dragon." Gordon huffed, "What do you mean like, I am a dragon?" "Yes, you are born with wings to soar skies, yet confined to court because of me." Her smile gradually faded as she met his gaze directly. "Gordon, do you desire freedom? If you wish it, I can release you from court. You could return to wilds or journey wherever you please." "Not unless you come with me." The Iron Dragon persisted. "Life in wilderness lacks court's comforts but holds its own charms. You might even grow fond of it." Alina sighed, she shook her head slowly. "It's not about preference." Her expression turned complex. "I was born a princess, indulged by father and siblings, enjoying kingdom's resources, wanting for nothing. Now the kingdom stands at a turning point, its most critical hour. I cannot only remember I'm a princess during times of pleasure, then abandon my home when storms gather. Royal blood flows in my veins, Gordon. When the palace's final torch gutters, you'll find me atop the highest spire, wearing either crown of victory or shining as its most brilliant extinguisher. The people shall never see their princess flee battle." Pausing, the human princess enunciated each word. "Whatever befalls the Lothrian kingdom, I love this land beneath my feet and will stand with it unto death." The Iron Dragon fell silent. He wanted to say, "What difference could your staying make? A princess without real power, a mascot's role, remaining changes nothing, only risks death or worse." But seeing the determination in Alina's eyes, he swallowed those words. "Gordon's, you should go. I'll provide ample wealth, send you wherever you wish." Alina spoke softly, yet the Iron Dragon shook his head. "I'll remain until the end." Then added, "But that wealth you mentioned. Don't think this gets you out of it. Alina laughed and nodded, then leaned quietly against the dragon, finding strange peace in his scales' cool touch. Gordon spoke no more, savoring this tranquility. Only his eyes flickered thoughtfully, draconic face no longer its usual lazy slackness, mind racing on how to protect himself and Alina amidst coming chaos. As a young adult dragon, he possessed considerable power. But against kingdom-level entities, this meant little. Royal guards averaged life level 10 plus, with captains exceeding 15. Legends moved openly and in shadows. Likewise, those coveting Lothrian's territories and wealth were no trifles. Even an adult dragon would struggle here, let alone one not yet fully matured. Soon after, Alina departed the dragon's quarters. Pondering deeply, Gordon concluded his only recourse was, when war inevitably reached Lothrian's capital, to spirit the princess away regardless of her wishes, then vanish into Sir Wilderness. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Thinking of Sir Wilderness reminded him of dragonets raised alongside him. He knew fragments about Garroth's recent activities. During dull court hours, he often perused Federation bulletins, especially draconic news. One report caught his eye, a red iron hybrid dragon slaughtering nobles and plundering gem mines. Considering their rarity and matching age, he felt certain this dragon, dubbed Wings of the Skyrend and Death's Harbinger, was none other than his brother Garroth. While Gordon enjoyed courtly comforts, Garroth had grown into a notorious dragon, gracing Federation headlines with such resounding epithets. It once filled him with envy, believing had he not been taken to human lands, he too could have earned such renown. Garroth was always the wisest and strongest among us. He must be a Lord Dragon now, with territory and followers. Perhaps I could pay some price to contact him, seek aid, at least have someone meet us if we flee to wilds. The Iron Dragon mused silently. Though he lacked immediate means to reach Garroth, Gordon felt no urgency. The Holy King's death remained fresh, news still spreading. Outwardly, the Lothrian Federation appeared calm. His fears wouldn't materialize overnight, there was time for planning. Besides, luck often favored him. This predicament might resolve itself unexpectedly. Might as well eat first. Afterward, I'll train and digest, no more laziness. The Iron Dragon coiled his tail around a bell, summoning servants with food. Time flowed inexorably, 2 more years slipped by unnoticed. New calendar 249, Bernardo's Empire's marked era's start from first starship's launch, symbolizing interstellar exploration's dawn. Now 3 years since Lothrian Holy King's death, news had spread universally. The Lothrian kingdom officially announced his passing, holding a state funeral where envoys laid flowers and eulogies, praising his achievements while mourning his departure. Every Federation kingdom and duchy memorialized their founder. The Holy King had been their pillar, establishing the Federation, ending southern nations' conflicts, ushering peaceful prosperity. Respect for him came genuinely. Yet honoring the dead didn't equate to honoring his weakened kingdom, they merely suppressed ambitions temporarily. The Federation now moved through heavy atmosphere, nations showing no open friction but silent undercurrents stirred. Convergence lands Dragon Valley. Shortly after funeral bells ceased across southern kingdoms, while roses at the Holy King's tomb retained final fragrance. Deepest within Dragon Valley's caverns, untouched stone cracked after 10 motionless years. As the old king fell, the red iron dragon who'd slumbered for a decade finally stirred, opening eyes revealing pupils darker than deepest night. P.S. Month's end seeking monthly votes. As darkness receded like the tide, Garroth's first sensation was the oppressive closeness of the cave walls. What had once been spacious enough for him to turn around now felt impossibly cramped, the cavern so narrow he could barely stretch his wing membranes. His final juvenile dragon sleep had brought an explosive growth spurt. How long was I asleep this time? My size seems to have increased significantly. The red iron dragon pushed himself up slowly with his claws, feeling his dorsal spikes nearly scraping the cavern's ceiling. Long-lived species typically had dulled perceptions of time's passage. He couldn't tell exactly how long he'd slept, but judging from his bodily changes, it must have exceeded the normal limits of a juvenile dragon's dormancy, likely sleeping straight through into his young adult stage past 25 years. I'm starving. A furnace-like hunger burned in Garroth's belly. Before hibernating, he'd gorged himself on enough food to distend his stomach to its limits. Yet that wasn't nearly enough to sustain his prolonged dormancy's energy demands, not to mention the metabolic costs of his adaptive evolution. Garroth ran a claw along his body. Thick bones protruded beneath his scales, muscles clinging tightly to his frame, somewhat desiccated. I probably look like some hideous black dragon right now. The spatial ring on his tooth glowed faintly as rippling waves of energy manifested an iron bucket of 95-grade black oil in his maw. Originally prepared for his battle with the Bloodhoof chieftain but never used, it now served perfectly as post-hibernation nourishment. Crunch, he devoured bucket and all. The entire container of black oil sent liquid fire coursing through his gut unpleasant, yet strangely satisfying as he felt himself replenishing. More than just a sensation, his withered body visibly plumped up before his eyes, regaining its proper proportions. Yet his stomach still felt hollow. He needed real food packed with diverse nutrients, not this single nutrient energy supplement. With heavy footsteps that made the cavern tremble as if about to collapse, Garroth emerged from his cramped hibernation den. Meanwhile, Deborah the brass-silver dragon suddenly raised her neck frills where she perched on a cliffside sharpening her claws. The tremors from the hibernation site made her draconic blood boil with excitement. She spread her wings and shot toward the source. Boom! The camouflaged rock layer shattered like an eggshell as twin moonlight cascaded down. A massive shadow surged skyward against the silver radiance, wing membranes snapping open with a thunderous roar like an approaching storm. The brass-silver dragon froze momentarily, her irises reflecting an unfamiliar yet majestic draconic figure. The red iron dragon had grown to 16 meters, comparable in length to a nearly mature 100-year dragon. His densely packed musculature made his frame as broad as two red dragons standing side by side, projecting an indescribable sense of primal intimidation. Every steel-forged limb exuded an uncanny beauty. A neck thicker than a mature white dragon's waist, arms seemingly capable of toppling mountains. Each dorsal spike resembled an unsheathed greatsword, gleaming coldly under the moonlight while radiating lethal menace. His wingspan was exceptionally vast, a terrifying 40 meters when fully extended, far exceeding normal draconic proportions to cast an oppressive shadow over the land. His horns curved skyward, thick and unyielding at the base, tapering to sky-piercing points with perfect arcs, both magnificent ornaments and deadly weapons. New auxiliary horns had sprouted nearby, clustered like a regal crown. But the most striking transformation was his scales. Once plain black-gray with faint glowing edges, they'd completely transformed into an abyssal black resembling the night sky. The glowing borders had faded, replaced by shimmering silver edges that flowed with moonlight like mithril plating. Majestic yet savage, sacred yet dazzling. These contradictory yet harmonious traits combined to make even his resting form extraordinarily dignified, fatally attractive to both virtuous and wicked dragons alike. "Gone, Garroths." The brass-silver dragon's draconic speech carried a faint tremor as she gazed at the moonlight-draped behemoth. Despite sensing danger radiating from him, she instinctively drew closer like a moth to flame, a dancer tiptoeing along a razor's edge, yearning to test the boundaries of peril. "It's me." Unaware of Deborah's inner turmoil, Garroth noted her own growth over the decade. While her appearance remained largely unchanged, her spinal curves had grown more elegant, her silver scales more lustrous and crystalline. "How long was I asleep?" "A full decade." 10 years, indeed exceeding juvenile dormancy limits. For dragons, this wasn't exceptionally long yet sufficient for noticeable changes. Had the outside world transformed significantly? The brass-silver dragon blinked. "You look far more magnificent now." The mithril-like scale edges added regal beauty that softened his ferocity, making him uniquely attractive to metallic dragons. "Really? I haven't looked properly yet." After this brief exchange, Garroth didn't wait for Deborah to approach. He beat his wings and soared into the night sky to examine his new form while assessing his changes. Life level 14. This matched what a 50-year-old young adult gold dragon should achieve. Garroth was only 30, equivalent to a human's prime, yet for dragons merely the transitional stage between juvenile and young adult, still far from maturity. Yet while chronologically a young adult, his life level and physique already surpassed his age group, reaching true young adult dragon standards, especially impressive compared to elite species like red and gold dragons. Against white dragons, he even exceeded mature adult levels. He'd awakened several quasi-spell skills. Scorching metal from his iron dragon bloodline could superheat designated metal objects to burn those touching them. Flame Curse from his red dragon lineage doubled fire damage taken by cursed targets. These skills naturally synergized perfectly. Additionally, his battle dragon profession had reached level 3. Having been level 2 before hibernation, a mere 1-level gain over 10 years wasn't impressive but made sense. Battle dragon advancement relied on brutal training and combat, not sleep. His internal dragon chi reserves had tripled. Beyond claw mastery, he'd acquired tail mastery and reflexive dodge, the former a passive like claw techniques that elevated his tail combat to new heights, while the latter consumed chi to temporarily boost reaction speeds. Battle dragons did possess elemental ranged attacks, but those required higher levels. For now, Garroth specialized further into melee combat with limited ranged options beyond his breath weapons, the strongest being his spherical flame thunder breath. This wasn't a real weakness. His speed and mobility let him easily close distances to crush enemies in his preferred melee range. My tail has completed its evolution. The red iron dragon flexed his tail muscles. In an instant, the scales on both sides of his tail clinked together and slightly protruded outward, forming terrifying blade-like structures. Concentrating further, he tensed the muscles at the tip of his tail, causing surrounding scales to layer upward into sharp spear-like points with a gleaming cold light at the tips appearing extremely penetrative. When he relaxed, these special scales returned to their original positions. The deadly weapon combining spear and blade transformed back into a normal thick tail, its edge concealed. Garroth turned his gaze to his dragon wings. The feather-like scales on his wings had extended outward, evolving into spear-like protrusions suitable for stabbing. Though unlike his tail tip, these couldn't be retracted. Examining his entire body, Garroth realized every part of his form had become a weapon. The red iron dragon's current physique seemed born purely for battle. Both wings and tail had simultaneously evolved blade and spear structures, while spikes covered his body like a forest of swords. His deadly horns needed no further mention of their destructive power. When entering combat, his entire being would radiate lethal sharpness enough to chill one's blood. But these changes were secondary. Inspecting his explosive scale layer, Garroth found it completely transformed from before. The most noticeable change was the shift from black-gray to deep night-like black with silver edges that shimmered under moonlight. Silver. Could absorbing too many silver and white dragon breaths have given me frost-resistant traits? Among supernatural creatures, coloration typically reflected inherent attributes unless deliberately disguised, making Garroth's speculation reasonable. However, the actual effects remained to be tested. Garroth circled the sky several times before landing in a clearing within Dragon Valley. His followers, noticing his awakening, brought abundant meat, some roasting over bonfires, others being cooked. But the red iron dragon currently lacked patience for leisurely dining. His empty stomach demanded real food beyond what black oil could suppress. He ate savagely, devouring fresh bloody meat. Occasionally served cooked dishes, he swallowed them in 3 bites. Hours of rapid consumption passed until Garroth had eaten more than his own body weight, finally satisfying his ravenous form. Deborah, Garroth called after resting, beckoning the brass-silver dragon who'd been watching him intently. Attack me. She had grown accustomed to such requests, understanding they related to Garroth's talents rather than mere eccentricity, though his occasional expressions during attacks suggested he might enjoy the process, or perhaps found pleasure amidst pain. Here I come, Deborah warned before spreading her wings and accelerating toward Garroth's side. Her claws sheathed in piercing cold struck heavily against his back. The dull impact delivered both physical and ice elemental damage, only creating minor cracks far from shattering his scales. Meanwhile, directly struck scales turned completely silver from the edges outward. The frost invasion was absorbed by these scales. Garroth merely felt slight chills seeping through cracks, nothing like the previous needle-like pain. After enduring so many white and silver dragon breaths and spells, he mused, this evolution granted powerful ice resistance. It's no longer my weakness. Deborah continued assaulting the red iron dragon with ice spells and physical attacks, until his scales became almost entirely silver while radiating intense cold. This frost barely affected her but covered the surroundings in rime enough to numb any fire-aligned creature attacking Garroth. Deborah, stop using spells. Attack me purely physically now, he ordered. Good, she agreed enthusiastically. Dragons always relish unleashing power. Her claws, tail, and wings struck repeatedly as scales continued emitting cold. When several scales finally shattered, they released even denser frost. Strangely, while externally icy, Garroth felt increasing internal heat rapidly accumulating as if simultaneously experiencing fire and ice. Now use your frost breath, Garroth commanded. Without hesitation, Deborah retreated slightly, inhaled deeply, and unleashed her silver dragon lineage's freezing breath. The substantial silver-white torrent carried ultimate ice energy dragon's most potent attack, combining elemental damage with earth-rending force. Garroth's scales turned completely silver almost instantly, making him resemble a silver dragon hybrid. Yet he advanced step by step against the breath, scales crumbling while his inner heat intensified unbearably. The breath inflicted severe damage. Eventually, when Garroth's last silver scale shattered, his inner heat peaked, chest swelling. Can't hold back, move, he roared, fire erupting from nostrils as his exposed black-red inner scales turned forged like heated steel. Scorching waves distorted surrounding air, igniting dry grass beneath. Deborah's pupils contracted sharply, sensing extreme danger. She immediately closed her mouth and retreated. Her timely escape spared her as Garroth suddenly raised his head, neck resembling a red-hot cannon barrel. Boom! A dazzling fire column several meters thick blasted skyward, its range, power, and scale dwarfing normal dragon breath by multiples, nearly igniting the sky and turning night into crimson daylight. Deborah stared dumbfounded at the burning heavens, body trembling unconsciously. Had that inferno struck her directly, she suspected instant severe injury, possibly death if caught unprepared. The might surpassed even an adult gold dragon's breath. Only after a full dozen seconds did the flames gradually fade as his forge-red coloration reverted to normal black-red. Garroth exhaled slowly, scales slightly parting as magma-like red patterns flowed across them, residual heat still distorting the air. Garroth, how did you manage that breath attack just now? The brass silver dragon couldn't help but ask. And after using such a powerful breath, why don't you seem weakened at all? Opposite her, the red iron dragon still exuded overwhelming majesty, his aura vigorous, showing no signs of fatigue after unleashing such an overwhelming attack. Garroth shook his head slightly, offering no reply. He pondered internally. The essence of that breath was the sum total of all energy absorbed from the brass-silver dragon's attacks and environmental heat. Now carefully recalling all the sensations and changes, Garroth gained some understanding of his new scales effects. They had evolved in the direction he desired, yet with some differences. As he had hoped, they wouldn't overheat and explode anymore, but still retain their ability to absorb kinetic energy and weaken attacks. Moreover, they possessed additional new effects like releasing cold air, or more accurately, absorbing heat. His scales could rapidly absorb heat to create chilling effects. When enduring physical attacks, some of the absorbed kinetic energy would convert to heat while simultaneously drawing thermal energy from the surroundings. Yet this heat wouldn't dissipate through explosions. This scale evolution also involved changes to his internal organs. All absorbed and converted thermal energy would accumulate until his scales completely shattered, reaching peak capacity for a single devastating breath attack release, its power surprising even Garroth himself. Though somewhat different from his initial vision, this still resembled his original idea of energy accumulation for self-enhancement, compensating for his ranged attack deficiencies. Enemies hit by this breath wouldn't even require his frenzied state. They'd be instantly obliterated, ending the battle. The only drawback was that when heat accumulation reached maximum, his body's reaction became too conspicuous, glowing red with rolling heat waves, clearly signaling an impending ultimate move that gave enemies time to react. Putting himself in their place, Garroth knew he'd pause attacks and focus on defense if an enemy displayed such obvious tells. But regardless of shortcomings, he'd gained a formidable new ability. Under moonlight, Garroth's black-red scales gleamed metallically. Picking up a shard of explosive scale, he thought, absorbing heat to release cold while still capable of ultimate outbursts. Since it's evolved again, it deserves a new name, Frostburst Scales. The Frostburst Scales satisfied him greatly. They granted Garroth a new ice attribute, not only eliminating that weakness, but even giving him advantage against creatures formerly of his own destruction type. Their appearance also surpassed the previous explosive scales by far. As Garroth had initially hoped when first developing explosive scales, perhaps someday he'd evolve truly magnificent dragon scales. While not excessively ornate, the Frostburst scales were quite handsome. Of course, practicality mattered most, appearance was secondary. Pity they only fully turn cold silver when absorbing attacks, Garroth mused cheerfully. Otherwise, I could pretend to be a silver dragon against unfamiliar creatures. More research is needed, like maximum heat endurance duration, whether it dissipates or persists, and whether partial releases are possible before reaching limit. Though Frostburst scales regenerated quickly, they couldn't match the hyperregeneration of his spikes. Now completely shattered, they'd require 2 to 3 days to regrow. Garroth noted several research directions for when they returned. The brass-silver dragon gradually calmed her astonishment, approaching Garroth with elegant steps while eyeing him uncertainly. Garroth, do I look strange? Brass-silver dragon, in too many ways to count. She examined him closely, muttering, special mutation from hybrid blood. I'm hybrid too, but never felt anything like this. Perhaps red and iron dragon bloodlines are more compatible, Garroth said offhandedly. Suddenly curious, the brass-silver dragon asked, Garroth, if 2 hybrid dragons bred, could their offspring activate more than 2 hybrid types? Garroth considered seriously before shaking his head. Uncertain, but chances are microscopic. 2-type hybrids are rare enough, let alone 3 or 4. As he spoke, Garroth found himself studying the brass-silver dragon. Her scales seemed breathtakingly beautiful in moonlight, her neck curve exceptionally elegant, stirring uncontrollable heat within him. The red iron dragon's gaze grew increasingly predatory. Changing tack, he told her. There's a saying, practice reveals truth. No hypothesis matches first-hand experimentation. He stepped closer, inhaling the frosty scent from her neck as he murmured, Deborah, would you like to try? I'd be delighted to cooperate. Several generations of offspring might clarify hybrid mysteries. Driven by his bloodline, the red iron dragon made his bold proposition without reservation. Yet immediately after speaking, Garroth realized his mistake. Post-hibernation awakenings always intensified his evil dragon urges. Unchecked, they'd briefly overridden his judgment. With another evil dragon, such directness wouldn't be problematic given mutual interest. His appearance, potential, and strength made acceptance likely. But with metallic dragons, circumstances differed. The brass-silver dragon first froze, staring at Garroth in confusion as if mishearing. Several seconds later, comprehension dawned. She suddenly retreated several steps, her scales heating until nearly igniting. Presumptuous red iron evil dragon, Deborah stammered between embarrassment and fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Before Garroth could explain, she averted her eyes, suddenly taking flight in near panic. In her haste, she crashed into a valley cliff before righting herself and disappearing awkwardly into the night. The red iron dragon scratched his head, watching her departure with concern. She wouldn't actually leave for good, or worse, complain to her parents. The latter would prove troublesome. His post-hibernation power growth still couldn't match a mature silver dragon's strength. But knowing Deborah, she'd likely just need time to compose herself before returning, probably without tattling. Adolescent plus metallic dragons considered parental reliance a sign of immaturity. Garroth, remember, reason must govern desire, the red iron dragon chided himself. This is the consequence of surrender. He'd intended to ask about Dragon Valley's past decade developments, dangers, incidents. But his uncontrolled post-hibernation urges had scared her off instead. What are you peeking at? Come out. Garroth suddenly swept his right wing, gale force winds extracting the fairy dragon from hiding. Vera was just napping here, saw nothing, she swore, crossing her heart while silently praying the rejected red iron dragon wouldn't vent his embarrassment-fueled rage on her. Why retreating? Come here. Garroth addressed the instinctively backing away fairy dragon, guessing her thoughts with some exasperation. Why did she always witness his embarrassing moments? This made letting her leave even less advisable. When he eventually became a legendary figure, he couldn't have her leaking his unsavory history. P.S. End-of-month votes requested. The fairy dragon dragged her tail listlessly as she slowly shuffled over to Garroth's side. I'm not going to eat you. The red iron dragon bent his hind legs and squatted down, asking, Did anything major happen in Dragon Valley during my slumber? The fairy dragon nodded solemnly. So many huge things happened. Dragon Valley was almost on the brink of destruction. Garroth's gaze sharpened as he adjusted to a more attentive sitting posture. 10 years, a mere blink of an eye for long-lived species, yet enough time for mortal realms to experience earth-shaking changes. He had indeed ordered the clan of Molten Iron to restrain their claws and fangs, but the spindle of fate never spun along predetermined tracks. Unexpected events might have occurred during this period. What exactly happened? Tell me. He inquired. The fairy dragon bobbed her tiny head mournfully. The valley spirit died. Valley spirit, what nonsense was this? Garroth flicked his tail and pressed for details, eventually understanding the fairy dragon's meaning. There was a cave in Dragon Valley where special echoes would respond whenever the fairy dragon Vera played inside and shouted loudly. She considered these echoes the valley spirit's replies. Starting from the third year of Garroth's slumber, the valley spirit stopped responding to her, becoming silent and dead. In reality, it was merely some structural changes within the cave that disrupted the echo effect. Perhaps because she was born in the serene spirit wilderness where all things possess spiritual vitality, the fairy dragon's thought processes were somewhat unconventional. After comprehending the situation, the red iron dragon listened as the fairy dragon chirped about one major event after another. Her beloved patch of star moss inexplicably withered, terrifying thorns grew in a hidden corner, her scales had faded slightly. Garroth remained silent, but his quietude was deafening. After several seconds, he slowly shook his head, realizing he shouldn't have asked the fairy dragon for updates. My mind isn't fully clear yet after just waking up, my thoughts are still sluggish. Garroth reflected internally. Still, from the fairy dragon's responses, he could at least confirm Dragon Valley hadn't suffered any invasions. Otherwise, her tailies wouldn't have been filled with such trivial matters. For more concrete updates about recent events, he should consult the Iron Dragon Sorog, who was far more reliable. When awakening from his slumber site, Garroth hadn't detected Sorog's presence. Clearly, the Iron Dragon had woken earlier and wasn't currently in Dragon Valley. Neither the White Dragon Trixie nor the Red Dragon Samantha were present either. This slight unease had prompted Garroth to question the unreliable fairy dragon first. Were there no important matters at hand, these dragons should have been guarding him in Dragon Valley, rather than just the brass-silver dragon and fairy dragon remaining. After briefly licking some fairy dragon scale powder, Garroth's sluggish thoughts immediately became more active. When the powder's effects faded and he returned to normal, his mind, stimulated by the earlier boost, regained full clarity, no longer muddled. First contact Sorog. Retrieving a message stone from his spatial ring, Garroth called out to the Iron Dragon Sorog. Almost immediately, as the message stone glowed faintly, Sorog's delighted voice came through. Garroth. My dear brother, your dragon's sleep exceeded the normal duration, finally awakened. After 10 years, the young dragons originally in Dragon Valley had generally progressed to young adult stage, including the Red Dragon Samantha. Though she began her slumber 2 years after Garroth, she awoke a year earlier, experiencing a shorter dormancy period. With all three Ignis brothers now young adult dragons, Dragon Valley's overall average power level had risen a tier, becoming stronger than before. But without their central pillar Garroth awake, the dragons lacked proper leadership and confidence. Only now with his awakening was Dragon Valley truly complete. The long-dormant clan of Molten Iron also opened its eyes with Garroth's return. Did anything significant happen during my slumber? Garroth asked. One matters. We've been attempting to handle it but haven't resolved it yet. It's difficult to explain briefly. Now that you're awake, come here personally, seeing it will make everything clear. Sorog replied quickly. Where? The king's fertile plain, where you slew the Bloodhoof chieftain. Having said this, Sorog ended the communication. Garroth felt puzzled. The king's fertile plain was already Molten Iron clan territory had they encountered harassment or attacks from other clans. This speculation wasn't baseless. After crushing the Bloodhoof clan, the Molten Iron clan had essentially claimed the southwestern part of the Convergence lands, but this was merely a corner, limited and barren territory, not particularly valuable. In other directions lay more fertile lands controlled by mightier clans, nor was Garroth a newcomer anymore. Before his slumber, he'd basically mapped out the Convergence land's power distribution. Excluding individually powerful but territorially limited magical beasts and monsters, 4 major intelligent species clans dominated the Convergence lands. Given their scale, they were more accurately described as tribes. The current Molten Iron clan's size had reached tribal threshold, a larger organizational unit typically formed by multiple united clans. Snakemen, orcs, goblins, and humans. These 4 species comprised the Convergence land's major tribes. Humans appearing here might seem strange, but it was actually normal. Just as dragons varied between gold and white dragons, humans also exhibited tremendous diversity. Humans from the Lothrian Kingdom, even the Haldan Empire, were the same species as Convergence land's humans. But their upbringing, education, worldview, and resources were worlds apart. To citizens of human kingdoms, Convergence land's humans were mere primitives, a completely different species. Returning to the main topic, the 4 major tribes maintained constant friction and conflict while observing tenuous alliances, ruling the Convergence land's most fertile territories. The king's fertile plain lay at the southwestern heartland. Originally occupied by the Bloodhoof clan, they'd attempted using it as a base for further expansion, to control the entire southwest, develop into a tribe, and gradually attain power rivaling the other 4. But they failed, interrupted by the Molten Iron clan's migration from the Sur Wilderness. According to the White Dragon Trixie and Brass-Silver Dragon Deborah, the Convergence land's 4 major tribes have developed and accumulated strength over many years, possessing profound foundations. Their chieftains and leaders rival young adult high-tier dragons, some even matching full adult high-tier dragons. Garroth contemplated internally. Now wasn't the ideal time for Dragon Valley to confront the 4 major tribes. Only when the Ignis brothers generally reached young adult stage could they engage without fearing the risks. But this wasn't something they could control. If any tribe discovered the rising Molten Iron tribe and attacked to nip it in the bud, Garroth wouldn't sit idly by. Short of absolute necessity, he wouldn't abandon their foothold here. The current situation differs from our Sur Wilderness days. The Convergence land's tribes aren't like Lothrian Federation nations. They don't belong to a unified faction. Even if targeting Dragon Valley, they must guard against each other, unable to commit full strength. I needn't overworry about threats from the four tribes, yet mustn't drop vigilance either. The red iron dragon's eyes gleamed as he reflected. Simultaneously, desires amplified by age and strength surged within, making Garroth feel restless as ambition gradually sprouted. Defeat the four major tribes, become king of the convergence lands. This notion reverberated powerfully within him. Garroth took a deep breath but didn't suppress the idea. Instead, he considered it more rationally, preventing ambition from clouding judgment. Because this wasn't unachievable and success promised immense rewards. Weakness is the greatest risk. This was Garroth's unwavering belief. He avoided dangerous endeavors offering no benefits whenever possible. But to escape weakness's risks, grow stronger and secure more resources, when properly prepared, he dared undertake calculated risks for high returns, taking initiative rather than enduring passively. The Convergence Lands Southwest region. It was deep night with one true and one illusory moon hanging in the velvet black sky casting a hazy glow over the land. Whoosh, a fierce gale blew. A black-red dragon soared through the sky, its wings shattering countless moonbeams like a comet streaking across the heavens. Soon, the comet arrived at the fertile plains. The iron dragon Sorog, the red dragon Samantha, the white dragon Trixie, along with the half-blooded centaur Elvi and the sorcerers and shamans of the war host of the Destroying Eye, were all gathered on the plains observing something. As the black-red dragon approached, they simultaneously raised their heads to gaze at the now more majestic and formidable red iron dragon, who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. Garroth folded his wings, slowed his descent, and landed steadily on the ground. Garroth, the three Ignis brothers are reunited at last. With your awakening, we no longer need to endure and hide in silence. The Iron Dragon Sorog grinned as he spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but carried a soul-piercing quality, conveying a joy that could be universally understood. Garroth's gaze shifted slightly toward Sorog. The 4 years older Iron Dragon had grown somewhat in size compared to before, his body expanding severalfold, though still no match for Garroth. Each of his scales bore a metallic luster, hard and resilient. But most striking were Sorog's eyes, now piercing and bright, capable of seeing through souls, completely different from before. These were the eyes of a mind sorcerer. Iron Dragon Sorog had now officially become a mind sorcerer. Thanks to their innate bloodline advantage, dragons were naturally suited for most sorcerer professions. Sorcerers didn't need to understand magical principles. They simply needed to be able to wield them, much like fish didn't need to know why they could swim, they just could. Exploring the underlying principles was the job of arcane casters. You should visit the Sulphur Hills. The red dragon Samantha said proudly, "Inspired by you, I rebuilt the alchemy workshop. After years of development, its production capacity has greatly increased, and this is just the beginning. It'll become even more impressive." Garroth nodded. "I look forward to seeing it." The red dragon Samantha had also grown considerably. She had entered dragon sleep after Garroth, passing through her juvenile stage, with both her size and life level increasing significantly. Blessed with the red dragon's naturally robust physique, she was the closest to Garroth in terms of pure strength. But the gap remained vast, unbridgeable. If comparing to human physiques, while Samantha would be considered reasonably fit, Garroth would be the Schwarzenegger of dragonkind, his towering, muscular frame making a strong visual impact even among dragons. As for White Scales, the white dragon, in other dragons' eyes she was practically a stunted runt. Garroth glanced at the white dragon Trixie. Now over 190 years old, fully adult and approaching prime age, Trixie's size still paled compared to Garroth's. After 10 years, her body had barely changed, growing just an imperceptible amount. Though both measured 16 meters in length now, Trixie's waist was thinner than Garroth's arm. Standing together, she looked like a withered twig next to him, gaunt and skeletal, almost painful to behold. Garroth's gaze displeased the white dragon. She wanted to bare her fangs in protest, but when her eyes fell upon Garroth's steel-forged, towering frame, the words died in her throat. A decade ago when they first met, she could still trade blows with the red iron dragon. But now, she'd probably be subdued in moments. To surpass her in size in just 10 years, what had this monster been eating? The thought terrified her. Could the black oil stimulate physical growth? Having seen Garroth guzzle the black oil, Trixie wondered if she should try it too. What happened here? Garroth asked Sorog, "Does it involve the 4 great tribes?" Sorog shook his head. "We had minor conflicts with the goblin tribes. Never expected those wretched creatures could develop powerful tribes in the Convergence lands, but it's resolved now. The situation on the fertile plains is an unexpected anomaly, unrelated to the 4 tribes." Gesturing for the surrounding sorcerers and shamans, who had been conducting some mysterious ritual, to disperse. The Iron Dragon pointed at the exposed ground. Look at this. Garroth focused his gaze. When he saw the target, his pupils contracted slightly, his mind unsettled. Upon the night-shrouded earth lay a black-purple fissure about 10 meters long, slender, twisted, and sinister like a giant centipede or a scar upon the land. Thick waves of evil energy emanated from it, unsettling the mind. Without even approaching, just smelling its odor made Garroth feel surges of violence, bloodlust, and cruelty rising within, veins of red appearing in his eyes. How did this appear on the fertile plains? The red iron dragon suppressed these dark impulses with iron willpower, his expression grave. Because this black-purple fissure wasn't merely a crack in the ground, it had another, more infamous name. The Abyssal Rift. Its fissure-like appearance was merely its manifestation in the material plane. In essence, it was a spatial bridge connecting the material world to the abyssal plane, a passageway for demonic invasion. As for the abyssal plane, its full name was the bottomless abyss. Among all planes of existence, it represented chaos and evil. Not even the gods knew how deep the abyss truly was, nor how many terrifying demons dwelled within. On Bernardo's central continent, within the borders of the Haldan Empire, existed the largest known abyssal rift. To prevent its expansion and purge the demons emerging from it, the supreme golem Holy Flame Arbiter had been designed specifically to guard the abyssal rift. Besides the Arbiter, multiple legendary beings were permanently stationed there. The rift consumed vast amounts of Haldan's manpower and resources, yet remained impossible to eradicate, a perpetual thorn in the Empire's side. Yet it also provided Haldan with rare abyssal materials unavailable in the material world. This 10-meter rift before them was insignificant compared to Haldan's. Any dragon present could completely cover it with their body. But it couldn't be underestimated, because these things grow. Left unchecked, the rift would slowly expand on its own. Worse, if demons emerged and ran rampant, their inherent abyssal energy would rapidly corrupt the surrounding land, accelerating the rift's growth exponentially. Why would an abyssal rift appear here? The red iron dragon's brow furrowed. Staring at the rift's location, sudden realization dawned in his eyes. A decade of changes had erased most traces of his epic battle with the Bloodhoof chieftain here. But dragons never forgot. Garroth still remembered. This exact spot was where he and the chieftain had clashed, where Bal Bloodhoof had met his end. Recalling how Bal Bloodhoof's body had burned with demonic blood and hellish flames, it wasn't hard to connect his death with the rift's appearance. Did the death of a demon-blooded descendant cause abyssal rifts to form? There were no clear records of this in draconic lore. The truth likely lay deeper. But regardless of the cause, now wasn't the time for investigation. The immediate concern was dealing with the rift. We've tried sealing it but failed repeatedly. Sorug explained. No demons have emerged yet and its scale remains small, but it's like a thorn lodged in our territory. The Warhost's sorcerers and shamans, the young adult dragons, even Trixie, all had tried various methods to no avail. Samantha's fiery breath had only made things worse, expanding the rift from 9 to 10 meters. Understandable, most present creatures had some evil alignment. If outsiders saw them gathered around the rift, they'd be lucky not to be accused of creating it. Has Elvi tried? Garroth turned to the half-blooded centaur. Specialization mattered. Elvi carried the blood of celestial Pegasi, holy creatures from Mount Celestia, naturally antithetical to evil. In theory, she could suppress or even eliminate the rift. My lord, I've failed you. The rift is beyond my power. Elvi hung her head in shame. Despite her mixed elven blood slowing her growth, her life level had risen from 9 to 12 over the decade. But not being a purebred Pegasus, her diluted celestial energy couldn't dispel the rift. Her attempts to concentrate Pegasus' power against the rift showed some effect, stalling its natural expansion, but couldn't destroy it. For now, Dragon Valley lacked the means to eliminate the abyssal rift. A 10-meter rift won't spawn powerful demons, just low-level ones we can easily handle. The red iron dragon said calmly. Besides, abyssal materials are valuable. If utilized properly, this might prove beneficial. The rift's appearance had caught Garroth off guard. Had he known, he'd have gladly dumped Bal Bloodhoof's corpse at Raymond Duchy's border, letting those troublesome humans reap what they'd sown. But time only flowed forward. The pressing question now was how to manage this, perhaps even turn it into a resource. Danger and opportunity often came hand in hand. While the rift's threats were undeniable, it could also become a precious source of abyssal materials. Demons were nightmares to countless creatures, but dragons weren't among them. Dragonkind feared no demons. Even within the abyss existed powerful dimensional dragons like the abyssal dragons, demon eaters surpassing even gold dragons in might. As Dragon Valley's leader, Garroth's composure quickly steadied his followers. Well said. Sorog nodded. Halden guards their massive rift alone, refusing foreign aid, clearly profiting greatly. With proper control, this small rift might bring unexpected gains. Why didn't the metal dragon come with you? The iron dragon Sorog, not seeing any trace of the brass-silver dragon, pondered aloud. She rarely communicates with us. Back in Dragon Valley, she mostly just guarded your sleeping place. But I think a metal dragon should know some methods to deal with the abyssal rift. Metal dragons are dedicated to maintaining peace and justice. Demons represent chaos and evil, prime targets for eradication in the eyes of metal dragons. The brass-silver dragon Deborah's heritage should contain relevant information about abyssal rifts. Hearing this question, the red iron dragon's expression briefly became unnatural. He scratched his head and said, "She guarded me for too long. Now that I've awakened, there's no need for her to keep watch. She's gone somewhere to relax." Is that really the case? The mind sorcerer dragon's eyes gleamed with suspicion as he detected a hint of guilt from his brother's scent. The metal dragon only listens to you. We can ask her when she returns. She might be able to help. Though the iron dragon Sorog noticed something amiss, he wisely refrained from probing further. This abyssal rift can't be eliminated for now. How do you want to handle it? The iron dragon turned to Garroth and asked. Garroth shook his head slightly, extending his claw to pat the iron dragon's shoulder. Sorog, territory management has always been your responsibility, and you've never disappointed me. Since we've established the general direction, you can handle this as you see fit. Consult me only for major decisions. The clan of Molten Iron. No, it would be more accurate to call it the tribe of Molten Iron now. Its current development owes much to the Iron Dragon Sorog. During Sorog's dormancy, managing the expanding territory and subordinates often left Garroth overwhelmed, drastically reducing his free time. Dragon Valley still lacks competent administrators. So far, only the Iron Dragon qualifies. The Red Dragon Samantha excels at practical tasks like alchemy but struggles with territory management. The White Dragon Trixie can only serve as muscle, while the Fairy Dragon Vera is utterly unreliable. The Brass Silver Dragon could help if she returns to Dragon Valley. Understood. Feeling the weight of Garroth's claw, the Iron Dragon nodded solemnly. The White Dragon Trixie looked at the Iron Dragon and declared, "I can guard this abyssal rift. If any demons crawl out, my claws will crush them." The Iron Dragon nodded in agreement. After pondering for a few seconds, he turned to the hybrid centaur. Elvi, the fertile plains are primarily managed by the centaur tribes. Now that an abyssal rift has appeared here, and you possess the Pegasus power to suppress its expansion, you'll lead a group of guards to monitor the abyssal rift alongside the White Dragon. If demons appear after the White Dragon kills them, you can purify their abyssal taint. If powerful or numerous demons emerge, immediately send for reinforcements. Next, the Iron Dragon issued orders to the sorcerers and shamans of the Annihilating Eye, instructing them to set up warning spells and traps around the abyssal rift to prevent unaware creatures from stumbling in, while also establishing defensive measures against demons. Later, additional warhost units would be stationed here on standby. Throughout the entire command process, Garroth silently observed from the side. He noticed the Iron Dragon Sorog's thinking had become more meticulous, considering many minor details previously overlooked, with clear and orderly instructions. Good, this must be the influence of becoming a mind sorcerer. Given the current scale of the Molten Iron tribe, I worried Sorog might be overwhelmed. But it seems this hasn't exceeded his management capacity yet, though the burden remains heavy. Garroth contemplated finding some assistance for the Iron Dragon Sorog. Managing territories and subordinates, handling numerous trivial matters, these tasks drain mental energy. Even a mind sorcerer dragon can't endure this long-term, especially one who's just a beginner. Moreover, single decision-making tends to have oversights or mistakes. For the Molten Iron tribe to develop more orderly and actively, relying solely on the Iron Dragon for management isn't sustainable. Suddenly, Garroth's gaze sharpened as he abruptly turned. The other young adult dragons also sensed something amiss, looking simultaneously. Under their watchful eyes, the abyssal rift glowed, with black-purple light pulsating like veins across the ground. The rift expanded and contracted, emitting more sinister energy than in its dormant state. Chaotic abyssal speech echoed from within. "Ah, the material plane, it's the material plane. I smell delicious flesh and souls. Slaughter. My claws thirst for blood." As the rift distorted, 5 vicious figures emerged, creatures with sharp claws, black skin covered in vein-like patterns and bat-like wings sprouting from their backs. They shrieked their abyssal cries of slaughter and destruction upon arriving in the material plane. Ecstatic, they bared their claws and fangs at the material plane creatures. Then, under the cold stares of the surrounding dragons, they froze like frogs spotting a viper. Dragons, dragons, we're doomed. While chaos, evil, and bloodlust are inherent to demons, these lowly quasites also experience fear when facing vastly superior beings. They have another more widely known name. Little demons, diminutive demons standing under 1 meter tall. Quasites crave victory and power like other demons, but as the lowest caste in the abyss constantly bullied, they possess cowardly hearts, bullies toward the weak but timid before the strong. The abyss also houses evil dragons occupying higher ecological niches far beyond ordinary demons' reach. Back to the abyss, back to the abyss. The quickest thinker among them turned to flee into the rift. Whoosh. A slender white dragon tail whipped through the air, slamming down with earth-shaking force, reducing the quasite to paste. Terror spell. The remaining quasites simultaneously bared teeth, arched backs, spread wings, and cast terror spells. All resisted, utterly ineffective. The white dragon Trixie spread her wings, charging at the quasites. A few simple claw swipes crushed them all. Demons, just weak insects. Having slaughtered the quasites, the white dragon snorted frost proudly. Pale Wing is crushing a few quasites worth your pride. The red dragon Samantha remarked, their status in the abyss falls below insects, just common trash. Faced with the red dragon's insulting address, the white dragon raged momentarily. Then swallowed her anger without retort, since awakening from this dragon sleep. Thanks to abundant resources and self-driven improvement, the red dragon's life level has risen to 12, equivalent to a 40-something young adult red dragon. She fulfilled her previous boast by battling the level 13 white dragon again. This time, the red dragon emerged victorious against the higher-level opponent. Arrogance is the original sin. Don't let carelessness take root. The red iron dragon warned, quasites may be weak, but they excel at finding spatial passages. They prove their worth by locating paths to the material plane. If any return alive to the abyss, they'll bring more demons. His heritage told him quasites are innumerable in the abyss, impossible to exterminate. They're inherently weak, with life levels around 2. But their purpose isn't combat. They're cannon fodder for the abyss's material plane invasions, guides for other demons, and emergency rations. Where the quasites died, the ground splashed by their bones and blood gradually corroded, tainted by evil energy. Elvie stepped forward, wings spread, radiating pure sacred light. Wherever it touched, accompanied by sounds like water meeting hot iron, the abyssal taint evaporated, restoring the corrupted land. The imps are trash in the abyss, but they still hold some value in the material plane. Iron Dragon Sorog pondered aloud. Demon blood is a rare component for spellcasting and will fetch high prices from spellcasters. If this rift continuously spawns imps, harvesting their blood, and if properly controlled, it could bring us a great deal of resources. Red Dragon Samantha carefully examined and pulled out a relatively intact demon bat wing. She blinked and said, in my alchemy inheritance, there is a blueprint for a flying device made from demon wings. Quasites' wings are of lower quality, but they should still be usable. Flying alchemical tools are quite expensive. If we can set up an assembly line using demon wings as materials to produce flying devices, the Molten Iron Tribe will have its own specialty products, allowing it to acquire more resources. Our ancestors seem to have been to the abyss and knew a lot about demons, leaving behind this inheritance. Garroth reflected thoughtfully, feeling that the inheritance contained detailed and rich records about demons. At the same time, he increasingly realized the value of this abyssal rift. Even low-level quasites could produce valuable abyss materials. If higher-level demons appeared, their worth could be priceless, comparable even to dragons. It could also be used for military training. The demonic aura disrupts the mind, but everything has two sides. Warriors who grow stronger by fighting demons will have wills as firm as steel. Of course, opportunity and danger coexist. Garroth restrained his greedy thoughts, not forgetting that the abyssal rift was, at its core, an extremely dangerous entity. If conditions allowed, the best choice would be to eradicate it. For now, since it cannot be eliminated, it can be exploited for resources based on circumstances. After the imps appeared, out of curiosity and caution toward demons, the young dragons waited here for a while longer, hoping to see real demons instead of the insignificant imps that were worthless in the abyss. However, things did not go as they wished. To the young dragon's disappointment, there was no sign of any other demons appearing afterward. The appearance of quasites is just accidental. Garroth said, this abyssal rift has not yet been discovered by a large number of demons. Both the red dragon and iron dragon looked somewhat regretful and said, if that's the case, it can't bring us much value. The number of demons is too small. Perhaps we can try to expand the abyssal rift. Greed flickered in their eyes. Elder dragons found it difficult to remove the abyssal rift, but attacking and damaging it had a chance to cause it to expand. The red iron dragon shook his head slightly, his expression solemn and serious. Don't forget the danger of the abyssal rift. It is ultimately a huge hidden threat. We only keep it because we cannot deal with it now, not for its benefits. The rift's benefits tempted him, but he believed its danger outweighed any gains. This thing was a ticking bomb. A single misstep could destroy Dragon Valley's holdings in the southwest of the Convergence lands. Profiting from guarding and dealing with demons is acceptable. But under no circumstances should we allow it to expand, much less cause it intentionally. The red iron dragon's face hardened coldly. Samantha and Sorog rarely saw this side of the red iron dragon, and both felt a chill in their hearts, knowing he was deadly serious and beyond dispute at this moment. I understand. The Iron Dragon said quietly, the Molten Iron Tribe's development is already rapid, there is no need to rush. Expanding the rift could backfire. Garoth's cold expression softened slightly as he nodded. Arrogance and greed are the two leading causes of Dragon's premature downfall. As leader of Dragon Valley, he must lead by example and control desires with reason, while also guarding against dragons who may ruin things out of arrogance and greed. Not long after, a mixed-unit team from various Warhost divisions arrived here at the summons, led by Elvi, tasked with guarding the Abyssal Rift. White Dragon Trixie also stayed behind as the trump card enforcer. The Igna's three brothers returned to Dragon Valley, greeted by the rising morning light. Tell me about the changes in the Molten Iron Tribe during this time. Garoth said, though he was not in charge, he needed at least a general understanding of his tribe. Iron Dragon nodded and began to explain in detail to Garoth. He had been asleep for a total of 7 years, waking around Garoth's 5th year of slumber, then taking charge of managing the territory and vassals' development, revitalizing the Molten Iron Tribe which had nearly retracted completely due to lack of leadership. First was the population of the Molten Iron Tribe, gnolls and kobolds. Their leisure activity was mating, breeding extremely fast. They had 1 litter every 3 months, sometimes giving birth to over 10 offspring at once, and reached adulthood around 6 years old. They were like wild grass in the wilderness, growing generation after generation. Their numbers multiplied like locusts. If Iron Dragon Sorog did not restrain them with whip punishment and hunger, their population could have flooded the fertile plains. Even so, the Steel Will Warhost size surpassed all other warhosts combined, which also became a burden on the Molten Iron Tribe. With so many gnolls and kobolds, the tribe's existing pastures could barely support them. To reduce their numbers, when hunting powerful ferocious beasts and magical creatures, they were ordered to charge at the front, filling the lairs of southwest wild beast lords with their flesh and blood. At present, the ferocious beasts and magical creature lords in the southwest have basically been cleared by the Molten Iron Tribe, and some stubborn minor clans have been absorbed or crushed. The Molten Iron Tribe has fully taken over the southwest of the Convergence lands, with only a few tough wild beast lords remaining. The Steel Will Warhost deserves great credit for this. Ogres, centaurs, and gray-fanged werewolves, although not as numerous as gnolls and kobolds, also breed well, but have longer maturity periods. Thanks to a good growth environment, their young adult numbers have also increased substantially. With the growing population base, the number of gifted warrior units, sorcerers, and shamans steadily rose, adding many elite leaders. When Garoth was in dragon sleep, he felt the Molten Iron Tribe's population lagged behind territorial development, causing some tension. Now, the limited resources in the Southwest Territory restrict population growth. These naturally wild and ignorant intelligent beings still manage to hold a place in many parts of the material plane for a reason. Garoth silently thought. For example, gnolls and kobolds are weak and lowly, with few powerful individuals, yet they can take root and survive in any harsh environment, like wildfire that cannot be extinguished, always returning with the spring breeze. Don't forget about me and my Sulphur Hills. We're now the backbone of Dragon Valley. Red Dragon Samantha held her head high, like a proud swan, boasting about the Sulphur Hills' current situation. She had created the assembly line Garoth mentioned. Kobold miners delivered raw ore to the furnace. Ogre craftsmen forged steel blanks with quenching hammers, and alchemists inscribed runes. In the Sulphur Hills, specially trained vassals and other alchemists handled different steps, processing the raw ore into various alchemical industrial products, then sold them to caravans passing through the Estonian Great River, earning countless wealth. The Molten Iron Tribe's alchemists also improved. Former alchemical apprentices have grown over the years to become true alchemists, capable of using magic to inscribe and solidify alchemical runes on refined steel armor. The number of new alchemical apprentices has tripled. It is also worth mentioning that the specific distribution of profits was long ago discussed by the Ignis brothers. Even among blood brothers, accounts must be clear, especially since elder dragons are extremely sensitive about wealth. The wealth earned by Samantha's alchemical industry partially serves as her own pay, flowing into her private stash, while the rest belongs to Dragon Valley's treasury under Garroth's leadership. Iron Dragon manages the territory and vassals. His remuneration is paid directly by Garroth. For Iron Dragon, witnessing the gradual growth of his subordinate White was more alluring than wealth. His greed was less than the Red Dragon's. As for White Dragon Trixie, only the spoils from her own kills partly belong to her. She is essentially Garroth's slave, serving Dragon Valley without pay. If she agrees to continue working after 50 years, she may have a chance to receive corresponding rewards. Now let's talk about the four great tribes. After gaining a basic understanding of the territory, Garroth shifted the topic and said to Iron Dragon Sorog, "From what you said earlier, there was a minor conflict with the Gold Fang tribe while I was asleep. The Gold Fang tribe is the official name of the Goblin tribe." Iron Dragon nodded. Before we appeared, the Gold Fang tribe here in the Convergence lands understood the importance of trade best. They are located in the southeast near the Estonian Great River, trading year-round with the caravans on the river, with fixed trade routes and a more developed alchemical industry than ours. Iron Dragon snorted coldly. Those cunning and lowly reptiles want to completely control the Estonian Great River's trade routes. They set up defenses along the riverbanks east and west, and we clashed occasionally, which caused friction. Regarding the strongest tribes in the Convergence lands, humans, balanced in all aspects, wise and rational acceptable. Orcs, brave and warlike, unafraid of bloodshed and death, with formidable warrior units tolerable. Snakefolk, sinister and cruel, skilled in various curses and witchcraft, with many sorcerers and shamans barely passable. Goblins. You must be joking, what kind of nonsense are goblins? This was the first reaction of outsiders when learning about the four strongest tribes of the Convergence lands. Goblins, synonymous with deceit and weakness, left a universally poor impression on other intelligent races, greedy, cunning, and full of lies. Few intelligent beings willingly associated with goblins. Yet goblins had their merits. They universally possessed sharp business acumen and excelled at trade. Nearly all goblins firmly believed. The concept of trade first emerged in ancient times from the goblin race. They invented trade and spread it far and wide, considering themselves the architects of today's prosperous era. Other races had stolen goblin wisdom without paying for it, so in their eyes, their unscrupulous wealth accumulation was perfectly justified. What other races owed them? Goblins, the Gold Fang tribe. The red iron dragon's swinging tail plowed furrows in the ground as he mused. This isn't my first time dealing with goblins. To be precise, the first time he felt genuine risk that ignited his killing intent was because of goblins. Back when he had just left the Iron Dragon Mother's protection, living in the Iron Fir Hills with just one servant and the Earth Rampage bears. After slaughtering the Goblin Wolf cavalry that hunted the Red Dragon Samantha, conflict arose with the Goblin clan, leading to their complete extermination. My first taste of black oil realizing its importance was also because of goblins. Now arriving in the Convergence lands and encountering goblins again. Moreover, as one of the region's four strongest tribes, gave Garroth a peculiar feeling. Meanwhile, Iron Dragon Sorog spoke. These lowly vermin claim ownership over the Convergence lands banks along the Estonian Great River. He snorted coldly, his spikes slightly erect. They actually sent envoys to Dragon Valley to collect taxes from us. The Gold Fang tribe had occupied the Convergence lands for centuries and dealt with the Bloodhoof clan. The changes in the southwest hadn't escaped their notice, but rather than fearing the dragon's arrival, they tried to pry gold coins from dragons' mouths. To dragons, goblins ranked no higher than kobolds. Such lowly vermin daring to tax dragons. This complete inversion of natural order enraged the Iron Dragons. Red Dragon Samantha also despised goblins, the humiliation of being hunted by goblin cavalry during her weaker days still vivid in memory. If it were up to me, we should burn all these vermin to ashes. The Red Dragon growled, goblins aren't even worth eating, only turning them to ash would bring me satisfaction. Garroth ignored Samantha's words. He asked the Iron Dragon, "Did you kill their envoy?" The Iron Dragon took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. "No, I suppressed my rage and expelled the Gold Fang tribe's envoy but didn't kill them. Killing negotiators meant immediate war." During the exchange, Sorog had nearly torn the tax-demanding goblins limb from limb for insulting draconic dignity. But considering Garroth's hibernation and Dragon Valley's unpreparedness for war, his mind, sorcerer training, and personal growth helped restrain his draconic fury. His nature despised the Gold Fang tribe, but his reason warned him any tribe ranking among the Convergence Land's 4 strongest shouldn't be underestimated, especially one bold enough to tax dragons. After this internal struggle, reason prevailed over draconic instinct. An excellent ruler isn't driven by emotion. Your repeated failures have all nourished your eventual success. Sorog, you've impressed me. Garroth didn't skimp on praise. The younger Iron Dragon from before hibernation would have certainly slaughtered the goblin envoy in rage. The Ignis brothers' growth was undeniable. As the saying goes, one takes on the color of one's company. Garroth's rational approach to power and desire subtly influenced other dragons, making them better than average at controlling their urges and valuing reason. Neither emperors nor chancellors let emotions rule them. I've studied the prince and on lordship, understanding this intellectually but failing in practice. The Iron Dragon returned praise. Garroth, my dear brother, you gave me the courage and resolve to fight my desires. Building a draconic empire with you is an honor. The brothers exchanged mutual admiration. What about me? The Red Dragon couldn't help asking. Dragon Valley can't do without your Sulphur Hills. You've done well. Garroth said, satisfied. Samantha nodded, then suddenly remembered. I almost forgot I have work waiting. I'm the most crucial part of the Alchemy Workshop's assembly line and can't stay away long. Assembly line production brought wealth but reduced her leisure time. Yet the Red Dragon didn't mind busyness when profit was involved. After bidding farewell, Samantha left Dragon Valley for Sulphur Hills. After rejection, the Gold Fang tribe hasn't returned to negotiate. Sorog said, coiled opposite Garroth. They haven't reinforced defenses along the western riverbanks. But since our encounter, fewer trading ships come besides the gem merchants' vessels. The gem merchants' ships received warnings 2 arrows with notes threatening consequences for continued trade. I believe the Gold Fang tribe is behind this. The gem merchants was Nick's officially established guild in recent years. From their journey conversation, Garroth already knew this. Rather than anger, the Red Iron Dragon chuckled. It seems the goblins want a trade war using commerce to blockade our trade routes and force tax payment. Choosing economic warfare over direct conflict was more civilized than the human nobles from the Serpentine Earth Rift. As for why proper merchants would cooperate with frontier goblins, it made perfect sense upon reflection. The barren Convergence lands could barely sustain 4 tribes despite centuries, yet the region had advantages. No black oil deposits, scarce magical ores, and no interference from powerful kingdoms. Comparatively, the Sur Wilderness could support many tribes, yet Garroth had never encountered any tribal-level powers there. The Lothrian Federation permitted no tribes in the Sur Wilderness. Any emerging groups were ruthlessly crushed. Only struggling clans and countless magical beasts inhabited that region, exactly the environment the Federation wanted, treating the entire wilderness as their pasture and mine. To return to topic, the 4 tribes controlled most Convergence lands' resources. Merchants trading with them obtained resources cheaply for resale at massive profits in southern federations. With the Gold Fang tribe being the largest trader, merchants naturally aligned with them for greater profit. Resource scarcity should still be secondary. The Convergence lands border the permafrost tundra, where frost giants and barbarians with foundations comparable to kingdoms have entrenched themselves. They don't allow organized federal legions to be stationed in the Convergence lands. Garroth pondered internally. He dismissed his wandering thoughts and looked at the Iron Dragon Sorog, saying, the 4 great tribes may have slightly higher overall strength than us, but not by much. Moreover, they're more focused on each other after years of entrenchment in the Convergence lands, maintaining mutual checks and balances. The Iron Dragon nodded in agreement. That's what I think too. The Molten Iron tribe's immediate priority isn't war with the 4 great tribes, but first completely consolidating the Southwest's resources and securing our existing territory. We've developed too quickly. He looked at Garroth and said, there are several powerful wild monster lords in the Southwest that I'm not confident I can defeat. Having minions throw their lives at them would be too costly, so I've left them untouched. They occupy some of the more fertile territories, the last missing pieces of the Southwest. Now that you've awakened, it's perfect for familiarizing yourself with your increased power while reclaiming these lands. Wild monster lords referred to powerful savage beasts and magical creatures. They had limited intelligence, few minions, and no management skills, mainly relying on formidable individual strength to dominate territories. Even the four great tribes wouldn't rashly provoke exceptionally powerful wild monster lords. The red iron dragon shook his thick yet agile neck and grinned. I've always said the toughest battles are my responsibility. My wings shall shelter the entire molten iron tribe, including all of you. The wild monster lords you can't handle. I'll handle them. Crack crack, he stretched his wings and spine, his scales rubbing together with metallic clinking sounds. After 10 years of hibernation boosting his power, he needed time to adapt. Otherwise, uncontrolled power could become hazardous. The spear blade-like tail and wings, the new frostburst scales, the level 3 dragon chi. Garroth needed to familiarize himself with all these to develop new combat methods. The Iron Dragon provided Garroth with the lair locations and details of several wild monster lords, then said, "The Gold Fang tribe wants to blockade our trade routes. We can't just sit idle." He sneered, "A trade war. Our ancestors who established mighty dragon kingdoms left ample heritage in this regard. Perfect timing to put that inherited knowledge into practice." He was eager to begin. The conflict with the Gold Fang tribe would be handled by the Iron Dragon. Garroth would focus on his specialty combat. With his intelligence, he could replace Sorog in strategizing against the Gold Fang tribe, potentially performing better. But being of Red Dragon lineage, Garroth naturally preferred straightforward solutions using strength when possible. Throughout history, when sufficient strength was available, Garroth's careful deliberation always concluded that direct force was most efficient. And he consistently acted accordingly. Using wisdom to harness strength, reason to restrain desire, cutting through thorns and thistles. The Southwest wild monster lords were thorns embedded in the molten iron tribe's territory. Unlike typical red dragons, Garroth was more cautious. He didn't plan immediate action, waiting instead for his frostburst scales to fully develop before eliminating them at peak condition. Dragon Lord the Knoll Hodge requests an audience. A rampage bear guard approached, speaking gruffly. Since all young adult dragons had awakened, the bears no longer guarded hibernation sites, now serving as proper guards. "Bring him in." The red iron dragon nodded slightly. Minutes later, an elderly gnoll with patchy, shedding fur revealing wrinkled skin entered Garroth's view. His back was hunched, eyes cloudy, claws no longer sharp, left arm missing from the shoulder. Trembling with unsteady steps, he arduously prostrated before Garroth. At first glance, his appearance seemed unfamiliar. Had the bear guard not announced his name, Garroth might not have recognized him. "Dragon Lord, your scales still shine gloriously. Praise be to you." The gnoll panted slightly, wagging his tail as he spoke. His voice was hoarser but retained familiar tones and that characteristic fawning quality. "Hodge, you've aged." The red iron dragon stated, "My lord, time is the most terrifying foe. Though toothless, it has scarred me endlessly. Only noble beings like yourself can conquer it." The gnoll rasped. 10 years was but a snap for long-lived species, but weighed like mountains upon the short-lived. Ordinary gnolls rarely lived past 30 winters. By the time Garroth reached young adulthood, few remained from his first gnoll followers. Even the once vigorous warlord Bloodfang now stood with one foot in the grave. "Hodge, state your purpose for this audience." Garroth asked directly, the gnoll's cloudy eyes flickered with familiar cunning. "My lord, your awakening now is my fortune, allowing this final glimpse of your majesty before death." Garroth smirked. "Anything else?" He inquired. Hodge's petty schemes were transparent before him. The gnoll wagged his tail, ingratiating, "Nothing, nothing." After a pause, he added, "Since losing my arm years ago leading the Iron Will against a beast lord, surviving that near-fatal wound, my health has steadily declined. I only wish to see you once more before death, to declare my life's greatest honor was fighting for you." The red iron dragon nodded. "Request granted, you may leave." The gnoll's smile stiffened as he turned sluggishly, glancing back repeatedly with snail-paced steps. "Stop, come here." Seconds later, deep draconic words sounded, music to his ears. The gnoll spun with youthful agility, face brimming with obsequious delight. Garroth stated bluntly, "You've followed me since early days as a molten iron tribe elder, contributing greatly. As reward, I grant dragon blood for rebirth." "You've earned this." Garroth had preserved battle-spilled dragon blood in Dragon Valley cellars as transformation material, still plentiful. The red iron dragon leaned forward. "Hodge, burn through everything, then survive to keep fighting for me." "That's an order, understood." The gnoll shed his fawning demeanor, straightening his hunched back solemnly. "By your command." He answered gravely soon after. Dragon blood arrived from the cellar. Garroth, well practiced, began the transformation ritual, condensing the blood into a searing crimson pearl. Noel Hodge gritted his teeth and swallowed it. Instantly, flames engulfed him. Racked by agony-burning body and soul alike, the Noel collapsed, claw tearing at the ground amid tortured howls. His flesh swelled, splitting skin and fur. His body expanded repeatedly only to be incinerated. Movements weakened, cries faded. After half an hour, only ashes remained. Ultimately, Noel Hodge failed his final order. Dragon vein transformation required iron willpower. Hodge had always lacked death-defying courage, positioning troops as shields while using warlord skills to strengthen them from behind. This preserved him through countless battles, but couldn't grant rebirths. The red iron dragon shook his head slightly. His wings stirred winds scattering the ashes skyward. Time was merciless. Dragons, as long-lived species, could survive centuries, but without achieving immortality, even their lifespans would end. The mighty 24-winged gold dragon now neared his final days. Eternal life, immortality, can I attain it? Garroth's heart surged with silent questioning. Without doubt came his resolute, unwavering answer. The gnolls and kobolds I first brought to the molten iron tribe have all died out. Witnessing Hodge's death, the iron dragon Sorog also felt somewhat sentimental. These creatures are truly insignificant and fragile. In our long lives, our minions will undergo repeated iterations, with the new replacing the old, a cycle of life and death. Only the same sun rises and sets, eternal and unchanging. Garroth gazed at the sun radiating light and heat. He shook his head and slowly spoke. Even stars will one day extinguish, exhaust their energy, and turn to cosmic dust. Nothing is truly eternal. After a pause, the red iron dragon's pupils narrowed slightly as he said in a low voice, "Only those deities worshipped and revered by countless believers, or beings whose individual might rivals the gods, can achieve true eternity, unaffected by the passage of time, existing forever without decay." Garroth surged his heart, struggling against himself, against others, against heaven and earth, growing step by step, with difficulty and caution as if treading on thin ice. Was it all just to turn to dust and ashes at life's end? No, he wanted more. Ambition and desire surged within him, yet the red iron dragon unusually made no attempt to suppress them, letting them ferment, boil, and take root in his heart like a seed gradually sprouting. Not long after, when noon arrived, Sorog left Dragon Valley to prepare for dealing with the Gold Fang tribe. Since the Gold Fang tribe wanted to wage trade wars rather than bloody conflicts, the Iron Dragon was happy to play along. Garroth took a deep breath and slowly turned his neck to the right. Crack, crack, crack. His vertebrae emitted sounds of strain, sending waves of sharp pain. Garroth stopped, then turned his head to the left instead. Thanks to years of training, his neck was thick and covered with spikes and thick scales. But this also created a drawback. His neck wasn't flexible enough to rotate 180 degrees like other long-necked dragons to bite behind himself. Therefore, besides daily neck exercises to strengthen muscles, Garroth added new neck rotation training, high-frequency head shaking, and similar movements to improve neck agility. Now with daylight at its brightest, it was perfect time for training. Having slept for a long time, Garroth trained enthusiastically without resting. Gradually, night fell. Now with thick darkness and cool breezes, it was still perfect time for training. The red iron dragon still didn't stop until the horizon showed the first light of dawn, golden morning light spilling over Dragon Valley. After nearly a full day and night of training, he should have started resting. But now with the fresh dawn and crisp air, it remained perfect time for training. After eating, the red iron dragon drank a barrel of black oil and continued training, summoning the flying dragon group and rampage bears as sparring partners, exercising his underlying black red scales before the frostburst scales could regrow. He seemed impervious to fatigue and pain. No, more accurately, he enjoyed this feeling. Other dragons might occasionally consider training but would give up for various reasons. Garroth instead found every possible reason to train his body, unwilling to relax. From initial pain and torment, to gradual adaptation and habituation, until reaching his current state of enjoyment and immersion. Whether forced by circumstances or self-adaptation, Garroth's mindset had undergone tremendous transformation. After 2 continuous days and nights of various exercises, the red iron dragon's chest heaved violently as he submerged himself in a lake, his nearly burning scales rubbing against the cold water, producing boiling bubbles. Moments later, he leaped from the water. Drink another barrel of black oil to energize myself and continue a while longer. Feeling his exhausted, aching body, Garroth slowly exhaled and dismissed the thought. Too much would be counterproductive. It was time to rest. After consuming large amounts of food brought by his minions and devouring 3 magic gems in one go, the red iron dragon closed his eyes and lay on a protruding rock slab, basking in sunlight for a nap. 3 days and nights later, the red iron dragon awoke under night skies. Vigorous and full of vitality, with frostburst scales fully regrown, his deep black scales blending with the night while their silver edges flowed like moonlight, gleaming brightly. Time to deal with those wild monster lords rooted in the southwest. The red iron dragon spread his massive, powerful wings. A single flap stirred fierce winds as his majestic form tore through the air skyward. Even without using flame bursts for acceleration, just normal wing beats carried him at tremendous speed. In the blink of an eye, the red iron dragon vanished into the night. Convergence Land's southwest soared cliff. The Convergence Land's terrain consisted mostly of plains, making the sheer cliff pointing skyward like a sword blade appear particularly abrupt and conspicuous. Yet the fertile soil, abundant vegetation and streams naturally attracted animal herds. A cave lion crouched low to drink, tail rigidly straight. About 5 meters long with sharp teeth and claws, muscular, a predator indeed, yet it remained cautious, ears twitching intermittently, drinking while remaining alert to every rustle around it. In these harsh lands, predators stronger than itself were everywhere. It needed caution, it must be cautious. Suddenly, the water surface rippled slightly, forming glittering scales under moonlight. The cave lion caught the scent of danger, its limb muscles tensed instantly as it leaped backward lightning fast. Splash, as water droplets sprayed everywhere, an iron-cast giant crocodile burst from the water, its jaws clashing together with a heavy snap, sparks flying. After giving the cave lion a cold glance, the iron crocodile retreated underwater without pursuit. Having avoided the underwater ambush, the cave lion turned with silent, graceful steps when suddenly the moonlight above dimmed, as if blocked by some massive entity. It grew alert again, preparing to flee. But as it leaped, it felt sudden pain, blade-like claws piercing its flesh, gripping its bones. Simultaneously, a draconic head extended to bite its neck while leonine and goat-like heads clamped onto its spine. Crack, with that crisp sound of breaking bones, the cave lion instantly went limp, losing all resistance. The enormous, twisted monster flapped its wings, carrying the heavy cave lion to an open nest atop Sword Cliff. Roar, roar, roar. 3 distinct roars blended together, sweeping across the cliff's surroundings, making all creatures who heard them tremble in terror. Under the moon's clear glow, the monster revealed its true form. This creature had a goat's hindquarters and lion's forequarters, with dragon wings and 3 heads, a horned goat head, a frenzied lion head, and a fierce dragon head. Wild monster Lord the Chimera. The goat head gave it demonic chaos and evil, the dragon head made it extremely greedy and warlike, the lion head granted extraordinary bloodlust. Moreover, being a drake, it possessed some dragon bloodline. The Chimera's dragon head could resemble any of the 5 colored dragons, red, blue, green, black, white, with corresponding breath weapons. This Chimera ruling Sword Cliff. Its dragon head was nearly identical to a red dragon's, the most powerful red-headed Chimera variant. That it could occupy such a conspicuous location as Sword Cliff and nest at its summit spoke volumes about its power. Its massive size exceeded normal Chimera parameters, an extraordinary specimen. All 3 heads fed on the cave lion's flesh, moving methodically without conflict. This meant despite multiple heads, unlike 2-headed ogres with separate minds, this Chimera's heads shared one consciousness. That deformed, disgusting appearance certainly isn't any dragon's natural offspring. The red iron dragon looked down from above at the wild monster lord, instinctively showing disdain. According to ancestral records, chimeras had 2 possible origins. 1. Created by some demon lord imitating dragons. 2. Dragon-blooded offspring from draconic promiscuity. Seeing this chimera's appearance, Garroth leaned toward the first theory. The feeding chimera suddenly stopped. Its 3 heads swayed under the night sky, sniffing continuously as differently colored eyes scanned its surroundings, uneasily spreading its wings. The chimera's sense of smell was extraordinarily sharp. It had detected the scent of danger. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, just as the chimera's body had once blocked the cave lion's vision. It raised its heads and saw a majestic towering dragon with pitch-black scales shimmering with silver radiance. Chimera, lowly hybrid. Kneel and grovel before me. The red iron dragon's thunderous voice boomed forth. To dragonkind, the chimera appeared deformed and grotesque, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Ugly hybrid might have been a more fitting name. Yet this particular chimera was exceptionally powerful. If tamed, it could become a formidable addition to the molten iron tribe. Garroth inherited the pragmatism of iron dragons. He cared little for the chimera's appearance and was willing to offer it the chance to submit. "Get out of my territory." The chimera spat out garbled, indistinct draconic. It was a semi-intelligent creature, similar to the Earth rampage bear, possessing some wisdom but not much. All three heads locked onto the red iron dragon, eyes blazing with battle lust rather than fear, muscles tensed and eager for action. With a whoosh, it beat its wings, lifting its massive body into the air. Instead of fleeing, it charges toward me. How foolish. Garroth's dragon wings split the clouds as he dove downward, his frostburst scales rapidly absorbing heat through friction with the air. The chimera's three heads shrieked in unison. The central red dragon head gaped wide, flames surging between its jagged fangs before erupting into a searing pillar of fire from its throat. The red iron dragon didn't evade the incoming fiery breath. Boom. His robust physique withstood the flames, splitting them apart as he advanced inch by inch toward the chimera. The inferno that could melt stone and liquefy steel merely caused his scales to glow faintly red and crack slightly. Garroth possessed exceptional fire resistance. This level of damage was trivial. Realizing its fiery breath was nearly ineffective, the chimera wisely ceased the futile expenditure and raised its claws, lunging at the red iron dragon. At the moment of impact, Garroth's right wing snapped open like a bladed weapon, slicing through the air toward the chimera's red dragon head. Sensing mortal danger, the chimera dared not take the blow head-on. The red dragon head jerked back while the lion head lunged forward, sharp fangs aiming for the wing membrane. Unexpectedly, Garroth's right wing deftly twisted, its spear-like tip stabbing toward the lion's head. R.I.P. Though the chimera reacted swiftly, twisting aside, the dragon wing still grazed its cheek, leaving a bone-deep gash that gushed blood. Roar! The lion head released an earth-shaking bellow, mane bristling. An invisible but tangible shockwave of sound exploded at close range, slamming into the red iron dragon and momentarily stunning him. The chimera seized the opportunity, its claws slashing toward Garroth's neck. Clang. Sparks flew as talons met scale spikes. Frost erupted from the shattered scales, coating the chimera's claws in rime. The broken spikes, hard and needle-sharp, embedded themselves deep into its flesh. The chimera screeched in pain. From this exchange, Garroth merely shook his neck slightly, with minor cracks on his frostburst scales being the only damage. Meanwhile, the chimera suffered frostbite and spike wounds. Enraged, it followed through with another claw swipe, slamming heavily against the red iron dragon's chest. Clang! Sparks and spikes sprayed outward as icy energy seeped into the wounds left by the spikes, causing the fire-aligned chimera to experience piercing, cold agony. Two claw strikes, the red iron dragon was hit, but the chimera was the one injured. About a second later, Garroth shook off the stun. Level 3 Dragon Chi activation. Enhanced Claw Strike. Black-red energy coiled around his claws as attack speed skyrocketed. Faster than lightning, his strike bypassed the chimera's defenses, plunging into its torso to tear flesh and snap bones. The chimera howled, retaliating with a kick from its goat hooves that scraped sparks off Garroth's belly scales. Its strength was tremendous. The red iron dragon ripped out a chunk of flesh and retreated, simultaneously tensing his tail muscles. The scales along its sides clanged together, overlapping and merging into a single, glowing red blade with a spear-like tip extending from the end. Level 3 Dragon Chi activation. Enhanced Tail Strike. Dragon Chi surged violently. The tail whipped forth like lightning, its trajectory unpredictable, leaving fiery afterimages in its wake. Thud. After a split second of resistance, the massive lion head went flying, its severed neck cauterized black as charcoal, not a single drop of blood spilled. The chimera convulsed as if struck by lightning, its remaining heads shrieking in unison. Losing one head sent the beast into a frenzy, its eyes bloodshot with pain and rage overriding its limited intellect. The goat head opened its mouth, emitting a bizarre, layered chant resembling some incomprehensible incantation. Black-purple veins bulged across its body, writhing like living creatures as its form swelled, its skin stretched taut as if filled with tar. With each heartbeat, its body expanded severalfold. Truly a wild monster lord that had dominated the Southwest for years. This chimera possessed abilities far beyond ordinary hybrids. Now in a berserk state, its speed and strength amplified, it roared and attacked with both heads, claws, and hooves, engaging the red iron dragon in close-quarters combat. A barrage of strikes landed on Garroth, cracking his frostburst scales one after another. Frigid energy billowed outward, coating the chimera in a layer of frost that shattered and reformed repeatedly with its movements. Though constantly numbed by the cold, the red iron dragon's counterattacks remained swift and precise. Every strike from his bladed limbs carved terrible wounds into the chimera, leaving it drenched in blood within moments, covered in bone-deep gashes. Meanwhile, Garroth could clearly feel thermal energy accumulating within him. I don't need to reach maximum capacity. I can likely use this to enhance my breath attack. The battle's intensity allowed him room to ponder. During his first thermal buildup, it hadn't been obvious, But now, focusing inward, he detected a new organ, a jade-like disc, storing this energy. When he concentrated, the stored heat began boiling, flowing outward. Instantly, his frostburst scales cracked open on their own, glowing forge red even without taking damage. Like heated iron, blistering waves radiated from the fissures, clashing with lingering cold to produce thick steam that twisted violently in the scorching air. The beast of Sword Cliff trembled, collapsing in terror. Herbivores and carnivores alike froze as if gripped by an invisible hand around their hearts. If I don't channel this into a breath attack, the heat dissipates rapidly like this. Garroth burned with energy, carefully monitoring his body. Each passing second of heat radiation reduced the stored energy, weakening his next breath attack's potential. To maximize this strike's power, I must release it immediately. Timing is crucial. Across from him, the chimera's eyes cleared abruptly under overwhelming dread. It shrieked in terror, beating its wings as it fled, dragging its mutilated body away from the red iron dragon. A fatal mistake. Had it surrendered and pledged loyalty, it might have lived. But escape, death was the only outcome. Garroth's gaze locked onto the retreating chimera. He opened his maw, flames churning between his fangs before erupting into a cataclysmic crimson beam that set the sky ablaze, an unstoppable tide of destruction surging toward its target. At full strength, the chimera might have dodged this telegraphed but devastating attack. Now it was engulfed by the expanding inferno. Within seconds, its struggles ceased. Garroth exhaled slowly. His scales gradually returned to their normal hue. When the flames dissipated, the chimera's body was gone, reduced to ashes without a trace. Thus perished a wild monster lord that had ruled these lands for years. Even if the thermal energy value isn't fully accumulated to its peak, releasing it midway can still unleash considerable power. The red iron dragon landed atop Sword Cliff, its sharp claws piercing the rugged rock. While surveying the surrounding territory, it carefully recalled the previous sensations. However, he turned his head to glance at the almost completely cracked frostburst scales that could no longer withstand much more attack, thinking to himself, releasing the thermal energy value midway would damage my frostburst scales. After that, I won't be able to accumulate much thermal energy unless under special circumstances. This strike is best used when the frostburst scales are entirely shattered, and the thermal energy value has been fully charged to its peak. Garroth had no doubt this strike could instantly blast the mountain beneath his feet. His most powerful attack now was this fiery breath enhanced and amplified by peak thermal energy value, seeming capable of destroying all dragon breaths. To differentiate it from the normal fiery dragon breath, Garroth named it Destruction Breath. The middle-aged silver dragon Frostmark inhabiting the Convergence lands. If a conflict breaks out, do I have a chance to win relying on Destruction Breath? Garroth imagined the middle-aged silver dragon as his hypothetical opponent, envisioning the outcome of their battle. After a few seconds, he shook his head slightly. His rationality wasn't clouded by the arrogant dragon's pride. Regarding the fact that he couldn't win, he was quite confident. Not that the chance was slim, but that there was absolutely no chance. The gap was too great. The opponent was a silver dragon, not a common dragon. They were powerful beings who could defeat peers of the same rank and surely had professional levels. What's the point of thinking about climbing ranks when there's no chance? Defeating the weak with strength, the strong with even greater strength, that's the true way. When facing someone far stronger, you either leave early or find a way to turn them into background support. Garroth thought to himself. Regarding the middle-aged silver dragon inhabiting the Convergence lands, he leaned toward the second idea. The key was the brass-silver dragon Deborah. Unfortunately, because she was dominated by desire upon awakening from slumber, she scared off the brass-silver dragon and hadn't returned yet. Press the advantage and root out other wild monster lords. The red iron dragon turned to look at his frostburst scales, deeply cracked all over. Feeling the energy and dragon chi spent, he shook his head slightly, abandoning that idea. If he fought continuously, it wouldn't be impossible to wipe out all wild monster lords in one go, but the consumption to himself would definitely be severe. At that point, he would lack the confidence to deal with unexpected situations, adding unnecessary risk. Besides, there was no need to rush. After the previous slaughter by the Molten Iron tribe, only a few wild monster lords remained in the southwest. After eliminating the chimera, there were still 3 left, all quite powerful. He couldn't only be cautious when sensing danger. Otherwise, it would be too late when ambushed. Garroth believed it was better to be steady and hunt when in full condition, preventing disaster from lurking in the shadows. Garroth flapped his dragon wings and soared into the sky, returning to Dragon Valley. The next day at dawn, a group of Molten Iron tribe's kin arrived at Sword Watch Cliff to take over this fertile land. Among them were two adult bipedal wyverns, who built nests atop the towering Sword Watch cliff, developing the base into a stronghold. The Ignis Dragon clan filled another piece of their southwestern territorial puzzle. Garoth adjusted his state inside Dragon Valley. He engaged in lighter training while summarizing the feelings from his previous battle with the Chimera, especially his insights on the Frostburst scales, blade tail, dragon chi, spear wings, and more. Meanwhile, at the Estonian Great River, the midday sun baked the river's surface, creating shimmering argon and xenon vapor. Three deeply laden merchant ships sailed along the shore. The merchant group emblem on the bows shimmered faintly in the waves, resembling a shield. They belonged to the Iron Shield Merchant Group. This was a small merchant group. They purchased various ores and ferocious beast claws, fangs, and pelts cheaply from the Sur Wilderness and Convergence lands via the Estonian Great River, then sold them at high prices in the Southern Federation to profit. The shipmaster's name was Hammer. He was a plainly dressed, honest-looking middle-aged man, but occasionally sharp glints flickered in his eyes. He was a cunning old merchant who held a certain position within the Iron Shield Merchant Group. "Master, why didn't we dock when passing the insect-eating clan just now?" An apprentice of the Iron Shield Merchant Group asked in a low voice, saying, "We have fixed trade with the insect-eating clan. Those gnolls are masters at dissection and decomposition. The pelts, claws, and fangs of ferocious beasts and magical creatures. They always process them very well." The insect-eating clan was a gnoll clan in the Sur Wilderness that had traded many times with the Iron Shield Merchant Group. But this time, the fleet did not stop at the river segment where the insect-eating clan lived, not even for a moment. Hammer shook his head slightly and said, "The value of various goods is not fixed. A qualified merchant knows how to adapt according to market fluctuations." He didn't mind talking more with the apprentice, enjoying the admiration in their eyes. After a pause, Hammer looked south and said, "The countries of the Lothrian Federation have recently seen a sharp increase in demand for various metal ores and magical ores, purchasing at high prices." After the funeral bell of the Holy Kingdom ceased ringing, the Lothrian Federation appeared calm on the surface, but its undercurrents grew more turbulent. Ores used to craft weapons, armor, war golems, and alchemical arms were being bought at prices higher than the market value, supply failing demand. Many alchemy factories received massive orders, with furnaces and production lines running non-stop. Merchants had keen noses. Although no official news circulated and countries remained friendly, they sensed danger and unease. Storms were brewing. However, all merchants relying on waterways understood one truth. The bigger the storm, the pricier the fish. Now was the perfect opportunity to break through social classes. Our goal now is to return fully loaded with valuable ores and make a fortune. Hammer put away his wandering thoughts and said cheerfully to the apprentice, "Bring me a bottle of wine from the cabins." Hammer ordered the apprentice. Their destination this trip was the southeastern part of the Convergence lands. Although the goblins of the Gold Fang tribe were greedy, shameless, full of lies, and stingy, Hammer was skilled at dealing with them and had almost established a fixed trade route with the Gold Fang tribe. "If everything goes smoothly, I'll make several trips back and forth in this period, returning fully loaded. In a short time, I can accumulate the wealth of several lifetimes." Hammer thought to himself, taking out a gold coin engraved with intricate patterns. Besides the exquisite design, there was a tiny inscription. "The essence of wealth is flow, stagnant gold coins are just metal." This was the doctrine of the goddess of wealth. Hammer gently kissed the gold coin, silently praying to the goddess of wealth, hoping this voyage would return fully loaded and safe. Deep down, he didn't believe in gods, but that did not stop him from praying. Time flowed slowly by. When the fleet reached the Western River Bay, a relatively narrow spot, the once calm water surface suddenly exploded into fountains. Countless sparkling water droplets shattered and scattered in all directions. With the clinking sound of metal, thick iron chains were pulled up from the water, stretched taut, locking the river's surface and blocking several ships of the Iron Shield Merchant Group. At the same time, the centaurs led by Silver Chinese letter appeared from the reed bushes on both banks. Their armored front hooves heavily stepped onto the shallow shore. Their tall and muscular figures blocked the sunlight, casting long, slender shadows on the river's surface. "Stop the ships. This area is under the jurisdiction of the Molten Iron Tribe." The tall and burly centaur leader spoke in a deep voice that swept across the ship hull. Clang, 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 weapons were drawn. The Iron Shield Merchant Group's guards pulled out their glistening swords and knives. Fully armed, they tightly gripped their weapons, alert and vigilant. At the same time, the ship deck split open, and two alchemical golems forged from steel rose up, standing like iron towers on the deck. A team brave enough to conduct trade in an area swarming with ferocious magical beasts was either a reckless gambler or someone with solid backing. However, the engines of the alchemical golems did not start immediately. Hammer, the merchant captain, wiped away droplets on his face, whether from river water or sweat was unclear, and appeared on the deck. He first signaled the guards to lower their weapons, then waved a hand toward the centaur leader with a strained smile on his face. There's no need for hostility. Let's discuss things peacefully, friendly trade benefits all. We've had pleasant talks before, why resort to conflict now? The ships dropped anchor, temporarily mooring at the riverbank. Hammer's deerskin boots sank into the damp river sand. Rejecting escort company, he disembarked alone and walked up to the strong centaur leader, handing over a bottle of fine southern wine. Seeing the centaur accept the wine, the merchant's tense shoulders relaxed slightly as he whispered, "Lord Zachary, why have you stopped us today?" The Molten Iron tribe had occupied the southwest for over a decade and frequently traded with passing merchant ships. Among them, SILVER Chinese letter Zachary appeared most often. As the longtime merchant captain traveling the southwest, Hammer was no stranger to dealing with SILVER Chinese letter. He knew Zachary's style well. The centaur leader of the Molten Iron tribe would never block merchant ships without a serious reason. He suspected the cause but feigned ignorance. A meaningful smile hung on SILVER Chinese letter S lips. Hammer, why pretend not to know? The merchant's smile stiffened instantly and he hastily waved his hand. Where do you get that from? I honestly don't understand. Hearing this, the centaur leader's smile faded. His usually kind expression hardened. The Molten Iron tribe allows merchant groups to pass through the river bay we control. We regularly clear river beasts here to escort merchants, providing convenience without charging a toll. The only requirement is to trade fairly and reasonably with us. He spoke bluntly in an official tone. However, recently, multiple merchant groups have passed through the Molten Iron tribe's river section without stopping. That includes your Iron Shield merchant group. He suddenly leaned forward, his burly body casting an oppressive shadow that swallowed the frail merchant. It seems we were too tolerant, making you forget who you're dealing with. Behind him, centaur warriors slammed their halberds in unison, the metallic clang startling countless water birds into flight. On the riverbank hill, dozens of longbows were already fully drawn, their cold, gleaming arrowheads aimed directly at the merchant ship's guards. Sweat beaded on Hammer's forehead as he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it. So it's because of this. The last few times we passed through, we didn't see your people and were pressed for time, so we just went straight through. Since we meet today, how about we trade at the old prices? Refined iron ore, 700 gold coins per ton. SILVER Chinese letter stated directly. Well, recently we've stopped buying gray magnetite. The merchant showed a troubled expression. SILVER Chinese letter listed prices for several other ores, but Hammer kept hesitating and politely refused. After a tense pause, the centaur leader suddenly changed the subject. What price does the Gold Fang tribe offer you? The merchant was silent for a moment. Realizing he could no longer deceive the Molten Iron tribe, he stopped dodging and confessed. For example, for refined iron ore, the Gold Fang tribe only asks for 600 gold coins per ton. The price per ton for other ores is also lower than yours. As an established old tribe rooted in the Convergence lands for many years, the Gold Fang tribe controlled more resource points than the Molten Iron tribe. They had been operating longer, with more refined processes and advanced alchemical industry, boasting production capacity surpassing that of the Molten Iron tribe. Moreover, the goblins didn't mind earning less in the short term. Through self-harming price wars with the Molten Iron tribe, they aimed to monopolize trade. To them, current losses were negligible. SILVER Chinese letter frowned. For your spices, we can pay 120% of the market price. Hammer smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Gold Fang tribe offers 140%. SILVER Chinese letter fell silent, but still refused to let them pass. The negotiation fell into a deadlock. Lord Zachary, how about we pay you a toll fee? Hammer's voice dropped low, almost a whisper, but SILVER Chinese letter still said nothing. Only the clang of the iron chains in the river wind responded. At the same time, a low voice sounded within SILVER Chinese letter S mind. Tell him, the Molten Iron tribe never charged toll fees before, won't charge now, and never will in the future. This was a telepathic whisper from the Iron Dragon Sorog. He used mind magic to establish a mental link with SILVER Chinese letter, directing the negotiation. Noble Iron King, isn't that a bit improper? They now prefer to trade with the Gold Fang tribe. If we charge tolls, at least we can claw back some profit. Silver Chinese letter asked silently in his heart. Compared to these trivial gains, reputation is more important. We must look to the future. After a brief pause, the command was resolute. Let them pass, let them leave. Silver Chinese letter said no more and relayed the Iron Dragon's words to Hammer. Upon hearing the Centaur leader's words, the merchant captain's pupils slightly widened, a flash of surprise crossing his expression. Go, you may leave now. With a wave from Silver Chinese letter, the iron chains blocking the river slowly retracted, and the archers on the riverbank lowered their bows. Lord Zachary, your generosity leaves a deep impression. The merchant captain smiled and bowed respectfully. Then he boarded the ship, setting sail away from the western river bay, heading toward the east riverbank mainly controlled by the Gold Fang tribe. After they departed, the Iron Dragon stepped out from the dense southern forest, his cold eyes fixed on the direction the merchant ships had left. Noble Iron King, must we swallow this grievance? Silver Chinese letter bowed slightly and saluted the Iron Dragon, then asked in a somewhat reluctant whisper. I overlooked something. The Iron Dragon said slowly. The Gold Fang tribe is financially strong. Engaging in a trade war and price war with them is a short-term hit against a long-term player. It's not a wise move. He admitted that the goblin's provocations had ignited his pride. Facing the Gold Fang tribe's petty moves, the Iron Dragon wanted to retaliate in kind and show the goblins the wisdom of dragons. But the facts stood clear. The Gold Fang tribe was deeply rooted. Recklessly attacking them as the weaker party would only harm the Molten Iron tribe's interests and could not truly hurt the goblins. After careful thought, the Iron Dragon suppressed his pride and refrained from rushing into a price war, deciding to first hear Garroth's advice. Iron Dragon knew that although Garroth disliked managing affairs, Garroth's wisdom surpassed his own. Acknowledging one's shortcomings and seeking advice from stronger individuals, this was a rare quality among dragons. Be ready at any times. As the sun gradually tilted westward, Iron Dragon left these words behind, then flapped his wings and soared straight into the sky. Not long after, he returned to Dragon Valley and approached his brother, recounting what had happened earlier to the Red Iron Dragon. I see. The Red Iron Dragon paused his training and nodded slightly, as expected. Just as I thought. The Gold Fang tribe managed to make other merchant groups refuse trading with us, but it's mainly through price manipulation rather than intimidation. Iron Dragon pondered and said, deep down, I'm unwilling to admit failure. I tend to want to counterattack the Gold Fang tribe with a trade war, but their accumulation is far deeper than ours. I scoured through the legacies but couldn't find suitable trade war tactics for this situation. He looked at the Red Iron Dragons. Garroth, do you have any good ideas? Under Sorog's expectant gaze, the Red Iron Dragon slowly said, of course. A trade war against the goblins should be easy to fight. Sorog perked up. How should we proceed? Garroth stretched his wings, dragon scales clashing and sparking. In a calm tone, he said, strike them directly. Destroy the Gold Fang tribe's strongholds along the riverbank so they can no longer trade. The current problem will then be resolved. Of course, new problems will arise later, but at least we won't be troubled by trade issues anymore. Question marks appeared above Iron Dragon's head. You call this a trade war? He couldn't help but ask. The Red Iron Dragon nodded and retorted, isn't it? He looked at Iron Dragon and said, Sorog, my dear brother, you trust and rely too much on the knowledge from the legacies. They are indeed useful, but sometimes they overwhelm you and prevent you from making the right choices. His voice paused briefly. The Red Iron Dragon grinned and said, the most effective and straightforward trade war is to kill them all. Garroth's words were not driven by the influence of the Red Dragon bloodline, but were conclusions he had reached after careful consideration. If they followed the Gold Fang tribe's rhythm and fought a price war, they would become the weaker party, oppressed by the stronger. Directly attacking and using force was the best way to break the deadlock, at least pulling the Gold Fang tribe from their stronghold into the Molten Iron tribe's domain. Are we going to wage an all-out war against the Gold Fang tribe? Iron Dragon said, now does not seem to be the right time. Garroth shook his head slightly and said, look at you, don't be so impatient. It's just a trade war, not escalating to full-scale war. Iron Dragons. Killing them all, that's what you just said, isn't it? It's just a metaphor. The Red Iron Dragon said, striking their trade strongholds along the riverbank is enough. The Gold Fang tribe has conflicts with other tribes too. They won't risk everything to fight us. Goblins always lack determination. Upon hearing this, Iron Dragon's eyes narrowed sharply, keenly picking up on the exploitable part of Garroth's words. He said, Garroth, you seem to have a prejudice against goblins. That's not a rational thought. Mimicking Garroth's tone, he teased, my dear brother, don't let prejudice and arrogance control you. They will only harm you. Hearing this, Garroth also realized the inappropriateness of his previous words. Goblins always lack determination. This was a stereotype inherited from the legacies that influenced him. You're right. That was my oversight. The red iron dragon did not get angry or embarrassed by his brother's teasing, but rather said gladly, if something similar happens again, remember to remind me immediately. The arrogant nature of dragons sometimes subtly influences them. Garroth was already cautious, but occasionally he would be affected without realizing it. At such moments, a little reminder was enough for him to snap back. No time to waste. The red iron dragon said, the darkness of night is the best cover. Let's use the approaching nightfall to launch our trade war against the Gold Fang tribe. It was already evening and the sky showed a dim grayish blue. After hearing Garroth's words, Iron Dragon nodded and said, for this first raid, it's best to directly destroy the Gold Fang tribe's Crescent Bay stronghold on the East Riverbank, and it must be a swift battle, leaving them no chance for reinforcements. I want to deploy part of the Death Angels. Garroth nodded, agreed. The so-called Death Angels were a new warhost, mainly composed of elite air units. The main body of the warhost now was the bipedal wyvern group, led by the flying dragon leader Tasha. Garroth did not depart but remained in Dragon Valley, focusing on his own training. With the current scale of the Molten Iron tribe, not everything needed Garroth's personal involvement. This was just handling some Gold Fang tribe riverbank strongholds, not a full-scale war. It could be left to the subordinates to resolve. While soaring through the sky, Iron Dragon first used the message stone to contact the Centaur leader. His sorcerer level was still not high, and his mental link range was limited. Sometimes, the message stone worked better. This crystalline creation from alchemical industry could replace much magic. Zachary, lead your elite forces to raid Crescent Bay. The Death Angels have already set out and will coordinate with you in battle. Iron Dragon's orders came through the message stone. Having waited for a long time, Silver Chinese letter raised his arm and shouted, warriors of the Crimson Iron Riders, march with me. Crush those dirty, cunning goblins of the Gold Fang tribe. Hooves with horseshoes stamped on the hard soil of the Convergence lands. The centaurs sped like the wind, rushing toward their destination. After some time, on the east riverbank of the Estonian Great River, a crescent-shaped river bay, the Iron Shield merchant group was anchored here. Ships had docked and the slight clatter of shipboards against the pier could be heard. Around the river bay, countless green figures were busily working. These humanoid creatures had sharp, pointed ears and arms hanging past their knees, flat noses often revealing cunning smiles. Their green skin was damp with river moisture, their small eyes spinning rapidly, blinking quickly, revealing their innate slyness. These were the goblins of the Gold Fang tribe. This was Crescent Bay, one of the Gold Fang tribe's key trade strongholds on the Estonian Great River. At this moment, night fell like an iron curtain, the last rays of light on the river cut off by the Goblin Watchtower's spotlight. The mixed water vapor and cold evening wind in the Convergence lands was especially chilly. Both sides had already agreed on the price. The overseer Hammer tightened his collar and rubbed his hands, ordering sailors to carry sealed spice barrels and ore boxes, feeling quite pleased. The price adjustment by the Gold Fang tribe to punish the Molten Iron tribe allowed them to buy ore at lower prices, return fully loaded, and resell at high prices within the Federation, earning massive wealth. He took out gold coins, but this time did not kiss or pray over them, just spun around once before putting them back at his waist. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly and the tremors rapidly intensified. Hammer frowned and soon heard dense hoofbeats coming from the west side of Crescent Bay, as if thousands of troops were crushing the riverbank stones. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The goblin sentries rang the copper bell alarm. At the same time, the night sky was suddenly ripped apart by the bellowing cries of bipedal wyverns. The Death Angels had silently approached under the cover of darkness, diving down and spraying acid breath on the watchtowers. The pungent white mist instantly enveloped the night sky. The centaurs raised their weapons and charged through the fog, steel spears drawing lethal arcs under the moonlight, rushing toward Crescent Bay. Several magical energy ballistas turned their direction. These precision killing machines rapidly fired countless alchemical steel bolts, once causing many raiders to die bitterly on the riverbank. But tonight, after just one volley, they were dismantled by the approaching flying dragons. Strike first to gain the advantage. The Gold Fang tribe's defenses at Crescent Bay were not weak, but facing this sudden attack, they were somewhat overwhelmed and their defense line quickly collapsed. The clash of weapons, the wyvern's roar, and the goblin's wails, all kinds of sounds echoed through the sky over Crescent Bay. This place had turned into a battlefield. Damn the molten iron tribe. How dare they attack Crescent Bay? A nearly 6-meter-tall humanoid alchemical golem was plowing deep furrows across the riverbank, bursts of high-temperature steam spurting from its gear joints. It had 4 slender mechanical arms, none ending in palms. Instead, one held a circular saw blade, another a sharp conical drill, and the remaining 2 were pincers. The Flesh Ripper. This was the creation of the Gold Fang tribe's alchemists. The goblins' workshops could manufacture relatively simple old-model alchemical golems based on blueprints, while purchasing various precision components at high prices to assemble more advanced and powerful golems. The Gold Fang tribe's alchemical industry was highly developed. Or rather, their ability to establish a foothold in the Convergence lands mainly relied on their alchemical industry. The Flesh Ripper was an old-model alchemical golem whose blueprint was easy to obtain. It released energy by burning black oil and activated through gears, levers, and steam. Within the Gold Fang tribe's territory, the Flesh Ripper served as their primary combat unit guarding each stronghold. It is also worth mentioning that the Flesh Ripper was a piloted golem, requiring an intelligent being to operate it. Because these alchemical golems resembled mechanical armor suits, they were also called mecha. Intelligent beings specially trained and equipped with advanced mecha golems often proved stronger than alchemical golems purely driven by engines and runes. The goblin leader's sharp ears twitched rapidly inside the cockpit, and the copper buttons on the joystick glistened with sweat. At this moment, he was both frightened and angry, frightened by the sudden attack and furious over the loss of wealth. Damn those centaurs! To defend their wealth, the naturally timid goblins could summon courage surpassing that of most races. The goblin leader's curses blasted out through the loudspeaker as he pressed the dark red valve on the left. Buzz. The saw blade and drill spun at high speed, tearing through the air with a chilling shriek. A centaur warrior charged forward, spear thrusting toward the cockpit, but the Flesh Ripper's pincers precisely brushed it aside. The other 2 arms crossed with a ringing sound, sweeping across the centaur warrior's body. The saw and drill left horrifying wounds ripping through flesh and bone. Centaurs were fierce warriors. The fall of their comrades did not instill fear, but instead ignited even greater bloodlust. Several elite centaurs shifted their direction, locking their gaze onto the mecha golem. Everyone fall back. Yinji shouted sharply. Even the centaurs from the Convergence lands had heard of alchemical golems before, though they rarely engaged with them. Yinji fixed his eyes on the Flesh Ripper, delighted by the mechanical and metallic monster before him. Hooves struck the ground, leaving crater-like pits. The centaur's mane flew wildly as he charged toward the Flesh Ripper, crushing goblins obstructing his path underfoot. In an instant, the 2 clashed at close quarters. Yinji tightly gripped his heavy sword that gleamed coldly with magical energy surging like roaring flames, converging on the blade's edge. He swung it toward the Flesh Ripper. The goblin leader piloting the mecha twitched his eyelids. He immediately manipulated the Flesh Ripper, employing its combat style, using the pincers to block the centaur leader's attack while the other 2 arms attempted to tear his body apart. The alloy pincers scraped against the centaur's heavy sword, anticipating its descent trajectory. Movement surged like a tide. The centaur warrior let out a low roar. The heavy sword strike speed suddenly skyrocketed, slicing through the pincers and heavily cleaving into the Flesh Ripper's chest. Red-hot sparks scattered as the steel was forcibly split open with a huge gash. This was only the beginning. His strikes were as fast as lightning and as dense as tidal waves, flowing with agile footwork. From different directions but almost simultaneously, they rained down on the Flesh Ripper. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of metal striking metal rang out continuously. The Flesh Ripper stepped back, resisting on its knees. A low horizontal slash, snap, an icy arc of light flashed as the mecha golem's leg joint was severed. Broken parts and gears scattered. It collapsed backward with a thud. How can crudely made metal constructs compare to our warrior's flesh and blood forged through countless trials? Yinji laughed loudly. The centaur's muscular body tensed, fibers twisting like steel wires. His front hooves lifted high and stomped heavily onto the cockpit at the already battered mecha's chest. Crash, the metal plate dented, cracked, and shattered. Accompanied by the cracking of bones, goblin screams erupted from inside but abruptly ceased. Blood slowly oozed from the twisted metal. Rip, almost simultaneously, another Flesh Ripper fell. A wyvern dived from the sky, knocking down the Flesh Ripper. Its powerful legs tore open the steel chest plate, and its stinger tail pierced through. The poison had not even taken effect before the stinger had already pierced through and killed the goblin leader inside. The Gold Fang tribe was ambitious, recently intensively fortifying along the riverbank, establishing many new outposts but dispersing their strength as a result. Strongest combat units in outposts like Crescent Bay were mecha golems like the Flesh Ripper. There were many elite centaurs. Moreover, every bipedal wyvern possessed a powerful draconic bloodline. With golems falling one after another, the battle was clearly tilting. Don't kill me, please. Smack! The centaur's iron hoof crushed the goblin's head, silencing the pleas. Once the defense line was broken, the battle completely lost, and the mecha golems destroyed, the goblins began to scatter. However, their speed was nowhere near that of the centaurs and wyverns, making fleeing the stupidest choice. A few stubborn ones were killed on the spot while the rest were captured, 10 minutes later. Crescent Bay fell into rare silence. The goblins' shrill screams vanished, replaced only by the muffled thuds of centaur hooves on wooden planks. Yinji swung his heavy sword, and several droplets of dark green blood arced through the air before soaking into the soil. Hammer, we mate again. The centaur leader grinned, revealing a blood-stained smile. The merchant forced a stiff smile. Lord Zachary, we are merely passing traders. We have no intention of interfering in your conflict with the Gold Fang tribe. The wyverns circling in the sky let out low growls, their shadows enveloping the merchant ships. Elite centaurs stared coldly, spears in hand, hooves stamping, eyes full of predatory intent. With the armed strength of these few merchant ships, they were no match and could only pray for mercy. All our cargo and wealth can be used to buy our lives. The merchant raised the stakes. Oh, Hammer, you're foolish. If we kill you, these things belong to us too. Seeing the merchant drenched in cold sweat, Yinji suddenly laughed heartily and patted the merchant's shoulder with his thick arm. Don't be nervous, that was just a little joke. He said, this battle is a private grudge between us and the Gold Fang tribe. We will not take it out on you, or you'd already be unable to speak. The merchant stared around incredulously. Then what about these ores? You'll take the ores you bought as usual. Yinji waved his hand. The goblins' gold coins and spices are our spoils. Remember, the Molten Iron tribe only kills enemies, not merchants, and will even offer you convenience and protection. These were Iron Dragon's orders. He actually wanted to plunder fiercely. But reason and the trade knowledge inherited from his legacy told him that building a reliable trade environment was more beneficial for future development. Only when the ships had already set sail and gradually moved away from Crescent Bay did the merchant in charge still feel dazed. Just let them go like that. No personnel slaughtered, no extortion. They got dragged into the tribal conflict but emerged unscathed and fully loaded. In a place like the Convergence lands where the strong devour the weak, was there really a power that respected trade rules? Boss, those centaurs and wyverns are terrifying. Next time, let's take a different route to avoid this place. The Estonian Great River's waterways branched extensively, and the river bays under the Molten Iron tribe's jurisdiction were not necessary routes. The merchant apprentice thought of the terrifying scene earlier and spoke timidly to the boss. Fool. Hammer slapped the apprentice's head and said, terrifying, you've seen too little. They didn't extort us or slaughter the crew. In a place like the Convergence lands, they're practically saints. Not to mention, even the Gold Fang tribe with fixed trade relations with the Iron Shield merchant group often faced greedy goblin leaders who tried every trick to extort and pocket gold coins during transactions. The Molten Iron tribe is a better trading partner. The boss thought silently. Watching the shore fade away, he planned to bring more Iron Shield merchant group ships next time to trade with the Molten Iron tribe. At the same time, iron chains hung from the wyvern's legs, the other end wrapped around the mecha golems. Flapping their wings, they gradually took off, flying toward the Sulphur Hills to deliver the cargo to the Molten Iron tribe's alchemical base. The centaur warriors quickly scavenged Crescent Bay. All the gold coins the goblins had just acquired from the merchants were collected, along with many intact spices and ore goods. The merchants got the ores they wanted and returned fully loaded. The Molten Iron tribe gained gold coins and some extra loot, a bountiful harvest. Only the goblins caught in the middle were injured. At this moment, a wyvern circling high above let out a sharp shriek, alerting the warriors cleaning up the scene that reinforcements from the Gold Fang tribe had arrived. Retreat, burn everything left. Yinji ordered immediately. The centaurs came quickly and withdrew quickly, hooves pounding the ground as they sped away like the wind, leaving behind the devastated Crescent Bay. Not long after, with tremors shaking the ground, one by one alchemical golems arrived at Crescent Bay. Besides old models like the Flesh Ripper, many more advanced types appeared, golems the Gold Fang tribe couldn't produce. All were piloted mecha. Perhaps because of their small, weak stature, goblins loved mecha golems that made them tall and imposing. The centaurs set fire before leaving, turning the place into a wasteland. The flames reflected off the mecha cockpits as buildings and facilities burned fiercely. Molten Iron Tribe. Do you want to declare war on us? A goblin leader trembled with rage and said, our losses are severe, at least 10,000 gold coins evaporated. They didn't care much about their fallen goblin kin. But the destruction of Crescent Bay and the looted goods and gold, such loss of wealth was unforgivable in the goblins' eyes. Soon after, news of Crescent Bay's destruction reached the Gold Fang tribe's base. After elders deliberated, they decided the Molten Iron tribe must pay the price. Because the Gold Fang tribe had other matters to attend to, they would not gamble everything to go to war with the Molten Iron tribe. However, since the other side had suddenly attacked Crescent Bay, their riverbank outposts would not remain safe. They agreed on tit-for-tat revenge. The price war was over. Next would be the real trade war, a conflict sparked by trade disputes. Under the cover of night, the waves of the Estonian Great River still shimmered with scales of light, but the murderous intent on the shore was already boiling. When Crescent Bay was set ablaze, turning into a sea of fire, Garroth received news transmitted from Iron Dragon. He reminded Iron Dragon that the Gold Fang tribe's subsequent counterattack would most likely target their riverbank strongholds, advising them to prepare defenses or temporarily abandon those positions, opting instead for guerrilla raids against the Gold Fang tribe's other riverbank outposts and suspending trade for the short term. After this, Garroth continued to focus inward, tempering his dragon heart. Wearing the alchemical horn ring, he activated the Bloodburst spell. Instantly, a rumbling akin to muffled thunder echoed within his chest, like a powerful engine pumping vigorously, as if a war hammer was beating fiercely. In truth, this was neither thunder nor engine noise nor drum beats. It was the sound of Garroth's heartbeat at that moment. With the pounding of his heart, Garroth's blood nearly boiled and blazed. The scales on his chest became translucent, the crimson patterns visible clearly through his frostburst scales, resembling flowing molten lava that glowed radiantly. His aura also surged, growing wildly fierce and scorching, yet unstable. Breathing deeply, Garroth immersed himself in the water, making no other movement but carefully sensing the changes in his body, trying to control the power amplification brought by the Bloodburst spell. Soon after the Bloodburst spell's duration ended, the red iron dragon leapt out of the water, his body radiating heat, evaporating the dampness clinging to his scales, keeping himself dry and fresh. The dragon heart's evolution still has a long way to go. To fully evolve the heart and obtain a Bloodburst third stage more suited to me, I'll probably have to wait until the youth phase. Garroth thought silently. As he further developed his innate talents, his understanding deepened. The evolution of more complex and vital parts required longer accumulation, while simpler parts evolved faster, like his dragon scales, which were the most advanced and had evolved multiple times. Now the heart he cared about evolved very slowly. But it was foreseeable that once it evolved successfully, given the heart's importance, it would influence the entire body and propel Garroth to a brand new height, far beyond merely gaining a skill like Bloodburst. Immersed in training, time flew quickly. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the Gold Fang tribe and the Molten Iron tribe officially began their trade war, with small-scale warfare stemming from trade conflicts ongoing day and night and battle conditions changing daily. Neither side was a small clan, so many factors had to be considered, preventing all-out war. For example, at the Abyssal Rift on the Fertile Plains, White Dragon, Elvi, and many elites guarded the rift. Occasionally, demons appeared, though they caused no major threat and provided abundant abyssal materials, but remained a potential hazard. This tied down part of the Molten Iron tribe's forces. Similarly, the Gold Fang tribe had many such situations. Since they controlled more resource points, they required more troops stationed. If all were pulled away due to the war with the Molten Iron tribe, other tribes would surely exploit the vulnerability. Tribal warfare was unlike wild clans in the wilderness. Every battle mobilized the tribe's full strength. The larger the organization, the more issues to handle, making reckless all-in attacks difficult. Conflicts often started from small skirmishes. Only when all was in place would they consider launching a decisive strike. The Gold Fang tribe and Molten Iron tribe mainly fought over the riverbanks, attacking each other's strongholds built along the river edges. After several clashes, Iron Dragon Sorog implemented Garroth's advice, ordering his followers to completely abandon riverbank strongholds, temporarily giving up trade to focus on assaulting the Gold Fang tribe's riverbank bases. Unlike the Molten Iron tribe's creatures, goblins were relatively weak and heavily reliant on external resources. Goblins needed the facilities inside their strongholds for rest, food, water, alchemical tool repairs, mechas, and golems. They couldn't just abandon territory lightly. Losing strongholds would cause logistical problems. Faced with monsters striking swiftly like the wind, the Gold Fang tribe had to consolidate their previously scattered riverbank defenses, focusing on defense while plotting counterattacks. Garoth occasionally learned about this small-scale trade war through Iron Dragon's reports but paid little attention. His focus on self-improvement was paramount. As long as the Death's Harbinger was strong enough, it would serve as an unshakable pillar, boosting the Molten Iron tribe's morale. Additionally, Garoth's Frostburst scales had fully regenerated several days ago. He carefully calculated the time. Although the Frostburst scales' regeneration speed couldn't match the spikes, it was still quite fast. If all scales fell off with sufficient energy supply, it would take about 6 days to regrow new scales. Though the previous battle with the Chimera caused heavy damage, the Frostburst scales were not completely destroyed and could recover in about 3 days. I need to stretch my muscles. The red iron dragon spread his wings and soared straight into the sky, intent on eliminating the remaining wild monster lords and loosening up his body. Now ordinary hunts were too simple for Garoth, unable to meet the standards for honing combat skills. Only fighting lord-level wild monsters could increase battle experience. In the southwest, the howling wind-dense forest. Dusk was thick. The fiery clouds of the sunset painted the sky like blazing flames. When Garoth's dragon wings swept over the forest canopy, the jagged beech treetops were dyed blood red by the sunset. His fierce wind caused the dense canopy to collapse inward, scattering branches and leaves in all directions. At the same time, 2 points of golden light suddenly lit up amid the dark green rolling waves of the forest sea. The wild monster lord was entrenched atop the cliff within the forest. This giant beast, comparable in length to Garoth, clenched half a ghoul bear carcass in its front paw, its blood-stained claws gleaming coldly in the sunset. Roar. It opened its mouth and roared, its fur bristled like steel needles, its spine slightly arched, warning the intruding red iron dragon. Garoth fixed his gaze. A fiercely aggressive beast appeared clearly within his slightly narrowed pupils. Dense white fur fluttered wildly, crisscrossed by black stripes forming a distinct king character on its forehead. It was a ferocious white tiger beast. Its size was enormous, belonging to the brutal subtype, which meant it had maximized its beast talents and pushed its limits. Extremely strong individuals of the brutal subtype at the same level had terrifying combat talents comparable to dragons, but nearly all lacked intelligence, their IQ far inferior to dragons. The white tiger's muscle lines were smooth, its tail taut like a steel whip. Its body crouched low, its posture somewhat resembling a dragon's hunting stance. Hearing the white tiger's warning roar, the red iron dragon did not retreat. Instead, he changed direction and dived down. His blade-like wings tore through the air, roaring as he closed in. The white tiger shook off its prey. As the red iron dragon approached at high speed, it reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping and leaping. Though grazed by the dragon's wing, leaving a long bloody scar on its side, no bones were broken, so it was not serious. Its muddy paws plowed deep furrows in the ground and the wind stirred rotting leaves. As the white tiger landed, it suddenly turned, displaying terrifying jumping power and explosiveness, pouncing toward the red iron dragon's back, making multiple leaps, seemingly walking on air. Dense wind elemental energy clustered around it, forming wings that locked onto the red iron dragon's neck vertebrae. The wild monster lords left by the Molten Iron tribe were quite tough and mostly capable of flight. Otherwise, they could use worthless gnolls and kobolds to exhaust their stamina, then have a powerful leader finish them off, which would be easy. Garoth flicked his thick dragon tail, muscles tense, the edges of the scales rising like blades, the tip sharp as a spear. Raising his tail, the spear-like tip struck like lightning, stabbing toward the white tiger's head. The tiger instinctively lowered its head, the spear tip brushed past its scalp, leaving a bloody groove. When it lifted its head, the red iron dragon had already turned, claws sweeping directly at it. With a low roar, the white tiger refused to yield, riding the wild wind, engaging in close combat with the red iron dragon midair. Its reaction speed was extremely fast, possessing an instinctive talent similar to a battle dragon's reflexive dodge skill, always managing to evade attacks at minimal cost. Still, fighting the heavily armed red iron dragon left it covered in wounds within moments, though none were critical. As for its attacks, those claws that could shatter steel and tear metal caused the frostburst scales to dent and crack upon contact, releasing dense cold air. Every time the white tiger touched the frostburst scales, it felt chilled to the bone due to heat absorption and the freezing aura. Its movements grew sluggish. No matter how fast its instinctive reactions were, it gradually couldn't keep up with Garoth's attacks. Garoth's dragon claw struck down, hitting the white tiger's head squarely, sending it crashing toward the ground like a cannonball. The brutal beast's physique was extraordinarily tough. Though its head was bloodied and skull-dented, it still managed to twist midair and land on all fours atop a fallen giant cedar tree. Its sharp claws pierced the tree trunk as it raised its head and howled toward the sky. Wood chips flew as the white tiger's roar transformed into a tangible sound wave cannon, shredding the blocking treetops and branches to powder. Boom. Garroth's dragon wings surged with dark red flames as he suddenly accelerated and turned, dodging past the tiger's sonic wave roar. Thanks to the frostburst scales, Garroth didn't need to dodge the non-lethal attacks. He could withstand them directly, but he never forgot his superior mobility. The white tiger's howling continued. The terrifying sonic wave chased the red iron dragon, destroying anything in its path with considerable power. However, Garroth's wings flapped gracefully like a nimble dragon. He darted left and right, dodging the sonic waves, gradually closing in on the brutal tiger. Flying at top speed, his wings sliced through tree trunks on the ground, and his dragon claws accurately gripped the white tiger's head. With one claw pressing down, as level 3 dragon chi circulated inside and outside his dragon arm, overwhelming force left no room for resistance, forcing the beast deep into the earth. With dense collisions, the ground was furrowed deeply, giant trees were uprooted or smashed to pieces. Finally, the dragon claw pressed the white tiger against a cliff wall, coming to a halt. The white tiger no longer appeared fierce. Its aura was weak, its body badly wounded and bloodied. It exposed its belly, its eyes showing a trace of pleading. Though the brutal subtype's intelligence was lower than the Earth rampage bears, it was still higher than ordinary beasts. Lacking the chimera's evil, chaotic nature, it instinctively begged the red iron dragon for mercy in this life-or-death moment. Seeing this, Garroth withdrew his killing intent. Using the mind link skill derived from Iron Dragon's bloodline, he communicated with the bewildered white tiger, offering it the choice to submit or die, and it made the right decision. Taking out your anger on ignorant beasts, HMPH, Red Iron Dragon, you truly are born evil. A light and graceful voice came from the sky. She dispelled her invisibility spell and appeared in the air. Garroth was not surprised by her arrival. Since leaving Dragon Valley, his gradually heightened perception had vaguely sensed someone tracking him. Deborah, you've finally returned. Garroth did not get angry at Deborah's slightly provocative words, but said calmly, what happened last time was a misunderstanding. I awoke from 10 years of slumber, briefly affected by the desires of a wicked dragon. Looking at Garroth's broad and majestic figure, recalling his bold and direct confession. Deborah's tail tip still trembled slightly. She feigned composure and said, answer my riddle and I will forgive your impertinence. All right. Garroth nodded. Deborah blinked and said, I am gentler than time, more enduring than stone, able to turn an angry volcano into a docile stream. The rich often discard me like trash, yet the poor treasure me dearly. The wise use me as a shield, while fools easily throw me away. If you grasp me tightly, I quietly slip away. If you call for me while waiting, I will stay with you forever. Pausing, she looked at the red iron dragon and said, tell me, hybrid dragon, who am I? Deborah's tone was as usual but subtly trembled, as if containing special thoughts and emotions. Garroth focused intently on the riddle but found no suitable answer. Moreover, riddling was one of Deborah's favorite pastimes. Occasionally failing to answer her riddles only increased her favor. I can't think of it, Deborah. Tell me the answer. The red iron dragon shook his head. Deborah blinked again and whispered softly, patience. The answer is patience. The red sunset sank in the west, spilling fiery rays as the layered forest was dyed in vibrant colors. The answer is patience. The brass-silver dragon whispered softly. Garroth slightly nodded, then revealed a sudden understanding on his face and slowly said, what a beautiful and fitting riddle. Deborah, patience is the one thing I never lack. He was not a clueless blockhead nor someone who liked to pretend to be dumb. He caught the hidden meaning in the brass-silver dragon's words. Patience. Metal dragons usually begin seeking mates only after reaching adulthood. They think through everything before considering reproduction, upholding the principle of quality over quantity, and strive to provide the best for their offspring. Unlike the five-colored dragons who, in their youth or even adolescence, tend to indulge their desires recklessly. If a female evil dragon becomes pregnant too early, some will even directly discard the eggs. Those with a bit of conscience might throw them into the territory of the blue dragon clans. What Deborah means is that she doesn't actually reject me and might even have a favorable impression. Only that she is not ready yet. Garroth pondered silently. After activating her silver dragon bloodline, Deborah's appearance was top-tier, elegant and beautiful by dragon standards, with eyes that flickered with the cunning liveliness of a brass dragon. Otherwise, Garroth's red iron dragon form wouldn't have been so unable to suppress his desire back then. Maybe I'm just imagining things. After all, one of life's biggest illusions is, she likes me. Let nature take its course. Garroth's mind was calm. Deep inside, he didn't care much about such matters. His goal was longevity, with a hint of an ambition for eternal immortality. Compared to that, everything else was just a byproduct or seasoning on the path to everlasting life. Regardless, Deborah's return was good news for Garroth. The friction between the Molten Iron tribe and the Gold Fang tribe continued unabated. If neither side yielded, conflicts would surely intensify day by day. Deborah's return was timely and could help prevent unforeseen troubles. The brass-silver dragon's eyes flickered nervously, avoiding direct contact with Garroth's red iron dragon gaze. She swayed her long, slender tail left and right, her eyes wandering as if admiring the scenery, though the recently battle-ravaged forest was nothing worth appreciating. Until Garroth responded. She slowly turned her head, looking at Garroth. Patience is a noble quality. She said evil dragons often lack patience. They are too impatient, chasing quick success and instant results. Garroth, you are different. I am glad for you. After adding this with a hint of covering up, the brass-silver dragon shifted her gaze again, pretending to be interested in the burning tree stump. But her long, graceful tail bent, curled, and tangled from time to time. These subconscious small movements betrayed her true thoughts. Look at the new wild beast lord I captured. Garroth's eyes left the brass-silver dragon's tail and turned toward the white tiger lying on the ground. While the two dragons talked, the white tiger did not seize the opportunity to escape. It quietly crawled on the ground. Its intelligence was lower than the chimera's, but instinctively it knew it should not run away. The white tiger's body was covered in numerous wounds, densely packed, some deep enough to expose the bone. However, even in this short time, all the wounds had stopped bleeding, stabilizing the gradually weakening breath. This was the physique of a high-level brutal subtype. A brutal tiger that has grown this large is probably stronger than the white scales in your territory. The brass-silver dragon blinked, her silver pupils sparkling under the sunset, and said, "Are you clearing out the wild beast lords in the southwest?" "I can help you." Garroth shook his head slightly. Clearing them out is only one goal. He said, "The key is that I want to familiarize myself with the power and skills that have changed after awakening by fighting the wild beast lords. Also, if I can tame them, taming will be the priority." Wild beast lords command a territory and are themselves powerful and proud creatures, top predators. Only by defeating them in one-on-one combat and winning their sincere submission is it possible to make them subordinate. Dragons naturally possess extraordinary prestige over other fierce beasts and magical creatures, giving them an innate advantage in this regard. For example, if it were the Gold Fang tribe, they would rely on numbers to besiege and defeat a brutal tiger, then capture or kill it. But it would be difficult to make it submit. Even if they won with a single powerful mecha, the mecha lacks dragon might and is seen by the brutal tiger as a cold metal machine, making submission equally unlikely. Wild beast lords in the Convergence lands. My chances of taming them are higher. For the other four great tribes, the options are basically kill, expel, or capture. The probability of taming wild beast lords is slim. Garroth calculated inwardly. The Molten Iron tribe rose quickly but had too short a development time, lacking the foundation compared to the four great tribes in the Convergence lands. Garroth, as leader, might be on the same level as the leaders of the four great tribes, perhaps even a bit stronger than them. At the bottom level, the cannon fodder, the Molten Iron tribe had a slight advantage due to the numerous kobolds and gnolls like wild grass. However, the middle-upper and middle-lower tier leaders, elites, and combat units, the key pillars were far fewer. Wild beast lords could fill this gap. They were not easy to control. Even Garroth did not have a 100% guarantee of taming them. For example, the Chimera previously, when close to death, only thought of escaping without any intention to submit. But as long as they can be controlled, wild beast lords can become the Molten Iron tribe's powerful breakthrough weapons. And not too many are needed. Each wild beast lord can directly add high-end strength to the Molten Iron tribe, ensuring they are not eliminated in the short term. I understand what you mean. You mainly want to tame wild beast lords. The brass-silver dragon reminded. One is manageable, but if there are many such creatures together, unless you constantly watch and suppress them, intense conflicts and even bloody deaths can easily erupt. Garroth nodded. I have already considered that. The white tiger had been dwelling in the howling wind-dense forest for a long time, and was more adapted to this place, so it did not mind following him to the dragon's hold. Garroth strode over to the white tiger, stretched out a single claw, and gently touched its forehead. Then he used Mind Link again to convey his thoughts. It could stay in the howling wind-dense forest. This territory would belong to Garroth, and the tiger was merely the guardian. Later, a batch of soldiers from various war hosts would come to garrison in the howling wind-dense forest, establishing more stringent outposts and defenses. Among them would be shamans skilled in wild beast communication who could interact to some extent with the white tiger. If Garroth needed the white tiger to perform tasks, he would notify it separately. A low growl came from the white tiger as it gently rubbed against the red iron dragon's claw, showing understanding. Its intelligence was slightly lower than that of Earth rampage bears, semi-intelligent creatures, but higher than ordinary beasts, roughly equivalent to an 8- or 9-year-old human child's intelligence, capable of comprehending Garroth's meaning. To guard the howling wind-dense forest, coexist harmoniously with the Molten Iron Tribe's followers, and await further orders. These instructions were not difficult for the white tiger to accept. Deborah, do you know how to clear the abyssal rift? Garroth changed the topic and asked. Hearing this, the brass-silver dragon was somewhat surprised. The abyssal rift, you mean the spatial passage connected to the bottomless abyss? Garroth said yes. You saw the battle between me and the ancestral demon bull, and where it died, a miniature abyssal rift formed. I don't know if it's a coincidence or due to some other reason. The brass-silver dragon's expression grew solemn. The possibility of coincidence is almost zero. You want to clear it? Garroth nodded. It has not caused a major crisis so far and is within a controllable range, but it is ultimately a hidden danger. I think if possible, it's best to solve it first. The brass-silver dragon nodded gently in agreement. Your idea is correct. The bottomless abyss represents chaos and evil. Anything tainted by the abyss rarely ends well. So do you have a way? Garroth asked. The brass-silver dragon shook her head shamefully. All abyssal rifts are extremely difficult to eliminate. My level is insufficient. After a pause, she said, however, I can ask my father for help. He can probably handle a miniature abyssal rift, and even if he cannot, he can then ask my gold dragon grandfather for assistance. After hearing the brass-silver dragon's words, Garroth fell silent for a moment. At this time, the brass-silver dragon introduced, my grandfather, titled Golden Wings, is a pure gold dragon, a true legend. He lives together with my silver dragon grandmother in the boiling sea. Whenever he arrives, he can wipe out the abyssal rift as easily as dust. Upon hearing this, the red iron dragon became even more silent. Several seconds passed without a response, then the brass-silver dragon blinked and said, say something. Do you want me to ask the elders above for help? Garroth looked at the brass-silver dragon but did not answer directly. He asked, suppose, just suppose, your grandfather still can't solve the problem, then what? The brass-silver dragon replied matter-of-factly, what else can be done? Keep asking the elders above. My grandfather has elders above him. The older the dragon species, the stronger they inevitably are. The brass-silver dragon herself was just a young adult dragon in her early 40s, yet she could call upon older dragons. Using the young to fight the old, completely ruthless. Unless facing utterly chaotic evil creatures that don't care about consequences. Otherwise, other intelligent beings wouldn't dare touch the metal dragons. There was a reason for this. Damn it, why couldn't the 5-colored dragons and the iron hybrid dragons unite and protect each other like the metal dragons? Garroth hadn't even seen his own red dragon father. He couldn't imagine how wonderful life would be if he came from a metal dragon lineage, with layers of protection above him, with strong arms to rely on. At the very least, he wouldn't have to compete with goblins for resources. Deborah, does your grandfather want to adopt a wicked dragon as his godson? Do you think a naturally evil red iron hybrid dragon like me fits the criteria? The red iron dragon covered his admiration with a joke. You want to be in the same generation as my father, dream on. The brass-silver dragon rolled her eyes at Garroth and then said seriously, I can ask my father for help. Once he hears about the abyssal rift, he'll be glad to rush over. After a brief hesitation, she continued, however, I'm not sure how he feels about you. The brass-silver dragon looked at Garroth's formidable, fierce, and mighty figure and whispered, my father is always strict. He upholds justice and likes to educate wicked dragons. He might ignore you, but he might also suddenly decide to capture and imprison you for education. Garroth shook his head and said decisively, the abyssal rift problem isn't a big deal for now. It might even provide some resources, no need to trouble your father. He always hated risks beyond his control. Although the abyssal rift was a hidden danger, its scale was clear, and it was constantly monitored by minions. It wouldn't cause a huge disturbance, and if something happened, he wouldn't be the first to face it. The mature silver dragon was different. An 18th level mature silver dragon, if it targeted him, it would be extremely troublesome with unpredictable consequences. Let's go, come back with me to Dragon Valley. Garroth looked at the brass silver dragon and said, to first bind her to his faction, metal dragons valued family bonds deeply. If the silver dragon Frostmark really wanted to attack him, she would at least have to consider her daughter's opinion. Also, if they unfortunately encountered an overwhelming enemy, having a metal dragon nearby would at least make the opponent hesitate. He thought to himself, preparing for the worst. Soon after, the brass-silver dragon and Garroth returned together to Dragon Valley. As before he fell asleep, the brass-silver dragon accompanied and assisted him with various training exercises, and Garroth would give her puzzles or gold coins as rewards. Time passed day by day. Friction and conflict continued between the Gold Fang tribe and the Molten Iron tribe around the riverbank strongholds. Guerrilla raids led mainly by elite centaurs caused many losses to the goblins' strongholds, but the goblins also planned ambushes and counterattacks. Both sides inflicted damage on each other. Comparatively, the goblins, who relied on golems and alchemical constructs for combat and were reluctant to give up their strongholds, were at a disadvantage. However, the goblins seemed to be enduring, waiting for something. Though occasional ambushes and counterattacks occurred, the overall response was not intense. Thus, a month slipped quietly by. Crash. The hills covered with cold-resistant pine trees trembled violently. The red iron dragon and a giant black-scaled serpent rolled and wrestled on the ground. Stones scattered, the earth cracked, massive trees toppled, their battle raged like an earthquake, leaving deep trenches on the land. The black-scaled giant serpent was nearly 50 meters long, its slender body coiled around the red iron dragon. Every muscle fiber beneath its scales was as tough as steel wire. Scales rubbed against each other with a clang. Sparks flew but were immediately swallowed by dense cold air. The black-scaled serpent tightened and contracted inch by inch, trying to strangle the red iron dragon. Clear sounds of tense muscles echoed within, yet no matter how it constricted, it couldn't stop the red iron dragon's heart. Cold air continuously invaded its body. The forest-like spikes sliced through the serpent's scales like a slow torture. The ferocious dragon wings and tail repeatedly slashed and stabbed, leaving horrifying wounds deep enough to see bone. However, the black-scaled serpent seemed numb to pain and was not very intelligent. It stubbornly constricted its body, biting the red iron dragon's back with its fangs and injecting poison. Minutes later, snap. With dark red flames surging, the dragon wings slashed down like blades, cutting off all ferocious momentum and decapitating the black-scaled serpent. Even in death, its serpent head still bit onto Garroth's body. The last one. Garroth removed the serpent head, thinking, the wild beast lords in the southwest have been completely eliminated. The last piece of the puzzle is complete. With this, the Molten Iron tribe had fully taken over the southwest. Every inch of land here belonged to the Molten Iron tribe, belonged to Garroth. Among the wild beast lords, only the white tiger has been tamed. The others are either like the chimera, innately chaotic and evil with no loyalty, or like this giant serpent, cold-blooded and ferocious, fighting to the death without retreat. Garroth thought regretfully. He picked up the black-scaled giant serpent's body and flew toward Dragon Valley. If it couldn't be tamed, he would at least supplement his body. High-level carnivorous meat like this wasn't something Garroth could eat every day. Not long after night fell, a bonfire was lit in Dragon Valley. The ogre chef, skilled in preparing meat, carefully roasted the serpent meat, expertly sprinkling various spices. The sizzling of fat under the flames mixed with the aroma of the spices, filling the valley. Roasted serpent meat soup, serpent sashimi. One serpent, 3 ways to eat. Garroth enjoyed the feast while watching the duel ahead. The bonfire brightly lit the clearing. The battle lizard folk Ulos and the kobold Dag stood in the firelight, cautiously and carefully sizing each other up. The battle lizard folk looked like a giant lizard standing upright. The kobold's name didn't fit its appearance. It looked more like a dragonborn without canine features, only called a kobold because of its extreme devotion to dragons and generally weaker physique. After the death of the Knoll Hodge, the Iron Will lost its warhost lord. For the new generation of monsters, Garroth wasn't very familiar and had no favored candidates, so he chose a martial contest for selection. The battle lizard folk and the kobold before him had fought through numerous trials to become the final candidates, and the strongest of their respective tribes' new generation. Garroth tore off a piece of roasted serpent meat, fat dripping down his jaw, watching the 2 leaders with interest. Begin. The red iron dragon's voice was low and imposing. The taller battle lizard folk Ulos struck first. He swung his tail, strode forward, grabbed a battle axe and swung at Dag. The axe blade's wind pressure made the bonfire flicker wildly. The kobold didn't take the hit head-on. He ducked low and rolled, disappearing into the darkness, blending with the night. With a violent tremor, the ground was cleaved open by the giant axe, a deep trench extending over 10 meters, showcasing the power of the strike. At the same time, taking advantage of Ulos's attack interval, Dag silently appeared beside the battle lizard folk. His attack was quiet and subtle, a dagger slashed upward slyly, aiming between Ulos's legs. Ulos twitched his eyelids. He jumped back to avoid it, slapping the ground with his thick tail and lunging at the kobold at an even faster speed. At that moment, the kobold suddenly took out a handful of sand and dirt, throwing it at Ulos's face. The battle lizard folk instinctively closed his eyes, his movement slightly delayed. Dag seized the opportunity. Suddenly, a pair of bat-like wings unfolded from his back, speed skyrocketing ghost-like. His dagger aimed straight at Ulos's throat but changed tactics at the last moment, the tip lightly pressing on Ulos's carotid artery. You lost. Dag's voice was sharp but firm. Ulos opened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the dagger pressed against his neck. His heavy breathing gradually calmed, and he slowly lowered his battle axe. Well done, Shorty. The battle lizard folk said in a muffled voice. The kobold Dag wagged his tail and turned to look at the red iron dragon. The firelight shimmered on the giant dragon's scales, making him appear even more majestic and imposing. Ulos's strength is greater, the red iron dragon said, but Dag is better at using his brain in combat. His victory is indisputable. The overall levels of the battle lizard folk and the kobold were comparable. But in combat, the battle lizard folk relied solely on brute force with no other tactics. In contrast, the kobold Dag deeply understood the essence of shadow assassins, fought with his mind, controlled the rhythm, and delivered the killing blow at the perfect moment. Their strengths and weaknesses were easily distinguishable. Dag, the position of Warhost Lord of Iron will is yours now, show us what you've got. The kobold sheathed his dagger and immediately knelt on the ground. My lord, I am willing to give my life and fight to the death for you. The bonfire crackled, sparks rising into the night sky. The iron dragon Sorog appeared above Dragon Valley. He circled briefly, folded his wings, and landed in front of the red iron dragon. Garroth, my dear brother, I have a major discovery. He could barely contain his excitement as he said, What is it? Garroth asked. The iron dragon lowered his voice and slowly said, Within the territory of the Gold Fang tribe, there is very likely a black oil field. Garroth first raised an eyebrow slightly. The next second his breathing grew heavy, pupils suddenly narrowed to thin lines, and a few sparks burst from his nostrils. Are you sure? Anything called a black oil field would have a minimum extractable reserve exceeding 10,000 tons of black oil. Enough for Garroth to swim in, an extremely valuable strategic resource. An 80 to 90% probability. Sorog nodded heavily. Black oil field, Garroth's eyes shone brightly, filled with intense desire and a hint of danger. Sorog, tell me the details of the discovery. The red iron dragon took a deep breath and said in a low voice, A strategic resource like a black oil field, once confirmed to exist and with a chance to seize it, must be hit with full force. Missing it was absolutely not an option. After the small-scale conflict with the Gold Fang tribe on the riverbank began, Iron Dragon Sorog did not personally join the battle. The main combatants were the cavalry and the Flying Dragon group. However, Sorog was far from idle. In the Iron Dragon's inherited treatise, The Prince, there was a saying regarding warfare. Look closely at every pattern on the enemy's shield, and the sword's edge will find the crack. The more you understand your enemy, the higher the chance of victory. Taking advantage of his ability to soar at high altitude, Iron Dragon Sorog concealed his presence and movements as much as possible while silently observing the goblins' activities, not limiting himself to the riverbank stronghold. During this time, he discovered something strange. The Gold Fang tribe's alchemical golems were used without restraint. They practically squandered the alchemical golems, completely disregarding the enormous consumption these constructs required. These golems basically ran on black oil, and during operation, consumed vast amounts of black oil every single second. At first, the Iron Dragon didn't understand why but felt it was odd. He investigated this point further and then found other unusual things. For example, the Gold Fang tribe's supplies, soldiers, and raw ore transportation did not use normal tribal methods but relied on steam wagons powered by black oil energy, similar to the alchemical golems. Although these wagons were of an old design, they were genuine alchemical freight vehicles. In contrast, the Molten Iron tribe's transportation was quite primitive, mainly relying on beasts like armored rhinos to pull carts, faster methods being cavalry galloping on four legs or expedited air transport by flying dragons. In fact, the Molten Iron tribe was not incapable of using more advanced alchemical freight vehicles. The old wagon blueprints were widespread, perhaps not aesthetically pleasing or delicate, but structurally simple and straightforward, far from complex. If they purchased core parts from merchant guilds and built basic components themselves, they could obtain them without excessive cost. The key problem was the power supply. Black oil fields were basically under the control of the Lothrian Federation. The black oil that the Borderlands purchased from the Southern Federation came at a heavily inflated price, making it impossible to support such consumption. The Molten Iron tribe had close connections with gemstone merchant guilds, but still struggled to acquire black oil cheaply. The black oil fields were abundant but tightly controlled. Unless one had deep background within the Federation, ordinary merchant guilds had to buy black oil at a premium. Other tribes in the Borderlands were in a similar situation. In short, the Gold Fang tribe's behavior of using black oil like water to supply mecha golems, and a large number of other alchemical creations, was extremely abnormal. Other tribes were insensitive to black oil because they had little demand for it. But the Molten Iron tribe was different. Because the Red Wing Lord favored black oil, from Dragon Valley down to ordinary dependents, everyone was very sensitive to black oil. Hearing those two words would immediately raise ears and draw special attention. Iron Dragon Sorog was no exception. After clearly realizing this, he carefully did the math. With their current resources, the Gold Fang tribe's high-intensity expenditure was absolutely unaffordable. Yet, in reality, they could squander it. Either they had channels to purchase black oil at low prices, which was basically impossible. The Borderlands tribes were considered primitive barbarians by the Federation, and only unscrupulous merchants interested in profit traded with them. Want Federation black oil in the cursed Borderlands? Dream on. Besides, there was another possibility. The Gold Fang tribe had their own black oil reserves and did not need to pay a high premium. To verify this suspicion, every time Sorog dispatched soldiers to raid goblin strongholds, he took advantage of the goblins' distraction to personally scout their airspace carefully. About a month later, Iron Dragon Sorog approached the truth. About 100 miles east within the Gold Fang tribe's territory, there was an unremarkable plain, not a critical pass or strategic location. But the tribe stockpiled and stationed a considerable number of troops there, even maintaining aerial defense lines. Sorog dared not approach recklessly. He patiently observed from the outskirts and found that from this plain as a center, convoys frequently came and went, transporting sealed barrels of unknown substances to other strongholds. Sorog tracked a convoy heading toward the riverbank. At night, under cover of darkness, centaurs and the Flying Dragon group launched a surprise attack on a goblin riverbank stronghold, but were repelled by especially fierce mecha golems and heavy crossbow artillery. Although they paid some price, Sorog confirmed one thing amid the goblins' cheers. The Gold Fang tribe had almost certainly uncovered a black oil field, and it was definitely not a recent event. They most likely rose to power relying on black oil. Other tribes in the Borderlands were insensitive and uninterested in black oil. The Lothrian Federation had no troops stationed in the Borderlands and lacked attention toward the tribes, so the black oil field's existence went unnoticed. Based on current findings, it is basically certain that there is a black oil field within the Gold Fang tribe's territory. Iron Dragon Sorog said slowly. Through his narration, Garroth roughly understood the situation and specific circumstances. The Gold Fang tribe had deployed heavy guards to the black oil field and set up vigilance and cover. But perhaps due to the long-term lack of reaction from other Borderlands tribes, they had become somewhat careless, squandering black oil, which caught the attention of the black oil-sensitive Molten Iron tribe. Sorog, you are mistaken. The red iron dragon slowly stood up, his scales as dark as the night, spikes on his sword-like forest standing slightly erect. He said, "It's not that the Gold Fang tribe has a black oil field. It's that my black oil field has grown the Gold Fang tribe." The red iron dragon's fangs gleamed sharply as he said, "These worm-like creatures dare to encroach on my black oil field and squander my black oil so recklessly." Even though the black oil had been mined and used by the Gold Fang tribe for some time, its value was still immeasurable. Because it concerned his own future development, the red iron dragon was burning with restless heat, itching to fly into the sky and charge toward the Gold Fang tribe, beating those goblins to their knees, forcing them to surrender and obediently offer him the black oil field. He took a deep breath to temporarily suppress his boiling greed. The Gold Fang tribe was deeply entrenched, with the black oil field located deep in their territory and heavily guarded. Flying there directly might not end well. He needed to remain calm, When dealing with the Gold Fang tribe, he could not show rash strength. He was the absolute core, but the Molten Iron tribe's strength also needed to be leveraged. The Red Iron Dragon looked up at the wall of numbers and asked the Brass Silver Dragon lying on a rock slab, Deborah, the war between the Molten Iron tribe and the Gold Fang tribe is about to escalate. Will you help me? The Brass Silver Dragon's brow twitched and her gaze flickered. She overheard Garoth and Sorog's conversation and felt that Garoth intended to plunder the Gold Fang tribe's black oil, which was an evil act. The justice code of the Metal Dragons made her feel conflicted and struggling. The Gold Fang tribe is trying to monopolize the riverbank near the Estonian Great River at the borderlands, completely controlling borderlands trade. The Red Iron Dragon said if they succeed with goblins' cunning and greed, they will definitely exploit every bit of value from this land and destroy the borderlands' peace. He declared righteously, continuing, "We are punishing the Gold Fang tribe for the borderlands, for the many creatures here, for peace and justice." Finally, Garoth added, "After it's done, I will give you 10 high-quality magic gems as a reward." The Brass Silver Dragon was silent. She originally wanted to refuse Garoth since war for plundering did not align with Metal Dragon principles. But on the other hand, goblins were creatures of the evil faction, and punishing evil and upholding justice was what she, as a Metal Dragon, should do. As for the naturally evil Red Dragon and Iron Dragon's son, he was different. Under Garoth's gaze, the Brass Silver Dragon nodded firmly and said, "I will fight the evil goblins without hesitation." After receiving her answer, Garoth nodded ever so slightly. Dragon Taming Technique. Chapter of the Brass Dragon. Only one reason, one excuse, one reward is needed. The chaotic, good-natured Brass Dragon is happy to participate in an unjust war. The Red Iron Dragon silently refined his dragon taming technique. In order to select the warhost leader for Iron Will, Dragon Valley happened to be gathering numerous chieftains at this moment. After deciding to declare war on the Gold Fang tribe, Garoth soared into the night sky. Under the gaze of countless eyes looking upward, the Red Iron Dragon's wings suddenly spread wide, sparks generated from fine-scale friction pouring down like a torrential rain. Hear me. Warriors of the Molten Iron tribe. The Red Iron Dragon's roar shook loose falling rocks. The goblin vermin in the southeast are eyeing us with predatory intent. They dare drive boundary stakes into our rivers, dare leave arrow holes in our outposts, delusionally attempting to impose tax yokes upon us. The voice paused slightly, then continued with even greater intensity. I want to see the Gold Fang tribe's forges become our smithies. To see goblins wailing and begging for mercy amidst the flames. To make the entire Convergence lands know that a true king is coming to claim this territory. And now, sharpen your claws and fangs. Polish your weapons. Prepare yourselves to fight for your king. Wings that blotted out the sky spread proudly like banners. The Red Iron Dragon's declaration of war resonating through Dragon Valley's night air like quenched steel blades. For the great Redwing Lords. For the Molten Iron tribes. For the master of the Convergence lands. All warriors simultaneously struck their weapons against shields, creating thunderous drum-like impacts. Excited wolf howls and roars rose and fell continuously without end. The warriors of the Molten Iron tribe were without exception battle-hungry and ferocious. Even the orderly centaurs were each exceptionally brave and skilled in combat. They didn't fear war, they even anticipated it. 10 years of retreat and hibernation had left them desperately thirsty for battle. Their claws and fangs craved blood. Afterward, commands were issued one after another. The subordinate chieftains no longer gathered in Dragon Valley, instead dispersing to various strongholds of the Molten Iron tribe. They opened storehouses to distribute food reserves, releasing meat supplies to be cooked with vegetables into unlimited provision soups. Even the most basic gnolls and kobolds could unusually eat their fill, bellies round and full. Elite troops like centaurs and ogres received even better treatment. High-quality ferocious beast or magical creature meat, magical energy-infused fruits and vegetables, became their staple foods. After feasting heartily, they donned iron armor, grasped their weapons, constantly prepared for battle. During this preparation period, they didn't remain idle either, engaging in moderate intensity training to warm up for combat and activate their bodies. They each received their orders. After 7 sunrises, the fully prepared Molten Iron Tribe warriors would launch more ferocious attacks on Gold Fang Tribe outposts, no longer limited to just riverbanks. Mines, pastures, grasslands. The Gold Fang Tribe's main southeastern outposts were all designated targets. Subordinates located in Howling Wind Dense Forest also received commands. Werewolf shamans used magic to communicate with the white tiger, informing this powerful and ferocious wild beast lord that it was time to tear enemies apart for the molten iron tribe. Dragon Valley. Garroth consumed the high-quality flesh of the black-scaled giant serpent, washing it down with mouthfuls of 93 black oil to moisten his throat. Energy gradually filled his body, and after finishing his meal and replenishment, he didn't engage in further training, instead calmly adjusting his condition. The 7-day period was for battle preparations and developing combat strategies. It was also the time needed for Garroth's frostburst scales to fully recover and his personal condition to reach its peak. Crackle. A crystal lit up, outlining the form of red dragon Samantha with faint blue light. This was a projection stone, a higher-grade communication artifact purchased previously through the Gem Merchant Consortium. It could transmit images and sounds in real time while resisting magical interference, far more expensive than ordinary message stones. Currently, only Dragon Valley's dragons and core subordinates possessed them. Samantha had already received the news, but she was located in the Sulphur Hills overseeing the alchemical production line. With advanced communication tools like projection stones, she didn't need to personally come to Dragon Valley. If we can obtain the Black Oil Field and conquer the Gold Fang tribe, we can attempt to manufacture alchemical golems, war machines, and various medium to large alchemical tools. The Red Dragon said excitedly. Alchemical industry couldn't develop without energy sources. The Molten Iron tribe's alchemical industry had struggled to develop, progressing slowly mainly due to energy shortages. Some crucial, large alchemical tools required burning black oil as energy, which the Molten Iron tribe couldn't afford to supply. Only with black oil field reserves could the alchemical industry develop rapidly. The higher purity black oil you want, with the black oil field's production capacity, we could also extract and refine it. Samantha added, not forgetting her brother who enjoyed drinking black oil. I look forward to it. The Red Iron Dragon said, 7 days from now we will declare war on the Gold Fang tribe. Samantha, during this period, halt weapon and armor production first. Concentrate capacity on manufacturing high-explosive flame orbs. High-explosive flame orbs. These were currently the most powerful offensive artifacts in the Red Dragon's alchemical inheritance. They were single-use items with no usage threshold. The Molten Iron tribe lacked middle and upper-tier combat power. The high-explosive flame orb's destructive capability could somewhat compensate for this deficiency, but their production cost was substantial. Each one thrown was equivalent to its weight in silver, almost like fighting using wealth itself. However, as long as they could obtain the black oil field, any current investment would be merely a drop in the bucket. Good. Blast those wretched creatures to oblivion. After brief communication, Red Dragon Samantha deactivated the projection stone, eager to oversee production line operations. Sorog, what suggestions do you have? Garroth looked toward the Iron Dragon. The Iron Dragon's eyes glowed with spiritual energy, his mind operating at high speed, analyzing the current situation and formulating combat strategies. His vision seemed to display a map of the entire southeast and southwest regions. The distribution of major outposts, known guard strengths, and other details all appeared clearly visible. Though battle hadn't yet begun, he had already been continuously running simulations based on both sides' circumstances, gradually developing clear strategic lines in his mind. We and the Gold Fang tribe each have our strengths and weaknesses. Iron Dragon Sorog said, the Gold Fang tribe has deep accumulated resources, numerous mecha golems and alchemical tools, including some high-powered heavy artillery and powerful war machines. Their frontal assault capability is extremely strong. However, they themselves are physically weak, almost entirely dependent on alchemical industry, severely unbalanced. They fatigue more easily, require more logistical support. Need more supplies. The goblins themselves are the Gold Fang tribe's greatest weakness. In comparison, our Molten Iron tribe warriors are almost all tireless champions, with extremely low logistical demands. Relying on powerful physiques, they can fight continuously for extended periods. Plus, we have dragonkind among us, giving us mobility advantages. The light in the Iron Dragon's eyes didn't fade, he continued. When fighting the Gold Fang tribe, we should avoid large-scale frontal clashes, avoid combat on open terrain like plains, avoid committing all forces in a single engagement. We should disperse to attack their various outposts, fight on multiple fronts, strike and ambush their logistical supplies. The Iron Dragon spoke rapidly, yet each word remained precise and clear, his speech well organized. Comprehensive and detailed combat strategies flowed from him systematically. The core of all tactics is, dividing the whole into parts, blossoming at multiple points. After several full minutes, the light in his eyes gradually faded. He stopped speaking, vigorously rubbing his head with his claws, showing an extremely exhausted expression, his gaze even somewhat unfocused. High-intensity rapid thinking severely drained spiritual energy. The Iron Dragon now felt only splitting headaches, his brain turning muddy and sluggish. What do you think? The Iron Dragon exhaled, enduring his headache as he asked Garroth. The Red Iron Dragon nodded gently. Similar to what I was thinking, we'll engage the Gold Fang tribe according to this strategy. After a moment's thought, he added, Trixie of the 100 Dragons and Elvi can also be deployed to the battlefield. Not managing the fertile plains anymore, the abyssal rift still exists. The Iron Dragon's question carried the sluggishness of spiritual energy depletion. No matter, when necessary we can directly abandon the fertile plains first. If the goblins want it, then let them have it. Letting the goblins temporarily hold it for us, what does it matter? The Red Iron Dragon grinned, let's see if they can actually keep it. The Iron Dragon nodded in sudden understanding. I see. He showed a look of admiration, saying to the Red Iron Dragon, truly worthy of you, Garroth, my dear brother, your thinking is more thorough than mine. Even though I've become a mind sorcerer and use mental magic, I still can't match you. Garroth gently inclined his head, expression composed. You're not bad either, your growth has exceeded my expectations. In overall war coordination, you'll surpass me sooner or later. Actually, there were some details in the Iron Dragon's battle plan that Garroth hadn't considered, but he openly accepted Sorog's praise nonetheless. Between brothers, some small matters didn't need to be explicitly stated. What does Vera need to do? The fairy dragon emerged from the flower bushes nearby, circling around Garroth in flight as she asked with eager anticipation. Your task is the most important. Garroth said, remain stationed in Dragon Valley, guarding our territory together with the rampage bears. As he spoke, he carefully observed the fairy dragon's appearance. Compared to their first meeting, the colors on her body remained vividly bright and had actually deepened. Fairy dragons' age progression differed from normal dragons. Vera was now nearly 50 years old, already a mature adult fairy dragon. As ultra-small miniature dragonkin, fairy dragons normally only lived slightly over 200 years. This meant when Garroth reached his prime adulthood, the fairy dragon would be entering her twilight years, and due to being inherently weaker than other dragon species, extending that twilight would be extremely difficult. If the fairy dragon died, where would I get scale powder? Thinking this, Garroth extended his claw and gently poked the fairy dragon's head. What are you doing? The fairy dragon was knocked tumbling by the finger poke, stabilizing herself before asking indignantly. Nothing, just an itchy claw. Garroth watched the fairy dragon for a few seconds before shaking his head and speaking casually. He temporarily set aside thoughts about the fairy dragon's lifespan since she was currently in her prime, far from her twilight years. Then I forgive you. I also often feel an itch in my heart, unable to resist playing pranks. So next time if I stuff itching flowers in your nostrils, you have to forgive me too. Promise made, no takebacks. Fairy Dragon Vera said with a giggle. Without waiting for Garroth's specific response, she unilaterally finished speaking before hurriedly flying away, as if this would grant her an immunity token for pranking Garroth. What do I need to do? Go directly to the battlefield to kill enemies. Brass Silver Dragon Deborah blinked her eyes and asked. Garroth thought for a moment then said, same as Vera guard Dragon Valley. After pausing, he added, the difference is Dragon Valley truly relies on you for protection. Once the battle officially began, the Gold Fang tribe's counterattack would inevitably come as well. Unlike the previous Bloodhoof clan, because the Gold Fang tribe excelled at alchemical industry, their stronghold was impregnably fortified, making swap-based tactics ineffective. Dragon Valley, as the Molten Iron tribe's central hub, held extraordinary significance. It couldn't be abandoned meaninglessly. When Garroth was away fighting, guards needed to remain to prevent unexpected disasters. The Brass Silver Dragon was perfect for guard duty. If she appeared on a battlefield with drawn blades and life-or-death combat, even with her metallic dragon status, she couldn't make enemies hesitate. But stationed in Dragon Valley, primarily responsible for defense rather than fighting to the death, the situation would be different. Acceptable, I will ensure this place's safety. The Brass Silver Dragon nodded. Chaotic good was still good. Although her bottom-line principles were flexible, she ultimately retained good dragon nature and wasn't particularly interested in blood-soaked battlefields. Direct participation in combat was less appealing than taking on defensive guard duties. Simply repelling attacking enemies was sufficient. Soon time passed silently. The Molten Iron tribe intensively prepared for war. Multi-point engagement warfare tactics like these consumed more commander mental energy than large-scale frontal battles, further testing the commander's ability to coordinate the overall situation. After a day's rest, Iron Dragon Sorog's spiritual energy depletion had somewhat recovered. He issued specific instructions to the subordinate leaders at various strongholds, covering every detail meticulously, communicating all considerations to ensure they understood their objectives and tasks, knowing exactly what to do. One carefully assembled army after another stood ready for action. Attacks on the Gold Fang tribe's riverbank strongholds continued as usual, serving as misdirection. In the blink of an eye, dawn was about to rise for the seventh time. Southeastern Convergence Lands, Black Iron Plains. The Gold Fang tribe's main stronghold was located here. The goblins here weren't just green-skinned clowns fiddling with explosive potions. They had established extraordinary industrial facilities, their style completely incongruous with the Convergence lands. Spires of rusted iron and black smoke pierced the sky, the sound of interlocking gears never ceasing day or night. Rows of alchemy workshops stood tightly packed, depicting a brutal yet precise alchemical aesthetic, perhaps still somewhat immature. But without doubt, the Gold Fang tribe's alchemical industry had begun taking shape. 30 conveyor belts driven by black oil power wheels never stopped moving, each assembling alchemical golem components. The most basic golems like weld-iron drudges and flesh rippers were born here. Goblin overseers brandished electrified barbed whips screeching orders alongside the assembly lines. Their slaves were also goblins. But unlike the short, ordinary goblins, these were tall, burly bugbears wearing shock collars, looking at first glance like upright standing giant bears. Bugbears were goblin cousins, dim-witted but savage and fierce. In older times, bugbears typically ruled goblin tribes due to their great strength, but now ordinary goblins had enslaved bugbears through intelligence, using them as slaves while specially researching bugbear breeding manuals. At the tribe's core stood the Grand Artificer's Palace. Unlike ordinary tribes that used chieftain for their most esteemed leader, the Gold Fang tribe's leader was honored as Grand Artificer. His palace stood at the tribe center, entirely constructed from metal and machinery with faintly visible runic traces. The architectural style was rough yet imposing, revealing a precise beauty within its primitive appearance. At this moment, inside this metal palace, the Gold Fang tribe's goblin elders had gathered here. The leader's appearance didn't differ much from normal goblins, but his attire was quite refined, wearing a monocle on his face, his robe engraved with mechanical patterns of gears and levers, seated on a high-backed chair cast from metal. Grand Artificer Scott. He was the true master of all alchemy workshops and the highest-level alchemist in the Gold Fang tribe. Within the council chamber, 8 goblin elders who were also alchemists sat surrounding him, each showing some signs of alchemical modification: smooth metal arms, third mechanical arms protruding from shoulders, expressionless cold iron masks, etc. Among the most common development paths for alchemists, alchemical ascension through alchemical modification, merging with metal and machinery to completely transcend fleshly form, was one option. As alchemists grew in level, those born with physically weak constitutions often chose the alchemical ascension path, undergoing alchemical modifications to gradually shed the limitations of fleshly bodies. The advantage was that alchemically modified casters would experience great improvements in lifespan, combat capability, etc. The disadvantage was that losing their soul-compatible physical bodies caused soul issues. Their thinking became influenced by alchemical modifications, growing increasingly mechanical and rigid, slowly losing creative inspiration. The higher the modification degree, the more severe this problem became, it was said. The first interstellar spacecraft created by the Elven Empire Nossel carried an advanced intelligence that was essentially a high-level alchemist who had lost their own soul. But returning to topic, the Grand Artificer also had alchemical modifications, just with more sophisticated craftsmanship that wasn't visually apparent. After a month of negotiations with the Venomtail tribe, we've temporarily reached a peace agreement. A goblin elder with a crystal-modified eye said. The Venomtail tribe, one of the Convergence Land's 4 major tribes, consisted of serpent folk. Their tribe contained the Convergence Land's most spellcasters and shamans among other supernatural units, and they excelled at voodoo curses and similar methods, with numerous bloodthirsty, fierce serpent folk warriors. Among the 4 major tribes, the Venomtail tribe and Gold Fang tribe had the worst relationship. Serpent folk enjoyed hunting goblins, eating them as food. Before the Gold Fang tribe discovered the black oil field and rose to power, they suffered greatly under serpent folk oppression. Tracing back ancestry, nearly all contemporary goblins had ancestors who ended up in serpentfolk stomachs. Goblins were creatures that held grudges well, but facing wealth and resources, they could suppress hatred and become farsighted. In goblin eyes, the other three tribes were short-sighted, failing to understand trade and economy's importance. Years ago, goblin elders proficient in trade proposed a monopoly plan. They wanted to control trade, monopolize material exchanges with the Federation, gradually accumulate development, use economic means to suppress other tribes, develop toward becoming Convergence Lands King, even establishing a goblin nation here and joining the Federation. To monopolize the Estonian Great Rivers, Convergence lands riverbanks and monopolize trade. Gold Fang tribe emissaries traveled among the major tribes, promising benefits, conceding profits, carefully negotiating, removing obstacles from other tribes. They focused on the future, not stinting on temporary investments. Once the monopoly plan succeeded, everything other tribes gained would be repaid with interest, including initially sending emissaries to the Molten Iron tribe, originally intended to pave way for their monopoly plan. But at that time, the Molten Iron tribe had been turtling for years due to the Red Iron Dragon's hibernation, appearing weak and insignificant in goblin eyes, so instead of using inducements, they directly applied threats. The calculation failed. The Molten Iron tribe's toughness exceeded their expectations. Now they were directly counterattacking their riverbank strongholds, but these weren't the most important matters. Most importantly, the Molten Iron tribe understands economy and trade's importance, and their rise is rapid. For our monopoly plan to succeed, we must eliminate them. The three-armed goblin elder said quietly. Aside from our Gold Fang tribe, the Convergence lands cannot allow a second tribe skilled in trade to appear. They will take our gold coins. This is unforgivable. The metal-armed goblin elder nodded in agreement. We've reached agreement with the most dangerous Venomtail tribe and signed magical contracts. Now is precisely the time to concentrate our strength and eliminate the Molten Iron tribe. Another goblin elder's eyes flickered as he said, "Those dragonkin, their body parts are all top-tier alchemical materials. If we can enslave them, using dragon breath to fuel our furnaces day and night, would also greatly increase production capacity and quality rates. There's a freshly signed magical pact. The serpent folk of the Venomtail tribe won't take advantage of any gaps. The Molten Iron tribe has been raiding our river strongholds, disrupting trade and causing us massive losses. Strike first and strike hard. This is no ordinary tribe anymore. We must hit them with everything we have." Listening to the elders below, Grand Artificer Scott nodded slowly. The leader of the Gold Fang tribe's gaze flickered as he said, "The monopoly plan concerns our future. The Molten Iron tribe is opposing us. We can't keep letting them do as they please." After deciding to strike the Molten Iron tribe, the Grand Artificer and the elders began discussing the battle plan. They carefully weighed each side's strengths and weaknesses and concluded that to deal with the Molten Iron tribe, it would be best to assemble a massive legion and push straight through with an all-out frontal assault, leaving the Molten Iron tribe no time to react. Using alchemical golems and war engines, they would break them head-on. Not long after, the goblin leadership reached consensus. Although the Molten Iron tribe's accumulated base was weaker than the four major tribes of the Convergence lands, it was still significant. To rally morale, the Grand Artificer used a communication device to send readiness orders to each stronghold leader and prepared a war declaration. Warriors of the Goblin Kin. To those arrogant reptiles of the Southwest. Scaly brigands. They burned our harbors, plundered our wealth, and challenged the dignity of the Gold Fang tribe. We will crush their pride with a flood of steel. Let those winged lizards taste the might of alchemical heavy cannons. Strip their scales one by one and make new armor out of them." Pausing, the Grand Artificer's voice echoed through the communication devices and alchemical tools almost simultaneously across all strongholds. "For the honor of the Gold Fang tribe, restore the glory of the goblin people. Grind every obstacle into iron." A roar almost at the same time, an unusual roar sounded. The Grand Artificer's eyes sharpened. He noticed the roar came from one of the communication devices. "Rog, what's happening?" the Grand Artificer asked the stronghold leader connected to that device. "Enemy attack." "Enemy attack, it's a white dragon and many monsters," came the urgent reply. The Grand Artificer's heart dipped. The Molten Iron tribe dared to act so brazenly. Attacking river strongholds wasn't enough for them, he thought. This time they must wipe out the Molten Iron tribe. These savage monsters would only take advantage step by step. Their existence could no longer be tolerated. With this mobilization, they would erase the Molten Iron tribe in one decisive blow. The Grand Artificer's face remained calm as he said, "Support will arrive soon." Before his words finished, more anxious and tense voices erupted from the communication devices, cutting him off. Ogres. Ogres are battering our lines. Lots of giant wolves, they slipped past our covert sentries. Iron Dragon, I see the Iron Dragon approaching and a flock of flying dragons. Bad news poured in from all directions. Multiple Gold Fang strongholds were under attack. There's something falling from the sky like a comet toward us. No, it's crash with an ear-splitting roar like meteorites striking the earth. The voice behind that communication device was abruptly silenced. The Grand Artificer's expression didn't change, but his calm seemed to become rigid. The goblins wanted to strike first. But while they were still deliberating in the council hall, the Molten Iron Tribe's legions, under cover of sorcerers and shamans, had already, slow and silent, concealed their movements and approached the Gold Fang Tribe's major strongholds along multiple fronts. To avoid alarming their prey, the forces that first neared the goblins' strongholds did not strike immediately but lay in patient ambush, awaiting orders. The first strike would be the most effective. They needed to wait until their forces were in position to hit the goblin strongholds simultaneously and catch them completely off guard. As the goblin leadership's deliberation continued, more and more enemy units took their positions, and the risk of being discovered steadily rose. This beast that was the Molten Iron Tribe did not remain passively hidden. It started revealing its fangs at precisely the right moments. Let time rewind to before the Grand Artificer announced the call to arms. Southeast, the quartz mining fields. The sun cast long shadows from the steam towers across the quarry. A goblin lookout on the watchtower chewed his tobacco leaf and squinted. Not far off, several glints seemed off. "Hey," he shouted down. "The rocks on the west slope look like they're moving, take a good look." His deputy lounged lazily by a ballista and said, "Probably those damned rock goats again, they chewed things up last week." Before he finished speaking, the ground began to tremble, dust kicked up and settled. As his gaze steadied, the goblin scout's breath caught and his nerves went taut. What filled his sight were not rocks or goats, but enemies charging at full speed. Red iron riders, centaurs on iron hooves, giant wolf knights, hyena knights. Their iron-shod hooves struck the ground first, crushing soil and stone. Then heavily armored, towering ogres and ogre elites, huge, massed bodies like little mountains of flesh followed. Crowding among them were dense packs of gnolls and kobolds, running with guttural cries. More terrifying, a streak of white dragon shadow sliced past the clouds, revealing a fierce, icy silhouette. The quarry alarms instantly rang through the valley. Steam ballistae with multi-holed barrels extended from camouflaged rock faces, their arrowheads gleaming cold. Buzz, buzz. Black oil burned in the mecha golem's engines, churning energy through pipes. Every golem stood ready in formation. Open fire. Amid shouts from the goblin operators, ballistae launched specially made armor-piercing bolts at the white dragon. But before they could hit, a blast of frigid wind froze the volley in midair. The bolts fell to the ground. Whoosh! The white dragon skimmed low, her frost breath froze a flesh ripper to a block of ice. Alchemical cannon fire struck her armored hide, cracking and flaking the ice plating, but it did not knock her down. Before more attacks could lock on, the Molten Iron Tribe's soldiers surged like a tide, and the goblins had to begin brutal close-quarters fighting. Dragons streaked across the sky, each strike could destroy a mecha golem. Gnolls and kobolds swarmed like locusts. The goblins without golem support were torn apart by claws and fangs. Ogre elites and centaur warriors tore through the goblin defenses. Quarries like the quartz mine were not the only targets. The southeast erupted into battle at many points. Strongholds of the Gold Fang tribe, like the Iron Ore Mine and the Spike Beast Ranch, faced attacks. Depending on which garrisons defended them, the Molten Iron tribe assigned different assault units. Weaker targets were led by lieutenants such as Gluttonous Ogre Karu, Dragonvein Werewolf Russell, and the Half-Blood Centaur Elvi. Stronger targets were directly commanded by Iron Dragon Sorog, Red Dragon Samantha, and White Dragon Trixie. Furthermore, to maximize the first strike's impact, Garroth himself did not idle in Dragon Valley. He targeted a key Gold Fang stronghold, Southeast Steel Spike Outpost. This was a military defense node of the Gold Fang tribe, guarded more tightly than ordinary resource points. The goblins had sealed the ground approaches with a spiked wall like iron nails. More than one mecha golem was stationed here. In addition to basic flesh rippers, there were higher-grade golems and numerous alchemical heavy cannons, steam ballistae, and other defensive units. At that moment, the noon sun baked the steel spike wall hot. A goblin lookout had just pushed his goggles up to wipe sweat when his pupils widened at a streak burning across the sky, a falling red comet. Even in daylight, its trailing flame was clear and he could sense its extraordinary power. It fell at incredible speed. Only after a moment's shock did the goblin lookout make out the truth. Not a comet, not a comet. It was not a celestial body at all, but a massive dragon folding its wings and diving. Air tore in a rending shriek, a deathly howl that lagged behind its appearance. As it closed distance at tremendous speed, continuous booms of sonic brakes rolled like thunder brought close. Two messages confronted the goblins at Steelspike Outpost. The good news, only one enemy was attacking, unlike other strongholds besieged by many foes. The bad news. The attacker was the Wings of the Skyrend, Death's Harbinger, Redwing Lord, in short, the king of the Molten Iron tribe. Garroth's gaze locked on the alchemical heavy cannon array. As he beat his wings, dark crimson breath boiled and frothed, trailing a long streak of blazing light that seemed to tear a burning wound across the blue sky. He descended like a red thunderbolt hurled by a god. The noon sun dimmed in comparison. Enemy incoming, all guns open fire. The goblin commander tried to react instantly and gave the order. But the red iron dragon came too fast, too suddenly. The spiked iron wall could not stop him. Even with alchemists at the controls, their anti-air heavy cannons needed several seconds to warm and fire. Precise targeting would take even longer. So just as those heavy cannons were turning toward him but before they could fire, the red iron dragon was already within striking distance. He carried unrivaled dragon might, unstoppable and irresistible, intent on annihilation. Like a meteor plunging through the earth on a vertical, sky-cleaving trajectory. Boom, time seemed to freeze for an instant before an ear-splitting, catastrophic roar exploded like a natural disaster. Shockwaves burst outward in rings, scalding air rolled. Soil and rocks heaved in waves as if liquefied. The alchemical cannon's barrels bowed like wax in extreme heat, then were tossed into the sky like toys. Every anti-air heavy cannon in the array was nearly obliterated in an instant, and the goblins trying to man them were annihilated. Sunlight pierced the churning dust and revealed a massive silhouette faintly visible amid a ringed crater and thick haze. Whoosh! Gusting winds scattered the dust, and the red iron dragon beat his wings and rose. His impossibly powerful form filled the goblin's vision. He looked dominant, iron-muscled ridges rolling, heavy scales too thick to hide his bulk. His horns were imposing. Cold-burst scales covered his body like an unbreakable armor, spines sprouting like a blade forest. Every part of him gleamed with lethal edge, radiating death. Surrounded by mecha golems, he wore a composed expression and calm eyes. His hard, scale and spine-lined dragon face showed neither anxiety nor excitement, as if he were not on a battlefield but strolling through a garden. Today's sunlight was exceptionally brilliant, and the temperature in the Convergence lands at noon was not icy cold, offering a rare comfort. But before the red iron dragon that had torn through the earth and stood among the ruins, almost all goblins felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their hands and feet freezing cold, sensing no warmth whatsoever. However, no race lacks courageous warriors. A golem more advanced than the Flesh Ripper suddenly erupted, launching a sneak attack from behind. The red iron dragon didn't even bother to look directly, just casually swung its tail. Dragon scales aligned along the tail like a giant blade, instantly sweeping past the mecha golem. Pathetic toys. The red iron dragon's voice was unhurried, yet clearly echoed through the ruins. The afterimage of the dragon tail swing still hung frozen in the air, as the ambushing golem had already transformed into scattered steel components, clattering and rolling across the scorched earth. Simultaneously, more shadows converged. One mecha golem after another activated overload engine modes. Core engines roaring like war drums, emitting massive amounts of high-temperature steam, energy channels glowing red. Goblins are inherently cowardly, unwilling to face combat directly. But perhaps separated by a layer of steel mecha, goblins piloting golems often harbored the illusion of becoming taller and stronger, more brave and fearless than usual, even daring to battle dragons. A burly, heavily armored golem approached from the right, heavy hammer smashing down. Garroth slightly turned his body. Boom! The ground cracked open with spiderweb-like fissures under the heavy impact. Flying debris landed on dragon scales, shattering further into pieces. The red iron dragon's counterattack was swift as lightning. He raised his claw, pressing toward the heavily armored golem. His claw strike trajectory seemed ordinary, straightforward, yet carried a sense of pure skill, seemingly masterful proficiency. Seemingly casual, it sealed off all possible evasion spaces for the golem. Combat level brought claw mastery, made Garroth's claw techniques appear like those of a 1,000 times refined master rather than beast-like swipes. The several thousand-ton golem had just begun to react when its chest cockpit was already pierced. Shattered gears and pipelines gushed out from its back, drawing shiny arcs in sunlight, splattering black oil like the golem's blood. Front, rear, flank. Three steel rippers simultaneously closed in, advanced models of the flesh ripper with thicker mechanical arms and chainswords capable of cutting through refined steel. Flame Curse, Garroth used the quasi-spell skill awakened during his hibernation, flames seeming to ignite in his eyes. Without any warning, three steel rippers were simultaneously enveloped in crimson-red light, but beyond this, no other obvious changes occurred. Scorching metal, Garroth raised his claw gripping empty air. Crack, crack, crack. Three steel rippers simultaneously convulsed, their metal bodies turning scorching hot and red like heated iron. Mecha Golem construction materials contained magic-resistant metals and anti-magic runes. Low-level magic was basically ineffective against steel rippers, but it wasn't enough to completely nullify two quasi-spells Garroth used simultaneously. Goblins inside cockpits screamed in agony, as if becoming roasted meat on an iron plate, areas contacting metal developing blisters from burns. However, magic-resistant metals served their purpose. While burns caused pain, they weren't fatal. After brief convulsions, steel rippers continued raising chainswords, slashing toward Garroth. Yet a moment's hesitation proved fatal. Boom! Dragon wings erupted with fiery aura, instantly accelerating. The red iron dragon fully extended its pair of wings, suddenly spinning around itself as the center, wing blades slicing through air with dangerous, lethal sharpness, sweeping past three steel rippers, cleaving them including their goblin pilots completely in two. Simultaneously, golems positioned in the rear completed targeting. Their builds were heavily armored and squat, not tall and imposing like steel rippers, but carried exceptionally many ranged weapons, shoulder-mounted six-barrel magic cannons, hand and chest-mounted alchemical weapons. They simultaneously opened fire on the red iron dragon. Acid projectiles, arcane missiles, and scorching solid metal shells attacked from different angles, submerging the red iron dragon as he shredded the steel rippers. Boom, boom, boom. Ground shattered, flames, acid, arcane energy mixed together. Air instantly turned extremely murky, seeming to become a death domain. The strength of alchemy lies in, given suitable materials and resources plus a solid industrial system, crafted alchemical equipment can execute almost all path skills. With sufficient resources, under unlimited supply conditions, alchemists instead become the strongest profession in early-mid stages, bar none. If an ordinary young adult dragon were hit by this wave of saturation bombardment, it would at least lose a layer of skin. However, before goblins could rejoice over results, whoosh, the red iron dragon spread wings high, suddenly bursting out from the artillery-covered area. Scales showed more cracks, pits, and corrosion marks, but that was all. Frostburst scales possessed exceptional resistance to both high and low temperatures. Physical damage resistance was even more unparalleled. Simultaneously, with damage received, thermal energy accumulated within Garroth's body. Destruction Breath was one of Garroth's major trump cards. Uncertain whether battles here would be reported to Goblin headquarters, he needed some reservation but could appropriately display it as misdirection. Therefore, Garroth didn't wait for thermal energy to accumulate further, choosing to release before reaching peak. Suddenly, a metal projectile landed on Garroth's shoulder, detonating frostburst scales and some spikes there. Simultaneously, the red iron dragon deeply inhaled, chest swelling high, rolling heat radiating from every scale gap, entire black scales beginning to glow red. Boom. He flew low, lowering his head, spitting thermal energy-enhanced dragon breath toward alchemical golems. Thermal energy poured by Garroth hadn't reached peak, not even half, so fiery breath enhancement couldn't be called destruction, but remained formidable. Torrential flame flow poured from his mouth. The red iron dragon soared at low altitude, scouring ground with dragon breath. Mecha golems melted under his terrifying breath, flesh and blood pilots dying instantly. After one dragon breath exhausted, Steel Spike outposts golems were almost entirely destroyed, somewhat regrettable since golems held significant value. If intact, after some modifications, they could become molten iron tribe weapons, but now wasn't the time for mercy. Black oil fields were most important. Once black oil fields secured, with sufficient energy supply, obtaining alchemical golem blueprints through Gem Merchant Consortium, some core components building assembly lines for ordinary components they could manufacture themselves. Then Molten Iron Tribe could possess its own alchemical golems, wealth resources more easily converted into power. Now, with golems destroyed one after another, other defensive weapons couldn't stop the red iron dragon either. Steel Spike outpost goblins' morale completely collapsed. Inherent cowardice facing death fully awakened, they fled in panic disarray toward various directions. Regarding this, Garroth didn't bother obstructing. He killed goblin warriors with alchemical equipment, captured remaining goblin alchemists, while ordinary goblins were simply left alone. Gold Fang tribe's strength lay in accumulated golems and war machines, not goblins themselves. Alchemists with golems and equipment were strong, but correspondingly, alchemists without golems were pathetic weaklings. Destroying those golems and machines already counted as capturing Steelspike Outpost, objective achieved. Moreover, Garroth kept goblins for future use. For Gold Fang tribe, Garroth's primary goal was subjugation, not complete destruction. Molten Iron tribe's alchemical industry development could benefit from experienced goblins adding bricks and tiles. Several minutes later, the red iron dragon soared skyward, departing Steelspike Outpost. This important Gold Fang tribe military defense stronghold had almost become ruins, crushed by single dragon power. Garroth returned to Dragon Valley. As time passed, successive victory reports arrived from various locations. Thanks to First Strike advantage, Molten Iron Tribe's surprise first assault achieved remarkable results. Strongholds targeted by Molten Iron soldiers were almost all captured, Gold Fang Tribe suffering heavy losses. When Gold Fang Tribe reinforcements arrived, Molten Iron warriors had already withdrawn. After capturing Gold Fang Tribe's strongholds, they didn't occupy them, taking everything portable, destroying what couldn't be taken, then decisively choosing retreat. Ignited warfare didn't extinguish with Molten Iron Tribe's withdrawal. Moreover, Molten Iron Tribe only retreated strategically for better attacks. After brief rest, Molten Iron soldiers continued assaulting various Gold Fang Tribe strongholds. Under Iron Dragon's command and coordination, they strictly followed tactical core, maintaining guerrilla-style multi-front warfare, avoiding direct confrontation with Gold Fang Tribe, maximizing their advantages. Using their strengths to attack enemy weaknesses. With unstoppable red iron dragon presence, escaped lucky to survive goblins spread tales of his terror and horror. When mysterious red light appeared in sky, it meant he came, meant death approached. Surviving goblins described thus. Rumors spread, red iron dragon casting heavy shadow over Gold Fang Tribe. Combat rhythm was also controlled by Molten Iron Tribe. Gold Fang Tribe retreated in continuous defeat, suffering heavy losses. Several days later, Black Iron Plains Goblin Headquarters Artificer Palace Conference Hall. Atmosphere in chamber felt heavy, silent as a crow, only some alchemical prosthetic gear operating sounds clicking. Elders report current situation. Grand Artificer spoke first, his expression as ever green face showing no emotion, voice carrying goblin-specific sharpness. Our military stronghold, Steelspike Outpost, has become ruins. Quartz mine, refined iron mine, Spikebeast Ranch, defense lines all breached. Our golems massively destroyed, carefully trained operators heavily casualties, many alchemists dead or missing. Item after item making atmosphere heavier reports came from goblin elders' mouths. Back when Molten Iron Tribe first discovered, we should have launched full assault, nipped them in bud. Three-hand goblin elder said with piercing voice. Easy to say, but unless future-seeing, no matter how many times, Gold Fang Tribe would make same choice. Initially Garroth hibernated, Molten Iron Tribe laid low turtled up, completely not threatening. Plus goblins focused mainly on other tribes, paying no attention to Molten Iron Tribe. Matters having reached this point, discussing past meaningless. What we need now is eliminating Molten Iron Tribe. Grand Artificer Scan Circle said, Elders have any thoughts? Mechanical Arm Goblin Elder took out a memory stone. First discuss Molten Iron Tribe's king, this evil dragon that scared courage out of many clansmen. Speaking, activating it, Memory Stone projected light shadows, outlining Red Iron Dragon seen at Steelspike Outpost. Red Iron Dragon ravaging outpost, easily shredding numerous golems seen by Goblin Elders. Its final used breath not normal. I modified Goblin Elder keenly said. Black scales turning crimson, heat visibly radiating. Goblin Elder paused and enlarged Garroth using Dragon Breath scene, carefully observing, thoughtfully said. Its Dragon Breath unusual, seemingly enhanced somehow. Another Goblin Elder said. Attack signs very obvious plus power formidable but still insufficient to make us fear. Ironface Goblin Elder nodded, agreeing said. Molten Iron Tribe's king, this red iron hybrid dragon strong, this point undeniable, but if only currently displayed level then not worth too much attention. Mechanical Arm Goblin Elder slightly shook head said. Its destruction of Steelspike Outpost performance effortless, absolutely has hidden power, cannot let guard down. Nearby Goblin Elder said. Correct, but given Dragon Race arrogant conceited nature, it didn't directly assault Black Iron Plains, indicating it fears us somewhat. Its hidden power limited, we cannot underestimate it, but also no need to overestimate. After analyzing Redwing Lord for some time, Goblin Elders shifted topic, began discussing how to counterattack Molten Iron Tribe. We cannot let Molten Iron Tribe lead us by nose. They attempt multi-front warfare, repeatedly assault to exhaust us. Direct decisive battle, Molten Iron Tribe absolutely not our match. Gather strength attack head-on, transfer battlefield to southwest, reclaim combat rhythm. Goblin Elders and Grand Artificer after discussion quickly reached consensus. Gather strength breakthrough head-on. This completely opposite Molten Iron Tribe's tactical strategy, but also most able to utilize Gold Fang Tribe alchemical machine advantage combat strategy. Immediately following, goblins under elders and grand artificers called gathered legions began marching toward southwest, primary target Molten Iron Tribe's vital heartland, fertile plains. The first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds. Led by the grand artificer and 4 goblin elders, the alchemical legion surged across the land like a steel tide. As one of the 4 major tribes that had fought their way out from among the numerous clans of the Convergence lands, their profound foundation was fully displayed during wartime. The vanguard array consisted of the most numerous flesh ripper golems, each step shaking the earth, followed by elite golems like steel rippers and earth furies, though fewer in number. In addition, there were mechanical beasts carrying massive heavy artillery, advancing step by step with heavy footfalls. Grand Artificer Scott stood atop one of the mechanical beasts. He was the highest-level alchemist of the Gold Fang tribe, whose alchemical attainments, while not top-tier even in the Southern Federation, still earned him considerable praise. He was now over 200 years old. Among goblins with an average lifespan of 80, he was absolutely considered an old monster. However, his appearance showed no traces of time's erosion, still looking like a goblin in his prime. And unlike the exaggerated facial expressions of other goblins, Scott's expression remained as calm as a mask. This abnormal composure combined with his long life making him a legend in the eyes of the tribe's people. When Scott was born, the Gold Fang tribe had already discovered the black oil field and obtained the resources for ascension, but still lacked foundational strength, having to develop carefully, hiding and concealing their progress. At that time, the Gold Fang clan was like a beggar holding gold, both ecstatic about the sudden windfall and terrified of powerful neighbors. Unlike other goblins, after gradually understanding this world, Scott became obsessed with alchemy. He wanted to know the composition of stones, why metals could move, what the essence of this world was. He had too many questions, too much curiosity, thirst for exploration and desire for knowledge, coupled with excellent talent. Scott unsurprisingly became an alchemist. His level increased rapidly, and he acted decisively, immediately putting ideas into practice whenever he had them. Given enough time and materials, he could even handcraft mecha, quickly becoming the leader of the Gold Fang clan at that time. After discovering a broader world, he had thought that if he had been born in the Goblin Kingdom of the Lothrian Federation, he might have had a wider future. Becoming a true legend wasn't impossible. But Scott ultimately did not abandon the Gold Fang clan. Leading a weak clan from the Convergence lands to develop and grow, step by step toward glory, was also a legendary feat. He was determined to lead the Gold Fang clan through thorns and brambles. At that time, the Gold Fang clan was weak, not daring to reveal the existence of black oil, not even daring to extract it. As a high-level alchemist, Scott could handcraft mecha, but it took a long time and couldn't be mass-produced, unable to become the Gold Fang clan's true backbone. So Scott went all in, forcefully crushing the heads of all resistors. He almost exhausted the entire Gold Fang clan's savings to purchase yellowed mecha blueprints and an old, rusty flesh ripper from merchants. He studied day and night, gradually completely analyzing the flesh ripper's structure. After another year, the first flesh ripper assembly line was built under his leadership. From then on, the workshop's furnaces never went out again. The Gold Fang clan finally had reliable armament, slowly. One mecha golem after another was created. Under Scott's careful guidance and instruction, goblin alchemists emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. The Gold Fang clan gradually developed into the Gold Fang tribe, and even their natural enemies, the serpent folk, gradually stopped rashly hunting and devouring goblins. As for Scott, he had originally reached the end of his lifespan, critically ill and aged. But after a period of secluded cultivation, he came back to life, rejuvenated to his prime appearance. The specific details of how remained unknown to other goblins. The tribe's alchemists whispered among themselves. Some said he had transformed himself into a perfect humanoid construct, while others claimed to have seen him drink a longevity potion refined from black oil, but all speculation ended under Scott's icy gaze. At this moment, bathed in strands of morning light, Scott gazed toward the gradually approaching southwestern border, his face still expressionless. As time gradually passed, the Legion crossed the border. The molten iron tribe's border outposts bore the brunt first. An outpost guarded by many gnolls and kobolds first tasted the alchemical legion's wrath. The mecha golem's artillery fire shattered the watchtowers, chainswords tearing apart fragile flesh and blood. The steel tide crushed the forward outposts, steadily advancing toward the fertile plains. Along the way, the alchemical legion suffered many harassment attacks from the molten iron tribe, but these assaults were insignificant to them. All attacking monsters were shattered by mecha golems and alchemical heavy artillery. Steel crushed the broken bodies into bloody mud. The Gold Fang tribe's legion broke through layer after layer of defenses, their flags appearing at the edge of the fertile plains. The commotion of a large-scale legion marching was substantial. The molten iron tribe's defenders had long been waiting in full formation on the fertile plains. Young adult dragons and flying dragon groups circled and danced in the air, while on the ground were legions composed of centaurs, ogres, gnolls, kobolds, gray-fanged werewolves, and other creatures attack. The Grand Artificer coldly issued the command. The midday sun baked the iron armor until it was hot. The Gold Fang tribe's steel tide charged toward the molten iron tribe's defenses. Steel golems advanced with orderly steps, each step shaking the ground. Simultaneously, the voices of golem operators sounded through loudspeakers. The goblin warriors coordinating and following around the golems also shouted together. The furnace is our sanctuary, the wrench our prayer staff. Black oil boils in our veins, gears sing in our chests. Crush those flesh bodies. Only when copper rust dyes the earth red does civilization truly grow. The goblins' voices weren't pleasant, sharp, piercing, noisy, and not unified either. Some were sharp like steel nails scraping glass, others hoarse like grinding wheels polishing scrap metal, but they strangely intertwined into waves above the battlefield, complementing the heavy footsteps of alchemical golems and engine roars, gradually converging into an overwhelming pressure like mountains and seas. Gold coins, paving the road to heaven. Dismantle everything, even God's ribs have price tags. Today we write poetry with shells, tomorrow we smelt steel from enemy camps. The Grand Artificer's smile is the dawn of a new world. The goblins sang loudly, their bodies trembling slightly, excitement shining in their eyes, their morale unprecedentedly high. Indeed not ordinary goblins anymore to have such morale. Garroth narrowed his eyes, thinking the molten iron tribe also needed a war song. Fighting the Gold Fang tribe's alchemical legion head-on, we could win, but would absolutely suffer heavy losses. However, we've long been prepared. The Iron Dragon Sorog's voice sounded directly in Garroth's mind through mental connection. Immediately after the war began, the young adult dragons seemed to fear the alchemical legion, not daring to land, not rashly attacking, only circling timidly in the sky, occasionally using some long-range skills with limited lethality that could basically be ignored. This included the previously fearsome Red Iron Dragon. Facing the morale-boosted, steadily advancing alchemical legion, the molten iron warriors couldn't resist the steel onslaught, fighting while retreating. After paying the price of many gnoll and kobold lives, plus a few elites, they temporarily withdrew from their stronghold on the king's fertile plain. A significant portion were routed, scattering in all directions. The king's fertile plain lived up to its name as a fertile and abundant land. In the entire southwest, the fertile plains were the place richest in various resources. Having captured the core territory of the southwest, the goblins, whose greed and miserliness matched dragons, naturally wouldn't willingly surrender it again. In the previous war, the molten iron tribe had retreated in continuous defeat. Abandoning the fertile plains almost equaled abandoning the southwest, and they likely wouldn't make a comeback for a short time. Station here, establish a stronghold. The Grand Artificer issued the command. Immediately, on the battlefield where smoke hadn't yet dispersed, goblin engineers were already busy like ant colonies. Amid the roaring of steam shovels, quick-setting cement was injected into trenches like gray blood. Temporary walls grew at visible speeds. The wreckage of golems destroyed in counterattacks was rapidly disassembled and reassembled. Flesh rippers' rotating saw blades were modified into meat grinders on walls. Steel rippers' torsos became watchtower foundations. A month gradually passed. During this time, the molten iron tribe repeatedly organized counterattacks, attempting to recapture the king's fertile plain, but were all repelled by the goblins. Moreover, the intensity of their counterattacks gradually weakened, with fewer monsters coming each time, as if they were about to completely abandon this place. During this period, because the Legion contained many alchemists, the Gold Fang tribe's stronghold had taken shape. But this engineering effort had also exhausted the goblins considerably. Their carried provisions were stretched thin, almost depleted. However, logistical supplies were already on the way and would arrive soon, no big deal. It was currently deep night, darkness thickening. Grand Artificer Scott and several goblin elders were discussing the next battle plan. Driving the molten iron tribe from the fertile plains was only the first step. They wanted to completely eradicate them, bringing the Southwest under their control. Suddenly, a goblin scout hurriedly entered the temporary tent. Grand Artificer, we've discovered an abyssal rift. As they gradually gained a foothold on the fertile plains, goblin scouts had explored further regions and discovered the existence of an abyssal rift. Except for Scott, several goblin elders simultaneously changed expressions. An abyssal rift? In the fertile plains, there was actually such a hot potato here. Wait, something seemed wrong. A goblin elder frowned, muttering. Although we defeated the molten iron tribes, thinking carefully, they collapsed too quickly like an orderly retreat. In subsequent counterattacks, they also seemed to lack determination to recapture the fertile plains, often making brief contact before quickly retreating. Capable of being considered cunning and sly existences, the goblin race was actually quite intelligent. Coming to their senses from previous victories, the goblin elders felt a chill, gradually noticing those abnormal details. The molten iron tribe paid a bloody price. But the vast majority who died were those insignificant gnolls and kobolds. Another goblin elder's breathing intensified, saying, "Centaurs, ogres, flying dragons." These elites suffered minimal casualties. The dragons ruling the molten iron tribe were completely unharmed. After a brief silence, the goblin elders simultaneously felt a chilling crisis. A trap, it's a trap. The molten iron tribe used the entire fertile plains as bait to set a trap. Their recent attack frequency has been low, as if waiting and brewing something. The goblin elders realized the severity of the problem belatedly. Disaster, it's the provisions. They're waiting for our provisions to run out, speed up the logistical supplies, send more golems to meet them. However, their reaction came a step too late. Before the meeting party arrived, the logistical supplies first brought terrible news. They had been attacked and by dragons personally arriving. On a route between the Black Iron Plains and the King's Fertile Plain, the Red Dragon and 100 dragons flew low, respectively spewing flame and frost, either melting or freezing the escorting mecha golems into ice sculptures. The Iron Dragon Sorog simultaneously tore open a golem's chest. Soon after, the last golem also became scrap metal beneath the Red Iron Dragon. From the attack start to finish, it took no more than 10 minutes. The goblins are immersed in the illusory falsehood of having defeated us dragons. Little do they know the real prey is themselves. The Iron Dragon grinned. Garroth turned to look toward the fertile plains direction, slowly saying, "The real decisive battle now begins." Simultaneously, on the King's Fertile Plain, the Grand Artificer decisively ordered a retreat. The goblin warriors had originally been smug about capturing the fertile territory, feeling confused and puzzled by the sudden retreat order. But they soon understood the reason. Not long after retreating began, monsters appeared everywhere across the mountains and plains. They didn't immediately fight, only followed the alchemical legion closely at a certain distance, watching with menacing intent. Until the alchemical legion withdrew from the King's Fertile Plain, the centaurs began their charge. At this time, the goblins were scarce on provisions. With reduced rations, most were starving. Though there was plenty of black oil remaining, they could no longer squander it freely. The alchemical golems, lacking sufficient maintenance, also couldn't perform at full capacity. The molten iron warriors were exactly the opposite. They were like wolves and tigers, surging with momentum, unleashing all the ferocity they had suppressed before all at once. Like a beast that had been starving for a long time, revealing its vicious fangs. A powerful war song rose again, but not the goblin war song. This one came from the molten iron tribe. Lava flows in our veins, flames burn between our teeth. What we want isn't victory. If we fight, we smash skulls. If we kill until blood rivers run dry. Realizing war songs could greatly boost morale, the molten iron tribe had hastily composed one overnight. Centaurs, ogres, gnolls. Numerous monsters simultaneously shouted loudly, using roars and snarls, iron hooves trampling the earth, weapons striking shields in rhythm, weaving together into a sound wave charging straight into the night sky. Fight, fight for the Dragon Lord. Every wound is a medal, every drop of blood is fine wine. But is this enough to satisfy? Not enough. Then tear open more chests, smash more spines. Until the moon hides frightened in blood clouds, until the sun dims its light. Different creatures, different voices, converged into the same war song. The sound wave charged into the clouds, shaking the goblins to their core. The molten iron tribe's morale soared, advancing step by step. The alchemical legion's morale rapidly declined, constantly retreating. This moment was exactly like that moment. But the difference was, the alchemical legion's retreat wasn't planned in advance, it was forced by circumstances. Moreover, their mobility was inferior to the molten iron tribes. Want to escape? Already too late. Thick night fog was torn apart by countless lights. The fertile soil of the king's fertile plain was now soaked with blood and oil. Behind the retreating alchemical legion of the Gold Fang tribe, steel treads carved deep ruts like wounds in the earth bleeding. The goblins were hastily falling back. Hunger had dulled their sharp ears, their once bright goggles were clouded with the gray of despair. Ahead rose the uneven border foothills. Jagged stones like enormous fangs pierced the night, looking dangerously aloof. That direction was both the goblins' escape route and the slaughterhouse the molten iron tribe had carefully chosen. They were deliberately driving the alchemical legion closer. The moment the alchemical legion set foot on the border, a low, thunderous tremor came from behind. It wasn't the heavy steps of golems, but the savage drumbeat of countless hooves and claws striking rock. Then the molten iron tribe's war song stopped being a vague roar. Every syllable carried a bloody hunger, smashing down like an avalanche. The monsters launched a merciless charge. Centaurs' lances struck earth, metal rang. Ogres beat their armored chests with iron-plated palms, sending sparks flying. Ogre elites bellowed in unison, their steps crushing the ground. Bipedal wyverns dove with shrieks, tearing the air. At the same time, it felt as if the mountains themselves had come alive. On the steep eastern slope, hundreds of massive black shapes tumbled down like collapsing boulders, gluttonous Ogre Karu and a group of elite ogres. While the goblins were still smug about the molten iron tribe's supposed weakening counterattack, gluttonous Ogre Karu and the dragonvein werewolf Russell had already led their elites into ambush. The ogres refused to retreat. They ball-rolled their gigantic bodies and, relying on brute mass, heavy armor, and terrifying weight, plowed down the rugged slope, aiming straight for the disordered center of the alchemical legion. Hold formation, wheel around. Acid cannons fire. A goblin commander's scream was swallowed by the terrifying roar of falling titans. Boom, 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 like falling stones from the sky, a gluttonous ogre smashed into several parallel flesh rippers. The tremendous impact made the golem's steel joints emit a grating metallic groan, bodies twisted and fractured. The gluttonous ogre rose roaring, sweeping its fan-like hands left and right, seizing the golem's head and shoulders, its 10 fingers dug deep into armor seams. Muscles knotted beneath scales. With teeth-grinding metal-tearing sounds, it ripped off the upper torso of a golem. Broken piping splattered sparks and viscous black oil, covering the ogre's head and face. A whoosh, the black oil ignited into fierce flames, engulfing the ogre and making it more ferocious. The gluttonous ogre, transformed by red dragon lineage, feared no flames. A howling warcry rent the night. Dense gray shadows poured like a breached dam down the gentler western slope. It was Russell leading his gray-clad werewolves. These warriors, between human and true wolf, possessed craftier minds and more coordinated pack tactics. They did not have the titanic crushing power of giants, but they were ghost-fast and lethal. While running, each became a lithe giant wolf, eyes glinting with bloodthirsty ferocity. They did not confront the huge golems head-on. Instead, like deadly iron-gray whirlwinds, they slipped nimbly into gaps within the golem ranks, leaping for the goblin infantry and the relatively fragile engineering units. Stop them, extinguish. Fire! The goblin infantry formation instantly fell into chaos. Alchemical muskets spat dense volleys, drawing orange-red death lines through the night. But the giant wolves were too fast, both savage beasts and cunning sentients. They crouched low, ran on all fours, darting between the golem's steel legs. Most bullets struck empty air or the golem's armor with a clang. A dragonvein werewolf clad in steel-like dragon scales leapt into the air, dodging an incoming chainsaw sword. Russell precisely pounced on a goblin engineer who was urgently pumping black oil into a golem. Sharp wolf claws easily tore through the goblin's crude leather armor and ripped out its still-beating heart. As goblins tried to surround and strangle the attackers, the ground tremor drew nearer. The main force of the molten iron tribe had arrived. More centaurs, ogres, countless gnolls, kobolds, lizardfolk. Rolling in like a tide, flesh and blood overwhelming steel. Goblin alchemists chanted quickly. Their magical energy flashed like lightning through shattered parts, making those components whirl and combine so that fallen alchemical constructs began to move again. Boom! Explosive magic arrows pierced the air and blew apart an alchemist's personal defensive device, turning it into splattered meat. Half-elf centaur Elvie hovered in the sky. Her slender palms created a storm of afterimages, firing explosive magic arrows with ballista-level force, like a centaur-shaped artillery piece. For the Dragon Lord, tear them apart. The bipedal wyverns roared. The wyvern group that had circled above the alchemical legion for some time, like carrion vultures sensing blood, dove at the crescendo of the war song. Their targets were clear, those mechanical beasts mounting alchemical heavy cannons. Air defense grid maximum power now. A goblin operator screamed in panic. Azure arcane energy surged over the spire-like alchemical machines. Chain lightning quickly formed, attempting to weave an intercepting web. However, the wyvern assault was deviously varied. Some opened their wings abruptly mid-dive, using accumulated kinetic energy to hurl tightly grasped objects. They were not boulders but bright crimson orbs. Boom, boom, boom. High-explosive flame orbs detonated with deep flames and shockwaves. The sturdy energy shields cracked and moaned under strain, moments from collapse. The mechanical beasts staggered, their heavy cannons unable to aim. At the moment, defenses were disrupted by physical impact. Another wave of true killers arrived. Physically the strongest wyverns, carrying the fiercest warriors, plunged through the defense gaps exposed by the flame orbs. Hold them. What? The operator's scream cut off. Ogre Yuger leapt down from a wyvern. He was Karu's brother and the strongest ogre chieftain besides Karu. Yuger ignored stray lightning. His heavy battle axe, driven by downward force, cleaved through an alchemical heavy cannon, twisting the precise barrel into warped scrap. Then more elites leaped from wyvern backs. The wyverns crashed, grabbed, and spat corrosive acid in frenzied assault. The goblin ranks chaos and collapse, like the sweetest bait, lured the circling dragons across the sky. Red Dragon Samantha, White Dragon Trixie, Iron Dragon Sorog. They all joined the fray, aiming to slay the Grand Artificer. But they couldn't get close. At a flick of the Grand Artificer's arm, the nearby alchemical heavy cannons shifted their aim, and under high-level alchemist control, they fired with potency far beyond normal heavy cannons, driving the dragons back. Then thunderous rumbling came from the heavens. The cloud cover, shrouded by smoke and night, was suddenly ignited by a rapidly expanding crimson. It wasn't dawn, it was sparks from steel dragon bodies tearing through air, the comet-like trail behind the red iron dragon. Garroth's magnificent body shredded the clouds and dove. His target was clear, the largest mechanical beasts in the alchemical legion's rear, the ones painted with the gear insignia marking commanders' mounts. Massive mechanical beasts and alchemical golems. Those were the command hub and morale symbol of the alchemical legion. The Grand Artificer stood amid these constructs. All heavy cannons focus fire. The Grand Artificer's face was unmoved. Alchemist's magic, like sheets of lightning, detached and streamed, enveloping all nearby mechanical beasts and golems, concentrating on their barrels to amplify accuracy, potency, and damage. Boom, boom, boom. Thick barrels spat scorching metal streams and bespoke armor-piercing explosives. Heavy fire poured into the sky. Yet, Garroth displayed a terrifying agility disproportionate to his size. He suddenly folded his wings. His massive body executed a perilous barrel roll in midair. Scorching metal streams raked across his belly scales, leaving razor-bright streaks in the night. Several explosive shells detonated beside him. The violent shockwaves and shrapnel struck his scales with a dull hammer-on-anvil thunder, chipping off plates and spraying blood. This pain, it truly delights me. The red iron dragon growled and continued toward the Grand Artificer. The Grand Artificer and several goblin elders launched another assault. Fire was denser than before, trying to force Garroth back. Seeing this, Garroth stopped dodging. He exposed his vital areas and rammed his body straight into the barrage. Boom, 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 flames burst across the red iron dragon's body. The frostburst scales absorbed heat at furious rates, their color shifting almost entirely to luminous mithril. Setting aside Garroth's hulking physique, just looking at the scales' hue for a second, they resembled a metallic silver dragon. But that state lasted only a few seconds. As the frostburst scales shattered, thermal energy rapidly accumulated, soaring toward a limit. Now, Garroth lifted his head and inhaled deeply. Another shell struck his chest, fracturing the last frostburst scale and pushing his heat to absolute maximum. Visible to the naked eye, heat waves, almost solid, surged from Garroth. His scales turned pure crimson like a searing branding iron, the surroundings warped unnaturally as if reality were melting. Thermal amplification, destruction, breath, roar. The dragon fire, accumulated to the extreme, finally erupted. This was not a diffusive blast, but a condensed, nearly liquid crimson torrent of annihilation. The terrifying breath, like a god's swung blade, swept precisely across the locked alchemical machines. Under the Grand Artificer's control, countless metal and steel rose from the ground, rotating into a heavy barrier before him, but were still pierced instantly. Time froze at that moment. Metal wailed in unimaginable heat and melted into glowing, viscous iron, flowing and dripping like molten wax. Golem armor was pierced, torn, and vaporized like paper. Internal engines, black oil, energy cores chain exploded under the heat. Boom, 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 deafening detonations merged, spitting blinding fireballs into the sky and lighting half the heavens like daytime. Burning steel shards, twisted mechanical wreckage, and goblin limbs torn from bodies who could not flee flung out like the cruelest fireworks. Violent shockwaves toppled several smaller golems nearby. Thick smoke and the stench of burning flesh soared. Although the noise was deafening, the battlefield fell into a momentary hush. Flames rose like a second sun, obliterating every obstacle in their path. Finished. Destruction breath is stronger than I imagined. Garroth slowly exhaled scorching air, feeling unsated. His single destruction breath annihilated the Grand Artificer, the Goblin Elders, and much of the core alchemical machinery, but it consumed little from Garroth himself. The branding red faded, his scales returned to a normal black-red sheen. Garroth still brimmed with vigor, his stamina nearly full. Kill the surviving resistors, end this battle completely, he thought. Suddenly, amid the still-burning earth, a blinding golden light erupted. It wasn't explosion fire, but a highly concentrated energy stream spouting from the twisted scrap metal. Above the ruined alchemical machines, arc-like magical energy wove into a net, drawing in surrounding steel and black oil, sweeping and restructuring. In the blink of an eye, a golem far larger than normal rose. It wasn't clumsy like other golems. Its silhouette looked like a goblin magnified 100-fold, sleek, streamlined, covered in dark gold alloy plating etched with dense alchemical runes. In its head was a huge cold alchemical eyepiece that radiated a faint blue glow. How did this thing survive my destruction breath? Garroth was puzzled. Foolish beast, do you think you have won? You know nothing of alchemy's limits. Through mechanical amplification, an icy, unemotional voice echoed across the battlefield. The next second, it moved with startling speed. Its massive body didn't stride on treads or joints. Ring-shaped energy shockwaves burst from beneath its feet, propelling it like a projectile into the air toward the red iron dragon that had just finished its breath and was regaining stance. Its huge metal palm opened, not as a cannon but forming a rapidly rotating energy-tearing vortex. Simultaneously, its back armor split open and a row of massive gleaming spikes, like invisible ballista bolts, were launched, screaming through the air at supersonic speed toward Garroth's eyes, throat, and heart. You understand nothing of evolution. Garroth set aside his doubt. Facing the alchemical giant's attack, the red iron dragon bit down and swallowed a bucket of black oil taken from his spatial ring. At the same time, he reared his head and unleashed a long, roaring dragon cry. With a piercing surge of electric sound, dense golden lightning flashed from his scale seams. His muscles swelled, his body expanding again by several notches, becoming even more of a terrifying war machine than the alchemical golem. A wingbeat turned Garroth into a streak of golden light. He twisted and flashed. His hulking body moved at terrifying speed to evade the sky-piercing spikes and arrived before the alchemical giant in an instant. Level 3 Dragon Chi activation. Flame Thunder attached. Flaming Claw. Enhanced Claw Strike. Black-red Dragon Chi, Crimson Gold Flame Thunder, Blazing Scarlet Flame. These energies coalesced on Garroth's claws, forming the strongest strike his body could muster. SSS Boom. Under Garroth's burning claw assault, the alchemical giant's supposedly indestructible head armor collapsed inward like butter cut by a hot knife. Collapsing, tearing, countless precision alchemical runes extinguished and shattered. The giant's enormous alchemical eye cracked under the strain. Its head caved in, half its face crumbled. Sizzling, lightning-like magical energy surged, trying to drag components to reassemble, but more attacks followed. Garroth pressed close to the giant's torso, claws, tail, wings, all became deadly weapons, raining down like a storm. Suddenly, the giant's cracked single eye flared and released a high-frequency shockwave, stalling Garroth's motions. At the same time, its right arm rose and reconfigured, extending into a 10-meter-plus colossal blade coiled with rampant arcs of electricity. Seizing a gap in Garroth's assault, it hammered the blade down onto him. Dragon blood spattered. The red iron dragon was blasted backwards, but before he hit the ground he rebounded, returning even faster. A blade that could split an ordinary young dragon in two left on Garroth, only a wound down to the bone, huge, but far from fatal by dragon standards. Garroth's body was several sizes smaller than the alchemical behemoth, yet his offense was fiercer. Surging with golden lightning, Garroth pounced onto the giant. In his rampage, countless components scattered like severed limbs. Clang. The giant's shoulder was sliced open by a whipping wing, its arm crashed heavily to the ground. Crack, its half-shattered head was torn off and hurled into the sky like a baseball. Rip. Its chest armor was pierced by a spear-like tail, sending shattered parts flying. Garoth was nearly prodigal with his dragon chi. In moments the alchemical giant was riddled with holes, and its counterattacks only made Garoth in pain more exhilarated. Another minute passed. Garoth suddenly withdrew, then beat his wings. With a thunderous surge of heat and flame, he became a golden-red lightning bolt and thrust forward even faster. Level 3 Dragon Chi Activation, Titanic Ram. The golem's palm slammed onto Garoth, and the rotating ripping vortex scraped away scales. At the same time, its dark gold chest caved in with clear contours. Garoth's stout, formidable horns pierced first through the giant's chest, scales and steel sparking, then his powerful body thundered through, shattering the golem's torso. Boom, the alchemical giant, as if struck by lightning, toppled completely. Garoth reared and spread his wings, bathed in a rain of shredded metal fragments. His wounds and blood were like metals. He scanned the battlefield like a king surveying his lands and subjects. The Grand Artificer is dead. He's immortal, he's a legend. Number impossible. The goblins who witnessed it felt their last thread of fighting spirit collapse like a popped balloon gone in an instant. Fear like icy tidewater drowned their hearts. Some goblins slumped to the ground, the stench of incontinence spreading, some dropped weapons and wailed, others went mad, rushing foolishly toward golem carcasses or molten iron warriors as if drawn to burning fire. For the Dragon Lord kills. Kneel and live, stand and die. The molten iron soldiers' roars pierced the sky. The final charge began. With command gone, morale shattered, and their greatest war machines destroyed, the alchemical legion became lambs to the slaughter. Though a few goblins remained in the southeast, their main forces were utterly shattered. Their leaders dead, their foundations destroyed. Their will to resist the molten iron tribe was gone. Harm one of my scales and I'll make your whole family pay. No bodies. Garoth's gaze swept over the giant construct wreckage, finding no traces of any flesh and blood remains. Not quite logical. Hit directly by my destruction breath, how could this goblin alchemist possibly survive? And where did his body go? The red iron dragon lightly flicked his tail, pondering internally. The Grand Artificer was indeed formidable, but this couldn't change the fact that he was an alchemist, physically fragile and utterly defenseless against Garoth without golem protection. I saw it clearly, he was completely engulfed by my destruction breath. And this alchemical giant construct, I almost completely dismantled it, yet found no traces of a cockpit. The final alchemical giant that reconstructed itself from the ruins and stood up didn't seem to be the mecha golem most commonly used by goblins, but rather an intelligent golem capable of unmanned operation. The situation with the Gold Fang tribe's leader is rather unusual. Garoth looked toward the battlefield where the scales of victory had completely tilted. No matter. After finishing this battle, we'll march straight into the Gold Fang headquarters in the southeastern Black Iron Plains. Whatever state the goblin leader is in won't affect the outcome. The Gold Fang tribe was strong. Or rather, none of the 4 major tribes in the Convergence lands were weak. Though called tribes, this was because in barren regions, systems remained relatively backward with many primitive and ignorant remnants within the groups. But in terms of pure combat power, their overall standards actually rivaled small city-states. However, no matter how they were before, with the Alchemical Legion annihilated, the Gold Fang tribe would become history. Garoth didn't participate in the subsequent cleanup operations. He circled high in the sky, looking down at the scorched earth and raging battles below. His sky-blocking dragon wings spread, giving his followers nearly endless morale. The ogres swung their wolf-tooth clubs covered in flesh and blood fragments, smashing goblins attempting to flee or put up resistance, along with their flimsy armor, into flattened meat patties like whack-a-mole. Manic laughter intertwined with the sound of cracking bones. Bipedal wyverns circled at low altitude, pouring down acid like water, creating smoking corrosion zones among the fleeing goblin soldiers. Giant wolves emitted bloodthirsty howls, transforming into deathly gray shadows weaving and leaping through the scattered enemy ranks. Each swing of their claw blades sent up warm sprays of blood rain, precisely cutting goblin throats or tearing open their chests. The true dragons moved like walking natural disasters, plowing through the battlefield edges, completely erasing any large groups of goblins attempting to regroup or escape. This was completely one-sided slaughter. The steel jungle had become a grinder of flesh. The previously mighty and powerful alchemical golems had now become twisted scrap metal scattered everywhere, burned by flames, corroded by acid, and trampled by tremendous force. The goblins' wails, pleas for mercy, and curses rose and fell, but soon fell silent amidst the whistling of weapons and tearing of flesh. Even sunlight seemed stained by the thick scent of blood. The wind swept up smoke and ashes, carrying the intense smells of rust, scorching, and death. The molten iron tribe warriors cleaned up the final resistance. Soon, all those putting up stubborn resistance were exterminated, leaving only those who had discarded weapons and prostrated themselves in surrender. The earth-shaking roars gradually subsided, replaced by victorious howls and heavy panting. As the fighting ceased, exhaustion washed over every monster like tidal waves, yet their eyes burned with fanatical light. They won. The Molten Iron Tribe had taken the most crucial step toward becoming rulers of the Convergence lands. The era of the Molten Iron Tribe would begin amidst smoke and bloodshed. Garroth noticed the exhilarated warriors. Now was the perfect time to boost tribal cohesion, where dragon wings reach. The Red Iron Dragon spoke, his low and commanding voice rolling like thunder across the entire battlefield. All becomes royal domains. Such arrogant and flamboyant declarations weren't something Garroth would usually make, but here there were no outsiders, only his own people. A little boast to satisfy his small vanity couldn't hurt. Of course, the most important thing was making the Molten Iron Tribe more united and loyal. Everything else was secondary. After a moment of stunned silence, roar, dragon cries, beast roars, centaur whinnies, wyvern shrieks. All sounds converged into a torrent declaring victory and power, shooting straight into the sky. Rest where you stand. The war isn't completely over yet, we're still one step away from total victory. With the command issued, the monsters who had fought through battle began resting on sight. Injured, anything short of losing limbs was minor. Just pack with mud to stop bleeding, then receive a healing spell from a sorceress shaman and they'd be lively again. Hungry, the ground was covered with food. Goblins delicious. The Molten Iron Tribe warriors had minimal logistical needs. Meanwhile, in the southwest, Dragon Valley, a group of serpent folk slowly emerged from the horizon, gradually approaching Dragon Valley. They had giant snake-like lower bodies and humanoid torsos. The males had powerful, muscular builds with bulging muscles, blue faces and fierce fangs appearing vicious and menacing. The females, however, were stunningly beautiful and enchanting, with exquisite features almost second only to elves. This is the place, the dragon's habitat. The Molten Iron Tribe's dragon is leading monsters to battle the Gold Fang goblins. We signed magic contracts with the goblins, can't move against them. But the Molten Iron Tribe's rear is vulnerable. This is our perfect opportunity. The Serpentfolk leader hissed, flicking his tongue. The Venomtail tribe Serpentfolk's territory mainly lay in the northeastern Convergence lands, adjacent to the Gold Fang tribe. The Red Iron Dragon spoke, his low and authoritative voice rolling like thunder across the entire battlefield. All becomes royal domain. The Alchemical Legion's mobilization couldn't be hidden from them. The Serpentfolk quickly understood what was happening. They believed the Molten Iron Tribe was no match for the Gold Fang Tribe, and though they had non-aggression pacts with the Gold Fang Tribe, they had none with the Molten Iron Tribe. Thus, the Serpentfolk tribe decided immediately to raid the Molten Iron Tribe's rear while they were fully engaged with the Gold Fang Tribe, seizing the fruits of victory. Now, the Venomtail tribe's elites had arrived at Dragon Valley. The Serpentfolk twisted their waists, silently and slowly approaching. When they came within a certain distance of Dragon Valley, an ear-splitting roar suddenly erupted from the easily defensible entrance passage. Roar, a white shadow leaped out. The brutal subtype watched intently, its gaze precisely fixed on the Serpentfolk. Its limbs slightly crouched, muscles bulging beneath its fur, claws already tearing at the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. The powerful brutal white tiger startled the Serpentfolk. Immediately after, wind swept past as another figure shot into the sky, its dragon scales shimmering with interwoven copper and silver hues under sunlight, gleaming brilliantly. The brass dragon Deborah elegantly folded her wings, landing atop a cliffside. Hey, serpent folk. Riddle time. The brass silver dragon slightly raised her head, looking down at the serpent folk, speaking in a light, humorous tone. Harm one of my scales and I'll make your whole family pay. The most united Avengers, guess who? Hearing this, the serpent folk fell silent. Metal dragons. A serpent folk sorcerer leader said, correct. As reward, I'll allow you to turn back the way you came. The brass silver dragon said with a laugh. The serpent folk leader said nothing, hurriedly leading his forces away from Dragon Valley. As if what lay ahead wasn't their objective, but some kind of forbidden death zone. On the return journey, a young warrior asked the experienced leader unwillingly, we stealthily traveled all this way, spending so much time, why retreat just like that? The old serpent folk shaman's eyes narrowed to slits. They had giant snake-like lower bodies and humanoid torsos. The males had powerful, muscular builds with bulging muscles, blue faces and fierce fangs appearing vicious and ferocious. The females, however, were stunningly beautiful and enchanting, with exquisite features almost second only to elves. As he spoke, the shaman also felt somewhat puzzled. Intelligence indicated this territory's ruler was a backgroundless evil dragon, so why did a mixed-blood metal dragon appear here? Not dwelling on unanswerable questions, the serpent folk retreated the way they came, though their hearts remained unsettled. Serpent folk, probably Venomtail tribe, understood. Garroth put away the message stone. After a brief communication with the brass silver dragon, he learned what happened at Dragon Valley. He wasn't particularly surprised. After all, the Convergence lands weren't single territory domains. Given the scale of war between Molten Iron and Gold Fang tribes, attracting other tribes' attention was completely normal, as were attempts by other tribes to profit from chaos. Placing the powerful Brutal Tiger and Brass Silver Dragon in Dragon Valley. The Brutal Tiger was secondary. The main purpose was using the Brass Silver Dragon's identity for borrowed authority. Garroth didn't need the Brass Silver Dragon to actually fight for him, just showing her face was enough. After completely finishing the war with Gold Fang tribe, reward her with an afternoon of riddle time. Garroth calculated internally. The Brass-Silver Dragon's favorability needed further boosting. As the Molten Iron tribe gradually grew, they could acquire more resources on one hand, but on the other, continuing to hide and endure indefinitely became unrealistic. They would eventually appear in the adult Silver Dragon's sight, not necessarily needing the adult Silver Dragon's support. But at minimum, they needed to avoid attracting its malice. Garroth didn't become arrogant or lose touch with reality because of one or two victories. He clearly understood matters concerning adult dragons required cautious handling. All scales, except white dragons, after resting most of the day. The resilient Molten Iron warriors marched again, advancing toward the Black Iron Plains. This time it was no longer multi-front warfare, but like a sharp blade tearing through all obstacles, advancing unimpeded straight to the Black Iron Plains, arriving at the Gold Fang tribe's main stronghold. The night over the Black Iron Plains was thick like unmixed asphalt, with both moons completely devoured by heavy dark clouds, plunging the earth into a suffocating, pure ink-black darkness. Suddenly, the dead silence was torn apart. At the watchtower on the tribe's outskirts, the piercing alarm siren only managed to emit one short scream before being cut off as if choked, replaced by countless horrifying friction sounds, low growls, and the sharp screech of claws scraping against metal fortifications. The dark curtain was abruptly illuminated. Yellow-green, crimson, ghostly blue, densely packed like ghost fires, silently surrounding the entire Gold Fang tribe without any gaps. Enemy attack. It's the Molten Iron tribe's monsters. Not by lights, but by pairs of eyes that suddenly opened in the absolute darkness, burning with naked killing desire. Yellow-green, scarlet, deep blue. Densely packed like ghost fires, silently surrounding the entire Gold Fang tribe without any gaps. The goblin guard's screams exploded in the dead silence, trembling with unconcealed fear. Searchlights hastily turned on, their beams sweeping futilely through the thick darkness, barely illuminating a small area at the forefront of the encirclement. There were twisted ogre faces, fangs dripping with saliva. Grayman werewolves with arched backs, their claw blades reflecting cold light, centaurs with heavy iron hooves crushing the ground step by step. Higher in the night sky, enormous shadows undulated in the darkness, then emerged. Dragons circled in the night sky, their wings tearing through the night's silence with each beat, an invisible pressure like icy iron bands tightening around every goblin's heart. The operator's fingers rested on triggers but dared not press them. Those anti-air ballistae alchemical heavy cannons. Though already loaded, they didn't dare fire, and the goblins piloting the mecha golems didn't dare cross the line, retreating step by step before the advancing Molten Iron warriors. Dragons circled in the night sky, their wings tearing through the night's silence with each beat, an intangible pressure like icy iron bands tightening around every goblin's heart. An elderly goblin elder collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, his muddy eyes filled with despair. The news of the Alchemical Legion's defeat and Scott's death in the southwestern border mountains had long since returned, breaking the Gold Fang tribe's backbone, stripping them of their confidence. Goblins are inherently cowardly. When they lost their protection, when their proud legion was crushed, even though they still had alchemical machines to fight with, they couldn't muster the will to resist. Scum! Drop your weapons, kneel! Thunderous voices erupted from the Iron Dragon and Red Dragon as they clustered around the majestic Red Iron Dragon, circling around him. The goblin's knees went weak, collapsing like wheat being cut down. But just as the tribe's panic was about to turn into complete collapse. Boom, hum, boom. But just as the tribe's panic was about to turn into complete collapse. The palace's outer walls peeled away, revealing its steel-cast main structure. Then, to countless goblins' surprised gazes, the Grand Artificer's palace actually came to life. Thick steam mixed with dazzling arcane energy flows violently erupted from exhaust ports at the palace's base. Heavy armor plates covering the surface flipped, slid, and reassembled like a giant beast's scales. Enormous gears meshed and rotated wildly inside, emitting deafening metal roars. The top structure collapsed and contracted downward, while both sides extended with breathtakingly thick mechanical arms and the base bulged upward, transforming. Finally, a colossal giant resembling a small hill emerged. Garroth narrowed his eyes slightly, just as I suspected something unusual. Meanwhile, the steel giant stood upright, its movements carrying an inhuman heaviness and precision, every joint extension accompanied by mechanical operation sounds. Its standing posture seemed to support the entire collapsing sky of the Gold Fang tribe. There really is something unusual. Lord Scott, is that you? The despairing goblins, as if grabbing their last lifeline, burst into cries and fanatical cheers of survival after disaster. Their fear vanished completely and they all stood up again, cheering and jumping. Great Artificer, destroy these monsters. However, its eyes shot out blue light beams, scanning the darkness, sweeping over the circling dragons in the sky, then becoming still. Analyzing environment, threat assessment, enemy-to-friendly force ratio, combat simulation, tribe survival probability calculation. Resistance, victory probability 11%, tribe survival probability approaching 0, optimal solution. Surrender. All its weapons retracted, energy glow gradually dimmed, like a fierce beast sheathing its claws and fangs. Immediately after, on the lowered head of the giant golem, armor split open, and a goblin emerged from within, appearing in appearance like a young adult Grand Artificer. Under countless goblins' stunned, despairing, incredulous gazes, the giant that had just given them hope, like the most humble servant, slowly and extremely heavily knelt on one knee before the red iron dragon. So it's an alchemical construct. Red Dragon Samantha's eyes glowed with a faint light of detection magic, then she blinked, showing a realization expression. He also knelt, maintaining a humble posture, his voice devoid of any emotion, word by word. Your insight is sharp, the Grand Artificer said. She smacked her lips with interest, thoughtfully saying, Garroth, the Gold Fang tribe's leader, probably died long ago. This Grand Artificer is a construct he left behind using alchemy. As you wish. The goblin recounted in detail, narrating his own birth. When Grand Artificer Scott reached the end of his lifespan, he chose to retreat into seclusion within his palace. Unfortunately, due to the Convergence land's barren resources and scarce knowledge inheritance, and because he spent almost all his clearest-minded years researching golems and developing the tribe, even with exceptional talent, he couldn't create a method to extend his life within the limited time available in his old age. The goblin recounted in detail, narrating his own birth. He used alchemy to merge his soul with the palace, transforming it into an intelligent golem. The goblins gradually understood. The alchemist they revered, the one who led their clan from obscurity to rise, had long since died. This was just cold legacy left by Scott, an alchemical intelligence existing for continuation. It had no honor, no anger, no resentment, only rational, intelligent logic. Alchemical intelligence, your performance in the war makes me doubt your claims. The red iron dragon said. However, the goblins' actions of stationing in the fertile plains and establishing bases regardless of potential risks directly doomed them. Don't give me gold, teach me the flame that turns stone to gold. The Grand Artificer said, this was the life motto written by my predecessor and the original intention of my birth. My purpose for existence isn't combat, but guiding and training alchemists, ensuring the Gold Fang tribe can endure long without relying on me. He wasn't skilled in warfare. His combat strategies against the Molten Iron tribe were primarily based on reports from goblin elders, trying to summarize appropriate decisions as much as possible. No wonder the Gold Fang tribe had so many alchemists, the reason was here. Let me see your intelligence core. Garroth roughly understood the situation. As an alchemist, she knew all intelligent golems had a core for integrating and processing chaotic information, for forming thoughts. The Grand Artificer didn't hesitate. Armor on the golem's nape opened, revealing an octahedral structure core covered in alchemical runes. Red Dragon Samantha examined it carefully for a few moments, then said to Garroth, such an exquisite structure, it truly is an intelligent golem, very valuable to us. Having witnessed the Grand Artificer's ability to exchange blows with Garroth, completely overwhelming other young adult dragons in strength, Red Dragon Samantha felt even more anticipation about alchemy. In her view, if mere goblins could achieve such mastery, Noble herself would inevitably achieve even greater accomplishments. Having witnessed the Grand Artificer's ability to exchange blows with Garroth, completely overpowering other young adult dragons in strength, Red Dragon Samantha felt even more anticipation about alchemy. The Molten Iron tribe might not lack alchemists in the future either. Garroth looked at the Grand Artificer with an art-appreciating gaze, also sweeping over the deathly silent tribe. Unexpected gain, he said. No bargaining, no empty gestures. This was an unquestionable proclamation from the victor. Thank you for your mercy. The giant golem, being the Grand Artificer's main body, gradually transformed back into a palace, quietly situated on the ground, while the goblin-like construct was his more convenient avatar for movement. All goblins of the Gold Fang tribe abandon resistance, pledge loyalty to the Lord of Molten Iron. The Grand Artificer said, actually no need to say more. From the moment they realized the Grand Artificer was just a construct, not a legend, almost all goblins knelt again, silently praying the dragons would accept the Gold Fang tribe's loyalty, thus gaining a chance to live. There were also a few exceptions. They angrily cursed the intelligent golem for deceiving them, disgracing the Gold Fang tribe's honor, unwilling to submit, and before the monsters could act, were crushed by the Grand Artificer controlling alchemical machines. Afterward, part of the Warhost elite stationed in the Black Iron Plains. As time passed, the various former strongholds and resource points of the Gold Fang tribe were quickly taken over, and the Molten Iron tribe's territory gradually expanded throughout the entire southern convergence lands. Those gnolls and kobolds who reproduced extremely quickly, almost unsustainable without restrictions, finally found their purpose. And while the Molten Iron tribe developed rapidly and vigorously, in the northwestern convergence lands, Red Maple Valley, Deborah has been in the convergence lands this whole time. And while the Molten Iron tribe developed rapidly and vigorously, in the convergence lands but not returning to Red Maple Valley, pretending to be adventuring outside, Frostmark Edry in human form felt somewhat confused and displeased. What exactly is Deborah doing? The brass silver dragon had a tracking mark secretly placed by Edry, so he always knew her whereabouts clearly. Remembering how evasive Deborah was during previous communication, making excuses about being on an adventure, the silver dragon felt she must be hiding something from him. It was necessary to go check the situation. Ah, perhaps you're overthinking this. Facing the silver dragon was a young lady with honey-colored skin and sweet features. More accurately, this was the humanoid form of Deborah's mother, the brass dragon Serena. She didn't see any issue with their daughter lingering in the convergence lands. Serena believed that as children grew older, it was normal for them to have some secrets they didn't want to share with their parents. Deborah has always been an obedient and well-behaved child. This is the first time she's deceived me. The silver dragon's humanoid form possessed flawless, handsome features, but the dissatisfaction in his gaze was almost tangible. Serena shook her head slightly and said, she's almost a young adult dragon now. It's normal for her to have her own thoughts. After a pause, she continued, we should give her enough space rather than strict control and constraints. The silver dragon frowned. He said seriously, appropriate constraints are necessary. This world isn't safe. The brass dragon chuckled. My silver-scaled sir, have you forgotten how during your youth you sneaked off to the human world, used transformation magic to become an adventurer, and used illusions to deceive your father's surveillance? Edry's expression froze momentarily before he responded, that's different. The convergence lands are full of chaotic evil madmen, and besides, I was already a young adult dragon back then. Deborah is still just a young adult now. Brass dragon Serena remained unconcerned. She said with a cheerful laugh, you there, don't be so serious. The spell-inscribed scale on Deborah hasn't been triggered, which means she hasn't encountered any danger. Since that's the case, why not let her have some proper fun? Having things she wants to do, having opinions, having her own thoughts. This precisely proves she's growing up. The silver dragon listened to his partner's words. After several seconds of silence, he slowly said, you're right. I've been too concerned, too invested. It's good that Deborah has her own ideas. At this point, the silver dragon narrowed his eyes, his expression turning stern as he shifted topics. However, I still need to personally see what she's doing, ensure her safety, and make sure she hasn't been seduced or corrupted by evil creatures. Hearing the silver dragon's determined words, brass dragon Serena blinked her eyes. My little Deborah, you'll have to fend for yourself now. Mother can only help you this much, she thought to herself. Frostmark Edry had a rather strict and rigid personality, while brass dragons were naturally lively and casual. Serena clearly understood why her daughter was being secretive, because Deborah hadn't hidden anything from her. She knew that Deborah had recently been messing around with the red iron dragon. Even though she had initially been beaten until she came back crying, now she was secretly spending time together while hiding it from her old father. She knew very well that Deborah had probably developed unusual feelings for him. Mixed-blood red iron dragon. I hope you're not as stubborn and boastful as other evil dragons, otherwise you're in for trouble. Evil dragons grew up in harsh environments and generally had some psychological distortion. Even when facing metal dragons stronger than themselves, they would often boast arrogantly and speak insolently. From Serena's understanding of her partner, when facing such evil dragons, the silver dragon would inevitably strike hard without mercy. However, judging from those puzzles Deborah shared with me, this red iron dragon seems somewhat different. Maybe he'll make Edry see him in a different light. The brass dragon pondered to herself. Serena, let's go together, the silver dragon said. Sure, sure, the brass dragon nodded. Should we warn Deborah to let her prepare? At this moment, a mischievous, pleased smile appeared on Serena's face. No, that would be too boring. Sneaking over might let us catch little Deborah using her dragon flame to roast rock lizards for the red iron dragon's lunch. I'm curious what reaction Deborah will have when caught red-handed. She was a standard brass dragon fond of riddles, pranks, and having fun, even when it came to her own offspring. No, or precisely because they were her own. Playing tricks on them brought her even more pleasure and joy. Serena, what are you laughing about? The silver dragon took 2 steps back, saying warily, you always make this smile when you're about to do bad things. What prank are you planning? The brass dragon shook her head. She said seriously, nothing, nothing. I just thought about how we haven't seen Deborah for a while, and imagining our upcoming reunion made me smile. I hope that's all it is. The silver dragon rubbed his forehead and sighed inexplicably. His brass dragon partner and offspring with brass dragon bloodline, they were all too much for a dragon to handle with peace of mind. Let's depart now, the silver dragon suddenly stood up. What's the hurry? We haven't been out together for a while. We can take a stroll along the way and enjoy the scenery of the Convergence lands, the brass dragon said leisurely. Then both of them left Red Maple Valley. Because the brass dragon couldn't resist the urge to wander around, they made their way toward Deborah's location at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, morning light pierced through leaden clouds, and the banners of Molten Iron Tribe were planted throughout Black Iron Plains. After completing his daily training, Garroth was inspecting his new territory, his gaze falling upon the alchemy workshops emitting black smoke and heat waves. After briefly circling, he descended before the roaring, operational golem workshop. This had been the lifeblood of the former Gold Fang tribe, and now served as an important asset for Molten Iron Tribe. Conveyor belts flowed like steel rivers, carrying unfinished golem skeletons. The air was filled with the pungent smell of high-temperature metal, coolant, and black oil mixed together. Alchemists along with trained gnolls and kobolds were working diligently here. Kobolds had nimble, slender fingers and flexible wrists, excelling at assembling those tiny components. Gnolls were natural anatomists, their sharp claws precise as they quite skillfully carved basic alchemical runes. The core tasks of energy infusion and activation were handled by the alchemists. Every step on the assembly line operated with clockwork precision. Whenever an alchemist exhausted their magical energy, whenever a gnoll or kobold collapsed from exhaustion, an immediate replacement would take over, with almost no pause in production. Prospering and flourishing, thriving and vibrant, what a beautiful sight. The red iron dragon nodded with satisfaction. Molten Iron Tribe's territory was gradually expanding throughout the southern Convergence lands. Vast territories required numerous guards. The previous goblins' golem reserves had been nearly destroyed in battle, and relying solely on molten iron warriors wasn't enough to defend the territory, hence the need to manufacture alchemical golems. After the alchemical legion was destroyed and rooted, the remnants of those alchemical golems weren't discarded. They were now collected. Completely scrapped ones were smelted into basic materials, while usable components were disassembled, repaired, and kept for reassembly. This way, although it still required considerable time, it was much faster than building golems from scratch. Once they had sufficient numbers of golems, defending molten iron territory wouldn't be so strained. Most crucially, they needed to prepare for unexpected needs. After Molten Iron Tribe annexed Gold Fang Tribe, it had clearly become the largest force in the Convergence lands. The vigilance of humans, serpent folk, and orcs had transformed into concrete actions. Molten Iron Tribe's patrol guards repeatedly intercepted scouts from Dawn, Poison Tail, and Ironblood tribes, their footprints spreading like spiderwebs across the borderlines. Conquering Gold Fang tribe was merely the prelude to the storm. The balance maintained in these lands for centuries was now gradually fracturing due to Molten Iron tribe's rise. The smell of gunpowder in the air never truly dissipated. The other tribes were certain that Molten Iron tribe's iron hooves wouldn't stop at the southern regions. Striking first to gain advantage, not suitable for the current situation. Digesting and consolidating gains are the most important things now. With each passing day, Molten Iron tribe grows stronger. It's the other tribes who should be anxious now. Counter soldiers with arms stem water with earth. Prepare response strategies and wait patiently for developments, that's sufficient. Garroth estimated that the three major tribes wouldn't just wait passively for their doom. He could imagine the expressions on those tribal leaders' faces right now. The serpentfolk sorceresses' scales paling from anxiety, orc warriors repeatedly sharpening their spears and swords. Human shamans frequently conducting divinations for auspicious or ominous signs. However, no tribe that could emerge victorious in a place like the Convergence Lands was easy to deal with. They were certainly already planning how to deal with Molten Iron tribe. Those tribal leaders tempered in blood and fire might be secretly plotting alone or forming alliances in the shadows. The war horn would sound at the latest before the Molten Iron tribe fully consolidated the south and digested their victorious gains. This was a countdown to survival. Otherwise, facing the Molten Iron tribe at its peak, the other tribes could only wait for death. Thinking of this, the Red Iron Dragon's pupils showed no ripples of emotion. He was no longer that young dragon who needed to be cautious about everything. He remained prudent, but not everything could make him feel fear anymore. Under his direction, the Molten Iron tribe was also preparing to deal with the impending war. When the time came, if they lost, all these years of accumulation would be destroyed, but it would just mean starting over from scratch. Garroth would never allow his life to be endangered. If they won, Garroth would be crowned king of the Convergence Lands. While this land was generally barren and backward, standing at its peak would still grant him massive resource allocation and faster growth. At this moment, the followers noticed the Red Iron Dragon's arrival and paused their tasks to bow their heads in worship, prostrating on the ground, calling out with reverence and awe. Praise the Dragon Lord. Loyalty. Faithfulness. Garroth nodded slightly. Continue with your duties. The followers on the assembly lines resumed their work. Those who had just been replaced by substitutes ate with satisfied expressions, devouring the nearly unlimited supply of food. The assembly line work was intense, no easier than combat, but the Molten Iron tribes thoughtfully provided ample food for these followers, allowing them to eat and drink their fill without worrying about hunger. In the resource-limited Convergence Lands where people could starve to death, this treatment already surpassed that of many basic followers. The gnolls and kobolds basically competed for assembly line work and felt genuine gratitude and admiration for Garroth from the bottom of their hearts. Goblin, why do my rune etchings always fail? From another alchemy workshop came the voice of the red dragon Samantha. Since capturing the Black Iron Plains, because this stronghold had numerous alchemy workshops and suitable temperature conditions, Samantha had directly moved here from the Sulphur Hills, making it more convenient to manage and command the various assembly lines. Garroth turned to look. He saw the red dragon Samantha extending her arm before the Grand Artificer, pointing to a scale on it. Rune etching was a more advanced technique than ordinary carving, using alchemical runes to deeply enhance and strengthen the etched object. The red dragon Samantha was learning to try etching defensive runes onto her scales, but had failed more than once. I've been very careful, so why can't I succeed? The red dragon asked. The construct's eyes emitted an eerie blue light, scanning the red dragon's scale. With just one glance, the intelligence left by this advanced alchemist understood the problem. The light retracted into its eyes, then instantly expanded again. One of the red dragon Samantha's scales was magnified countless times, its surface grooves like continuous mountain ranges. Dragon scales are not flat surfaces as seen by the naked eye. They have more microscopic structures. It said, you need more detailed observation to establish a three-dimensional geometric model. The Grand Artificer gestured with its fingers, using magical energy to outline bright green threads. Immediately, the green lines flowed like rivers along the scale's natural patterns, winding through, avoiding all obstructions, finally forming complex and exquisite, naturally seamless runic circuits. Nature is the optimal rune substrate. Forcing modifications is inferior to following the natural grain. The Grand Artificer said mechanically and calmly, nature is the optimal rune substrate. Samantha hadn't found similar words in her inheritance. Her alchemy heritage also hadn't mentioned that when etching runes, one needed to consider that dragon scales weren't flat surfaces. These were new knowledge not present in her inheritance, though unwilling to admit it internally. The red dragon Samantha clearly understood that the intelligent golem before her had profound alchemical attainments and was an excellent instructor. This wasn't the first time she had consulted the intelligent golem with questions. Every time, the Grand Artificer could see through everything with clarity, pinpoint the essence of the problem, use simple language to resolve her doubts, making her suddenly understand and have revelations. Hearing this conversation, Garroth nodded slightly. Not in vain was the effort spent on the war with the Gold Fang tribe. Just gaining the Grand Artificer's loyalty was immeasurably valuable. Don't give me gold, give me the flame that turns stone to gold. Garroth quite agreed with this saying. This Grand Artificer construct was essentially an educational intelligent golem that would continuously train alchemists for the Molten Iron tribe. The Gold Fang tribe goblin's legendary praise of him was truly not exaggerated. If he hadn't been trapped in the Convergence lands during his lifetime, held back by his clan, he would have had an extremely high probability of becoming truly legendary. Understanding the key to rune etching, Samantha began attempting it. The Grand Artificer wasn't idle either, patrolling the territory, instructing every alchemist encountering problems tirelessly and diligently. Garroth didn't stay here long. He beat his wings and soared into the sky, arriving at the rear hinterland of the Black Iron Plains, circling in the air, a pleased smile on his dragon face looking down below. On the dark plains, countless figures moved like tiny worker ants shuttling through the earth's veins. Miners formed long queues, shouting low and rhythmic chants, sweating profusely as they used thick crowbars and heavy oak hammers to drive steel wedges deeper into the stratum inch by inch. At the center of the mining pit stood several steel constructs. They were monsters assembled and welded from steel and metal. They extended massive metal arms like pillars, topped with heavy steel drill bits pounding, bang, bang, into the earth's depths. With each impact, the ground shook dully, oil mixed with mud spraying from the drill holes, drenching the Minotaur slaves operating the winches below. Flying dragon groups, Cora giant eagles. Centaurs, giant wolves, various elite cavalry. Numerous soldiers patrolled and guarded the ground and sky, preventing any creatures from approaching, with countless hidden scouts and sentries around. Moreover, the black oil field's noise and activity were confined within its boundaries, constrained by magic arrays jointly constructed by sorcerers and shamans, not transmitting to more distant places. What a wonderful scent! The red iron dragon took a deep breath, able to detect the subtle scent of black oil exposed to air. This black oil field was only the smallest, but its reserves were quite abundant for a tribe. Although the goblins had already mined and utilized it for some time, since before their rise they didn't even dare mine black oil openly, its remaining reserves were still ample. Given more time, it wouldn't be a problem to use the mined black oil to create a pool belonging to Garroth. However, compared to the scale of the black oil field I saw in the Sur Wilderness back then, this is still too small. The red iron dragon's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. The scene of the black oil field he saw during his childhood adventure, those tight and powerful garrisons, those alchemical heavy machinery that pumped black oil like pilgrims worshipping the earth, had left quite a psychological impact on him. In comparison, the Molten Iron tribe's black oil field was too small and their mining methods were quite backward. Black oil has more advanced solid forms. The inheritance mentions that 100 tons of black oil can only be condensed into a small black energy stone, which is the primary energy source used by legendary alchemical golems. I really want to taste what black energy stones are like, must be incredibly potent and strong. Unfortunately, while we now have black oil resources, the Molten Iron tribe's alchemical industry can't achieve this, nor do we have purchasing channels. Garroth licked his lips, yearning inwardly. Regardless, he finally had his own black oil field, no longer needing to make deals with insects like earth spiders to steal oil for him as in the past, having to flee quickly when discovered. However, the Molten Iron tribe's possession of a black oil field still needed to be hidden, not openly exposed. Such strategic resources were never too many for any nation. Just as when Garroth learned the Gold Fang tribe had a black oil field, he immediately prepared for war. Once discovered that a Convergence Lands tribe actually had a black oil field, the Molten Iron tribe would inevitably face crusades. After admiring and inspecting his black oil field for a while, Garroth returned to Dragon Valley. It was already noon, sunlight pouring down from the sky like golden liquid, plating the valley, also plating the brass-silver dragon resting on a rock slab, making her dragon scales shine brilliantly, sparkling, looking incredibly beautiful. The molten iron tribe grows stronger daily and will eventually be exposed to the silver dragon's sight. Better improve Deborah's favorability early. For now, we probably won't face mature silver dragons yet. Garroth thought to himself, "Hey, metal dragons." The red iron dragon called out, "Wake up, it's riddle time." Hearing the word riddle, the brass silver dragon's ears immediately perked up, waking from her nap, then blinking her eyes, looking at Garroth expectantly. Garroth cleared his throat using a chanting-like tone, said, "I burn yet leave no ashes, I fall yet forever climb. Shepherds use me to mark the time when flocks return to fold. Sages use me to measure fate's flowing trajectory. I never speak, yet witness all epic's beginnings and final chapters. I am cold embers originally, yet ignited civilization's first bonfire." As the last syllable fell, he looked at the brass-silver dragon. This riddle wasn't complex, rather straightforward. Stars. Deborah's pupils suddenly contracted into brilliant slits, answering. The red iron dragon nodded, saying, "Correct." Pausing for a moment, he looked directly into the brass-silver dragon's silver eyes, chuckled lowly, saying, "But your innate scale radiance is much more vivid than those dead things in the sky." The brass-silver dragon's tail swished stiff into a silver spear, then the next second went limp as if having its bones removed, softly drooping. "Our reallys. Thank you for the riddle and praise, I really like it." The brass-silver dragon said in a low voice, not daring to look directly into Garroth's eyes, but couldn't help stealing glances from the corner of her eyes, feeling her heartbeat constantly accelerating, her scales feeling tingly and itchy. This method of first stirring thoughts with riddles, then breaking down defenses with praise. Especially when that praise came from the seemingly fierce and menacing, rough and violent red iron dragon, carrying the red iron dragon's unique blazing breath. The contrast made her almost completely defenseless. Favorability plus 100. Though he couldn't see similar messages, the brass-silver dragon's reaction was observed by Garroth. Dragon Taming Technique, Brass Dragon Chapter. Whether provocation or praise, including a riddle always makes brass dragons delighted. Garroth had refined his dragon taming technique a bit more. Convergence Lands, Dragon Valley. The midday sunlight was brilliant yet not blinding as the brass-silver dragon Deborah and Garroth continued their riddle game. As time gradually passed, the sun sank and disappeared beyond the horizon, with twilight growing deeper. Let's stop here for today. Having relaxed all afternoon without any training, the red iron dragon felt uncomfortable all over, as if he had neglected something important. Pleasant times always feel brief. This afternoon passed too quickly. The brass-silver dragon seemed somewhat reluctant to stop, blinking her eyes as she asked the red iron dragon opposite her, "Garroth, will you continue playing riddle games with me?" Garroth nodded. "This is also a form of relaxation for me, but only after finishing important matters." At that moment, accompanied by a trail of dazzling light, the fairy dragon Vera flew over from nearby. "Count me in two, let's all three play together." She had been eavesdropping on the riddles between Garroth and Deborah, feeling she could also play such games. Anything related to games and fun always interested the fairy dragon, especially recently. Lately, Garroth often played riddle games with the brass-silver dragon, while she could only hide nearby, watching and listening enviously in secret, unable to participate. Now the fairy dragon couldn't resist jumping out directly. "You know riddles?" Garroth asked curiously. The fairy dragon's games tended more toward absurd pranks, riddle games requiring brains. Garroth doubted she had that level of skill. "HMPH, don't underestimate me." The fairy dragon's petite body hovered before Garroth as she lifted her chin proudly. "Back in the Feywild, the unicorn elder praised me, saying I possess extraordinary world-shaking wisdom. Those little flower sprites and peak spirits all followed my commands too, revolving around me. When I told them to sing, they absolutely didn't dare dance." That impressive, the red iron dragon clicked his tongue. He really couldn't see it. That little thing fairy dragon Vera was actually a Feywild bully with world-shaking wisdom. "Well," the brass-silver dragon exclaimed in amazement, "then you must be really good at riddles too." "Yes, Vera has been watching you play riddle games often and is now a riddle expert." The fairy dragon's tail swished lightly from side to side as she spoke without any modesty. The brass-silver dragon's eyes sparkled. "That's wonderful, let's play riddles together." As fellow chaotic good-aligned dragons, she got along quite well with the fairy dragon. With evil dragons like red dragons, iron dragons, and chromatic dragons, the brass-silver dragon basically didn't communicate with them, Garroth being the exception. "Okay, I'll go first." "Zatum." Fairy dragon Vera puffed out her small chest, wings vibrating rapidly as she hovered midair. She tried hard to imitate Deborah's melodious tone when telling riddles, even the finest hairs at the tip of her tail twitching upward. Listen carefully. It's blue, really, really big, can't touch it, covers your head during daytime when night turns dark it. Little. She stalled, scratching her chin with a small claw before continuing. It sneaks away, then lots of shiny little eyes appear above. Also, soft fluffy things like cotton candy float above it, take a bite. The fairy dragon struggled to think, trying to add some depth to her riddle. Take a bite, no taste at all, not sweet at all, it's fake cotton candy. Deborah's beautiful silver eyes blinked repeatedly as she tilted her massive dragon head, looking at Garroth, then at Vera's earnest face waiting for praise, emitting a confused gurgle from her throat. Garroth only felt the muscles near his cheeks tightening. He barely managed to stop his imposing red iron dragon face from collapsing on the spot, rubbing his brow ridge with a claw. Looking at Vera's confident little face, the phrase world-shaking wisdom buzzed in his mind. The red iron dragon and brass silver dragon exchanged glances, looking at each other perplexedly. Seeing no reaction from the two, the fairy dragon's tail assumed her riddle was too difficult. Guess, it's the most important thing, without it we'd all suffocate. She felt this hint was absolutely brilliant, shaking her head proudly. And it's really, really, really big. Bigger than 100 Garroths stacked together, bigger than 100 dragon valleys. She spread her miniature wings with all her might, trying to convey that boundless feeling. He can't guess it, can you? After a few more seconds of silence from the two dragons before her, fairy dragon Vera swelled with pride, circling in flight as if chasing her own tail, then doing somersaults in the air, her small wings creating air currents. He emitted a heavy sigh like a furnace blast, nostrils slightly exhaling two streams of heat with sparks. Those fake cotton candy and shiny little eyes you mentioned, are you referring to that above our heads? He raised a claw, pointing toward the deep blue sky soaked in twilight, where sparse stars were beginning to appear. The sky? Vera's triumphant expression instantly froze on her small dragon face. Yes, it is the sky. She muttered quietly, completely deflated, your riddle. The red iron dragon shook his massive head, speaking slowly. Is like mixing raw meat, handful of dirt, and a gem together, then asking people what kind of dessert it tastes like. But Deborah had a different opinion, she said encouragingly with a smile. What interesting metaphors, tasteless cotton candy. Though immature, it's also quite vivid. Vera has potential to become a riddle expert. To have more dragons accompany her in playing riddles. The brass-silver dragon said something contrary to her true feelings. Opposite them, Vera's small ears twitched, her dejection lasting less than 3 seconds. She zipped over to the side of Deborah's massive head, affectionately rubbing her small head against the other's cool brass-silver scales. See, Deborah gets me, Garroth, you're too rigid. All right, you two play, I need to train now. The red iron dragon said. He walked with heavy steps to his training ground. The area bordered Dragon Valley's lake surface, leveled earth and stone, an open space reinforced and strengthened by shaman sorcerers, coated with a metallic-like sheen. At the center stood a black pillar. This was an alchemical tool obtained through merchant groups, capable of creating triple gravity within a certain range. Garroth first drank a barrel of black oil to heighten physical excitement, then walked to the center and activated the gravity tool. An intangible sense of heaviness instantly descended. The red iron dragon's massive, powerful body stood mountain-like under this suddenly increased weight. His head, as if covered in heavy armor, lifted slightly, eyes now completely devoid of laziness, filled only with single-minded focus. Immediately following, the red iron dragon made an extremely abrupt yet powerfully dynamic movement. That massive head covered in diamond-shaped metal-like scales suddenly jerked backward and upward. The heavy dragon head tore through the air with a whistling sound, tracing a powerfully dynamic arc. Muscles in his thick, battering ram-like neck instantly tensed and expanded, emitting the teeth-grating creak of steel cables being stretched taut. The massive back of his head, like a giant hammer, heavily and precisely struck the metallic glowing ground. Thump! A sound like muffled thunder echoed and spread through Dragon Valley. Now Garroth's posture was intensely imposing. His massive, rugged body remained motionless, neck forming an acute angle with the ground. His body flipped belly up, supported by his neck and hind legs, dragon arms crossed over his chest, spine suspended in air yet firmly rooted to the earth. And this was only the static display. With a low roar, his powerful, heavy body began agile rotations centered on his neck. Muscle masses on both sides of his thick neck writhed and bulged violently like living mountain ranges, the double-layered scales almost stretched apart by the tensed muscles. The air filled with heart-pounding low-friction sounds, and the creaking of bones and tendons stubbornly resisting gravity, like giant bowstrings stretched to their limit. The red iron dragon's neck seemed to become the convergence point of his entire body's power. Steel-like muscles worked frantically under extreme load, displaying a primitive, pure draconic aesthetic of power. Or rather, a mixture similar to sweat, high-temperature steam and moisture, sizzled from between the scales on his neck, splattering on the ground where it instantly evaporated into small clouds of white mist from the heat. The brass-silver dragon and fairy dragon had already forgotten about riddles, both staring unblinkingly at the red iron dragon, almost forgetting to breathe. This body filled with violence and power, the red iron form, could be appreciated not just by chromatic dragons, but even by metal dragons and dimensional dragons for its beauty. Wow, so impressive feeling, I want to try too. Vera came to the edge of the gravity field, attempting to imitate Garroth's method. Crack! A crisp sound came from her neck region. She hissed sharply as if her tail had been set on fire, flying up with her head tilted. Ah, so painful, my head's broken, I'm dying, I'm dying. Under the gradually deepening night sky, as the red iron dragon twisted and turned, low rumbling sounds continuously emanated from the entire supergravity field. While Garroth focused on his training, the brass-silver dragon's gaze slowly swept across that undulating, bulging, muscular physique that seemed cast from steel. The scales on her body once again transmitted that itchy, tingling sensation, and her tail unconsciously tightened slightly. So hard. The brass-silver dragon felt inexplicably feverish, her gaze practically glued to Garroth's body like adhesive. I'm dying, I'm dying. The fairy dragon, flopping about with her neck crooked, appeared before the brass-silver dragon, blocking her view and interrupting her wandering thoughts. I think I'm dying, save me. The fairy dragon said with a mournful expression. The brass-silver dragon grabbed her, and while she wasn't paying attention, instantly gave a sharp twist, straightening the fairy dragon's crooked head, then waved her claw. Don't block my view, I'm watching how Garroth trains. Rubbing her own head and neck, the fairy dragon Vera showed an expression of lingering fear. Won't Garroth's head really break off? Looking again at the red iron dragon fully focused on training, his movements expansive yet incredibly resilient, Vera felt even more astonished. Time gradually passed. The fairy dragon and brass-silver dragon didn't disturb Garroth, quietly watching him train. When Garroth temporarily finished his training, the brass-silver dragon Deborah stepped forward with elegant grace, slowly entering the supergravity field, then said with curiosity and anticipation, Garroth, your training seems quite interesting, could you teach me? You want to learn? Garroth exhaled a breath of scorching air, shaking his neck. I'd like to give it a try. Though judging by Vera's performance earlier, one could easily twist their own neck, so I believe I need your guidance. Under 3 times gravity, Garroth's neck exercises weren't something ordinary dragons could accomplish. But with a hybrid metal dragon's physique, there wouldn't be major issues once she got accustomed. Sure, I'll teach you. Garroth nodded, signaling the brass-silver dragon to come before him. Flip over, use your head to support yourself on the ground. Initially, your back can touch the ground, then try using only your neck muscles to lift your body up. Garroth said, okay. The brass-silver dragon began attempting. Immediately under the knight's gentle caress, Garroth watched as the brass-silver dragon gracefully flipped over in place, her long neck covered in brass-silver scales tracing a smooth arc. Her movements were light, carrying an innate sense of rhythm, completely different from his own steel-quenched heaviness. Now her massive head also imitated Garroth's posture, trying to press that beautiful, ice scale-covered back of her head against the similarly metallic-clustered ground. Thud! A sound far gentler than what Garroth produced. Most of Deborah's body still pressed against the ground, only her head and neck striving to find that support point. She attempted, like Garroth, to lift her body off the ground using only neck strength. The brass-silver dragon's exquisite scales trembled slightly under the supergravity field, the elegant muscle lines along her neck tightening, showing she exerted great effort. But after several attempts to lift, her body couldn't sustain being airborne. The weight felt like invisible chains firmly binding her to the ground. Garroth intently watched Deborah's subtle struggles, noticing her imperfect form. Then the red iron dragon silently stepped forward, lifting his thick forelimbs covered in hard scales. That massive claw, like a battering ram, carried scorching heat and body warmth not yet settled after intense exercise, landing gently yet unquestionably on the most flexible, smooth scales at the connection between the silver dragon's neck and shoulder. Deborah's body suddenly stiffened. The temperature from Garroth's palm transmitted through her scales, astonishingly scalding, forming a strange contrast with the cold, hard metallic texture of his clawtips. That powerful, absolutely dominating force. Seemingly just lightly placed, yet it felt like pressing an entire furnace against her most vulnerable, sensitive neck area. That dragon claw seemed capable of gripping her slender neck with just a slight squeeze, making her feel suffocated. With her weak point so closely touched, the brass-silver dragon instinctively wanted to struggle and escape. Don't move randomly. Garroth's deep voice seemed to explode beside her ear, carrying that dragon-specific vibration like distant thunder rolling in the chest, directly piercing through the heavy air brought by the supergravity field. Relax, feel the muscle engagement, your strength is scattered. His massive claw pressed down slightly, carrying an irresistible guidance that made the brass-silver dragon unable to muster resistance, silently complying. Deborah felt that scorching power begin to move. It traveled downward and backward, steadily applying pressure along the muscle lines on both sides of her long neck. The hard edges of the red iron dragon's clawtips, like the heaviest training whip, carried absolute control, tracing across her tense muscles as if combing and sculpting. And as the dragon claw moved, the brass-silver dragon only felt electric tingles throughout her body, her hard scales seeming to soften somewhat. Here. Garroth's clawtip stopped near the base of her neck close to her head, where relatively thick bone plates covered, but where muscles were particularly crucial. Try to concentrate strength, focus your mind here. Imagine your neck is a steel cable trying to break through Earth. All power gathering at this point, push upward. He said, amused. Deborah made a short inhaling sound, her silver vertical pupils contracting from extreme focus and exertion. She could feel Garroth's massive claw resting on her neck. That scorching, heavy, rough sensation was so clear, even overwhelming the painful soreness from the supergravity itself. He was like a silent volcano, imprinting strength and will directly onto her body. Finally, under Garroth's pressuring yet incredibly precise guidance, Deborah gathered her full strength. Her neck muscles suddenly bulged, the scales covering them seeming to instantly tighten further. Garroth shouted lowly, his massive claw on her neck pulling upward and backward in one smooth motion. Crack, the brass-silver dragon's massive and elegant frame, finally for the first time with tremendous roaring vibrations, was forcibly lifted by her own neck strength against triple gravity from the ground. Her neck had steadily left the ground. Very good. Garroth said slowly. His massive claw covered in deep black scales didn't immediately move away, instead gently pressing against those neck muscles trembling from extreme exertion. That pressure wasn't heavy, more like a confirmation and approval, carrying residual scorching temperature and rough scale texture, clearly imprinting on Deborah's perception. Maintain this for a while, then try moving your body. Garroth said. Now dark clouds obscured the moon, time gradually passing. The brass-silver dragon's thoughts were somewhat confused. She wasn't really focusing on listening to Garroth's instructions, just carefully sensing the temperature and touch of his dragon claw, following his guidance to move. Suddenly, the brass-silver dragon sniffed the air, detecting a familiar scent. Before she could gather her thoughts, the temperature within Dragon Valley plummeted, as if suddenly turning to winter. Crack, crack, crack. Frost inch by inch condensed from the ground, rapidly radiating outward. The lake's surface that had shown slight ripples in the darkness instantly froze with thick ice layers. Garroth's ice resistance had long been trained. But even so, he still felt an icy chill, this coldness unusual, with a sensation that penetrated to the bone marrow and froze the soul. Evil dragon. Simultaneously, as alarm rose in Garroth's heart, an enraged roar like thunder came from the sky. A prime adult dragon measuring 25 meters from head to tail, covered in shining silver scales, tore through the clouds, leaving frozen frost trails wherever it passed, appearing above Dragon Valley, eyes firmly locked on the red iron dragon. It was Frostmark Edry. In his eyes, that evil hybrid red iron dragon was using its claws to bend his precious descendant into bizarre positions, tormenting his child. Oh no, misunderstood again. Seeing the prime dragon's formidable killing intent, Garroth thought things looked bad. Crack, 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 an extreme cold sensation came from his body. Without warning, chill erupted suddenly around Garroth, covering his scales with a layer of frost, freezing him into an ice sculpture, yet not harming the brass-silver dragon at all. Go to hell, Edry used spell-like ice to seal the red iron dragon, then folded his wings, body wrapped in biting cold wind, charging straight down. Boom! The ice layers on the red iron dragon shattered, his frost-burst scales covered in cracks, yet unable to accumulate thermal energy internally. Thermal energy mainly comes from absorbing heat and kinetic energy. Such freezing damage really counters me. Garroth realized a weakness of frostburst scales, but now wasn't the time for detailed study. He felt tremendous danger. Level 18 Prime Silver Dragon, Frostmark, Edry Metal Dragon Overlord of the Convergence Lands. His dragon might condensed into substance, icy piercing, vast and majestic. Flying dragons were pressed unable to lift their heads, retainers trembled throughout. Garroth also felt enormous pressure. Compared to Frostmark, White Dragon Trixie was like a cat that only knows to arch its back and hiss. As Spatial Ring emitted faint light, a barrel of 95-grade black oil and a package of fairy scale powder appeared in Garroth's mouth. Frenzied state and bloodburst spell ready to activate at any moment. In a fight, Garroth was absolutely no match. But with his heavenly wings, if he consumed the black oil and scale powder, then simultaneously activated all three stages while fully focused on retreat, even the prime silver dragon would find it difficult to keep him. Buzz, 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 dark red flames surged behind his dragon wings. Black red dragon chi and golden frenzied lightning coiled around Garroth. He was already prepared. Just then, wait. Deborah hurriedly beat her wings rising into the air, intercepting between the silver dragon and red iron dragon. Father, you've misunderstood, she urgently said. He's not an evil dragon, we were just training. The silver dragon's movement halted, hovering in midair. Edry heard the brass silver dragon's explanation, but the rage on his face didn't immediately dissipate, instead growing more furious. Naturally evil red iron dragon, you dare bewitch my daughter. He questioned the red iron dragon, wanting to charge again. However, the brass silver dragon firmly blocked before him. Father, he's different. Listen to my explanation. The silver dragon frowned, seeing Deborah protecting the red iron dragon, then thinking of her deception and concealment toward him, feeling inexplicable anger rising. My oh my! A playful, laughing voice came as the brass dragon Serena flew over, saying, My dear Silverscale sir, where has your usual composure gone? Why have you become as irritable as a red dragon? Then the red iron dragon suddenly dispersed the energy around him. He slightly retracted his dragon wings, foreclaws lightly pressing the ground. This was the dragon race's standard non-combat posture. Looking at the enraged silver dragon in the sky, he said without fear and danger, So it's Lord Edry. I've heard Deborah mention you many times. Seeing you in person now, your dragon might is truly extraordinary. The red iron dragon's voice sounded like fire-quenched steel ingots, blazing yet restrained. After a slight pause, he looked directly into the silver dragon's scrutinizing eyes, continuing without arrogance or servitude. As Deborah's friend, I should have visited her admired and praised silver dragon father sooner. It's just that recently I've been busy managing the Convergence lands, bringing order to this chaotic territory, which delayed the timing. These calm, rational words without brutality or provocation, after spoken by Garroth, immediately eased the tense situation. The silver dragon first slightly started, then carefully examined the red iron dragon before him, anger gradually fading from his eyes. Though some residual anger and suspicion remained, the bone-piercing killing intent from before was gone. The marrow-penetrating formidable chill also gradually dispersed, withdrawing into the silver dragon's body. Garroth knew the most dangerous moment had passed. With orderly dragons discuss order, demonstrate orderliness, those words had achieved good effect. Dragon Taming Technique Silver Dragon Chapter. Debate of order outweighs proof of strength. Rational demeanor surpasses roaring momentum. Discussing order with silver dragons is like solving riddles with brass dragons. Calm and rational presentation, yearning for order can win silver dragon favor. The brass dragon Serena stared at Garroth in astonishment. So eloquent, good, no wonder Deborah can't bear to return home. Really quite different from other evil dragons. Night fell like ink, and the murderous atmosphere of Dragon Valley gradually dissipated. The frost that had covered the ground silently retreated. The frozen flowers and grasses unfurled again, and frightened small beasts shook off the shattered ice and fled in a panic. Not a single leaf had withered from the frost. Neither plants nor living creatures had been harmed under the silver dragon's fierce wrath. The red iron dragon's pupils contracted slightly. This was not a sign of insufficient power, rather, it proved Frostmark's near-perfect control over ice power. As a lawful and benevolent dragon, even in his wrath he upheld his code, sparing even the smallest lives. Only Garroth, as the main target, had endured soul-piercing cold. The recoil from shattering the ice crystals had left his frost-burst scales pocked with fractures. He's probably not just a vigorous adult at 200 luo. His life level might be 19, not 18. A level 19 silver dragon. If he wanted to contest for dominance, the Convergence lands would long ago no longer be governed by the 4 tribes. They'd only survive by relying on dragonfire. Good thing ice resistance is no longer a weakness. If I were an ordinary young red dragon, I'd probably have been severely injured just now. Garroth breathed a private sigh of relief while considering the frostburst scales flaw. They rely on absorbing heat rather than conjuring cold from nothing. That means fire-based attacks can help him accumulate heat, but pure extreme cold or ultra-low temperature attacks that don't carry heat can neutralize his heat absorption effect. The path to evolution is rugged and long. My frostburst scales are far from perfect, they have flaws and weaknesses. How long until an ultimate flawless dragon is achieved, I wonder. Garroth thought silently. At the same time, Frostmark Edry folded his wings and hovered in midair, lowering his head as a scrutinizing look passed through his silver eyes. Reforming the convergence lands. Red Iron Cub, do you know how much blood and death have soaked this realm? Order isn't something you can create with a single sentence. Garroth did not argue with the silver dragon, instead he spoke earnestly. Precisely because of that I choose to act. He paused slightly, lifting his head. Calm with a glint of ambition at the edge of his expression, he said, those insect-like creatures, how could they possibly govern the convergence lands properly? Only by sweeping them all away. When I become the king of the convergence lands, I will bring order and end the chaos and conflict here. Talking about order alone would sound hollow and insincere. Showing a bit of ambition at this moment made him seem more genuine. King of the convergence lands. Edry's gaze narrowed slightly as he said, Red Iron Cub, your tone is rather bold. I dwell in the convergence lands and belong here as well, and you want to be the lord of the convergence lands. A cold sneer leaked from between the silver dragon's fangs. You mean I should bow to you and call you master? The misunderstanding was resolved. But thinking about Deborah's deceit and the fact that she had stood in front of this red iron dragon to block him still stoked anger in Edry's heart. It wasn't the anger of a metal dragon at an evil dragon, but the fierce, paternal fury of a father seeing his beloved child oppose him for the sake of another dragon. Even if the other side weren't an evil dragon but a metal dragon, he would still be angry. He was not a foolish white scales. He was a noble, intelligent silver dragon. Edry's gaze sharpened, and it was not hard to see that the brass silver dragon had already fallen for this red iron dragon, otherwise she wouldn't have hidden things from him and stood before him like she did. Thinking of Deborah's once obedient demeanor compared to her wary stance now made his temper flare. He tried to hold back, but the more he thought, the angrier he became. The silver dragon felt as if a flame burned in his chest. But as a lawful dragon, he still followed his principles. He would not assault a young dragon without concrete cause. So he was looking for a reason to provoke Garroth. He wanted to incite the red iron dragon to show the arrogant, cruel side of an evil dragon and speak insolently. Then he would have justification to beat him silly. Under the silver dragon's icy scrutiny, Garroth vaguely sensed ill intent. Deeply attuned to dragon nature, he could roughly guess Edry's thoughts and feelings at the moment. I can hand over the position of Lord of the Convergence Lands. Garroth smiled faintly, open and carefree. I believe metal dragons can bring order here as well. When that time comes, I only ask for a corner to rest. It was like striking a heavy fist into a puff of cotton. The silver dragon's eyebrow twitched. He exhaled a long breath and then said, I'm not interested in governing territory. Both gold and silver dragons liked order, but they weren't good at managing lands or dealing with trivial affairs. More often they preferred to be guardians of order rather than its creators or lawmakers. Red Iron Cub, you want to be king of the convergence lands and bring order? Fine, I won't stop you. I'll even bear witness. At that, the silver dragon's tone shifted and darkened a few degrees. But if your existence only brings more chaos to the convergence lands, I will make you understand what price a usurping metal dragon must pay. Black-silver scales reflected a faint light, and Garroth lightly tapped his forehead forward. Just wait and see. Sensing the determination in the red iron dragon's words, the silver dragon's expression softened slightly. He surveyed Dragon Valley with his gaze, then folded his wings and slowly descended to the ground. Deborah and the brass dragon Serena also landed. Soon after, a white shimmer appeared and flickered across their bodies. The large silver and brass dragons were using transformation magic. Their bodies slowly shrank. The open ground in Dragon Valley is wide enough. There's no need to reveal true giant dragon forms. Garroth said, oh, stepping on flowers and grass isn't good either. Being too large can be inconvenient sometimes. From now on, Serena had intended to continue, thinking Garroth would understand, but halted mid-sentence when she saw his imposing figure. A young adolescent red iron dragon doesn't equal an adult in size. Yet his robustness was astonishing. Both the silver dragon and the brass dragon were over 300 years old adults, but in all their long years they had never seen a Garroth so exaggeratedly muscular. Edry's face was elfin and handsome, his eyes a touch narrow and thus sharp. His long silver-white hair was bound with ice crystal hair clasps, and a faceted gem like an ice spirit dangled from his left ear. Even when not smiling, he gave the impression of an iceberg, an appearance that was undeniably extraordinary. The records in the legacy were right. Silver dragons truly are the most handsome and elegant among the major dragon lineages. Garroth looked at the silver dragon's humanoid form and barely shook his head, thinking, he's just a bit too slight, doesn't look very muscular. Muscles like forged iron, sinews like cast steel. Powerful, dominant, intimidating, even just standing there in silence made one sense terrifying strength. Garroth personally preferred that kind of image. Serena stood beside Edri. She was far less noble than the silver dragon but pretty and playful, her face dotted with freckles, skin fine and honey-colored, eyes bright with youthful energy. If one didn't know she was over 200 years old, Garroth would have thought her a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Red Iron Dragon, Deborah mentioned you before. I remember you were in the Sur Wilderness. Why did you come to the Convergence Lands? Serena asked, not knowing what the Red Iron Dragon was thinking. You may call me by my name, Garroth. Coming to the Convergence Lands was out of necessity. In the Sur Wilderness I was suppressed, driven out, and hunted by bounties placed by human nobles. Garroth answered. There was no hint of grievance or rage in his voice, only a calm born of weathering storms. Deborah blinked and explained for Garroth. When he was in the Sur Wilderness, he secretly controlled a trade route, curbed monsters from harming people, established rules, and governed things neatly. But human nobles used huge taxes to squeeze him. Helpless, he had to choose mutual destruction, abandon his foundation in the Sur Wilderness and come to the harsher, more remote Convergence Lands far from humans. She looked straight at her parents and spoke slowly and earnestly. Father, mother, you always say evil dragons are born from their environment. Garroth suffered much prejudice, but he wasn't twisted by it. He is far from the stereotypical evil dragon. I've never seen him slaughter the weak or revel in bloodshed. He prefers a peaceful life, likes to focus on training, lives by a routine, and is never lazy. The world holds bias and opposes him, yet he doesn't blame it. He accepts reality calmly, survives cautiously, and adapts silently. So this is how Deborah saw him. Garroth remained silent and listened quietly. He felt Deborah had perhaps idealized him a bit, but overall she wasn't far off, and he accepted that praise with equanimity. Even naturally just gold and silver dragons, if placed in Garroth's position, might not have done better than him. The brass silver dragon Deborah's voice flowed like a clear spring, sincere and firm. Please respect him as you respect me. He is not a naturally evil red iron dragon, but a warrior who has maintained his true nature through countless trials. She gazed at her parents, her dragon pupils flashing with stubborn light. This child must have suffered greatly on his path to growth. As if moved by Deborah's words, Serena looked at the red iron dragon with pity in her eyes. The silver dragon also seemed slightly moved. Due to the prevailing trends among metal dragons, they had both entertained the idea of adopting evil dragons, reforming them, and guiding them toward goodness. Unfortunately, if Garroth were a dragonette or young dragon, they would most likely choose to adopt him. But now Garroth was already a young adult dragon, past the age for normal education, and he seemed to have his own ideas different from ordinary evil dragons. The silver dragon's expression further softened, like melting snow and ice. Garroth is not a bad dragon. The fairy dragon Vera suddenly flew over, her small face tense as she vowed. I guarantee this with my own name. Dimensional dragon. The silver and brass dragons had already noticed the fairy dragon's presence, but their focus had been on Garroth until now. Now the atmosphere eased. The silver dragon looked at the interrupting fairy dragon and asked, Fairy dragon, why are you in the material plane? I remember you live in the fairy wilderness. The fairy dragon said frankly, I was accidentally caught in spatial turbulence and brought here. Do you want to return? The silver dragon suddenly said, if you want to return to the fairy wilderness, back to your homeland, I can help. Helping the weak was something lawful good dragons occasionally enjoyed doing. And since the fairy dragon was still of the same kind, within his capabilities, the silver dragon felt he could help her return to the fairy wilderness. Vera was taken aback, then looked troubled. I do and I don't. She said hesitantly, I miss the unicorn elders, I miss my little fairy companions, but I also can't bear to leave here. The silver dragon didn't press her. I'll give you time to consider, he said. Hearing this, the fairy dragon Vera continued to hesitate in place. Meanwhile, the silver dragon examined the fierce weapon-like features on Garroth's body, along with the characteristics of red and iron dragons, and suddenly asked, Are you the offspring of the Steel Queen and the wing of the Burning Mountain? The silver dragon had been to the Sur Wilderness and had some understanding of the evil dragons there. The Steel Queen was an adult iron dragon, around life level 16, while the wing of the burning mountain was a mature adult red dragon, with age and life level roughly equivalent to the silver dragon Frostmark. Wing of the Burning Mountain, Garroth hadn't heard this title before, but the Steel Queen was very familiar. The Steel Queen was how Iron Dragon Mother Ledish's followers respectfully addressed her. My mother is the Steel Queen you mentioned. As for my father, I don't know much about him. Perhaps it is the Wing of the Burning Mountain. Garroth said the Iron Dragon Mother had never mentioned anything about the Red Dragon Father. He had no curiosity about the Red Dragon Father he had never met, had never asked about him, so he didn't know, had no father since birth. Poor evil dragon. However, not having the Wing of the Burning Mountains company was probably a good thing. This guy was a natural-born bad seed. Edri's gaze turned cold and sharp, slowly saying, Wing of the Burning Mountain, Red Dragon Gorthax. I've fought him before and am very familiar with his aura. His aura is similar to yours. Similar aura, unless there were unexpected circumstances, it could basically confirm bloodline inheritance. Gorthax. Since it was mentioned, Garroth simply asked about the situation. What kind of dragon is he? Serena stepped forward, gently patting the red iron dragon's hard arm scales. Your father is a thoroughly chaotic evil dragon. Even among red dragons, few are as violently chaotic, arrogant, and ferociously brutal as that madman. Destroying for destruction's sake, breaking for breaking's sake. Killing for killing's sake. His title comes from melting not just one mine belonging to the Lothrian Federation into magma, killing all the guards. The silver dragon sneered, saying, and it wasn't for profit, not for resources, but purely for the pleasure of destroying something to vent. Later, he paid the price for his brutal actions, targeted and surrounded by strong fighters from the Lothrian Federation, barely escaping with his life after a narrow escape, now whereabouts unknown. Sounded like a fierce dragon, but more brave than rational, acting without considering consequences, too crazy. No wonder they called him a thoroughly chaotic evil dragon. In comparison, the red dragon Samantha was much more well-behaved and sensible. Garroth thought to himself. Looking at the silent red iron dragon, the good dragon felt somewhat soft-hearted, his cold, hard expression softening slightly as he warned. Even toward his own offspring, that ruffian would show no difference in treatment. If one day you smell a scent similar to your own, you'd better immediately hide far away. Otherwise, I guarantee Gorthax will plunder all your wealth, even make you serve as his slave. If you anger him in his rage, he might directly kill you. After hearing the silver dragon's words, the red iron dragon's expression remained unchanged, only giving a slight nod. He shared similar bloodlines with Gorthax, but there was no father-son affection to begin with, let alone any nurturing kindness. If they really met one day and the red dragon Gorthax harbored evil intentions, then he wouldn't show any mercy either, feeling no guilt about punching and kicking the red dragon father. Garroth never undervalued himself. With his talent and sufficient resource supply, it wouldn't be long before he need not fear mature adult dragons. As long as he didn't encounter the red dragon Gorthax before then, it would be fine. From what the silver dragon said, the red dragon Gorthax was no longer in the Sur Wilderness, probably not in the Convergence lands either, making the possibility of encounter extremely slim. Garroth. Edri no longer called Garroth Red Iron Dragon, but addressed him by name, subtly bringing their relationship a bit closer. A smile appeared on his face as he slowly said, When I first saw you, I admit I had some prejudice against you, but your performance has eliminated my prejudice. I'm surprised and very pleased to meet a hybrid dragon like you. Perhaps because Garroth's background made him pitiable, or perhaps out of love for one extending to others. The silver dragon showed some goodwill. Garroth felt his friendly attitude and responded accordingly. The misunderstanding has been resolved. Being able to coexist peacefully with metal dragons is also my wish. Seeing the barrier between the red iron dragon and her father fade, Deborah felt genuinely happy, her tail wagging cheerfully. Immediately afterward, the atmosphere in Dragon Valley gradually became harmonious. The silver dragon Edri and brass dragon Serena were quite curious about Garroth's growth experiences, also surprised that he was only a young adult dragon, yet possessed such incredible physique and life level surpassing gold dragons of the same age. Garroth appropriately polished his narrative when recounting his experiences. He deeply understood dragon nature, and during the communication process, made both the silver and brass dragons feel very comfortable, slowly increasing their favorability. As for his special characteristics, Garroth attributed them to mutated hybrid talents. As time gradually passed, when the sky brightened and its color turned from deep black to gray blue, the several dragons were getting along quite harmoniously. Edry in human form stepped forward, as if having completely accepted the red iron dragon, chuckled and patted Garroth's dragon scales. Feeling their hardness and thickness, the silver dragon said, "Garroth, among all the young adult dragons I've seen, you are the most special and strongest. I'm very curious what kind of power lies within this body of yours that resembles a combat weapon." He showed a kind smile, amiably saying, "Shall we have a light spar to test each other? How about it?" Serena looked strangely at the silver dragon, then seemed to remember something, blinked her eyes, and added, "Having guidance from a mature adult dragon is very beneficial for a young dragon like you. Edry rarely agrees to guide young dragons." The silver dragon chuckled, "Can't call it guidance, just a little spar. I won't use professional skills or quasi-spell skills, only fighting with dragon body and basic combat techniques against you." He said with a smiling squint, "You might even have a chance to win against me." Garroth pondered inwardly, also somewhat curious about the gap between himself and a mature adult dragon of the silver dragon's caliber. Biological level 18, possibly 19 creature. If encountered in the wild, Garroth would inevitably choose to avoid confrontation, retreating temporarily. As for now, the opportunity for combat sparring was truly rare. He nodded, saying, "Good." Before he could finish his subsequent polite words, Garroth saw the silver dragon Edry first unable to suppress several loud laughs. Then his smile abruptly vanished, his expression instantly turning cold and hard. "Damn, I was careless. The silver dragon actually knows how to deceive. This old thing has ill intentions, wanting to take this opportunity to violently beat me to vent anger." The red iron dragon realized, his heart tightening. But remembering what the silver dragon said about not using professional skills or quasi-spell skills, he quickly calmed down. The words had already been spoken. Edry would definitely keep his promise. Silver dragons were the strongest sorcerers and spellcasters among main dragon types, but their physical strength wasn't among the top ranks. Fighting with only physical combat, it was hard to say who would be beating whom. Garroth grew eager, his limbs slightly crouching, muscles tensing. "Roar!" Edry raised his head in a dragon roar, dispelling the transformation spell, his body swelling and expanding, spreading huge silver wings, revealing his true form. Deborah and her brass dragon mother retreated to the right peak of Dragon Valley, making space for the sparring red iron dragon and silver dragon. Will they be okay? They don't look like they're going for a simple spar. Her gaze falling upon the two tense dragon figures, Deborah couldn't help but whisper with concern, "Don't worry, no need to worry about Garroth. Your father knows his limits and won't go too far." Hearing her mother's words, Deborah blinked her eyes and lowered her voice. "Well, actually, I'm not worried about Garroth." Without using spell-like abilities or class skills, under these circumstances, Deborah didn't have high hopes for her old father. She had seen how Garroth fought and clearly understood how ferocious he could be in combat. That rugged, menacing body wasn't just dangerous in appearance, it contained extraordinary power, and the red iron dragon's rationality was sufficient to perfectly control it, allowing for exceptional performance. The silver dragon father was using his weaknesses to clash with Garroth's strengths. Even though there was a significant gap in their life levels, the outcome was truly hard to predict. "Not worried about Garroth's. Then what are you worried about?" The brass dragon Serena looked somewhat puzzled, tilting her head, but she didn't inquire further, focusing more on the impending battle. At this moment, the pre-dawn sky was gray-blue, like an endless, undivided piece of dark gemstone, casting a dim, glowing light. Silver Dragon Edry, having revealed his true form, spread his wings, with ice crystal-like luster flowing across his wing membranes. He didn't use any spell-like abilities, but the natural dragon might of an adult silver dragon still made the surrounding air feel stagnant, as if even the wind fearfully avoided this area. The dragon might was imposing. His physical strength wasn't as great as the red iron dragon's, but his agile dragon body, a full 25 meters long and hardly slender, overall exerted more pressure than the red iron dragon. Garroth took a deep breath, his frostburst scales slightly trembling, sword-like spikes ringing sharply, all his muscles already tightened like steel wires, ready to erupt with immense power at any moment, standing vigilant. Silver Dragon Edry moved first. He beat his wings, closing in on Garroth, not with a savage impact but with elegant and precise movements that were extremely fast. The silver dragon approached, his foreclaws shooting out like lightning. Before the claws even arrived, the sharp cold pressure had already cut against Garroth's faceplate. He suddenly turned sideways, avoiding the silver dragon's attack while flames ignited on his claws. His claw fingers, sharper than blades, glowing red like branding irons, whistling as they tore toward the silver dragon's head. A dull impact sound exploded. Edri's left forelimb rose, muscle fibers instantly tightening like tempered steel wires, forcibly taking this blow. His mithril-like scales didn't shatter, only slightly denting and cracking. The silver dragon sneered coldly, his right claw changing trajectory and pressing down like a silver moon falling to earth, tracing a cold arc aimed directly at the red iron dragon's neck. Garroth suddenly turned his head, raising his shoulder to collide. The silver dragon's massive claw struck the red iron dragon's body, nearly covering half of Garroth's smaller frame due to their size difference. Garroth felt as if he'd been hit by a mountain of cold iron. The rugged, sharp spikes on his body broke one by one, crushed by the silver dragon's giant claw, then regenerated at visible speed. The surrounding frostburst scales cracked and collapsed while absorbing kinetic energy. While Garroth felt icy cold throughout his body, thermal energy was gradually accumulating inside him, intensely hot and boiling. Under the silver dragon's slightly surprised gaze, the red iron dragon suddenly raised his head. He fearlessly met the attack with his head covered in the thickest ridged armor, his rugged, skyward-pointing dragon horns transforming into the most formidable weapons at this moment, thrusting toward the silver dragon's jaw. A metallic collision-like roar spread with shockwaves, causing the air to ripple with vibrations. The silver dragon possessed battle-tested combat skills and didn't allow the red iron dragon's headbutt to land directly on him. In the sky, Edri was forced to slide back half a step by this brute force, his hand claw stinging intensely, pierced through his fine scale defense by the seemingly indestructible dragon horn, tearing through flesh. Garroth felt his skull ringing. Edri's bone density, scale hardness, body strength exceeded his expectations. Silver dragons were often compared to red dragons and were never famous for physical strength. But this was in comparison to red dragon's physique. Silver dragons' physiques were stronger than most dragon kinds, among metallic dragons, only weaker than gold dragons, among five-colored dragons, only weaker than red dragons. Red iron whelp got you nows. The silver dragon father grinned, actually showing something of a wicked dragon's expression. Crack, tear, his hand claw erupted with power, allowing the red iron dragon's horn to dig deeper into his flesh while simultaneously clamping down like iron pincers, single-handedly enveloping and gripping the red iron dragon's head. He endured the pain and tightened his hooked claws, willing to let the dragon horn tear through his flesh to lock Garroth's head in place. Falling on the red iron dragon's body, it instantly turned into clusters of ice crystals. Garroth felt his head being tightly constrained while piercing cold invaded his brain, freezing his mind icy cold, making his thoughts somewhat stiff and reactions sluggish. In this brief moment of sluggishness, the silver dragon held the red iron dragon's head with one claw while the other hand claw rained down on the red iron dragon's body relentlessly, like a violent storm. The red iron dragon now appeared to be getting beaten unilaterally. The silver dragon clearly knew that this damnable red iron whelp had almost maxed out defense and counterattack capabilities. He hadn't truly been injured so far. Instead, it was him. His hand claw was pierced by many broken spikes, torn open by the dragon horn, already having lost considerable blood. Those spikes were regenerating at ultra-high speed and were exceptionally sharp. He suffered some injury with every attack he made. Moreover, he had long noticed that the red iron dragon had double-layered dragon scales. While it seemed the scales were collapsing now with broken scales flying everywhere, it was actually inconsequential. The silver dragon's thoughts flashed like lightning, his attacks becoming more swift and fierce. The suppressed Garroth didn't resist fiercely, only protecting some weak points while quietly enduring the adult silver dragon's beating. Meanwhile, as the frostburst scales shattered, his internal thermal energy value kept rising. Soon, under the silver dragon's fierce onslaught, the red iron dragon's surface scales were almost completely shattered and broken, revealing the inner layer of hard scales, black-based with red patterns. The silver dragon's face showed a pleased smile, then suddenly stiffened. The second layer of black-red dragon scales revealed by the red iron dragon rapidly opened and closed with intense vibration, instantly turning crimson red and scorching hot like heated iron. Billowing waves of heat emerged from the gaps between his scales, completely dispersing the chilling cold left by the silver dragon's attacks. Old fossil, my turn now. The smile transferred from the silver dragon to Garroth's face as he took a deep breath, opening his jaws at close range with a dazzling, brilliant flame that even made the silver dragon feel threatened. His entire body burned like branding iron, causing excruciating pain to radiate through the claws gripping the red iron dragon's head. The silver dragon immediately wanted to retreat. But his dragon claw that had clamped onto Garroth's head was simultaneously pierced by Garroth's dragon horns, restricting his movement. As he pulled out his claw and attempted to retreat backward, Garroth's breath attack was already primed and ready to unleash. Boom, like a cannon barrel, his mouth erupted with destruction breath, a solidified torrent of flame that struck the silver dragon's cross-defended arms at point-blank range, then forcefully pushed against the silver dragon's massive and agile body, driving him inch by inch toward the sky. When the dragon breath dissipated, the dragon scales on the silver dragon's arms had completely turned the color of red-hot metal. His shoulders, chest, and even parts of his face showed numerous areas that had become forge red, with large amounts of steam billowing from the alternating cold and heat, the surrounding air distorted from the intense high temperatures. Fire-based damage countered silver dragons effectively. He felt burning, scorching pain throughout his body, gritting his teeth in discomfort. However, the silver dragon's expression instead became relaxed. Such powerful dragon breath, the little whelp must have exhausted all his strength. Time to give him a good beating. Just as the silver dragon thought this, buzzing, intense, and chaotic electrical currents erupted beside his ears. Zap, zap. After unleashing his destruction breath to blast the silver dragon skyward, the moment his breath attack depleted, Garroth decisively activated his frenzied state. Boom. A golden dragon silhouette tore through the dense, billowing steam like lightning, arriving before the silver dragon before he could react. Level 3 Dragon Chi Activation. Enhanced Claw Strike, thwack thwack. His claws alternated left and right, wreathed in golden lightning and black-red dragon energy, consecutively smashing against the silver dragon's head. With scales shattering and flying everywhere, the adult silver dragon saw stars from the red iron dragon's suddenly surging power attack, feeling dizzy and disoriented, temporarily unable to react. If this had been an adult white dragon, this strike would likely have knocked them out completely. Enhanced Tail Strike. The scales on his dragon tail clanged together, transforming into sharp blades and spear points, several times larger than before with razor-sharp edges. His body abruptly twisted as Garroth's blade-like tail swept across the silver dragon's chest, leaving a long bleeding gash amidst a shower of sparks. The tearing pain in his chest jolted the silver dragon back to awareness. Enraged, he raised his dragon claw, seizing a gap in the red iron dragon's assault to counterattack. Reflexive dodge. The red iron dragon had preemptively used combat skills, instinctively swaying left and right to completely evade the silver dragon's slightly sluggish attacks. In the next instant, he pounced back toward the silver dragon again. Thick golden lightning crackled intensely across his head, neck, and spine, while black-red dragon energy coiled around his claws and tail. Enhanced Claw Strike. Enhanced Tail Strike, Dragon Wing Combo Slash. The red iron dragon instantly transformed into a ferocious combat weapon, claws, dragon wings, tail, launching continuous high-frequency attacks, maintaining the momentum. Like a violent storm, the assault poured down upon the silver dragon, amid the sounds of clashing metal and nerve-grating tearing noises. Within just a few short, rapid breaths, the silver dragon became covered in bleeding wounds, losing his previous elegance, his shining, beautiful scales turning unsightly and ragged. Garroth held nothing back, lavishly expending his dragon energy. In this brief time, his dragon energy was nearly depleted. Simultaneously, the silver dragon's wings shuddered as brilliant light erupted across his body. Patterns resembling forked branches or cracking ice fissures emerged from his scales, extending to cover both wings. Vast, ocean-like magical energy surged and churned within him. Chilling air began to spread, with ice crystals materializing out of thin air. This clearly wasn't just physical combat anymore. He's getting desperate. He's really desperate now. Garroth's eyes flashed as he realized this, promptly folding his wings and withdrawing all the intense lightning and remaining dragon energy internally. Truly worthy of being the most powerful silver dragon in the Convergence lands. The red iron dragon's voice boomed across the valley. Even going all out, I only managed to leave some scorch marks on your scales. This contest is my loss. He knew when to quit, surrendering at lightning speed before the silver dragon could launch another offensive, moving closer toward the brass dragon mother and daughter. Watching Garroth shout while shuffling toward them, the tip of brass dragon Serena's tail twitched uncontrollably several times, while simultaneously chuckling. She was gradually understanding why little Deborah had become so utterly fascinated. This red iron dragon was truly interesting. When forceful, he attacked like a storm, daring to fight even an adult silver dragon, yet he understood when to advance or retreat, yielding without hesitation when appropriate. From what little Deborah said, he was also good at riddles and willing to play guessing games with brass dragons. He's an excellent mixed-blood dragon, with potential to be guided toward goodness and order. Edri probably grudgingly acknowledges him deep down. Brass dragon Serena thought to herself. Among dragonkind, strength ultimately spoke loudest. The silver dragon proposed combat both to vent anger and to test the red iron dragon's capabilities. Being excellent and powerful naturally earned respect anywhere. Otherwise, everything else was empty talk. Under the gaze of his mate and daughter, the silver dragon hovered silently in midair for a long time, finally emitting a metallic, grating laugh, appearing free and unrestrained as the piercing, bone-chilling coldness dissipated. He folded his wings, slowly descending to land before Garroth. You certainly know when to advance and retreat. The silver dragon said with a chuckle, raising his massive foreclaw to press on Garroth's shoulder. The elegant dragon claw now felt heavy as a mountain, grinding against the black-red scales until fine cracks appeared. This old fossil's smile hides ill intentions. His usual indifferent expression is actually more normal. Reserved, elegant, noble. None of these terms from the dragon legacy describing silver dragons seem to apply to him. White dragons might be different, but most other adult dragons who have lived centuries have mature mentality. Facing such dragons, I need to be more serious and cautious. I was truly careless earlier, actually fooled by the silver dragon. Fortunately, he also suffers from dragon pride, effectively fighting with self-imposed limitations. Garroth felt the increasing pressure on his shoulder, silently reflecting. He felt the dragon legacy contained strong stereotypes. While generally accurate, each dragon actually possessed their own unique personality, like the silver dragon before him. When he first showed goodwill, smiled, and dropped his indifferent expression. Garroth truly thought he had let things go, never expecting it was deliberately meant to lower his guard, finding excuses to fight through different methods. If not for the silver dragon's pride, setting limits on quasi-spell skills and class skills beforehand, Garroth would have suffered greatly this time. You're the first young adult dragon in centuries to make me bleed in melee combat. The silver dragon said with a smile. Meeting surpasses hearing. Deborah's admired father is truly exceptionally powerful. Lord Edry, I'm delighted we can interact amicably. Fighting someone of your caliber has taught me immensely. The red iron dragon broke free from the silver dragon's heavy claw, equally beaming with a bright smile. Anyone unaware of the context might think these two dragons were chatting happily, admiring each other's prowess, enjoying harmonious interaction. At that moment, the brass-silver dragon approached Garroth, unable to conceal her joy, saying cheerfully, Garroth, you actually made my father look disheveled. You're amazing. Though he surrendered in the brass-silver dragon's eyes, he was the winner. The muscles around the silver dragon's eyes twitched violently. Not at all, not at all, I still have much to learn. Only because Lord Edry went easy on me, otherwise I wouldn't have lasted a single move. Being able to inflict any damage was because I was too nervous, completely unable to control my power. The fact I have few injuries precisely shows Lord Edry's composure and far superior strength. The red iron dragon said humbly and praisefully, not rubbing salt in the silver dragon's wounds but instead offering a way out. This dragon whelp might not be so bad after all. After hearing the red iron dragon's words, the silver dragon suddenly thought, had he been somewhat biased against him, he reflected on his own issues. However, when he glimpsed his daughter's completely focused gaze on the red iron dragon, the slight goodwill that had just sprouted instantly froze. An old father's sour anger always needed an outlet. Deborah's harming me. The red iron dragon thought to himself. Under normal circumstances, he could probably win the silver dragon's favor. Unfortunately, the current situation was clearly abnormal, with the silver dragon father in a jealous state and Deborah's occasional direct provocation. Ordinary dragon handling techniques were basically useless against him. The morning dew between dragon scales refracted the dawn light as Garroth folded his wing membranes, allowing the rising sun to gild his black-red scales with golden edges. He watched the silver dragon's subtly twitching tail tip, realizing that the using humble words to dissolve hostility chapter from the dragon taming technique was completely ineffective at this moment. The glimmer in Edry's eyes was clearly the sour, bitter anger unique to protective fathers. This kind of emotion was sometimes harder to reconcile than simple faction opposition. Since things had reached this point, Garroth stopped overthinking it. He was certain the silver dragon would ultimately adhere to the iron law of lawful good. Even though obvious annoyance churned in the silver dragon's eyes at this moment, those elegant silver wings had never truly revealed killing intent. After all, this entire exchange had to maintain the pretense of instructional combat. This metal dragon overlord still had to maintain surface decorum. With Deborah's relationship involved, no matter how sour or displeased the silver dragon felt inside, he could do nothing about it. Now he just needed to prevent the silver dragon from finding fault and avoid giving him any reason. Later, when his strength surpassed the silver dragons, if the silver dragons still caused trouble without changing, then Garroth wouldn't blame his own straightforward nature for showing no mercy with fists and claws. Ultimately, dragons still needed to speak through power. Principles that couldn't be reasoned through could be settled with fists. Garroth secretly grinned within his draconic maw, thinking this. However, for now I should obediently behave myself. This exchange has already given me advantages, but I probably won't have opportunities like this for a long time. The red iron dragon focused on the present, stopping his fantasy of brutally beating the mature silver dragon. True oak trees bend in storms but don't break, true swords sheathed don't lose their edge. Garroth believed that knowing when to yield and when to stand firm was a virtue dragons very much needed to learn. After the combat exchange ended, regardless of the actual circumstances, at least superficially the red iron dragon and silver dragon were getting along harmoniously. The silver dragon Edry folded his wings and asked, "You said you would bring order to the Convergence lands. How's the progress?" Garroth's scales shimmered with black-red radiance under the morning light as he answered steadily. "The goblins of the Gold Fang tribe have voluntarily submitted, contributing to the order. As for the three major tribes of Poison Tail, Dawn, and Ironblood." He paused slightly before saying, "They won't cause much delay either." Voluntarily, the silver dragon stared at Garroth, seeing no emotional fluctuation on the thick, scale-covered draconic face, calm and composed, speaking as if stating the most ordinary fact. The silver dragon had been staying in Red Maple Valley without going out recently, so his information about the Convergence lands was somewhat outdated. But even without verification, he could be certain the goblins probably hadn't submitted voluntarily. He knew the nature of those green-skinned goblins quite well. These cunning creatures would never voluntarily do anything against their own interests unless claws were pressed against their throats. Meanwhile, sunlight completely above the horizon pierced through the morning fog as the red iron dragon said shamelessly, "Lord Edry, those bugs could never properly govern the Convergence lands. The order here is best under draconic rule. But I'm too young and lack sufficient strength. It would be wonderful if you join me. Metal dragons have always been guardians of order. We could govern the Convergence lands together, ending the bloodshed and chaos here." Hearing Garroth's words, the silver dragon snorted coldly. "Damnable red iron dragon whelp, using order as pretext to make me help deal with the other tribes." Wishful thinking, he refused without hesitation, using an educational tone. "Young dragons should face difficulties head-on when encountering trouble, not always seek help from others. More tempering will make your claws and fangs sharper, your scales harder." Garroth pondered thoughtfully for several seconds, then shook his head, pretending regret. "Is that so? What a pity. I was originally thinking of giving you a monthly share of gold coins or gems that would satisfy you as dividends for our alliance." The silver dragon's expression froze. That being said, just then he saw Deborah using her wingtip to brush ice crystals from the red iron dragon's shoulder armor, a gesture that made the silver dragon's pupils contract into nearly thin lines. That being said no more. All hesitation solidified. The silver dragon's expression turned cold and hard, emitting a grunt from his throat as he stubbornly resisted the wealth temptation. He changed the subject, looking toward the brass-silver dragon Deborah. "Deborah, the family is summoning all metal dragons above adult age. We need to return to the Boiling Sea Dragon domain." On planet Bernardo, metal dragons maintained firm alliance relationships. However, they were divided into different dragon domains based on region, family, bloodline, and similar factors, not all gathered in one place. Each dragon domain would have a metal dragon king, and the dragon kings frequently communicated with each other, quite skilled at seeking help from one another when encountering trouble. The relationship between different dragon domains was both dispersed and united. The Boiling Sea Dragon domain, that vast oceanic region facing the western coast of the Atlantis continent, was precisely the foundation of the Silver Dragon family, reachable by traveling west from the Sur Wilderness. Frostmark Edry was a mature dragon, already an overlord in backward regions like the Convergence lands. But above him were old dragons, very old dragons, ancient dragons, elder dragons, ancient dragons. Within the dragon domain, Edry was still among the younger generation. Returning to the main topic. After hearing her silver dragon father's words, Deborah blinked her eyes, somewhat missing the elders, relatives, and friends in the dragon domain. "I want to go too," she said. After glancing at Garroth, she added quietly, "Can we bring Garroth along? He's a naturally evil hybrid dragon, but he yearns for order. The dragon domain would welcome him." This wasn't untrue. The place was called Dragon Domain, not Metal Dragon Domain, and it didn't contain only metal dragons. Within the Boiling Sea Dragon domain, there were some five-colored dragons who had been adopted by metal dragons since childhood, then through later nurturing and teaching, had their alignments shift. Metal dragons were quite pleased to see evil dragons turning toward goodness. Correspondingly, evil dragons also enjoyed leading metal dragons toward corruption. The silver dragon and brass dragon exchanged glances first, then said, "It's better for him to remain in the convergence lands." Deborah felt somewhat displeased, stubbornly saying, "You're still prejudiced against Garroth. If you won't take him, I won't go either." The silver dragon nodded. "Just as well, we weren't planning to bring you back to the dragon domain this time anyway." This script isn't following what I imagined. Deborah widened her eyes, not expecting her silver dragon father to respond this way. "Little Deborah, the dragon domain is summoning dragons above adult age. You should obediently stay in the convergence lands." The brass dragon Serena said laughingly, though deep in her eyes there was a trace of worry. The silver dragon suddenly locating Deborah's position wasn't a whim, but to notify her before departure. The dragon domain's summoning order was quite urgent, calling for dragons above adult age to proceed quickly, suggesting something important was happening. Under such circumstances, with the red iron dragon present now, Deborah staying in the convergence lands might be better. Although the silver dragon disliked the red iron dragon, he still acknowledged his cleverness and responsiveness. A young adult dragon who had struggled for survival through the wilderness, overcoming numerous obstacles to grow with difficulty. His sensitivity to crisis might not be lower than theirs. "Fine then, I'll visit the dragon domain when things are calmer later," Deborah said, "and I'll bring Garroth along too." The silver dragon maintained a cold expression, but ultimately reluctantly nodded slightly. "The younger generation in the dragon domain will definitely welcome you quite warmly." He forced a smile onto his face, no longer appearing cold and hard, turning to tell the red iron dragon. That smile made the muscles under Garroth's scales unconsciously tighten. Probably the mature silver dragon was up to no good again. The dragon domain likely wouldn't welcome him very warmly. But he felt no yearning for the dragon domain anyway. Did the dragon domain have black oil fields? Did it have minions to command freely with power over life and death? It probably only contained metal dragons growing increasingly powerful. Going there would mean following their various rules, not as carefree as being a local emperor in the convergence lands. Garroth was no longer a helpless wormling. He had like-minded draconic companions, possessed resilient mental willpower, and below him was the thriving molten iron tribe. He didn't need to rely on other dragons. Having backing behind him would be better, but lacking it didn't matter either. It wouldn't discourage him. "Little one, protect Deborah. I'm entrusting her to you." Brass Dragon Serena's voice suddenly sounded, light as a feather landing deep within Garroth's consciousness. The red iron dragon's neck scales trembled slightly as he nodded imperceptibly. Turning to look, he saw Deborah quietly complaining that her mother hadn't notified her before coming, completely unaware of the underlying crisis. The brass dragon's unusual request confirmed his suspicions. Something stormy was probably brewing within the dragon realms. This summons for metal dragons above adulthood was anything but ordinary. However, this wasn't his concern. When the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. If something happens in the metal dragon realms, it's not his problem to worry about. The silver dragon looked toward Deborah and instructed, "Red Maple Valley has a barrier I established. Besides you, other creatures would find it difficult to break in. Moreover, I would know immediately if it's attacked. If you encounter any life-threatening danger, remember to use the spell-inscribed scale to protect yourself. Then go hide in Red Maple Valley." "What a great place," the red iron dragon said shamelessly. "Can I go in too?" "Not for any other reason, mainly because Deborah would be too lonely alone. I could keep her company." The silver dragon remained expressionless, then suddenly raised his claw and brought it down heavily on the red iron dragon's thick neck, with such force that it nearly knocked him over. "Is this old thing having a nervous episode?" Garroth felt a flash of anger, then noticed one of his neck scales now bore a faintly glowing rune that quickly faded into the scale, invisible to the naked eye. "This is the rune key to enter Red Maple Valley." Brass Dragon Serena explained, "Fairy Dragon, have you decided? Will you come with me to the Boiling Sea Dragon Realm, then return to your homeland, or continue staying in the material plane?" The silver dragon shifted his gaze to the fairy dragon Vera, who was hesitating among a patch of cornflowers, plucking petals one by one. Hearing the silver dragon's words, she said, wait for Vera to use this flower to decide. The last petal will represent my choice." "Go back, not go back." The fairy dragon muttered continuously, plucking one petal with each phrase. As petals fell one after another, the flower quickly became bare until only one petal remained. Hm. Go back. As she spoke, fairy dragon Vera plucked the final petal. After hesitating for a few seconds, she used her tail to pick up another flower, as if talking to herself yet also explaining to the silver dragon. Doesn't count, doesn't count. The previous flower wasn't vibrant enough, I didn't like it. It can't make decisions for me, I need to choose another one. Seeing this, the silver dragon didn't press further, he already knew the answer. He looked at the brass silver dragon and the red iron dragon in turn, warning Deborah. Your mother and I won't be in the convergence lands. If you encounter danger, we can't return immediately. Don't cause trouble or do reckless things. After a few seconds of silence, he said to Garroth, when I return from the dragon realm, I hope to see the convergence lands become orderly. Red iron dragons. I'll do my best. Deborah playfully swung her dragon tail. Cause trouble. Do I look like a dragon who causes trouble? I'm the most well-behaved. She waved her claw at her parents. Go with peace of mind. I'm almost a young adult dragon now. I know how to take care of myself, know what should and shouldn't be done. Serena looked at the red iron dragon, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. Hey, little ones. The brass dragon suddenly lightly patted the red iron dragon with her wing membrane. Next time, remember to play some guessing games with me. The cunning glint in her eyes was familiar to Garroth, strikingly similar to Deborah's expression many times. Lady Serena, it would be my honor. I'd be delighted to accompany you. Garroth's dragon face revealed a smile as he responded. He could tell brass dragon Serena held little hostility toward him, unlike that old silver dragon thing who always watched him with wary eyes. Slick-tongued, cunning, evil dragon, the silver dragon snorted coldly, remaining silent, after brief instructions and farewells. The silver dragon and brass dragon spread their wings and shot into the sky. As light shimmered across their bodies, their massive forms gradually distorted and vanished. They had used invisibility magic, not simple visual concealment, but making their scales refract the sky's gradient colors like a drop of water merging into the ocean. The fairy dragon blinked, staring dumbfounded in the direction the two adult dragons had departed. Coming to her senses, she tossed away the bare flower stem, her small wings beating in panicked arcs. Wait. The last petal said to go back. She shouted toward the sky but received no response. Only a few leaves sent flying by dragon wings drifted slowly downward between the heavens. Well then, I guess I'll have to stay in the material plane. The fairy dragon first sighed mournfully, then quickly perked up, fluttering her small wings as she zipped off to play pranks on the rampage bears. Garroth. The brass-silver dragon twisted her slender tail, whispering, we just got into the rhythm of training when we were interrupted. Please continue guiding me now. Training was just an excuse. The key was Garroth's guidance. The brass-silver dragon couldn't help but feel her scales tingling and itching at the thought of his burning, powerful claws on her body. Guiding the brass-silver dragon's training was a form of relaxation for Garroth himself. He nodded, all right, your body isn't weak but not particularly strong either, you do need proper training. He stepped forward and squeezed the brass dragon's tail. The tail is one of the most commonly used weapons among dragons. Let's start there this time. Feeling the tingling numbness in her tail muscles, Deborah's silver-white scales immediately flushed with a faint pink glow as she softly murmured in agreement. Afterward, while training himself, the red iron dragon also guided Deborah, teaching her various moves he excelled at. As time passed, the sun slowly climbed the sky, then gradually sank toward the horizon. Until dusk arrived, twilight deepening as layered sunset clouds burned across the sky like flames, bursting with brilliant, multicolored light. The brass-silver dragon lay completely limp, like molten silver ingot. She sprawled on the ground, feeling every muscle aching, not even wanting to lift the tip of her tail. Garroth remained vigorous and energetic. Not only was his explosive power strong, his endurance and stamina far exceeded that of a normal young adult dragon. Meanwhile, over the course of the day, most of the wounds Garroth had sustained during the cut had already healed. Though they weren't serious to begin with, such recovery in just half a day exceeded his previous performance. My recovery and regeneration speed has improved significantly. The red iron dragon thought to himself. Ultra-high-speed regeneration, this was a trait Garroth greatly desired. Only his spike areas could regenerate at ultra-high speed, regrowing visibly quickly when broken. Just regenerating spikes alone could cause considerable trouble for enemies. With his powerful physical constitution, if he could combine it with full-body ultra-high-speed regeneration, he would reach an entirely new level. As for methods to adapt and evolve ultra-high-speed regeneration, the theory was simple: injury and recovery. However, practical considerations were more complex. Light injuries recovered too slowly for efficient adaptation, but deliberately injuring himself severely just for evolution, without knowing how long it would take to succeed. The risk was too high, not worth the gain. If he had powerful backing, he could attempt it, but Garroth lacked deep connections. He needed to consider risks before acting, couldn't gamble everything. Besides, my regeneration recovery speed has been gradually improving all along. No need to rush or deliberately self-harm. Ultra-high-speed regeneration might evolve naturally like the spikes did, at some stage. Garroth silently contemplated. His strength came from accumulated effort, not instant success. He had always been patient. After eating and drinking deeply of the black oil, the red iron dragon continued training under night's cover. Deborah had also eaten some food and now curled up beside the rock wall, her silver-white chest rising and falling slightly with each breath. Her dragon pupils reflected the red iron dragon's figure leaping under moonlight, revealing threads of admiration in her gaze. Before just watching Garroth train daily, she hadn't thought it particularly difficult. But now, after trying it herself, she understood how challenging such relentless day and night persistence truly was. Those indestructible scales, those steel-cast muscles, that powerful and formidable body, all were forged through his relentless grinding, not relying entirely on talent. He was worthy of his gifts, worthy of this strength. Garroth didn't know the brass-silver dragon's thoughts. If he had known, he would probably have nodded deeply in agreement, absolutely right. Everything he had achieved came from his own sweat and diligence. Even if he were born among 100 dragons, he wouldn't be weaker than any other. At this moment, moonlight poured like liquid silver over Dragon Valley's rock walls. Garroth slowly folded his dragon wings, ending his prolonged training session. Now complete silence prevailed, the perfect time for contemplating and planning the future. After awakening from dormancy, he had contacted Nick and thus learned of the Lothrian Holy King's fall and the Federation's underlying turbulence. Now thinking carefully, if the Lothrian Federation falls into internal conflict, it would be precisely his opportunity to rise, a once-in-a-decade chance that must be seized firmly. The potential gains far outweighed the risks. The Federation is like an impenetrable wall bordering the Sur Wilderness, a colossal entity that even ancient dragons deliberately avoid when spreading their wings. Its existence has always pressed down on me like a mountain, keeping me constantly uneasy, wary day and night. The red iron dragon's eyes flickered as he pondered. That ever-present Lothrian Federation, hanging overhead like the sword of Damocles, had kept countless beings like Garroth awake at night, restless even while eating, forcing them to consider the Federation's reaction before any action, burdened by constraints. Garroth had always lacked a sense of security, and the Lothrian Federation was a major source of his inner unease. Back when he was forced toward the Convergence lands, it was because of fear of the Federation, not that foolish human Viscount. If the Lothrian Federation had remained solid as iron, then after Garroth exhausted the Convergence land's resources, he would have considered moving far away to another safe place to develop and grow. But now things were different. The Holy King had fallen, chaos was brewing. When the Federation began to fracture, among those powerful beings busy fighting for the throne, who would notice some red iron dragon rapidly rising. Garroth silently contemplated, his thoughts growing clearer. Quickly secure the Convergence lands, consolidate resources and accumulate strength, build up powerful forces, then wait quietly for the great structure to collapse. When the sky began to show the first light of dawn, Deborah was resting nearby while the red iron dragon was communicating with the iron dragon Sorog through the projection stone. A mature silver dragon came here. That was truly dangerous. Fortunately, you were in Dragon Valley to stabilize the metal dragon. After learning about yesterday's events, the iron dragon's face showed a trace of relief. Dragon Valley had the presence of the half-mature white dragon Trixie. Though her presence wasn't particularly strong and she was almost the weakest dragon there, the iron dragon would never underestimate a mature silver dragon just because of the white dragon's weakness. Because of Deborah's connection, the mature silver dragon was never a problem from the beginning. Instead, he became our support. Garroth spoke. Oh, you gained his support. The iron dragon perked up and asked. No, Garroth changed his tone, grinning as he said, but making others believe we have it is enough. As he spoke, he took out a complete silver dragon scale shimmering with biting cold energy, flipping and playing with it between his claws. This is... The iron dragon looked at the scale in Garroth's claw, a mature silver dragon scale. The red iron dragon said, I admit he's stronger than me, but even in a brief fight with me, he couldn't avoid losing some scales. His expression was calm and composed, as if talking about something trivial. Sorog was left speechless. After a long silence, the Iron Dragon flicked his tail and said gloomily, "You're something else." Garroth nodded slightly, accepting the praise. Immediately after, the Red Iron Dragon's expression turned serious as he said gravely, "The truth sometimes isn't important. With Frostmark's scale, we can use his reputation to shake the determination of the three major tribes to oppose us. And we don't need to shake all of them either. For the tribes in the Convergence lands, continuing to face familiar rivals was certainly better than dealing with a rapidly rising unfamiliar tribe. Moreover, while they competed, they also maintained certain cooperative relationships. If the three tribes completely united, they would become quite troublesome. The Molten Iron tribe hadn't yet digested the fruits of victory, and although they had unified the Gold Fang tribe, the losses from the war were equally severe. Their overall strength hadn't significantly improved compared to before. Even if they defeated the other tribes, they would inevitably pay a high price. Garroth wanted to defeat 10,000 enemies, but wasn't willing to lose 8,000 of his own. He currently didn't have absolute power to sweep away all obstacles. In this situation, he needed to use his brains. Venomtail, Dawn, Ironblood. Among these tribes, if even one of them defected or remained neutral, the pressure on the Molten Iron tribe would drastically decrease. Playing with the mature Silver Dragon's scale, Garroth asked, "Among the three major tribes, which one do you think would be easiest to win over?" The Iron Dragon in the projection didn't answer immediately. He pondered for several seconds before slowly saying, "During this period, scouts from the three major tribes have been prowling and investigating around our territory boundaries. But I haven't been idle either, gathering some intelligence information about them." Iron Dragon Sorog said, "The humans of Dawn tribe are mainly located in the northwest of the Convergence lands, but they're completely different from Federation humans, primitive and savage, with their strongest members being mainly barbarians. Barbarians, not a specific race, but a general term for a particular type of existence. Humans, dwarves, even elves. As long as they awakened the power of rage and became filled with battle fervor, they could potentially become barbarians. Barbarians come from different races, but they all share the hallmark of fury. Uncontrolled, unceasing, unthinking rage. Moreover, their anger isn't just an emotion, but the ferocity a predator unleashes in desperate situations, a storm-like reckless assault, the ceaseless rolling waves of the ocean, a weapon and divine skill they use in combat. The Orcs of Ironblood tribe control territory spanning both northwest and northeast regions, with numerous warriors and the presence of high-level shamans." After a brief pause, Iron Dragon Sorog said, "The humans and orcs of the Convergence lands value martial prowess, taking blood and scars as honors. They had intense conflicts initially, but gradually developed mutual recognition and now have the closest relationship. In the eyes of the Federation's intelligent beings, the Convergence lands orcs seem like uncivilized beasts, crude and savage, and the Convergence lands humans appear the same, no different from the orcs. The situation where humans and orcs can resonate with each other only occurs in such barren and harsh regions as the Convergence lands. The serpentfolk of Venomtail tribe are in the northeast of the Convergence lands, producing many sorcerous shamans. They previously attempted to attack Dragon Valley, but were scared off by the metal dragon." Iron Dragon Sorog showed a thoughtful expression with subtle spiritual energy glow in his eyes, saying, "Serpentfolk are cold and cruel, preferring to use witchcraft, curses, and other sinister methods. They're the least popular among the Convergence lands tribes, with unfriendly relationships towards humans and orcs. Their level of hostile competition far exceeds occasional cooperation." Finally, he concluded, "Venomtail tribe should be our primary target for recruitment." Garroth nodded slightly, "Well said." The Serpentfolk saw Deborah at Dragon Valley and then wisely retreated. Plus, they have deep-seated barriers with humans and orcs, making them easy to recruit. Recruit those who can be recruited, divide and weaken the enemy camp. This way, in the upcoming battle for supremacy over the Convergence lands, the Molten Iron tribe can become the final winner at a smaller cost. Sorog, I'll leave this matter to you. I believe you can handle it well. I'll have the Flying Dragons deliver the Silver Dragon scale to you immediately." Garroth said. The Iron Dragon nodded, saying, "Leave it to me. I'll make those serpentfolk make choices favorable to us." After speaking, the Iron Dragon didn't immediately disconnect the projection stone. He changed the subject, saying, "Alchemical tools like message stones and projection stones sometimes experience delays due to interference from spells, distance, elemental flows, etc., preventing immediate communication." The spiritual energy glow in his eyes intensified as he said, "Information transmission is crucial for us. To ensure this, I've been meditating day and night, specifically excavating a corresponding mental spell from my bloodline inheritance, Bloodkin Chain. For sorcerers, bloodline is like a slowly flowing great river. The better the innate bloodline, the wider and more abundant the river, containing more treasures. As the sorcerer's level grows and time passes, treasures from the river bottom gradually float to the surface, carried by the river currents to the sorcerer, meaning they naturally awaken and comprehend. And meditation allows sorcerers to dig into deeper water layers, obtaining treasures ahead of time. Because of their top-tier bloodline, all dragonkind are natural-born sorcerers, possessing gradually increasing sorcerer levels. Even the mastery of quasi-spell skills can actually be acquired ahead of time through meditation. Returning to the main topic, mental connection has range limitations. While its range increases with the Mind Sorcerer's level, given the Iron Dragon's current Mind Sorcerer level, using alchemical tools remains more convenient. Bloodkin Chain is different. Its disadvantages are obvious. It only works on specific targets. Its advantages are equally obvious. The Mind Sorcerer uses bloodline bonds as a conduit to transmit spiritual energy, enabling ultra-long-distance communication with Bloodkin while ignoring most interference. It also allows Bloodkin to establish mental-level connections with each other through the Mind Sorcerer as a relay. Garroth and Sorog shared the same Iron Dragon heritage. When he heard about the Bloodkin Chain, he basically understood its effects and purpose. The Bloodkin Chain, this mind spell with extremely obvious pros and cons, allowed the Ignis brothers to communicate more quickly and efficiently even when separated across different locations. As the Mind Sorcerer's level increased, links could be established upward with parents and elders and downward with descendants and offspring. At my current sorcerer level, the Bloodkin Chain can only connect among peers. But this is already sufficient for our use. Iron Dragon Sorog said, "Before going to the Venomtail tribe, I plan to first construct the Bloodkin Chain, so we can communicate in real time on the mental level." He paused, then continued, "When anchoring Bloodkin through bloodline, the target will sense it. Remember not to resist too much, otherwise the link will fail." Garroth nodded slightly. "I know you can proceed with preparations. Remember to notify Samantha first, otherwise she'll bare her claws and fangs, roaring to shred your link with her spirit." The projection ended. Thinking about the Bloodkin Chain's effects, Garroth suddenly thought of Gordon, who had always been missing among the Ignis brothers. All along, we haven't known whether Gordon was dead or alive. Now through the Bloodkin Chain, we should be able to confirm. He estimated that even if Gordon had miraculously survived, he was probably living a life of hiding and evasion. Meanwhile, Iron Dragon Sorog began constructing the spell. He was currently at the formerly destroyed Steelspike outpost that Garroth had wrecked. After reconstruction and restoration, this place had been redeployed with numerous guards. As it was a critical defensive node and basically located in the central southern position, making it convenient to reach other stations, the Iron Dragon personally stationed himself here to maintain control. Iron Dragon Sorog stood on the rebuilt central high platform, his feet on reinforced metal ground. Taking a deep breath, Iron Dragon Sorog closed his eyes, and lo, ancient draconic language emerged from deep within his throat, the syllables heavy like anvils striking each other, echoing throughout the outpost. For sorcerer spellcasting, incantations weren't strictly necessary. However, auxiliary incantations could enhance spell effects. As the incantation was chanted, Iron Dragon Sorog's heartbeat gradually became slow and heavy, his breathing nearly ceasing, yet his body radiated intense spiritual energy light, appearing like glazed white light in the visual spectrum. Immediately after, the Iron Dragon's front claws slowly raised, sharp claw tips scraping across his own chest. With a grating, piercing sound, they cut a deep wound through the hard iron scales. Dragon blood flowed out but didn't drip. It suspended in the air, transforming into fine threads of blood, flowing and intertwining like molten iron, then disappearing into nothingness. Sorog's spirit sank deep into his bloodline, following the call of blood to search for kin who shared his origin and generation. First, Garroth, through mental-level observation in the spiritual realm, Iron Dragon Sorog saw an incredibly resilient red iron dragon mental form, as rugged and substantial as his physical body. Robust, magnificent, every scale vivid and lifelike, possessing an indestructible texture. His gaze was calm, body slightly lowered, claws and fangs concealed, posture seemingly defensive and retreating, yet with front claws slightly extended, hind limbs slightly bent, wings spread open, all muscles beneath scales tensed. Cautious and careful, yet always ready for battle. Truly worthy of Garroth's. Iron Dragon Sorog thought to himself. The mental form's posture could to some extent reflect the main body's personality. He had no doubt that Garroth's mental form could instantly shred his spiritual energy. In Dragon Valley, not far but not close either, the red iron dragon was resting and waiting while lying down. Suddenly he felt his heart tremble slightly, as if an invisible iron chain gently tapped his bloodline. He opened his eyes, a flash of understanding in his vertical dragon pupils, then relaxed his mind. Accept. Garroth murmured. Invisible threads suddenly tightened, a link established between the two young adult dragons. Next, Samantha. Red Dragon Samantha was controlling black oil refinement at the alchemical assembly line in Black Iron Plains. Suddenly, she felt a mental presence attempting to probe her consciousness. She sharply raised her head, crimson pupils blazing with angry flames, a low growl rolling from deep in her throat. Who? Sorog's voice transmitted through bloodline. Samantha, it's me, constructing the bloodkin chain. He had already notified Samantha in advance, but the red dragon's instinctive stress response almost broke the bloodkin chain. The red dragon's vertical pupils slowly dilated, calming down, giving a slight nod. Another bloodkin chain successfully established. After completing 2 links, Iron Dragon Sorog originally intended to end the spellcasting state. However, to his surprise, he sensed another bloodkin anchor point far in the south. Gordon. Sorog was somewhat surprised. Truth be told, he thought Gordon had long been dead. In his impression, this youngest Iron Dragon brother's intelligence was mostly offline. Without Garroth's protection, surviving alone in the wilderness, there was a 90% chance he would die young during his wormling stage. The location is very far. He seems to be within Federation territory. Captured and imprisoned by Lothrian Federation people. Sorog thought to himself that Iron Dragon brother Gordon's circumstances were probably quite miserable. Kept in lightless dungeons, scales stripped, blood drawn, flesh cut, even used as a breeding dragon squeezed day and night for cultivating battle pets with dragon bloodline. All were highly possible scenarios. Try to establish a link with him. Sorog's consciousness followed the bloodline's guidance, crossing vast distances, approaching this bloodkin anchor point. He expected to see a scarred young adult dragon chained with iron restraints, or worse. A dried corpse drained of dragon blood. However, when he finally saw Gordon's mental form clearly, Iron Dragon Sorog's consciousness nearly crashed on the spot. It was a round, almost dragon-shaped iron ball. Yes, an iron ball. Gordon's mental form should have featured the cold, hard lines characteristic of iron dragons, angular scales, sharp claws, and fangs. But now his mental form looked like an inflated balloon, scales stretched round and shiny, neck bloated with 3 layers of folds, body width even exceeding Garroth, swollen and obese, practically resembling a super pig wearing dragon skin. Even more absurd, various food illusions floated around his mental form. Roast suckling pig honey cake, cream scones, even an entire sugar-glazed roast bowl. Gordon's mental form was happily devouring food, completely unguarded. Sorog. He remained silent for 3 seconds, finally unable to resist sending a soul-searching question through the bloodkin link. Gordon, you are still alive. Why are you fatter than a pig? Who is it? Within Lothrian Federation territory, Iron Dragon Gordon, who was enjoying delicacies, jolted alertly, narrowing his eyes warily. His current appearance and physique basically matched his mental form. When he first awoke from dormancy, Gordon's body had returned to normal, and due to concerns about the future, he vowed to control his diet and exercise diligently. However, he was inherently lazy to the bone and loved indulgence. He started with full determination, Iron Dragon thinking prevailing, attempting to analyze the situation to protect the princess and himself in the coming warfare. But reality proved cruel. His pet status couldn't bring any change. Persistence was difficult, surrender was easy. Gordon simply gave up on himself, adopting the mentality of eating while alive, accepting death when it comes, indulging in delicacies daily, quickly transforming back into a fat iron dragon resembling a new dragon species. Iron Dragon Sorog took a deep breath. Though he was currently only a spiritual form, he still simulated this action to ease his disbelief. He said, Gordon, my dear brother, I am Sorog. Sorog. Hearing this name, Gordon's memory instantly returned to when he was a little dragon living in Iron Dragon Mother's Sky Pit territory. Back then, he loved following behind Sorog, even hoping Sorog would take him on adventures. He still remembered Sorog's words to this day. Gordon, my dear brother, you are brilliantly talented. Even without following the great Iron King, you can dominate the wilderness alone. Gordon, my dear brother, you are exceptionally gifted. Even traveling alone in the wilderness, you will surely achieve great things. Gordon, my dear brother, your wisdom astonishes the world. You are a natural-born ruler, and rulers walk alone. There were many similar phrases. Sorog also remembered these words. Among the three younger wormlings back then, only Gordon was easiest to fool, willing to follow Sorog after just a few words. However, Sorog quickly discovered this dragon was both gluttonous and foolish, likely to only hold him back if they traveled together. So he used various compliments to make Gordon abandon the idea of following the Iron Lord. Now separated for decades, reunited after long absence, suddenly connecting in this manner. Both fell silent for a moment thinking about past events, considering he was still bleeding from his chest to maintain the spellcasting state. After a few seconds, Sorog broke the silence first. He asked, I'm constructing the Bloodkin chain and sensed your presence. Where are you? Are there enemies imprisoning you using curses or torture methods to make you like this? Gordon was speechless. For a moment he didn't know how to respond. The cost of constructing the Bloodkin chain for the first time was not small. Gordon seemed to be hiding something he couldn't bring himself to say, so he remained silent for a long time. As time passed, Sorog began to lose patience. Don't resist, let me finish building the Bloodkin chain first. We'll talk more later. With those words, Sorog began to weave the final strand of the Bloodkin chain, extending it toward the mental projection of the plump iron dragon. Gordon hesitated for a few seconds. After all, his impoverished brothers still crawling and fighting in the wilderness, was it necessary to keep in contact? He was no longer the naive, foolish dragon of old. He knew Sorog's past words had been nothing but bluster. Their time together had been brief and their relationship hardly deep, and Gordon didn't think Sorog had achieved anything noteworthy. His situation probably looked grim. If it were Garroth, reliable and strong, he would be worth trusting. While he hesitated, the Bloodkin chain had already stretched in front of him. In the end, Iron Dragon Gordon, though hesitant, did not resist and accepted the Bloodkin chain. The Bloodkin chain is complete. Sorog opened his eyes. He could perceive Garroth's presence clearly and could even faintly sense his emotions, calm, alert like a deep, vast ocean. As for Samantha, her mental waves were like a raging flame, liable to burn through the link at any moment. And Gordon's presence, because of the distance, was unstable, flickering in and out, but regardless, the spell had worked. Now, no matter how far apart they were, as long as they were on the same continent, the Ignis brothers could communicate mentally. Of course, the Bloodkin chain was not an advanced mental spell. It could still be interfered with and blocked, but for everyday communication it was sufficient. The Iron Dragon lowered his head to look at his chest. With the spell completed, the bleeding had stopped and he felt much better. Meanwhile, Convergence Lands, northeast region, the Wormmire. Miasma hung on the dead trees like rotting silk. The air was thick with damp vapor, sunlight cut into mottled patterns dropping in thin shafts. This was the stronghold of the Poison-Tail tribe. Including their tails, the adult serpent folk, whose bodies averaged over 6 meters long, slithered and patrolled across the marsh. Secret curses and witchcraft had quietly spread everywhere. Deep within the swamp, the Poison-Tail tribe's council hall was built inside the half-sunken ribcage of a gigantic serpent. Serpentfolk sorcerer Sargon sat coiled on the moss-covered stone dais at the main seat, his slender tail silently slapping the bloody, sodden ground. Before him, two visitors exuded scents that made his scales prickle. Uram, warlord of the Ironblood tribe, his tusks ringed with blood-stained copper bands, breathed heavily enough that his breaths could be heard clearly from 10 meters away. Bretta, barbarian female warrior of the Dawn tribe, bare shoulders covered in twisted tattoos, her thick braided hair threaded with yellowed bones, her body steaming with the heat of sweat and blood. These two were envoys from the Ironblood and Dawn tribes respectively. The Molten Iron tribe's crushing and absorption of the Gold Fang tribe had not gone unnoticed by humans and orcs. Though they looked down on the treacherous, lowly goblins, the Gold Fang tribe's alchemical legion was not to be underestimated. Humans and orcs felt deep caution about the rising Molten Iron tribe. They did not want this strange tribe to continue growing unchecked. They had reached a consensus to unite and strike at the Molten Iron tribe before it finished reaping its victory and became undefeatable. Now they only lacked the Poison-Tail tribe's stance. Serpentfolk sorcerer Sargon was a tribal leader responsible for negotiating with visiting envoys. Snakefolk, Uram broke the silence first. His voice scraped like two lumps of raw iron grinding together, harsh and unpleasant. That red iron mongrel dragon from the Molten Iron tribe swallowed the Gold Fang tribe. Next it'll be us. Poison-Tail Ironblood Dawn, we must crush its throat together like three fangs. His massive fist slammed into the stone table, sending several scorpions hiding in the crevices scuttling away in panic. Bretta folded her arms across her chest, the bronze sheen of her skin glistening in the dim light. Her voice was low and hoarse. Uram is right, those dragons are ruthless. The Gold Fang goblins have already bowed to them. If we face him separately while he digests Gold Fang, we will be skinned and gutted. Only by binding ourselves together while his wings are still soft can we grind him and his followers into paste. Her sharp eyes swept over the serpent folk sorcerer. The poison tail sorcerers and shamans, combined with the iron blood warriors and our barbarians, are enough to tear the molten iron tribe apart. Then the convergence lands will remain ours. Compared with the orcs' crude directness, barbarians who weren't enraged were better at negotiation. Across from them, the serpent folk sorcerer's tongue slid silently over his lips. Hiss, the rise of the molten iron tribe has indeed unsettled the snakes of the marsh. His voice was slick and cold, like a venomous snake gliding over wet, cold rock, completely unlike humans or orcs. The bravery of the Ironblood, the resolve of the Dawn, we Poison Tail have always admired those qualities. His words were not as blunt as the humans and orcs, his tone sinuous and cryptic. The orc warlord snorted impatiently, the damp air thickening with his scent. Cut the circle talk, Sargon. Just say whether the poison tail will bite that red dragon mongrel with us or wait to be plucked out and boiled into snake soup one by one. The human envoy also showed displeasure, staring at the serpent folk sorcerer. We came with sincerity, stop playing us. The molten iron tribe grows larger by the hour, we need a decision fast. Both the Ironblood and Dawn tribes liked plain speaking. The difference lay only in that orcs were rougher while humans a bit more rational, though when the Dawn barbarians were enraged they were even more feral than orcs. Your demands, hiss, are very direct. The serpent folk sorcerer said, war especially against top-tier monsters like dragons is not wrestling in an arena. It needs precise venom, not blind collisions. The poison-tail tribe's strength lies in silent strangulation and patient waiting. What a lot of dithering and prattling, Uram suddenly slammed the table and stood up, roaring with irritation. Sargon, no more nonsense. Give a straight answer. Serpentfolk guards around the council hall watched coldly. The rough-tempered orc paid them no mind, only glaring at the sorcerer. Bretta slapped a few blood-sucking mosquitoes off her arm and grew more impatient. The serpent-folk sorcerer leaned in slightly. The dosage and timing of poison determine whether it is a life-saving cure or a curse that accelerates death. We need a meticulous plan. We must find the most vulnerable scale on the molten iron tribe, or blind attacks will be burned to ash by dragon flame. The orc's eyelids twitched. He couldn't stand the sorcerer's long-windedness any longer. Fussy and indecisive. No wonder they hid in the back using curses and spells without bloodlust or honor. He wanted to lift his fist and smash the sorcerer's skull, but considering the mission and the fact they were on another tribe's territory, the warlord restrained his fury. Finally, the serpentfolk sorcerer hit the point. 3 times, hiss. The poison-tailed tribe's eldest ancestral shaman will perform a spirit communion to peer into the molten iron tribe's weaknesses and find the seam best suited for the fang. Then the poison-tail tribe will give you a specific answer. Convergence lands, Southeast Region Steel Spike Outpost. First contact Garoth and Samantha to test the Bloodkin Chains effect and talk about Gordon while you're at it. Iron Dragon Sorog eased the cost of his spellwork. After his spirit recovered somewhat, a faint spiritual energy glow lit within him. Soon after, with a subtle vein-like tapping sensation, Garoth and Samantha simultaneously received Sorog's mental communication through the Bloodkin Chain, rooted via the Mind Sorcerer. Through Iron Dragon Sorog, Garoth and Samantha could sense each other's thoughts as well. Something big happened. The Iron Dragon's voice was grave. Gordon is still alive. I used the Bloodkin Chain to locate him. He projected the mental image of the dragon's mental projection to Garoth and Samantha. What a fat porker. He shows Iron Dragon traits. Could he be a dragon-veined swine? He looks so fatty, roasted over flames with a sprinkle of spices, he'd be delicious. The red dragon salivated. At first, when she saw the plump iron dragon through the link, she couldn't place who he was. Wait, weren't we talking about Gordon? Why are you showing me this blob that looks like a pork ball of dragon flesh? The red dragon wiped drool from his mouth, eyes full of confusion. Garoth said nothing, but his mental waves were far from calm. Clearly surprised, his massive body in Dragon Valley, which had been lying down, propped itself up into a sitting position. That's Gordon. Iron Dragon Sorog said slowly. But it seems he was treated like a test subject. Subjected to some cruel pampering, his body twisted and fattened into a ball. Samantha exclaimed in shock and anger, how vicious. Damn it, how dare they turn a noble dragon into a pork beast. Her roar echoed across the black iron plains. The alchemist workers on the production line around them tensed and hurried their tasks. Garoth. Did he set up a Bloodkin chain with them? Sorog, he did. I asked him why, but he kept silent. Perhaps he's too ashamed of his current state, his spirit crushed. Garoth linked to him first. I'll ask about the situation. Sorog understood. The Iron Dragon settled onto the high platform of the Steelspike outpost, eyes closed. Using himself as a relay hub, he jolted his spiritual energy and lit up the strands of bloodline linking Gordon, folding all the bloodkin chains into one network. At once, the round, balloon-like mental projection appeared simultaneously in Garoth, Samantha, and Sorog's mental sight. They could sense and communicate with one another, forming the Ignis Brothers chat group. Once Sorog's rank rises higher, this Ignis Brothers group will one day become the Ignis family group. Garoth thought to himself. When he personally perceived Gordon's mental state, even Garoth's pupils contracted slightly. Good grief, he really was fat and bloated. Judging by bulk alone, Gordon's thickness rivaled Garoth's, perhaps even a touch larger. But Gordon's body was soft rolls of fat, greasy and flabby, whereas Garoth's was forged steel muscle, imposing and awe-inspiring. At that moment, the mental projection of Iron Dragon Gordon cracked an eye open to observe his surroundings. When he noticed Sorog, there was little reaction. After all, they had just connected. But when he saw Garoth, his small eyes widened, his flesh ripples rolling. "Gah, Garoth." "It's me," Garoth replied. When Gordon clearly saw the imposing spikes and streamlined muscles of the Red Iron Dragon, reverent envy nearly filled his eyes. This is the exact image I'd always dreamed of. A Herculean dominant frame, a fierce towering posture. An aura of unquestioned authority. Why isn't it me? No, this can't continue. I must model myself after Garoth. In the palace, Gordon's physical body involuntarily inhaled, the belly nearly touching the floor. He glanced down at his round belly and with a zeal he hadn't felt before, swore to control his diet, full of determination and ambition. "Gordon, my foolish brother, haha, you're fat like a pork beast. No, no pork beast could match you. You're like a super pork beast in dragon skin." Samantha's sarcasm was ruthless. Except in front of Garoth, her barbs were always sharp. This familiar tone, met with Samantha's mocking, Gordon did not get angry. Instead, a strange sense of nostalgia washed over him. "You red dragon with a brain full of muscle, what do you know?" He shot back and defended himself. "I'm just big-bellied, not obese. These are my strategic reserves. You'll never have the chance to look like this." He shook his body, meat waves rippling, and snorted. "If we fought, I'll let you strike for 10 minutes first. Your claws won't even touch my flesh." The red dragon didn't get mad. Instead, he laughed again. Gordon's retorts were flimsy and lacked real force. Enough chatter. Garoth cut straight to the point, calm and deliberate. "Gordon, tell me, who turned you into this? What happened to you?" Gordon fell silent, at a loss for words. "Maintaining 4 bloodkin chains at once eats up considerable spiritual energy for me." Sorog urged. "Gordon, if you have something to say it quickly. Don't dawdle." After a few seconds of silence, Gordon flicked his short, stubby tail and sighed with a troubled look. "I honestly don't know where to begin. It's a long story." Garoth asked, "Why are you within Federation territory?" Though it stung his pride a bit, under the Red Iron Dragon's questioning, Gordon answered truthfully. "I was captured by humans and taken away." Once given a clear prompt, he opened up and continued. "At that time, the Lothrian Kingdom's princess wanted a dragon as a companion, so I was sent to the royal court. I thought the court would be dangerous, but to my surprise, those humans lavished me with every favor, granting my every want. Especially Princess Alina, she even tightened her own expenses to give me the best care." Silence. Garoth, Sorog, Samantha, after hearing the Fat Iron Dragon's confession, all 3 dragons fell quiet. The Bloodkin network was utterly still. Under their watching silence, Gordon broke it. "You might think that me becoming a court pet is a disgrace to dragons. But I don't see it that way. After all, I don't have to do anything every day, and those humans provide for me unconditionally, preserving my scales with giant whale oil, feeding me rare delicacies. They're more like my servants." Yes, that's right, they're all my servants. At that moment, Garoth understood. Gordon had not been tortured like a test subject. He had been pampered beyond measure. Lazy and gluttonous by nature, indulging in court comforts had fattened him to this state. Ever since he left Sky Pit territory, he probably hadn't experienced real hardship. Damn it, Garoth's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The Lothrian Kingdom is the Federation core, rich even as it falters, and it enjoys resources funneled from across the whole Federation. A lazy fool like Gordon could be fattened to such grotesque size. Imagine if all those resources had gone to Garoth instead. Garoth couldn't begin to imagine what heights he might have reached. A brother's suffering is hateful, but a brother's success can be agonizing in its own way. This time, the young dragons in the Convergence lands fell silent. "Why are you all quiet?" A few seconds later, Gordon asked. Garroth took a deep breath to steady himself. There's nothing to envy. If fate doesn't smile on you, then rely on yourself, steadfast will, accumulated effort day and night, and gradually obtain everything you want. Gordon, I remember you once dreamed of going south, so in a way you achieved that. The Red Iron Dragon reminded him. With the Holy King gone, the Lothrian Federation is roiling beneath the surface. Storm clouds gather. As an Iron Dragon, you should be clear on the situation. At those words, Gordon sighed. I know the atmosphere in the court has been tightening recently. He spoke on his own. But Princess Alina and I are of one mind. I already have my own princess. That's the first step to becoming a legendary villainous dragon. No matter what, I must find a way to protect Alina in the coming chaos. She is my most precious treasure. Vicious dragons and princesses have always been a perfect match. Those top-tier villain dragons across their long lives often seized princesses, either to make them consorts or to extort wealth, luring would-be rescuers into traps. What does it mean for the princess to be smitten with you? Garroth looked at Gordon's rotund body with disbelief. The red dragon Samantha instantly launched a body shot attack in the chat. A princess would fall for a pork beast like you. Even a peasant girl would turn and run. Iron Dragon Gordon snorted. You brainless red dragon, what do you know? I won't dignify you with more words. If he were in human form, his plump appearance might be despised. But he's a dragon. Plump dragons are adored by humans. In the court, Gordon was a social darling. Many nobles prided themselves on feeding him. A Viscount-level noble didn't even have the right to meet him. Hess, leaving aside everything else, Gordon, at your size you probably can only roll around, right? Can you even fly? Samantha continued to mock. As soon as Gordon appeared, she felt her IQ spike, no longer the weakest among the Ignis brothers. Like I said, you don't understand. The fat iron dragon patted his wings, which were small compared to his body, and said, the court's senior spellcasters personally inscribed runes on me. Flight spells, float spell, haste. I have so many solidified spell effects that I lost count. I can fly much faster than you. The red dragon snorted in disbelief. Enough, you two shut up for now, let's talk business. Garroth's words cut off Gordon and Samantha. He asked Gordon, since you want to protect the princess and are staying in the Lothrian court for that reason, do you have any concrete plan right now? Garroth, do you have a concrete plan now? Hearing the red iron dragon's question, the iron dragon scratched his head. No, he said awkwardly. After a pause, his eyes suddenly brightened. Garroth, I once read about you in the Federation Daily. They called you Death's Harbinger and said you had potential to become a great evil dragon. That report was over 10 years ago. By now, out in the wasteland, you must have carved out territory of your own. Now the Federation is in chaos. Many kingdoms are showing ambition and trying to redivide southern resources. They pay little attention to the Sur Wilderness. You could develop faster and better there. Gordon had assumed the red iron dragon was still in the Sur Wilderness. To prevent this foolish dragon from accidentally revealing his situation, Garroth didn't explain current circumstances and said, it seems you're not completely incompetent if you can clearly see the current situation. Plan early. Make arrangements, or you might die in the Lothrian Federation's turmoil. After hearing Garroth, Gordon hesitated for 2 seconds, then voiced his true thought. Garroth, my dear brother, may I bring Princess Alina to seek refuge with you? When you come to take us in, I'll bring enough wealth to satisfy you as payment. The moment Garroth heard the word wealth, the evil dragon in him stirred, instinctively wanting to answer yes, but he held himself back. Now that he could swallow 4 magic gems at once, his resistance to wealth had grown much stronger. Idiot. If the Federation fractures and you bring a princess with Lothrian royal blood to us, you'll only bring destruction. Sorog said in a low voice, speaking seriously. That was also why Garroth had not agreed. The Lothrian princess is a burning hot liability. The Molten Iron tribe might accept her, and then a legendary hunter could come knocking. Gordon's idea is immature. Leaving aside whether Princess Alina would agree to go with him, getting out of the Federation alive into the wilderness or the Convergence lands with enemies on all sides is a huge problem. Besides, as long as I'm not a legend yet, I can't harbor a Lothrian princess in chaotic times. Moreover, the probability of the Lothrian kingdom's total collapse is actually low. They might lose large swaths of territory and resources, but the idea of the entire nation perishing is unrealistic. After all, they've sat at the top of the Federation for centuries with deep roots. They won't fall easily. Garroth pondered silently. Using Gordon as a fulcrum and the royal princess as leverage, perhaps he could snatch unimaginable gains from the Federation's chaos. After a brief thought, the red iron dragon said, Gordon, don't think about spiriting the princess out of the Federation. That's unrealistic. The Federation's unrest will come sooner or later. But it's not as catastrophic as you imagine. Without the Holy King's presence, this giant might tear itself apart and Lothlorien might be heavily damaged. However, a grand kingdom that has enjoyed 800 years of favorable resources and has deeply entrenched foundations, even if riddled with problems, won't collapse overnight. Iron Dragon Sorog agreed in chorus. I think the southern nations will be reshuffled through war, with resources and territories redistributed. During that time, the Lothlorien kingdom might fall from its central position and become an ordinary kingdom. Total annihilation is possible but extremely unlikely. Hearing his two brothers, Gordon froze. He had not considered that. When he first heard the Holy King's death and Princess Alina's resolute vow to die for the kingdom, his iron dragon blood reacted instinctively. After a flurry of analysis, he concluded the kingdom would collapse, which turned his anxiety into appetite. He both fretted and ate day after day. But thinking carefully now, Alina's words were more a declaration than a genuine intent to die. The Federation as a whole might collapse, but the nations that compose it, principalities and deeply rooted kingdoms, may not all perish. Those with strong foundations have a low probability of destruction. I think I equated the Federation with the Lothlorien core, but they're actually different concepts. Damn it, Gordon, did you eat your brain too? Wait, so does that mean I can go back to enjoying life without worry? Stop stressing about the future. No, if the royal court gets caught in the war, I have to at least be able to protect myself and Alina. Iron Dragon Gordon's left and right brain wrestled, his thoughts in chaos. Until Garroth's reassuring words rang in his heart. Gordon, my dear brother, I know you're a complete mess right now. But rest assured, I will be your solid rear guard and guide you to make the right choices. Garroth coaxed gently. You and I, brothers belonging to the inner and outer parts of the realm, should join forces, the inside and the outside. Take advantage of the coming Federation turmoil to quickly rise and build a realm dominated by dragons. A dragon realm. Gordon's pupils constricted, his breathing growing much heavier. Dragon taming technique, Iron Dragon notes. All Iron Dragons fantasize about establishing a realm ruled by dragons. To earn an Iron Dragon's trust and recognition, it's best to tailor conversations around this idea. I have countless servants and provisions within the Federation, but openly building a dragon realm is too difficult. Iron Dragon Gordon spoke without overconfidence, in a low voice. Hearing this, the red Iron Dragon laughed, then grew serious. Then start from the wilderness. I can move more freely outside, and I'm determined to build a dragon realm. Gordon, you and I share similar blood running in our veins. We share the same surname. One day, when a dragon realm stands on this earth and basks in the sun, my brother, I will share that light and glory with you. Whoosh, Gordon's mental projection ignited. A layer of illusory flame surrounded him. This was the ambition so thick it felt tangible. The Iron Dragon's eyes shone, his gaze more resolute than ever. Garroth, tell me what to do. Good, full of spirit, Garroth nodded in satisfaction. Tell me about this Princess Alina. How many resources does she control? How much can she do for the Lothlorien core? The fat on Gordon's belly trembled as he thought, and he said, She is the royal family's most beloved jewel. She is the late king's last child, naturally gifted in magic but not very ambitious. She spends her days absorbed in magic, not competing for power. Because of that, she has the king's favor and controls several fiefs and various properties. I don't know the exact sums, but I know of at least 3 fiefs that produce magic crystal and shares in 3 royal alchemical factories. In any case, she's wealthier than ordinary princes and princesses. Otherwise, she couldn't support a lazy foodie like him. She told me she would live and die with the Lothlorien kingdom and would never cling to life. Hearing that last sentence, Sorog couldn't help but ask, Wait, that's contradictory to your earlier description. If this princess is so headstrong, why would she agree to run away with you? Well, I plan to knock her out when she's not paying attention, bind her and take her away. Sorog fell silent for a few seconds, then said, In a heavily guarded royal court where even ancient dragons won't rush in, you plan to knock out a princess and abduct her. Are you serious? Gordon nodded guiltily. He was serious, but he had never thought his plan through because deep down he also felt it unlikely. Gordon spends his life in the Earth domain with comfortable conditions. It's normal for him to lack foresight. The red Iron Dragon continued to ask, Has Princess Alina shown any particular reactions lately because of the Federation's situation? Gordon said, She's been tearing the corners of magic books lately. That's her nervous habit. A few days ago she came to me to vent, saying she wanted to help the kingdom but was treated like fragile porcelain. Royal siblings aren't particularly close. Alina disliked the fake smiles of her brothers and sisters and the flattery of nobles. When she had worries or felt troubled, she often confided in Iron Dragon Gordon. Therefore, Gordon understood her thoughts and situation very clearly. Next, Garroth asked about many aspects, mostly related to Alina. From the princess's daily routines to her interactions with other princes, princesses, and noble lords, leaving no detail untouched. This princess would determine whether he could claim a share in the Federation's chaos, so he treated her as extremely important and sought to understand her thoroughly. Finally, with Gordon's descriptions, Princess Alina's image grew clearer in Garroth's mind. A magical flame protected under a crystal dome, longing to ignite the prairie but unable to find a fuse. Garroth, why are you asking so much about Alina? She's my princess. You can't compete with me over her. If you like her, wait until the Federation descends into chaos and go take someone from another kingdom, Iron Dragon Gordon warned cautiously. Hearing this foolish remark, the Red Iron Dragon stifled a laugh. I'm not interested in the princess herself, but in the interests she represents. Gordon, don't reveal our existence to Princess Alina yet. Gordon visibly relaxed. Garroth thought for a moment and said, your current task is to play the part you're in now. Do your best to please Princess Alina, build her trust in you, make her feel the steadiness and reliability of dragons. When the time is right, I'll tell you exactly what to do. The Federation was on edge, tensions between nations tightening, but it hadn't shattered yet. Under the present circumstances, marching in and offering cooperation directly to Princess Alina might not win sufficient attention. It was better to wait until war flared, until multiple powers rose and internal chaos was a foregone conclusion. Then hand Princess Alina a knife, give her a fuse that could set off a prairie fire. At that point, even if the cost was enormous, she would most likely recklessly seize the chance. Besides, the Molten Iron tribe now occupied the Convergence lands, a remote area unnoticed by most nations. They weren't yet qualified to carve out a share from the Federation's internal strife. At the very least, we need to become the rulers of the Convergence lands and then return to the Sur Wilderness, Garroth thought. It had been more than a decade since they were driven from the Sur Wilderness to the Convergence lands by the Federation. Garroth didn't have any deep sentimental attachment to the wilderness, nor a stubborn insistence to develop there, but purely from an interest perspective, the wilderness was richer in resources. Returning there would make more sense than cowering in the Convergence lands forever. A glint of ambition flashed in the Red Iron Dragon's pupils. Enduring in hiding was only to reveal oneself at the most opportune moment. The Federation's internal turmoil would be the best time to achieve grand designs. Garroth believed that not only he but many other dormant, ambitious, powerful beings would choose to show their claws then, exploiting the chaos to snatch resources. For instance, Garroth's Red Dragon father. A chaotic, evil middle-aged red dragon. If he were still alive, once he learned of the Federation's internal turmoil, given a red dragon's vengeful nature, he would seize the opportunity to brutally strike back at the Federation. Many creatures who once had to tolerate the Federation out of caution would likely do the same. We need to take the other tribes as soon as possible, Garroth thought. When the flames of war start, I must be fully prepared. Mission will be completed. At the same time, Iron Dragon Gordon vowed solemnly. After giving Gordon a few more details to watch for, and after a few minutes of idle chat between the Ignis siblings, Sorog's spiritual energy had been spent. This group chat meeting was temporarily ended. Sorog, go to the Venomtail tribe as soon as possible and probe their attitude, Garroth's serious, low voice sounded in Sorog's mind through the Bloodkin chain. Using himself as the relay and letting several Bloodkin chains interconnect consumed a lot of spiritual energy, but single-line communication didn't drain much, and Sorog could handle it now. All right, leave this to me, Sorog responded. Garroth lightly tapped his forehead and ended the bloodline conversation. They're both iron dragons, yet the temperament difference between Sorog and Gordon is like they're two different species, he mused with some feeling. He thought individual differences are huge. The collective impressions passed down by inheritance might have some truth, but you can't fully trust them, otherwise you'll suffer for it sooner or later. Garroth was never omniscient. He admitted he would make oversights and mistakes and sometimes be careless. For example, he had once been fooled by the Silver Dragon's smiling face and nearly gotten pummeled. But Garroth's strength lay in his ability to summarize and reflect on his own problems, unlike many dragons or most intelligent beings who blame the outside world and never acknowledge their own flaws, remaining stuck. Rest's about done. The Red Iron Dragon stretched, a metallic clinking sound coming from his body. He turned to look at Deborah and saw the brass-silver dragon sprawled on a cliff slab, her long tail hanging in midair and gently swaying left and right. She had no intention of getting up. He glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky. Garroth was ready to start a new round of training, but as he took his first step, he suddenly felt a surge inside his body. He stopped and carefully sensed himself, realizing his dragon chi had reached 39%. That meant his battle dragon level was now 3.9, level 3 at near completion, half a step to level 4. Dragon chi at 3.9. I need to choose a battle dragon branch now, Garroth thought. Normally, a battle dragon should choose a specific path upon reaching level 3, but he had put it off because he had no clear idea. The branching paths were the routes for future advancement. For regular martial monks, after level 3 there were many routes to pick: the life flow sect, which allowed rapid self-healing; the solar soul sect, whose energy blazed like the sun; the divine dragon sect, imitating dragon postures; the four elements sect, manipulating elements through chi; the sparring sect, which refined combat arts to the extreme; the Shadow sect, pursuing stealth and mystic arts; the Eternal Death sect, studying death for lethal combat; the Drunken Fist sect, with unpredictable erratic techniques; the Star Self sect, which condensed chi into invisible avatars as substitutes for combat. But for battle dragons, which derived from martial monks, the three roots of Divine Dragon, Life Flow, and Drunken Fist didn't exist. Garroth had to choose from 6 battle dragon paths: Four Elements Dragon, Solar Soul Dragon, Sparring Dragon, Shadow Dragon, Eternal Death Dragon, and Star Self Dragon, and specialize accordingly. I want them all, but greed only leads to overreach, he sighed. Attempting to cultivate multiple paths at once would stall his battle dragon level, making advancement difficult. The right way was to pick one path first, then, when his level had climbed very high and progress stalled, consider cross-cultivating other paths. Dragons live long. Ancient dragons, primordial dragons, and archaic dragons generally hold multiple roles and cultivate several paths, so when they fight creatures of lower lifespans they can usually crush them. But for now, Garroth needed to deliberate carefully based on his current state and future plans. There are mainly 2 directions in front of me, he thought. One is to continue strengthening my combat stats, pushing those numbers to the limit. The other is to expand my repertoire with a path that offers unique mechanics. After deep thought, he favored the mechanical paths. His base stats were already high and growing with training, but his evolutionary talents made evolving special mechanics difficult. Combining a profession's mechanics with his raw stats might create some marvelous effects. With that realization, his mind cleared. If prioritizing mechanics, then the Four Elements Dragon, Eternal Death Dragon, or Star Self Dragon are the 3 choices. The Four Elements Dragon's mechanics were straightforward: mastery of elements through chi, creating effects similar to elemental spells. Four Elements Battle Dragon was also the most visually spectacular path, with the most skills: Winter Breath, Chaotic Thunder Claws, Mountain Sanctuary, Wind Step, Pure Stream Whip, Wind Spirit Charge, Flaming Strike. Unfortunately, even when wielding elements, battle dragon skills tend to use elements to enhance attack or defense, essentially extensions of close combat. Still, controlling 4 elements meant having counters against any elemental enemy, making Garroth's skill set very well-rounded. Different from 4 elements, the Eternal Death and Star Self paths had fewer skills, but each was extremely powerful. Eternal Death Battle Dragon can be summed up as death like a breeze, always at my side, Garroth considered. Its skills all relate to death. Rebirth Curse: when you kill a target, you draw out their life energy to temporarily raise your maximum life. Another layer of defense. Grip of Life and Deaths: control over a moment of life and death. When life hits 0, if Dragon Chi remains, you can convert Dragon Chi into life and explode outward. Eternal Death Touch: attacks carry death energy. Against creatures whose life strength is below a certain threshold compared to you, the attack instantly kills. An immediate one-hit slay. Eternal Death Dragon's skills were potent. The problem: this path sought strength through repeatedly approaching death and comprehending the truth of death to maximize skill effects. Undoubtedly a dangerous path. Garroth admired its skills, but he was certain he would not recklessly engage in death duels and constantly court death. One slip and he'd die for real. Star Self Dragon: this path is interesting, like substitute attacks, he mused. At the start, a Star Self Dragon can condense Star Self arms invisible to the naked eye, chi clone arms that add extra attacks, launching surprise frenzied assaults. You can overlay these star arms with your real arms to instantly boost burst. At level 6 you obtain Star Self Appearance. In this state you gain true sight, attacks become more precise and all senses improve comprehensively. There's also Star Self Body, which acts like an invisible armor. When suffering corrosive acid, freezing, flame, force fields, internal electricity, thunder, various damage types can be blocked or even reflected. After level 17, Dragon Chi can condense into a complete clone that can leave the body or be merged with the original for combat. Four Elements Dragon, Eternal Death Dragon, and Star Self Dragon each offered unique mechanics. After a moment's thought, Garroth didn't make a final decision. In truth, there was no need to overly agonize, time was on his side. He would eventually master skills from all these paths, for now he just had to choose one as his major. Garroth thought, there's still some time before I break through to level 4. During that interval, I'll make the final decision between four elements and Star Self. Being cautious and life-valuing, Garroth immediately ruled out the eternal death path. Choosing it would not merely be becoming a battle dragon but a death duelist. Collecting his spirit, the red iron dragon activated his alchemical tools and opened the super heavy field state to face the sunlight as he began a new round of training. Southern Atlantis continent, Lothrian kingdom, the royal capital's palace. Gordon, what's got you riled up this time? Princess Alina, wearing a moon-white gown and a golden hairpin, pushed the door open and found the fat iron dragon rolling over and over, exercising in an uncharacteristic burst of activity. How can a noble dragon rely on external aids? I must at least learn to fly on my own. Gordon thought of the red iron dragon whose posture and physique he admired, then slowly rolled over again. His enormous, heavy body pressed the ground until magic runes glowed beneath him. You look so cute chubby like this, no need to force yourself to lose weight. Princess Alina walked over, patted the iron dragon's plump belly and said. In her eyes, a dragon in normal form often looked fierce. Gordon's current shape was just right, harmless and adorable at a glance. All right, fine. Feeling the soreness in his body and hearing Alina's words, Gordon immediately lost momentum and flopped onto the ground. My task is to please Alina to make her happy. She likes me like this, so I must keep it up. Yes, I bear this burden for the holy and glorious cause of dragons. It's not that I lack the will to lose weight. He thought silently. Alina leaned skillfully against the iron dragon, enjoying the cool, metallic touch of his scales, and quietly began reading a magic tome. Gordon played the role of a footstool and did not disturb the princess. But before long, the iron dragon noticed Alina's distraction. She subconsciously tore a corner of the magic book. Alina, are you troubled? The dragon sensed the princess's anxiety and asked considerately, the kingdom is in turmoil. I want to contribute to Lothrian, but everyone treats me like a porcelain doll to be sheltered. Alina extended her hand and with a soft whisper ignited a blazing flame. People might think I'm powerless, a fragile princess who needs protection. Yet that is not true. I carry the blood of the great holy king. I am an advanced spellcaster proficient in the sculpting magic that represents destruction and ruin. The spells I craft can instantly end small-scale skirmishes and wars, sparing soldiers from bleeding so much. She extinguished the conjured flame with a flick and murmured, but what use is that? I'm still treated like a vase, like my father's beloved canary. He won't even allow a single feather to fall. Oh, my naive princess. When you go to the battlefield and see severed limbs strewn everywhere, rivers of blood, hear the clamor of fighting and the wails of thousands, you'll likely tremble and be unable to concentrate, unable to form a single spell. Gordon thought this but said nothing, simply listening quietly. He knew well that Alina needed someone to hear her now. When Alina finished pouring out her feelings and felt a bit better, Gordon fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Alina, if you didn't need to appear in person but your support could reduce your kingdom's bloodshed and strike other enemy states, would you be willing to pay a price for that? Of course. The princess answered decisively without hesitation. Then she stared at the iron dragon and asked, why ask suddenly, do you have a good plan? Recalling the red iron dragon's instructions, Gordon forced a dry smile. Just a passing question. The fat on his cheeks masked any change in expression. Alina didn't think much of it. With a ripple of spell energy, she lightly floated up, then lay on Gordon's cool, broad back and resumed reading the magic book face up. Convergence lands, northeast Serpent Swamp. The sunlight that illuminated Dragon Valley and fell across Garroth could not penetrate the swamp's thick miasma and the dense trees rooted in the marsh. Even at the outskirts, there was a damp, unpleasant chill, a dark scent that struck the nose, dangerous and lethal. Fortunately, Iron Dragon Sorog was not a fragile human. When his claws snapped several dead branches and he landed at the swamp's fringe, he advanced with steady, composed strides. Great Dragon, halt. Ahead is the territory of the Venomtail tribe. Along with a chorus of emerald voices, pairs of vertical, icy snake eyes glowed from the dark marsh. Serpentfolk guards tightened their knives and swords. The shaman's bone staff thrummed with magical energy, ready to unleash. Hissing sounds whispered in a hoarse chorus, and the atmosphere between Serpentfolk and Iron Dragon instantly turned tense. Sorog was no longer the same as before. He did not flare up at the serpent folk's boldness. Instead, he stopped and remained where he stood, saying calmly, "Inform your leader that the Iron King of the Molten Iron Tribe has come to pay a visit." His voice struck like hammered iron, carrying the resonant weight unique to dragons. "Please wait." The leading serpent folk shaman's eyes flickered as his bone staff tapped the ground. At that moment, a translucent little snake slid into the swamp and raced swiftly away. Shortly after, the little snake returned and slipped into the ear of the serpent folk shaman. "The leader says the Venomtail tribe welcomes great dragons who come with goodwill. Please follow me." The iron dragon kept a normal expression. Escorted by several guards, he strode into the serpent folk's main camp with confident, measured steps. Inside a hollowed giant serpent skull, 7 serpent folk elders sat on stone-carved seats, both males and females. At the main seat sat the serpent folk leader, a female of extreme beauty with bewitching eyes that could ensnare souls. Her skin was delicate and alabaster. Against the dim swamp, she nearly seemed to glow. Her lower body was exceptionally long, her snaketail measured over 10 meters, covered with smooth, jade-like pale green scales. Most strikingly, on her humanoid upper body she had 6 arms. The arms were long and slender, but the even stretch of her muscles hinted at extraordinary power. A 6-armed serpent folk woman, an advanced variant among serpent folk. There are many theories about the origin of serpent folk. 2 widely accepted ones are that they are evil offspring left behind when 6-armed abyssal snake demons invaded the material plane, or that they are Naga who evolved onto land from the deep sea. Either way, the number of arms signifies strength and nobility. If descended from snake demons, 6 arms imply demonic blood returning to ancestral form. If from Naga, 6 arms signify the favor and blessing of the gods. At the sight of the 6-armed serpent woman, the iron dragon first slightly bowed. Then his gaze swept along the serpent woman's long tail, her jade-like scales, her flat, smooth belly, and her alluring humanoid upper body. He felt an unnamed heat rise in his lower abdomen, and his body grow slightly restless. Sorog was not usually interested in dragon females. He preferred females with both human and beast traits. A scaly-tailed, yet alluring female with a thick, powerful aura, the 6-armed serpent woman before him did pique his interest. Sorog drew a deep breath to suppress desire and calm himself. He had come here on business and could not let lust ruin matters. Besides, the 6-armed serpent woman before him was clearly the Venomtail tribe's leader. Though she looked lazy and casual, she exuded an instinctive dangerousness. He was probably no match for her. "Welcome, molten iron dragon." The 6-armed serpent woman on the main seat spoke lazily. "I am Neres, the current leader of the Venomtail tribe." 3 pairs of arms folded like overlapping petals over her chest. She appraised the iron dragon with a half-smile. "The Venomtail tribe's mire cannot accommodate a dragon's wings. Remember to stay restrained." Her words were soft yet barbed, and her expression was composed. However, beneath her calm, lazy face, Sorog, trained in mind sorcery, felt tension and vigilance. Plainly, Nere's true emotions were not as placid as she showed. "Good. Negotiations are best with creatures who understand reverence. Brainless brutes can only speak with claws." Sorog thought and grinned. Even surrounded by circling snakes, he did not fold his wings in fear. Instead, he deliberately unfurled a pair of dragon wings. The huge, tough wings smashed through 2 swamp trees at the trunk and toppled them, splashing murky water. The atmosphere froze into a deathly silence. The serpent folk's pupils narrowed coldly on the iron dragon, as if they would surge forward the next second to entangle and tear him apart. At the iron dragon's offensive behavior, the 6-armed serpent woman Nere's vertical pupils suddenly contracted into thin slits. She slowly rose to her feet, her arms that were folded like flower petals before her now extending, her slender fingers slightly spreading. Sheeing 6 cold iron longswords emerged from the swamp waters, yet the surface didn't ripple at all. The Venomtail tribe abundantly produced sorcerers and shamans, but their leader, the 6-armed serpent woman Neres, was an undisputed warrior, and one of exceptionally high status. The warrior advancement branch she chose was Sword Saint. Sword Saint, the fusion of soul and steel, merging life and soul into the sword's edge, becoming one with the sword, manifesting formidable power. The serpent woman gazed coldly at the iron dragon, her swords revealing their sharp edges, yet she didn't rashly attack. Opposite her, iron dragon Sorog's scales slightly vibrated as he watched the serpent woman's 6 arms unfold like a dance, each arm holding a sword with completely different starting stances, yet together forming a perfect system of offense and defense. Under the tense and deadly atmosphere, the frog croaks from the depths of the swamp suddenly ceased. 6-armed serpent sword saint, a naturally gifted combination of race and profession. The iron dragon's voice broke the deadly silence. He didn't conceal his admiration as he said, "You possess not only beauty and wisdom, but also formidable power." The serpent woman's vertical pupils flashed dangerously, all six swords simultaneously emitting a humming sound. This power is sufficient to strip your scales off one by one, completely separate your skeleton from your flesh, and finally chop you into mincemeat. Sorog gently swished his tail in agreement. "I have no doubt about that." Then he changed the subject, saying, "But my safety is irrelevant. Today I represent the entire Molten Iron tribe, and more importantly." His claw suddenly produced a silver dragon scale, emitting a piercing cold aura. The will of Lord Frostmark. When that silver scale came into view, the serpent woman's body visibly stiffened for a moment, the wariness in her eyes growing heavier. Whoosh. An elderly serpent shaman elder waved a bone staff, causing invisible ripples to surge toward the serpent woman's body, flashing once before disappearing. Simultaneously, the Iron Dragon found he could no longer sense the serpent woman's mental fluctuations. Clearly, the serpent elder had recognized his identity as a mind sorcerer and cast a spell to block the Iron Dragon's mental perception of the Sword Saint. But the Iron Dragon remained expressionless. After becoming a mind sorcerer, his insight into emotions had significantly improved. Even without mental perception, just by observing the serpent's subtle expressions and body changes, he could detect her emotional reactions. It just wasn't as direct as mental perception. Frostmark, the metal dragon overlord of the Convergence lands. The serpent woman forced her gaze away from the silver scale, saying, "He's a silver dragon. How could he have any connection with you vile dragons? Don't think we know nothing about dragonkind. Though we don't know how you obtained this scale, Silver Dragon Frostmark would never support you." At the serpent woman's skepticism, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of the Iron Dragon's mouth. "Have you ever been a dragon?" "Don't be so presumptuous," he said with slight mockery. "The relationships among dragonkind are complex and intricate, never simply black and white. How could you outsider creatures possibly understand? Your thinking is nothing but wishful speculation." The Iron Dragon raised his head proudly, looking around as if he were the true lord of the serpent swamp. Under the gaze of numerous serpents, he continued, "Besides, you've already seen metal dragons in our territory, haven't you?" The serpent woman fell silent. After a few seconds, she spoke, "Iron Dragon, first state your purpose. Why have you come here?" Sorog's expression suddenly turned serious, his voice lowering slightly. "Regardless of the process, no matter what price must be paid along the way, the Molten Iron tribe will ultimately become the masters of the Convergence lands. It's only a matter of time. Nares, you're not like those foolish brutes among the barbarians and orcs. You clearly understand this is an unchangeable reality." He spoke unhurriedly. "Either ally with Dawn and Ironblood to fight us to the death, then suffer heavy blows, be crippled and defeated, or choose to submit to the Molten Iron tribe in advance, so that after the war ends, you'll still enjoy a transcendent position in the Convergence lands." The Iron Dragon presented two choices. "What guarantee do you offer?" the Serpent Woman sharply countered. "That we won't be used as cannon fodder after submission. Such empty promises are meaningless. The Venomtail tribe will never bow and submit because of pretty words." Hearing these resolute words, the Iron Dragon roughly understood the Serpent Woman's attitude and thinking. He swayed his tail, then continued, "I see valuable courage in you serpent folk, which is indeed worthy of respect. But courage cannot change reality. The Molten Iron tribe will soon demonstrate power sufficient to make you change your mind." The six-armed serpent woman coiled on her throne, saying, "Then I'll wait and see, but at least at this stage, don't fantasize about gaining the Venomtail tribe's allegiance. We have our own principles and judgment." The Iron Dragon laughed, "Time is long and I'm very patient. I won't rush things." The serpent woman weighed her words, deciding to reveal more information. "To be honest, before your arrival, envoys from the Dawn and Ironblood tribes had already been here, trying to persuade us to form an alliance against your Molten Iron tribe." She narrowed her eyes, carefully observing the Iron Dragon's reaction. "This was within my expectations." The Iron Dragon's reaction was surprisingly calm. "However, you probably didn't agree to their proposal." The Iron Dragon's displayed composure, and calmness made the serpent woman secretly surprised. This greatly differed from her understanding of dragonkind's irritable and hot-tempered nature, even making her question some of her ingrained beliefs. She frankly admitted, "We had indeed originally decided to accept the alliance invitation, but the Frostmark scale you brought has made me reconsider. We've decided to adopt a delaying strategy, neither explicitly agreeing to their alliance request, nor allying with or submitting to your Molten Iron tribe." As long as the war doesn't spread to our territory, the Venomtail tribe will maintain absolute neutrality. After further detailed discussions where both sides confirmed more specifics, Iron Dragon Sorog finally left the Serpent Swamp. Though he failed to directly gain the Venomtail tribe's allegiance, his main objective had been achieved, successfully shaking the Venomtail tribe's determination to ally with other tribes, pushing them toward a neutral position. Leader, do you truly believe Silver Dragon Frostmark is secretly supporting the Molten Iron tribe? A wrinkled old shaman couldn't help but ask after the Iron Dragon's departure. Nerys gazed in the direction the Iron Dragon had left, slowly shaking her head. This question is fundamentally unimportant. If the human and orc alliance defeats the Molten Iron tribe, they'll inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Then we can completely reap the benefits. Conversely, if the Molten Iron tribe wins at great cost, we'll also have an opportunity to take advantage of their weakness. As for Silver Dragon Frostmark, her serpent tail gently swayed, shrewd light flashing in her eyes. Given his consistent behavior patterns, even if he intervenes, he won't directly destroy us. At most, he'll issue warnings first. And if the Molten Iron tribe demonstrates overwhelming power, it won't be too late to pledge allegiance then. Regardless, our Venomtail tribe maintains room to retreat unscathed. In the southwest of the Convergence lands, the sunset of Dragon Valley dyed the cliff walls blood-red. Garroth slowly exhaled a turbid breath, the drum-like reverberations in his chest gradually calming as he concluded today's dragon heart tempering. Dew condensed on the cliff walls shook loose from the residual vibrations, rolling waves of heat emanating from the slightly parted scales of the red iron dragon. Just then, a familiar throbbing came from deep within his bloodline. That was the sensation of the bloodkin chain being triggered. Sorog's voice came through. These swamp crawlers are much more cunning than humans and orcs, calculating to watch the tigers fight from the mountain. Though the six-armed serpent woman had concealed it extremely well, she couldn't escape the insight of a mind sorcerer. He carefully recounted his conversation content at the Venomtail tribe and the reactions of the serpent folk. Reasonable enough, I would do the same if I were them. The red iron dragon said, after we crush Dawn and Ironblood, these serpent folk will naturally kneel. The leaders of the original 4 major tribes in the Convergence lands were roughly equal in level, basically at the level of the Grand Artificer's alchemical golems, with little difference between them. If facing 3 simultaneously, especially if they had some special methods and coordinated with each other, the situation could become very troublesome. But if only dealing with 2. The red iron dragon's spikes warmed slightly with battle intent, his battle dragon energy churning faster within him. By the way, I've taken a liking to the Venomtail tribe's leader. The iron dragon suddenly said. Garroth gently nodded. Six-armed serpent woman, exceptional bloodline, inherently powerful, perfectly matching your preferences. It's normal that you like her, but don't let this hinder our great cause. I'm not a foolish white scale. I can already control my desires and thoughts. If the serpent woman ultimately chooses to oppose us, I won't hesitate to kill her. These words rumbled low like thunder, decisive and firm. For the Iron Dragon, nothing compared to his burning ambition of establishing a dragon nation. Moreover, he felt no emotion toward the serpent woman, only some desire. The Iron Dragon wouldn't let this cloud his judgment. After some thought, the red Iron Dragon asked, Sorog, how should we conduct this war? What are your thoughts? After a few seconds of calm, Iron Dragon Sorog's methodical, orderly voice slowly came through. Assuming humans and orcs have fully united, their advantage lies in having more mid to upper level commanders and elite soldiers than us, with high tactical flexibility enabling multi-front combat. Our current situation is, we have sufficient numbers of lowest tier gnolls and kobolds that we don't fear losses. Our top tier combat power exceeds theirs, but we lack enough mid to upper level commanders. The alchemy workshops produced golems can compensate partially, but it's still insufficient. Though the alchemy workshop operated day and night under Samantha's leadership with the Grand Artificer's assistance, the number of newly produced war golems was far from enough to fill the war gap. We've occupied the entire south with numerous outposts, but it's been too short a time. We're short-handed, haven't fully digested the southeastern territories, making comprehensive defense difficult. Time ticked away as Sorog first analyzed each side's advantages and disadvantages. Using his mind sorcerer skills, his thinking was now meticulous and rapid, quickly penetratingly analyzing both situations. Garroth nodded in approval. Similar to what I was thinking. His voice paused briefly before the red iron dragon gradually withdrew his smile, saying seriously, with war imminent, we don't have time to slowly digest our victories and consolidate our territories. The human and orc alliance could attack at any time. Immediately following, commands were transmitted one by one through communication devices to the ears of various commanders. The Molten Iron tribe's war with the Gold Fang tribe had just recently ended. The subordinate races were still immersed in the afterglow of victory, emitting war cries and roars reaching toward the sky for the coming battle, full of fighting spirit and high morale. They deeply understood. After this battle, the Molten Iron tribe's banners would be planted throughout the Convergence lands. And these beings, regardless of what humble race they originally belonged to, all who followed the great Redwing Lord's Molten Iron subordinates, would share this honor, becoming the masters of the Convergence lands. When that time comes, even the basic servants working on assembly lines would presumably feel proud at the thought that the Molten Iron tribe already ruled the Convergence lands, the border between the Dawn tribe and the Ironblood tribe. Thundercliff, Brennhild stood atop the cliff. The mammoth tusk-inlaid helmet glinted with a bluish sheen beneath the storm clouds. Gale-force winds hit him head-on, whipping his wolf-hide cloak like a battle banner. His bare skin was carved with tattoos, his muscles poured like cast iron, his frame towering like an iron pillar. He was the chieftain of the Dawn tribe, a barbarian who wielded the power of rage. Before his rage activated, Brennhild looked like a composed human leader, calm light in his eyes, a tranquil countenance. Yet there was an uneasy multiplicity about him, as if he were not one person but a crowd of people. In fact, that was roughly true. To a creature that understood true sight, one could see numerous phantasmal images ebbing and flowing around Brennhild, and each apparition carried the air of a leader, some wise and measured, some imposing without anger, some defiant and unbowed. All markedly different. After reaching rank 3, barbarians could choose from many branching paths. There was the giant path, the totem warrior path, the berserker path, wild magic path. Among these, the path Brennhild had taken was called ancestral guardian. When the living respect their ancestors' culture and fight for the tribe's survival, the souls of their ancestors guide and protect them. When a barbarian on this path falls into rage, they can touch the spirit world, clearly feel the presence of ancestral souls, and draw different powers from different ancestor spirits. Brennhild stared southward. As far as his gaze reached lay endless sky and earth, sunlight falling serenely, yet he saw scenes of warfare erupting, the sky aflame, the land turned to scorched earth. Molten Iron Tribe. Brennhild turned to the orc standing beside him and said, Ugosk, the Molten Iron Tribe is slowly absorbing the Gold Fang Tribe, growing stronger by the day. We cannot wait any longer. The orc's body was hulking and massive, even stronger than Brennhild. He had a sloping brow, a jutting jaw, prominent tusks, and coarse green skin. He was about human height but far broader. Orcs by racial nature produce many warriors and barbarians. Ugosk, like Brennhild, was also a barbarian, but their barbarian paths differed. Ugosk followed the totem warrior path. His battle bear skull pauldrons, feathered cloak, and wolf-claw necklace were all symbols of totem beasts. Barbarians on the totem warrior path take a beast spirit as their guide, protector, and source of power. When enraged, the beast spirit's essence channels supernatural strength into the barbarian, imbuing their fury with an almost magical force. The serpent folk of the Poison Tail tribe haven't replied yet. Those indecisive folk said they need a few more days to consider, the orc said in a rough voice. Brennhild snorted, those swamp-dwelling reptiles are not to be trusted. They lack blood and honor, courage, and prefer filthy arcane tricks. They won't hold in a crucial moment. Ugosk nodded heavily. Once the war with the Molten Iron Tribe ends, we'll cooperate and crush the Poison Tail serpent folk. All right. I've long had a dislike for those serpent folk, the human replied. The Poison Tail tribe was one-sided in its strengths, lacking in frontal combat ability. Only the six-armed serpent woman's sword saint made them somewhat feared. Although the tribe had many sorcerers and shamans, they posed little actual threat to barbarians of this rank. By contrast, they had fewer warriors and shamans than either of these tribes. At this moment, the orc bared his tusks in a fierce grin and said to the human, afterwards, Brennhild, are you ready to duel me to decide life and death and the final ownership of the Convergence lands? Brennhild met the orc's gaze and said, in the end, victory will be mine. Ugosk, if you beg me for mercy, then I will spare your life. Ugosk thumped his chest. Orcs will never be slaves, death is glory to us, but I don't believe you can give me death. He did not hide his malice. You are a powerful opponent, but I will snap your neck and flay your skin as a trophy. Brennhild and Ugosk, both were barbarians and leaders of two great tribes. They had a close cooperative relationship, but they were also rivals. They'd fought privately many times, but never enraged to the point of brutal all-out conflict, only touching the edge of it. They both understood that once a rage duel occurred, it would be unstoppable and mean all-out war between the Dawn tribe and the Ironblood tribe, life or death. Several tribes coexisted in the convergence lands. If they plunged into total war, it would hand other tribes opportunities to exploit them. It would be pointless. But if the convergence lands came down to only Dawn and Ironblood, the two had already promised to have a sacred, honorable duel to decide ownership of the lands. That can wait for later. For now, let's discuss how to deal with the Molten Iron tribe. Brennhild said we cannot pin our hopes on the Poison-Tail tribe. Those serpent folk are fickle and deceitful, not to be trusted. Orcs, straightforward by nature, likewise disliked serpent folk. Ugosk nodded and said in a low voice, "My great blade thirsts for blood, it cannot wait to sever a dragon's head." His desire was not only for the tribe's future, but also for himself. If he killed enough dragons, he would likely refine a dragon soul totem and become considerably stronger. The warriors of the Dawn tribe are ready for war. The warriors of the Ironblood tribe crave battle and bloodshed. Both spoke bluntly, no pretense. After more discussion, they quickly reached agreement. They would no longer wait for the Poison-Tail tribe. They decided to open war against the Molten Iron tribe. At that moment, an urgent message arrived. Brennhild's eyes narrowed. He took a message stone from his chest and received the dispatch. The Molten Iron tribe's forces are marching toward the Blackstone Pass. Blackstone Pass is one of the key channels leading from the south to the north. Steep and treacherous on either side, full of dangerous magical beasts, difficult to traverse, with boundless open plains on either side. The Molten Iron army was clearly marked and gradually approaching Blackstone Pass. Their marching disturbance had been detected by Dawn tribe sentries. A dense, almost countless mass of gnolls, kobolds, lizardfolk, and a smaller number of ogres and centaurs, an elite force, spread across the plains before the pass, advancing step by step. "Good, instead of consolidating the Gold Fang tribe, they march on us," Brennhild sneered. "The dragons of the Molten Iron tribe are bold and audacious." Ugosk gave a low growl. "If they want war, they shall have it. Let us meet them at Blackstone Pass and show the Molten Iron tribe our might." Blackstone Pass was easy to defend and hard to assault. The Molten Iron tribe would pay a bloody price here. The first battle is important. It will uplift morale, affecting the warriors' fighting spirit afterward. "I will pull forces from other Dawn tribe garrisons to reinforce Blackstone Pass," Brennhild said. Blackstone Pass belonged to the Dawn tribe. Humans had the largest garrison there, barbarians, warriors, even a few spellcasters. Ugosk nodded, voice grave. "The Ironblood tribe will send a cadre of berserkers to Blackstone Pass to tear those molten iron monsters to pieces." They then left each other a way to communicate, and the two chieftains departed Thundercliff. Humans of the Dawn tribe and orcs of the Ironblood tribe had already been mobilized and were in a state of combat readiness. Orders were issued, and massive numbers of soldiers assembled toward Blackstone Pass, awaiting the Molten Iron army. Dragon Valley's sunset dyed the cliffs blood red. The brass-silver dragon Deborah's silvery white scales reflected the afterglow. She cocked her head, eyes flickering with curiosity. "Garroth, the force you sent to Blackstone Pass is large, but it's mostly gnolls, kobolds, and lizardfolk. Can these lower-ranked subjects take such a crucial pass? If the first battle fails, the tribe's morale could plummet." From earlier inquiries, she'd learned the Molten Iron tribe's opening move at Blackstone Pass and felt puzzled. The red iron dragon smiled faintly. "They're merely cannon fodder, let them die if they must. A strategic pass like Blackstone matters to surface creatures. To us, it's barely a mark on a map. We dragons control the skies, no pass can truly bar us. When the fighting around Blackstone Pass reaches its peak, that's when we begin our real action." Great kingdoms and empires also had aerial defenses. If one flew recklessly and was targeted, one might even be struck by magical satellites. But in the remote convergence lands, that wasn't a worry. The skies were effectively open to dragons. Only when touching ground did dragons need to consider safety. The brass-silver dragon roughly understood Garroth's intent. Her only problem was sending so many sentient lives as cannon fodder. It felt cruel. "Yet these sacrifices are necessary for the path to order," Garroth said. As a metal dragon half-blood, Deborah leaned to the lawful good side. But lawful good didn't mean saintly mercy. If a knight devoted to order were falsely accused of hindering society and failed to preserve order, that knight drawing his sword and executing the slanderer, even if the slanderer were weak, would not be unusual. Deborah blinked, finding Garroth decisive and resolute. He should be the one to rule these convergence lands. "What about the serpent folk? Are we to let them reap the spoils?" she asked. Deborah disliked the Poison-Tail tribe's fence-sitting neutrality, that it claimed neutrality but really sought the biggest advantage. "If they had pledged allegiance at the start, I would have given them good positions. But they chose to watch from the shore and try to take everything for themselves." A cold smile tugged Garroth's mouth. "There's no such thing as a free lunch. Now they want a bargain. After the war, they'll pay a tenfold price. How delicious! Deborah's eyes gleamed. She found Garroth's cruelty oddly appealing. Garroth, train with me, teach me, she said, her mind replaying the memory of Garroth's fiery claws gliding over her body. Her tail twitched as she spoke softly. Not now. Garroth rejected Deborah's invitation. The situation changes by the minute. I must focus. Another time. All right. Deborah sounded slightly disappointed, then ran off to play a guessing game with the fairy dragon Vera. Perched in place, Garroth listened to the Ignis brothers' discussions and battle reports through the Bloodkin chain while quietly adjusting his own state for the coming fight. Convergence lands, Blackstone Pass. The setting sun poured crimson light across the earth. Kobold Dag licked his sharp teeth and stared at the heavily guarded pass ahead. Behind Dag, the molten iron host spread across the plain in front of the pass. Gnolls crouched low, their fur rising and falling with each breath. Kobolds nervously clawed at the ground with short hands, their tiny scales shining greasy under the sun. Towering ogres clad in heavy armor breathed like old bellows. Lizard folk hugged the ground like shadows. Centaur warriors pawed their hooves. The taut hum of drawn bowstrings was thin but piercing. Smell that, the scent of fresh meat. Dag's dragon-like head lifted and thundered. My children, tear that opening wide, for the mighty Redwing Lord, for the molten iron tribe. After a brief pause, he spread his born wings and roared, charge. In the next instant, like a busted dam, a black tide surged toward the pass with the earth trembling. The gnolls were the first wave to smash into the iron barrier. They launched on all fours with explosive speed, their gaunt, scaled bodies streaking into black blurs. The gnoll subleader Yellowfang Rack charged at the front, claws screeching sparks against the hard ground, closing on the gigantic gate the Dawn tribe had set up across the middle of the pass. Then a heavy echo boomed from the cliff top. Lulu. A deep bovine horn sounded like distant thunder, rolling across the plain and pass. In the next moment, death fell from above. Countless black dots poured from the cliff, shrieking as they tore the air. They were arrows dense as rain. They pierced the gnoll's crude leather armor easily, shredding muscle and smashing bone. A sprinting gnoll's left leg was pinned and shattered on the spot. It writhed in agony trying to pull out the bone-on arrow, only to see a second arrow pierce its neck and end its misery. Scatter the charge. The gnoll leader barked, flipping aside to avoid an iron arrow. The arrowhead lodged deep where he had stood. Around him, more companions convulsed or lay grievously wounded from the rain of arrows, blood gathering into tiny streams trickling along ground ruts. Still the arrows kept falling. A wave of gnolls fell in an instant, but the following monsters hoisted their dead comrades' corpses as shields and continued to press forward. After paying the cost of many lives, the molten iron creatures finally reached the Blackstone Pass. Arrows still fell, and spells like Fireball, Chain Lightning, and Frost Spike began to take effect. Every inch of progress became hard-won. At the same time, while the gnolls and kobolds drew most of the fire, stealthy lizardfolk warriors had already crept close to the pass. On the steep cliff face, nearly vertical, dozens of lizardfolk, so near they were hard to see, clung and sprinted upward like giant geckos. Their slender claws ended in thick keratin hooks that bit deep into rock crevices, holding them as if on flat ground. Their target was the protruding stone ledges halfway up the cliff. The Dawn tribe archer positions. Stop those bugs climbing the walls. Suddenly, human guards' shouts came from above. The lizard folk had been discovered. Simultaneously, the lizard folk leader emitted a sharp hiss. The climbing lizard folk almost simultaneously raised their heads upward, opening their mouths filled with fine, sharp teeth, spraying streams of dark green viscous liquid like water arrows. Sizzle. The corrosive liquid landed on the stone platform, visibly eroding the rock. Archers felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, their aim becoming slightly off. The lizard folk no longer concealed their bodies, charging upward at maximum speed, attempting to assassinate archers and shaman sorcerers and other ranged units. However, things didn't go as planned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, barbarian guards climbed the cliff walls like agile apes, equally sure-footed, rushing toward the lizard folk. Close combat ensued, with battle axes and greatswords unstoppable. The lizard folk were quickly slaughtered and eliminated. Frenzied assault. The barbarians' eyes seemed to ignite with flames, their movements suddenly accelerating. The lizard folk leader's head soared into the sky, decapitated by an axe. But the monster's tenacious life force kept it fighting after death. Its sharp tail stabbed out the elite berserker's right eye. Silently, as the barbarian squad leader roared, a shadow emerged from behind him. Dag's dagger swept across the berserker's neck, blood gushing like a fountain. The barbarian's eyes widened wide, swinging back with his axe, but it hit empty air. The treacherous kobold assassin had already vanished without a trace. Smash it open. Ogre leader Balrog roared hoarsely. He and the other strongest ogres rushed together to the massive gate, swinging their heavy, hard steel weapons engraved with alchemical enhancement runes, smashing down heavily. Boom. A dull, heart-stopping loud noise echoed through the pass. The tremendous impact made the entire gate shudder violently, dust and rubble falling from above. The heavy gate continuously dented inward, the bolts groaning under excessive strain. Even though made of hard metal with magical protection from shaman sorcerers, it still couldn't withstand the ogre's assault. As the ogres attacked fiercely, more rubble fell, large cracks appearing on the gate panels. Hold. Hold the gates. Behind the gate came human warriors' roars, mixed with the sound of wood being squeezed to its limit. The archers on the cliff top were distracted by the lizard folk's venom assault, the arrow rain briefly thinning. The gnoll leader seized this fleeting opportunity, emitting a bloodthirsty growl from his throat. Wolf pups, follow me. He no longer hugged the wall, instead charging like a gray lightning bolt with the gnolls through the sparse arrow rain toward the narrow, relatively safe dead zone beneath the gate. They would use claws and teeth to tear at the spears thrusting from behind the door cracks, buying time for the ogres. Boom, 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 crack. With a crisp sound, a thick bolt completely snapped. The gate was forced open enough for an ogre to squeeze through sideways. Roar! The ogre leader emitted a victorious roar, his massive hands gripping the gate's edge, bulging muscles like granite, trying to completely tear apart this obstruction. However, just as the gate was forced open, as Balrog squeezed half his body through the gap, his vision was suddenly engulfed by surging shadows. These weren't human soldiers, they were orcs, Ironblood tribe's elite berserkers. They resembled evil ghosts crawling from hell's magma, each over 2 meters tall, scar-covered bulging muscles painted with dark red war patterns. Rough heavy plate armor covering vital areas, exposed arm and calf muscles like coiled tree roots. They wielded massive double-bladed battle axes nearly as tall as humans, with serrated and notched edges, heavy flails, giant hammers with vicious spikes. The foremost orcs had blood-red eyes, muscles contracting like living creatures, inhuman roars rolling in their throats. This was the reaction of simultaneously activating rage and frenzy states. Kill! The thunderous orc war cry erupted from behind the gate, almost shattering the bloody scent in the air. Balrog was greeted by a war hammer with a sharp whistle. The hammer solidly struck his thick chest, making a dull sound like beating leather. Balrog's massive body shook violently, skin splitting over his chest revealing tough muscle texture, embedded metal fragments clinking. Excruciating pain enraged the ogre. He roared wildly, his huge fist carrying immense force smashing toward the berserker who attacked him. Boom! The fist missed, heavily striking the adjacent rock wall, rubble flying everywhere. The orc berserker dodged with astonishing agility, his left battle axe chopping into Balrog's thick arm. The axe blade deeply embedded in tough flesh but got stuck against hard bone. Balrog's other hand grabbed the orc's helmet, lifting him like a ragdoll, savagely slamming him against the ground, then raising his heavy leg to stomp down wildly. Crunch! A teeth-grating, bone-cracking sound. The orc's head shattered like a rotten watermelon, red and white matter splattering all over Balrog. But more berserkers surged forward like sharks smelling blood. Heavy weapons landed on the ogre like a storm, creating heart-palpitating dull thuds. Balrog's massive body became the perfect target. He roared, swinging his wolf tooth club to smash 2 dodging orcs against the rock wall, but instantly more weapons targeted him. Hold on! The other ogres finally squeezed through, their huge bodies temporarily blocking the gap. They swung their weapons, each strike stirring up bloody winds. An orc berserker hit in the waist by a stone club flew out like a ragged sack, knocking over several companions, visceral fragments spewing from his mouth. But the orc's counterattacks were equally fierce. An orc wielding a massive flail spun the spiked iron ball, savagely smashing an ogre's knee side. A horrifying cracking sound echoed as the ogre's hill-like body painfully knelt on one knee. Another orc berserker seized the opportunity, leaping high, his double-bladed battle axe bringing full body strength chopping toward the ogre's neck. The axe blade severed the thick neck bone, a massive head soaring skyward with a spray of scalding blood, the headless corpse collapsing with a crash. The narrow space behind the gate instantly became a meat grinder. Ogre roars, orc war cries, bone-cracking sounds, weapon impacts, death screams mixed into a cruel symphony. Thick plasma flowed freely on the rough ground, mixing with mud and shattered viscera, creating a sticky, slippery surface. Outside the gate, Lack and other gnolls, along with a few centaurs, tried charging through the gap to support, but were stopped by the kobold leader's furious roar. Fools above! Lack looked up to see that with the gate forced open, human archers freed from venom interference were again drawing bows. More critically, He spotted several figures wearing heavy animal skin robes with painted faces appearing at the cliff edge. Dawn tribe shamans. One old shaman held high a staff embedded with mammoth tusks and unknown crystals, chanting obscure spells. The crystal atop the staff suddenly blazed with piercing white light. Scatter! The gnoll screamed in terror, voice hoarse. Boom! A thick white lightning bolt tore through the air with deafening thunder descending from above. The gnoll's worry was unnecessary. The target wasn't the ground gnolls but the ogres. The lightning precisely struck an ogre raising its war hammer. Blinding white light instantly engulfed it, not even time for a scream. Its body charred, carbonized, violently trembling before an orc berserker's finishing blow ended its life. When other monsters tried to reinforce, Dawn tribe barbarians jumped down like cannonballs one after another, charging through the waves of gnolls and kobolds. Combined with archer and shaman sorcerer attacks, they were kept fully occupied. The battle inside the gate also rapidly deteriorated. The old shaman waved his staff, pale lightning striking down repeatedly. The ogre suffered heavy casualties, each killed by coordinated berserker attacks. Now only Balrog and one other ogre remained. Though both were incredibly brave, they were overwhelmed by numbers. Under the orc berserker's fearless siege, they were drenched in blood, covered in wounds. Balrog had one arm severed at the elbow by a giant axe, blood spraying wildly from the stump. His remaining arm swung the wolf tooth club, forcing back several orc berserkers, but an opening was spotted by a rear orc berserker wielding a heavy greatsword. This orc berserker had a massive chest wound but seemed completely unfazed. He took a deep breath, muscles bulging, eyes blood red. The greatsword carried his full strength and charging momentum like a black lightning bolt, brutally stabbing toward Balrog's back. Thud, the greatsword pierced through the ogre's thick back, emerging dripping with blood and flesh from his chest. The ogre's movements instantly froze, looking down in disbelief at the blood-stained sword tip protruding from his chest. His massive body swayed several times, strange sounds coming from his throat, the ferocity in his eyes rapidly dimming. But as he was about to collapse, he had a final resurgence. The wolf tooth club suddenly surged upward, smashing the orc berserker's head, making it explode like a watermelon. Meanwhile, the last ogre was simultaneously pierced by several weapons, emitting a final mournful cry before collapsing heavily. At the gate breach, orc berserkers stepped on the ogre's massive corpses, waving blood-dripping weapons, emitting earth-shaking victory roars. Their crimson eyes looked past the blood-stained gate, firmly fixed on the molten iron cannon fodder outside, thrown into temporary chaos by their leaders' deaths. The molten iron tribe's assault, after paying a bloody price, was brutally suppressed outside the pass. Blackstone Pass resembled a giant beast's blood-stained fangs, chewing up and swallowing wave after wave of charging molten iron soldiers. Still not coming down. Skulltaker Scar muttered to himself. He was a Dawn tribe barbarian senior leader. He didn't participate directly, only watching the sky from the pass shadows, his gaze locked on the white dragon silhouette soaring high above, standing ready. This offensive and defensive battle was extremely intense. The Molten Iron tribe was at a disadvantage, but their counterattacks weren't weak, causing significant casualties. The entire Blackstone Pass seemed transformed into a meat grinder. However, at this stage, victory was already decided. Ogre corpses blocked part of the gate breach, but couldn't stop the orc berserker's bloodthirsty desire. They roared furiously like wild beasts breaking free from chains, leaping over companion and enemy corpses, howling as they charged from the pass's narrow shadows, pouncing toward the chaotic Molten Iron Legion vanguard on the plain. Push forward, push forward. The Gnoll Overseer's voice turned sharp with fear, waving his whip, desperately lashing those gnolls and kobolds shrinking back after the ogre leader's death. The whip cracks and Overseer's screams seemed so feeble against the orcs' war cries. Kobold Dag flapped his wings, appearing silently where the shamans were. Rip! His dagger sliced across the old shaman's neck, killing him instantly. Then, under the astonished, furious gazes of surrounding barbarian guards, he vanished again. When he reappeared, he was flapping wings, hovering midair. Retreat. This Iron Will Warhost leader issued the retreat order. The already morale-broken monsters fought while retreating, leaving corpses everywhere under human and orc pursuit. Why hasn't he attacked yet? What's the purpose of this white dragon's existence? Skullsplitter frowned tightly, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Just then his communication device vibrated violently. Ancestral spirit altar under attack. Several dozen seconds earlier, Northern Convergence lands, Dawn tribe's ancestral ceremonial grounds. The Iron Spine Mountain's backbone stood silent in the night. The ancestral altar was embedded at the main peak's summit, leveled ground carved with ancient petroglyphs depicting ancient hunting, warfare, and star totems. Ancestral guardians stood like ancient mountain rocks, totem patterns faintly glowing in the shadows. Their physiques far exceeded ordinary barbarian warriors, wearing hard leather armor embedded with thick bone plates. Exposed skin bore complex, dense tattoo patterns telling stories of Dawn tribe ancestors challenging nature, hunting fierce beasts since ancient times, exuding a heavy sense of accumulated history. Ancestral shaman Leonie, a slender yet upright old woman, silver-gray hair braided into countless thin braids reaching her waist. She was the Dawn tribe's most powerful shaman and eldest wise one. Current chieftain Brennhild was born under her watch, receiving her blessings in his swaddling clothes, highly respected and prestigious within the Dawn tribe. Leonie's eyes were slightly closed, lips moving silently. She seemed to listen to whispers from the earth's depths, or perhaps pray to sleeping ancestral spirits. Suddenly her heart tightened as if gripped by an invisible hand, an extremely dangerous palpitation spreading through her. Buzz. A sharp tearing sound abruptly pierced the dead silence. Not mountain wind, not thunder, but something tearing through air at terrifying speed, friction creating a death sound that could make rocks tremble. Shaman Leonie's eyes snapped open, those aged eyes showing no cloudiness. Her bone staff heavily struck the altar stone. Enemy attack, ancestral spirits protect. Her raspy voice carried a strange resonance, almost overwhelming the piercing screech, as if awakening sleeping mountain spirits. Simultaneously, the surrounding ancestral guardians exploded with terrifying presence as if struck by an invisible hammer. The four guardians protecting the altar core area almost instinctively looked up simultaneously, weapon-gripping arm muscles bulging like steel cables, body totem patterns instantly blazing with piercing light. But it was too late. That fierce, vicious dragon silhouette, its entire body like peerless weaponry, was already right before them. Death's harbinger he had come. Hear the extinct silence. Boom! The dragon silhouette blazed like a meteor falling, tearing a long-tail streak across the sky, wrapped in flames and lightning enough to ignite air and destructive shockwaves, precisely smashing into the mountain peak. Crack, rumble. Earth shook, mountains trembled. The spell-enhanced, iron-hard mountain rock ground shattered like fragile thin ice, fractured, splintered, buckled. Guardians at the center died instantly, bodies utterly destroyed. A deep circular impact crater instantly formed, spiderweb-like massive cracks spreading wildly from the impact point in all directions, the entire peak swaying precariously. Then, the majestic figure slowly rising from dust and rubble made the air solidify like iron. The red iron dragon stretched its wings, black-silver dragon scales covering its body with many cracks, rolling cold air spreading out, freezing the surrounding ground inch by inch, coating it with frost. Humans, let your ancestral spirit remnants sacrifice to my war banner, comforting the molten iron warriors' souls. Extremely aggressive, dangerous gaze swept over the surviving ancestral guardians and old shaman. The red iron dragon slowly spoke. As the words fell, two shadows simultaneously enveloped the mountain peak ruins. Iron Dragon Sorog and Red Dragon Samantha, two young adult dragons, soared left and right, circling around the red iron dragon, eyes gleaming with ferocious light. The Ignis brothers, taking advantage of the Blackstone Pass War distracting the Dawn tribe's attention, utilized the dragon race's sky dominance to surprise attack the Dawn tribe's ancestral altar. With the ancestral altar present, those barbarian leaders could be saved as long as they didn't die instantly. Moreover, this place concentrated the Dawn tribe's beliefs, their spiritual anchor. Destroying this place, making the Dawn tribe humans grief-stricken, whether they became angrier or morale plummeted, would make all casualties at Blackstone Pass worthwhile. Evil dragon, how dare you destroy the ancestral altar? A trembling, quivering whisper filled with rage rose from the swirling dust. Shaman Leonie was covered in dust but completely unharmed, staring fixedly at the red iron dragon from between the protection of two guards on either side. Boom! Massive chunks of rubble were flung aside as the ancestral guardians' tattooed totems glowed with intense light, emerging from within. Except for the four guards directly crushed by Garoth, the other elite guards who had been caught in the aftershocks, though injured, had not suffered a single death. Clearly all were elite forces. Destroy, what I want is complete annihilation. The red iron dragon spoke unhurriedly. Across from him, Leonie's withered fingers dug deeply into the patterns of her staff, her knuckles turning white. Her cloudy eyes burned with fury as she rasped. Do you think dragon fire can burn away the ancestral legacy of the Dawn tribe? You will pay for this sacrilege, you evil dragon whelp. After a pause, the shaman's voice suddenly rose sharply. Ancestors of generations past, grant us the power to punish this evil dragon. The surrounding ancestral guardians simultaneously released furious roars that sounded unlike human voices, more like overlapping, layered bellows. The tattooed totems on their bodies all erupted with brilliant light, sometimes resembling beautiful women, other times transforming into majestic male faces, briefly materializing as ancestral battle spirits before contracting and merging with their bodies. Their muscles bulged like fermenting dough, bones cracking like popping beans as they transformed into at least 4-meter-tall giants in the blink of an eye, blood vessels writhing like earthworms beneath their skin. Even their weapons were covered in layers of light, becoming enlarged. Finish this quickly. Garroth's deep voice sounded like two hot irons scraping against each other as he slowly lowered his stance, his tail spikes scraping against the ground with a teeth-grating sound. Anyone could see the red iron dragon was preparing to attack. The first to pounce were two guards with giant bear skulls embedded in their shoulder armor. Garroth didn't dodge but raised his right claw to meet the axe blades, clang. The metallic collision rang out so loudly it shook dust from the surrounding ruins. The axe blade lodged in the gaps of his scale armor, spraying sparks and leaving a moderate, non-bleeding wound. Tear. The red iron dragon's left claw rose and fell like a blade sweeping horizontally. One guard's body instantly exploded into a mist of blood, tattooed totem torn apart, body torn to pieces. The scattered totem lights floating in the air didn't disappear. Instead, as if pulled by invisible hands, they sank directly into the shaking mountain beneath their feet. For the Dawn tribe. The tall and burly, almost inhuman ancestral guardian roared with overlapping voices, leaping high to bring his giant axe down toward the red iron dragon's neck. Even in his furious rage, he could feel the power from the ancestral spirits, as if countless hands joined his in gripping the giant axe, delivering the strongest strike he had ever made. Zap, crackle. Sounds like countless lightning strikes suddenly erupted. Dense, shining golden lightning rose from the red iron dragon's body. His already powerful frame swelled several sizes larger, muscles almost bursting through his dragon scales, revealing steel-cast textures. Since this was a lightning-fast decapitation strike to end the battle quickly, rapid resolution was the primary goal. Garroth didn't wait for the enemy to break through his frostburst scales, efficiently utilizing all his power as he directly activated Frenzied State. Die, insectum. The guard's axe blade only struck an afterimage. With a flash of golden light, Garroth's true form already appeared 3 meters behind him, dragon claws burning with flame suddenly striking out. In an instant, the guard's back, flesh and bone, was torn open like thin paper. But more deadly was the dragon fire and lightning that poured into his body immediately after. The ancestral guardian's chest suddenly glowed with intense light, and the next second his entire body exploded from within, burning flesh fragments and bone splinters splattering across the ground. Even with their heads cut off, headless bodies could continue fighting for a time driven by instinctual rage. But under absolute power crushing down, they were still killed instantly by Garroth's single strike, unable to continue fighting. Samantha. Garroth growled low, his gaze locking onto old shaman Leonie who was chanting. The red dragon had long been ready. She spread her wings, liquid-like flames burning between her scale gaps, automatically condensing into hundreds of sharp crimson crystal spears in the air. With a light tap of her claws, those crimson crystal spears shot toward the ancestral guardians like torrential rain. The 3 frontline guards raised their totemic great shields, ancient runes on the shield surfaces glowing blue. The crimson spears struck the light barrier but weren't deflected. Instead, they suddenly shattered, bursting into brilliant light and flame. Boom, all spears exploded simultaneously. Crimson, blood-like flames instantly engulfed the guards' bodies. This wasn't ordinary fire, but deadly weapons formed from red dragon flames through alchemical shaping. The surrounding earth and stone touched by the aftermath melted into high-temperature crystals. Mind thrust. Sorog's voice sounded like cold anvils striking together. His obsidian-like dragon scale surface rippled with strange patterns, spiritual energy condensed into invisible spikes, stabbing toward the ancestral guardian's mental projections. 2 guards preparing to attack Garroth from the flank suddenly froze. The mind sorcerer's attacks had certain targeted effects against these ancestral guardians. Tear. The red iron dragon's wings swept out. The frozen ancestral guardians were cut in half at the waist. That thick, tough muscle that could withstand blade attacks appeared so fragile before the red iron dragon's wing strikes, utterly defenseless. Samantha and Sorog both swooped in. Even with their heads cut off, headless bodies could continue fighting for a time driven by instinctual rage. But under absolute power crushing them, they were still killed instantly by Garroth's single strike, unable to continue fighting. Only all the dead ancestral guardians' tattoo lights sank toward the ground rather than immediately dispersing. Wing strikes followed by claw attacks followed by tail sweeps. After tail sweeps came another round of brutal claw attacks. The red iron dragon used simple yet fierce, uninterrupted attacks to kill obstructing guards along the way, almost unimpeded as he charged before the old shaman. Her vision was suddenly filled by the majestic, imposing red iron dragon covered in dancing lightning. With my life and soul, I sacrifice to the ancestors. The old shaman raised her head, wrinkles crowding together on her face, but her eyes showed no fear of death. Only at the final moment did she finish her chant, striking the ground heavily with her staff. Boom, the ground cracked open. Under the red iron dragon's claw, the old shaman's body became radial blood mud embedded in the ground. Totem light glowed from her remains, sinking into the mountain. The remaining ancestral guards went mad, frantically attacking the young adult dragons but were swiftly eliminated and killed. At that moment, the mountain that had been shaking from the battle suddenly stabilized. As beams of light flashed, interwove, and outlined patterns, they finally formed an altar design branded onto the mountain rock, emitting a unique aura. The ancestral altar isn't broken. No, this thing wasn't purely physical to begin with. Garroth suddenly understood. Old Shaman Leonie and the surrounding ancestral guards had used their lives and souls to reassemble the ancestral spirit altar. The rock giant stood up but didn't attack. It simply stood silently guarding the ancestral spirit altar at its heart position, adopting a defensive posture. It was as if red-hot steel needles had pierced their brains. Even with furious rage reducing nearly 90% of pain perception, this intense agony still made their bodies tremble. More deadly, the ancestral spirits were also damaged. As time passed, the totem light on its body diminished, but it would definitely last until reinforcements arrived. If they only killed the old shaman and guards but ultimately didn't destroy the altar, this raid wouldn't be truly successful. Red Dragon Samantha's body glowed with shining runic patterns, her scale surface plated with a steel-like metallic sheen. Then her wings danced wildly as she used her body as a weapon to crash toward the rock guardian. The red iron dragon's wings swept out. The frozen ancestral guardians were cut in half at the waist. That thick, tough muscle that could withstand blade attacks appeared so fragile before the red iron dragon's wing strikes, unable to withstand a single blow. The red dragon crashed against the rock guardian's horizontally raised massive arm, herself thrown back by the recoil while the rock guardian's arm cracked with tree branch-like patterns. But with earth and stone converging, it healed in the blink of an eye. Garroth noticed the rock guardian had some connection with the mountain below. The powerful bodies of giant dragons, combined with spell-like abilities and class skills, made even the 100 fighting ancestral guardians difficult to resist, quickly killed one by one. To have lingered in the Convergence lands for hundreds of years, they indeed have some foundation and methods. The goblins had the Grand Artificer's Palace besides their alchemical legion, and the Dawn tribe's ancestral spirit altar was equally impressive. Unfortunately, they met me. Golden lightning flashed and danced across the red iron dragon's body, leaving cracks on the surface frostburst scales wherever it passed. He absorbed the intense heat generated by frenzied state, storing part of it. Thermal energy values soared wildly within him. Samantha, Sarog, use your breath weapons on me, he said, enduring the damage from 2 breath weapons and frenzied state stimulation of his frostburst scales. Thermal energy values surged, sharply increased, wildly escalated. In the blink of an eye, the red iron dragon's frostburst scales shattered completely, revealing inner dragon scales that had turned red-hot like branding irons. Waves of heat rolled off his body, distorting the surrounding air. Thermal enhancement, destruction breath, boom. Blazing dragon flames transformed into a destructive torrent, surging from the red iron dragon's mouth with unstoppable, all-destroying, terrifying power, sweeping toward the rock guardian. The rock guardian had allocated all its attributes to defense. Its movements were sluggish, hugging itself defensively the moment destruction breath reached it. The tattooed totems on its rock skin glowed with their brightest light. But it was useless. Destruction breath obliterated everything, disintegrated the rock guardian inch by inch, melting it until it became a ground of high-temperature semi-solid material resembling molten crystal. The ancestral spirit altar protected within the rock guardian's body also turned to ash, completely destroyed. Instantly, the ancestral spirit altar had been passed down through generations of the Dawn tribe, the crystallization of their spirit and symbol of tribal culture. The ancestral guardian path also required praying or making offerings to ancestors at the ancestral spirit altar for initiation. Now, with the ancestral spirit altar destroyed, it would be difficult for the Dawn tribe to produce new ancestral guardians. Moreover, when barbarian leaders were injured, they couldn't easily regenerate and recover through the altar as before. The strategy of attrition at the bottom level coordinated with decapitations strikes at the top level had achieved tremendous success. Simultaneously, chunks of rock reassembled like flowing mud, forming the outline of a rock giant as tall as a small hill centered around the ancestral spirit altar in the blink of an eye, larger than all three young adult dragons combined. Barbarian's eyes turned red, including tribe chieftain Brennhild. He and a group of high-level barbarian leaders were running madly toward the ancestral spirit altar location, gradually getting closer. But first came a deafening, low rumble. The night almost turned to daylight by towering flames shooting skyward. That rock body covered in tattooed totems looked incredibly durable and impregnable. The rock giant seemed purely born for defense. Wide wings that blotted out the sky tore through the night, blocking moonlight and casting huge, dense shadows on the ground as they swiftly raced, sweeping past Brennhild's body. He looked up and saw several dragon figures leaving from the altar direction, gradually moving away. Despicable, cunning, evil dragons have the guts to come down and fight me to the death. Pain, too much pain. Brennhild's eyes burned crimson, thick veins bulging on his sturdy neck as his war axe split the ground with spiderweb cracks. This barbarian chieftain known for his composure had completely torn off the mask of rationality, screaming hysterically at the sky. The sound waves shook nearby pine needles loose, but couldn't even disturb the airflow at the red iron dragon's wingtips. Those curses mixed with ancient barbarian language were nothing but hymns delivered by the night wind to him. Enemy rage never angered Garroth. In his view, this was affirmation of his methods, praise for him. Barbarians, representatives of fury and rage, while gaining terrible power through furious rage, they also carried fatal weaknesses. The angrier they became, the more rationality melted away like snow. They clearly anticipated the ancestral spirit altar was beyond saving, yet in their raging fury still made the wrong choice. High-level leaders all rushed toward the already ruined sacred ground, neglecting another strategic point they had been closely watching before. Tonight the starry river is splendid. Returning to the nest now would waste such a beautiful night. The red iron dragon stretched his wings, dragon scales clanging loudly as he laughed heartily. Sorog, Samantha. Follow me to Blackstone Pass to patrol our moon-shaded borders. The night wind swept past the young adult dragon's wings, producing clear, melodious sounds. Behind them, the barbarian tribe's torches moved like mad fireflies toward another direction, gradually fading away, while ahead the outline of Blackstone Pass gradually cleared in the moonlight. Soon after, Blackstone Pass. The gate still bore undried bloodstains. Dawn tribe guards laughed loudly as they kicked away knoll heads at their feet, completely unaware the ancestral spirit altar on the other side had turned to scorched earth. Only a few leaders held suddenly dimmed message stones, their faces alternating between pale and flushed. On the plains south of the pass, Ironblood tribe's orc berserkers were still venting their killing desires, chasing remnants of the molten Iron tribe. Suddenly, the fiercest orc leader stopped, rough palm pressing against his wildly beating heart. Thermal energy values surged, sharply increased, wildly escalated. Looking up instantly, the orc's pupils reflected two pairs of sky-blotting dragon wings. Iron Dragon Sorog's steel scales reflected cold moonlight, while Red Dragon Samantha's body resembled crimson flames. Boom. Before they could react, the ground shook violently as if a meteor had struck Earth. The berserker turned to look back, then saw that originally impregnable Blackstone Pass standing on the Earth now collapsed like building blocks, turning to ruins in the flames. An unimaginably powerful dragon figure was rampaging within, killing remaining defenders like crushing ants and insects. Where his wings swept, guards wearing steel breastplates were cut in half at the waist. One berserker seized the chance to leap toward the dragon's back, but was impaled through the chest by the spear-like tail before landing, upper body exploding into blood mist with a light shake. After the ancestral spirit altar incident, the high-level leaders here had urgently rushed over too. The mid-level leaders left behind completely couldn't withstand the dragon's fearsome power. Enraged barbarians feared no death, considering battle glorious as they roared and charged toward the red iron dragon. The red iron dragon showed no mercy, granting their wish to die in combat as they desired. The great Redwing Lord has come, counterattack, counterattack. Destruction breath destroyed everything, disintegrating the rock guardian inch by inch, melting it until it became a ground of high-temperature semi-solid material resembling molten crystal. The ancestral spirit altar protected within the rock guardian's body also turned to ash, completely destroyed. The dragon's appearance instantly boosted the morale of the nearly broken molten iron soldiers, fear completely vanishing as they turned to attack the orc berserkers. Coordinating with the powerful Iron Dragon and Red Dragon, they completely eliminated this elite berserker force. On the other side, Blackstone Pass is under attack. Emergency messages came through. When Brennhild wanted to ask for specific details, From the other side of the message stone came a huge roar, then silence. Blackstone Pass's previously gained victories had also been reduced to ashes. Brennhild, who had just somewhat calmed his anger, felt his eyes turn crimson again, bloodshot veins crawling across them. But as he took deep breaths, fingers pressing against the throbbing veins on his face, his rage slowly came under control, rationality not completely consumed. What's done was done. He could only carefully consider the next steps, trying to minimize losses and mount a counterattack. The last trace of night vanished at the distant horizon as dawn replaced the darkness, casting beautiful light upon the earth. Yet the human tribe named Dawn had endured a painful night. Their spiritual symbol, the ancestral spirit altar, had been destroyed. Blackstone Pass had immediately fallen afterward. Following this, the true army of the Molten Iron tribe drove straight in like a sharp blade tearing through defensive lines, advancing northward. This time, it was no longer primarily composed of cannon fodder like gnolls, kobolds, and lizardfolk. Ogres, centaurs, flying dragons, and other elites. Tamed wild beast lords. Even the goblins who originally belonged to the Gold Fang tribe but had now submitted, manipulating powerful golems to fight alongside monsters. A flood of flesh and steel advanced inch by inch, trampling across territory belonging to the Dawn tribe. Though it hadn't yet reached the orcs of the Ironblood tribe, the orcs sensed the danger of shared fate and continuously sent reinforcements. The combined human and orc forces were collectively stronger than the Molten Iron troops. The Molten Iron troops mainly relied on their lower-tier followers, sacrificing themselves to wear down the armies of the two major tribes. However, the strongest aspect of the Molten Iron tribe wasn't their troops, but rather the several dragons possessing flight capabilities who could freely traverse the skies, quickly decapitating Ironblood and Dawn leadership and destroying their important strongholds. Whenever both forces engaged in fierce battle, the dragon groups would set out, dividing into two teams, locking onto targets before launching lightning-fast assaults. Within a single day, they could strike multiple strategic points, leaving the two major tribes unable to protect both ends, overwhelmed and beset by fires everywhere. In this backward convergence land, noble flying units were simply unreasonable. Especially the most powerful red iron dragon, whose mobility was downright terrifying and fundamentally indefensible. Even a multi-dragon team composed of red dragons, iron dragons, and white dragons didn't carry the same oppressive presence as he did alone. Whenever that formidable draconic form tore through the sky, his wings beating while emitting the sharp shrieks of countless drawn blades or continuous thunderous rumbles, any humans and orcs hearing these sounds would tremble with fear, their morale collapsing like an avalanche. Because this sound meant death, meant destruction. As the war continued raging, Brennhild and Ugosk repeatedly wanted to confront the Red Iron Dragon directly to have a king versus king battle. However, the Red Iron Dragon adhered to the principle of kings avoiding each other, instead focusing on downward-level decapitation strikes. Despite possessing tremendous power, he never engaged the two tribal chieftains, always fighting quickly and leaving immediately without any hesitation. Because they couldn't match his speed, every time the tribal chieftains arrived, the places attacked by the Red Iron Dragon had already been reduced to scorched earth, littered with corpses. They attempted counterattacks but always lagged one step behind the Red Iron Dragon. Just like now. With a terrifying shriek and roar, the Red Iron Dragon descended from the sky like a meteor piercing the earth, destroying a human outpost located on the hills before immediately activating his frenzied state and beginning the slaughter. In less than 3 minutes, all the guards at this outpost had been killed, including a fairly high-ranking barbarian leader. The tenacious life force in their frenzied, enraged state had allowed them to survive for a full minute under Garroth's claws before dying. Fights like this are so much more relaxed and enjoyable. The Red Iron Dragon shook his head, retracting the golden lightning dancing across his body, then strolled casually through the flames and scorched earth before soaring into the sky. Fighting opponents of the same level or higher was never something Garroth truly enjoyed. What he preferred was downward-compatible, level-surpassing combat. Crushing weaklings, sweeping through armies all without any risk. Coward! Lowborn scum! Brennhild and Ugosk's roars erupted from the ground, shooting straight into the clouds and reaching Garroth's ears. Garroth glanced down to see the two tribal chieftains sprinting across the land, dust clouds billowing behind them, their legs becoming blurs. But from receiving the message to arriving at the destination, enough time had passed for Garroth to finish the battle. They had still arrived one step too late, calmly looking at both of them. The Red Iron Dragon indifferently withdrew his gaze, then immediately returned to Dragon Valley to recuperate. Just in case, the naturally cautious Garroth always paused his decapitation raids when either his frostburst scales were exhausted or his stamina dropped below 70%, only resuming attacks after recovering his condition. He was simply too steady, with black oil and high-energy magic potions obtained through trade. Without any major injuries to worry about, he recovered extremely quickly. Repeated attacks dealt devastating blows to the humans and orcs, with half of the entire Molten Iron tribe's achievements attributable to Garroth. Amid the clamor of war, time quietly slipped away. The Molten Iron tribe's armies rampaged through the north, coordinating with the dragon groups to press forward step by step, squeezing the Dawn tribe's living space and gradually tilting the balance of victory. Meanwhile, in a certain temporarily erected tent, Brennhild, Ugosk, and many high-ranking leaders from both human and orc sides gathered here to discuss their next strategy. We can't continue like this. That red iron dragon is too cautious, never engaging us directly, but he's also too fast, we can't keep up with his pace. Brennhild said solemnly, if we continue fighting according to his rhythm, we won't last long before complete collapse. Ugosk nodded heavily. That red iron bastard is the core of the Molten Iron tribe. We must kill him first, leaving them leaderless before we have any chance of victory. The Dawn tribe had suffered the most severe losses, but many orc forces had also been destroyed. Moreover, they clearly understood that the Red Iron Dragon's goal was the entire Convergence land, and he would never spare the orcs of the Ironblood tribe. Pressured by a powerful enemy, the Human-Orc alliance reached its closest point of unity. We'll counterattack according to our previous plan. Brennhild's expression turned serious. We must kill the Red Iron Dragon in one decisive strike. In this war, either he dies or we perish. He asked the Orc chieftain, how are the preparations? Ugosk turned to look at a blind shaman with cloudy white eyes and covered in festering sores. Before the Orc chieftain could speak, the blind shaman seemed to sense something. Hunching over, he coughed several times, then wiped the turbid blood from his mouth before speaking in a hoarse, broken voice. The Red Iron Dragon will, tomorrow late night, raid Raging River. With each word he spoke, his body hunched further, the wrinkles on his face visibly multiplying. His already feeble life force rapidly weakened, becoming like a candle flickering in the wind. After speaking the final few words, his body trembled, then suddenly convulsed violently. He struggled to mutter a few unclear, incomprehensible words before collapsing unconscious on the spot, only prevented from falling by orcs supporting him. This prophet shaman held equivalent status within the orc tribe to ancestral shaman Leonie, whom Garroth had killed. He originally had over a decade of life remaining, but because he prophesied about Garroth and revealed it, he immediately suffered severe backlash. Whether he would even have 1 year of life left was uncertain. Take the prophet to rest, Ugosk said gravely. No matter what, after paying such a price, we must slaughter that red iron bastard. I will use his life and blood to commemorate our fallen warriors. Brennhild coldly laughed. The Red Iron Dragon launches attacks with such high intensity and frequency that even a dragon's physique cannot possibly sustain the consumption. We'll wait rested while he labors, ambush, and surround him. He will surely meet his end at Raging River. Immediately under the will of the two tribal chieftains, commands rapidly issued from this place. Nearly all high-level leaders and elites from the Dawn tribe and Ironblood tribe were transferred overnight from various strongholds. Under the cover of spells from sorcerers and shamans, they converged toward the Raging River outpost. This included both Brennhild and Ugosk. Time passed unhurriedly as always, just a day or so too brief. Though the Molten Iron forces sensed some weakening in the Allied army's strength, they didn't notice any obvious abnormalities. Dragon Valley, where the setting sun's light fell upon the central lake surface, rippling with sparkling waves under the gentle breeze. Garroth stretched his wings, emitting faint metallic clinking sounds. He could clearly sense the sharpness of every frostburst scale's edge, the subtle tremors of every muscle fiber storing power, peak condition, like a fully drawn powerful bow. At this moment, the Red Iron Dragon's spirit and body had recovered to their absolute peak limits. His battle dragon level had also broken through boundaries due to these days of intense combat, officially reaching level 4. Next target, the Dawn tribe continuously retreats, nearing their limit. First cut off their retreat paths, wipe them out completely. Garroth carefully recalled the strategic locations within Dawn tribe territory, finally settling on Raging River. This was a great river winding through the northern convergence lands, its rushing waters flowing ceaselessly year-round, originating from the icy plains further north. The river water was piercingly cold, making direct crossing quite difficult. Since the Dawn tribe had established an outpost at Raging River and built bridges for crossing, located deep within Dawn tribe's rear territory, it represented an important retreat route. This is the place. The red iron dragon beat his wings, flying into the sky as he approached Raging River. To avoid giving the enemy advance reaction time for defense deployment, Garroth didn't rush at full speed when approaching midway. His wingbeats created no noise or disturbance as he approached steadily and quietly, only bursting forth abruptly when nearing the destination. Twilight soon gave way to night. The twin moons hung high in the night sky as darkness deepened. Northern Convergence lands, Raging River. The river churned like an angry silver dragon under moonlight, turbid waters carrying the icy plains chill as they smashed against both banks with mountain-shattering force. The splashing water spray shattered into icy rain mist in the night wind, enveloping the entire riverbank in piercing dampness. That massive ironwood bridge spanning Raging River. Thick ironwood secured with secret methods, wrapped in chains engraved with water-repelling runes, clattering noisily. Bonfires burned brightly on both sides as Dawn Tribe outpost guards remained awake through the deep night, taking shifts patrolling. Garroth hovered at several thousand meters altitude, taking a deep breath before dark red flames instantly surged from his wingtips. Then he tore through the night sky like a falling meteorite, plummeting directly toward the massive ironwood bridge. Boom! The massive ironwood bridge shattered into pieces, countless water sprays flying everywhere as white waves surged and rolled toward the outposts on both banks. The red iron dragon's first strike had destroyed the bridge. He stretched his wings, his powerful body emerging from the water. However, the expected panic and scattering didn't occur. Kill, kill, kill. Ear-shattering roars suddenly erupted, that primal battle cry resonating from thousands of throats filled with fury and bloodlust. The entire raging river instantly boiled. Whoosh, 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 three massive ethereal blue light pillars over 10 feet in diameter erupted in a triangular formation from the left riverbank watchtower, right dense forest, and bridge foundation. These light pillars weren't pure energy, but tightly woven from countless rapidly spinning, mosquito-thin ancient runes. They shot into the sky before emitting more light rays that connected into a massive magical array centered on the red iron dragon, then imprinted themselves on sky and earth before vanishing. Instantly, the wind elemental energy in the air was almost completely dispersed, while an overwhelming supergravity effect emerged from the earth. Garroth felt his body grow heavy, his wingbeats struggling to harness wind elemental energy. Clearly a dual anti-flight magical array simultaneously targeting draconic spell-like abilities and heavy physiques. Evil dragon, tonight you will be buried here. Brennhild's furious roar rolled like thunder across the river's surface as the Dawn Tribe chieftain appeared, like an ancient war god resurrected from murals. On his bare bronze upper body, layer upon layer of ancestral totems flowed and breathed like living things across his muscular physique. His massive double-bladed runic, battle axe the size of a door panel pointing diagonally at the ground. Behind him, Dawn Tribe elites stood with solemn expressions, their killing intent spreading through the night air like tangible ice needles. Simultaneously, the dense forest on the opposite bank exploded. For Ironblood glories! Ugosk's roar carried a bloody gust, as the phantom of a savage bear's spirit condensed into a massive translucent colossus behind him. The colossus beat its chest toward the sky, invisible shockwaves causing the river's surface to explode in circular water walls. With earth-shaking footsteps, Ironblood orcs surged forth like a tidal wave. They wore only simple bone armor on their upper bodies, their skin branded with various totems, their eyes staring fixedly at the red iron dragon like wild beasts. An ambush, this setup definitely wasn't prepared hastily. Garroth furrowed the skin between his brows. How did they know I would attack Raging River? The decision to attack Raging River had been made spontaneously, ruling out betrayal by moles. Some magical method, most likely divination magic. After pondering, the red iron dragon's gaze fell upon those sorcerer shamans emerging from shadows alongside barbarian warriors. This ambush was truly unavoidable. Can't underestimate the methods of other intelligent beings. Garroth's brow smoothed, his expression cautious but without fear or panic. Fortunately, I'm always prudent, maintaining peak condition for every attack, and I brought the dual array disc. He could use the dual array disc to pull one person inside, kill them, then use its spatial teleportation effect to escape. However, Garroth was unwilling to use such a precious single-use item here, preferring to save it for truly desperate situations. Unlike the roaring, screaming barbarians, the red iron dragon remained calm, his eyes revealing rational and composed brilliance. Compared to him, those humanoid creatures seemed more like wild beasts. He waved his wings, testing the anti-flight array's strength. Seeing the red iron dragon slowly ascending, trap him. First, cripple the bastard's wings. Ugosk growled, his steel-plated gauntlets smashing together, sparks flying everywhere. The savage bear spirit roared skyward before leaping forward toward the red iron dragon, its colossal energy hand tearing through air as it slammed viciously toward the base of Garroth's wings. Groups of orc elites followed closely behind. Standing further back, sorcerer shamans formed hand seals, their fingertips guiding piercing cold currents. Ice Spike Torrent. Thousands of prismatic ice spikes condensed from nothing, each core compressed with a dazzling blue point. They tore through air with piercing shrieks, showering like rain toward the dragon's pupils, wing membrane connections, reproductive cavity scale gaps, all the most lethal weak points of dragonkind. Garroth's vertical pupils contracted, his focus intensifying. Spinning, his iron tail became a blur tearing through air, sweeping with thousands of tons of force, exploding the ice spikes into sky-filling ice crystal mist midair. Without slowing, it struck the savage bear spirit's massive palm, shattering it. Brynhild simultaneously entered his berserk state, advancing as if ignoring spatial distance. His massive axe trailed cold light as he raised it high, the blade precisely chopping into Garroth's exposed right shoulder blade from the tail-sweeping motion. Clang! A deep crack appeared at the impact point, cold air suddenly spreading out and freezing Brynhild's movement momentarily. Looking up, he saw the red iron dragon's massive claw sweeping toward him. Kill. Ugosk's roar exploded like thunder. The savage bear spirit's massive palm had somehow regenerated, striking again while carrying mountain-splitting force, barely blocking the dragon claw's counterattack. Brynhild seized the opportunity, his massive axe swinging upward to chop into the red iron dragon's arm. Simultaneously, those human and orc elites charged forward, the rushing cold water presenting no obstacle to them. Led by Brynhild and Ugosk, groups of barbarians and warrior elites surrounded the red iron dragon, launching fierce attacks while shamans and sorcerers harassed and distracted with ranged spells from behind. Massive axes wore hammers, flails. Various weapons attacked from almost all directions simultaneously, crashing against the red iron dragon's body with clanging sounds, sparks flying everywhere, covering his black-silver dragon scales with cracks and dents. The red iron dragon's counterattacks were equally fierce, while his dragon claw combos forced Brynhild and Ugosk back. Rip! His tail blade split 3 orcs along with their weapons and bodies in half, then as his body spun, his massive wings sliced continuously, killing all elites within range who couldn't retreat in time. A berserker leaped up, attempting to attack from above. Whoosh! The red iron dragon's right wing flexed upward agilely, the spear-like wingtip piercing completely through the berserker before a flick and slash bisected him from the middle. His claws, dragon tail, wings all functioned like peerless deadly weapons. Continuous claw strikes, tail sweeps, wing slashes, stabs. Even elites from the 2 major tribes couldn't resist, getting injured from grazes and dying from direct hits. Blood and severed limbs instantly dyed raging river red. And despite being a fire element hybrid dragon, intense cold emanated from the red iron dragon's body. The surrounding river water froze solid before being crushed, the barbarians' movement slowed by the cold erosion, often unable to react to the red iron dragon's attacks before being instantly killed. However, the painful price paid by humans and orcs also yielded results. Their relentless attacks left increasingly more wounds on the red iron dragon's body. Brynhild's eyes blazed with fierce light, all his totems burning brightly. Using his core as power source, his body spun like a top, his massive axe whirling up an air-tearing cyclone carrying battle intent inherited from ancient ancestors as it chopped toward the red iron dragon's neck. This strike was exceptionally fierce. Garroth didn't take it head-on, instead shifting sideways while enduring other miscellaneous soldier attacks. Now, thumped like a heavy hammer striking an anvil. The red iron dragon's massive draconic form was sent staggering back for the first time, then struck by Brynhild's spinning combo strikes. As sparks exploded, even some underlying scales cracked, bleeding. The dragon whelp is bleeding.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.